through harsh training. What kind of father was he? Not long after New Year, Liu Zihao and his family finally moved out of Dragon Palace home number 10 to their new home. It wasn't an exclusive residential village like Dragon Palace homes, but Liu Zihao made sure that the security was fortified from any enemy. Grandpa Liu also followed them and moved into his new mansion in the same neighborhood. The old man was very reluctant about leaving his Jin great-grandbabies. If it were up to him, they would all live together at Dragon Palace home number 10 until all the babies grew up. That was the ideal scenario for the old man. Unfortunately, Liu Zihao and Long Jinjing insisted on moving out into their new home. Grandpa Liu could only sigh and choose to live closer to his blood-related great-grandbabies. It was an extremely difficult decision to make, but he understood the need for the couples to have their own privacy. Even he, an old man, needed his own space, so he couldn't force everyone to live together under the same roof. At first, the babies had no idea that this living arrangement was permanent. The next day after Liu Zihao and his family moved out, both sets of Jin and Liu twins were inconsolable. They kept wailing at the top of their lungs, looking for their cousins. Even little Jun cried miserably and kept on asking his mother, Jiang Yingyu, where little Misha and little Dima went. The poor kid thought that a bad person had stolen his beloved baby cousins. It was only when Jiang Yingyu explained to her son that they moved out to their own home did little Jun accepted the change with great reluctance. The same situation occurred at Liu Zihao's new home. Little Misha and little Dima almost couldn't breathe from crying too hard as they looked for their elder cousins. Both Iris and Long Jinjing almost gave in. If it weren't for their husbands' firm reassurances, they would have already returned to their previous living arrangement at Dragon Palace home number 10. In the end, the children gradually got used to not living together. They also video called every day. The babies babbled to each other. The parents had no idea what their babies were saying. It didn't matter, though, whether they understood them or not. The most important thing was that the babies finally stopped crying every single day. The two couples felt finally relieved. New Year heralded the fruition of many business projects planned since last year. Jin Liwei worked hard as usual in running Jin Corporation. There might not be as many exciting projects compared to his wife's businesses, but he had always preferred reliability and consistency over bold risks. After all, his number one priority right now was to earn money in order to let his wife and kids enjoy life without any worries. And of course, to pass on the company to the next generation, preferably to his own children, depending on their performance and willingness to inherit the responsibility of running a multinational business empire. Like Jin Liwei, Iris had also become much busier. She was more active again in overseeing her businesses and also working on her preparations for another showbiz comeback after her maternity leave. This didn't mean, however, that she was neglecting her babies. Not at all. With the help of everyone at home, she was able to spend quality time with her family while also finding the time to work on her businesses and showbiz career. Right now, Orchidia Beauty's new endorsement campaign with the national shooting team launched in full force. Ren Jiyu, the youngest athlete in the team, immediately became the hottest athlete of the year because of his special Orchidia Beauty endorsement. He and his teammates gained a new horde of fans. Ren Jiyu and some of the more attractive team members even received offers from various talent agencies. Iris was in her music room playing the piano for the children, cat, and puppies when Dom handed her the phone, telling her that it was Jin Chonglin. Jin Chonglin told her, Ren Jiyu and his teammates want to sign with our LXC studio. Iris' eyebrow rose. You made them offers to join our LXC studio? No, Jin Chonglin replied. Then, other talent agencies apparently contacted them and offered favorable contracts, but they didn't accept any of the offers, he explained. Ren Jiyu and the others are interested in entering showbiz, though. They said that they're big fans of yours, so if they're going to sign with a talent management company, then they might as well sign with LXC Studio because they trust you more than anyone else in the industry. Iris smiled. Oh, I see. How loyal of them. My black stars are indeed the best. He snorted but didn't refute her claim. Of course, in his own mind, he thought that his own army of fans was the best, but the black stars were a close second. The infamous fans of Iris Long could indeed contend with his army of fans when it came to loyalty and organization. Iris had no problem with signing Rin Jiu and his teammates with LXC Studio. She appreciated their loyalty to her as members of her Black Stars fan club. If they wanted to sign with her own entertainment company, then she would welcome them with open arms. Although Rin Jiu and his teammates weren't trained actors or musicians, they were still veritable members of the national shooting team, which won the silver medal from the last World Championships and brought back glory to the country. Their current popularity as a team was still on the rise, especially with the launch of their Orchidia Beauty endorsements. Not to mention that Rin Jiu, the youngest member among them, was so charismatic. Almost all variety and talk shows wanted to invite and interview him. As the bosses of LXC Studio and as famous celebrities themselves, both Iris and Jin Chonglin understood how to utilize this kind of momentary public interest and turn it into lasting fame. Jin Chonglin was especially adept at it with his own experience as a superstar. Rin Jiu and the other members of the national shooting team were active athletes, so their self-discipline, motivation, and dedication to work hard were unquestionable. Iris felt more assured of having them as signed talents rather than untested trainees. At least, she wouldn't question their work ethics. I'll get the contracts ready and arrange a press conference for their official signing with our studio, Jin Chonglin said. Good, Iris replied. I want it done as soon as possible. Yeah. Let me know the details once everything is finalized. I'll attend the official signing. Suit yourself. The conversation about signing the national shooting team was finally over. Iris still wanted to ask her brother-in-law about his relationship with Chen Fei, but it seemed that Jin Chonglin somehow sensed it. So he quickly ended the phone call before she could open up the topic. She sighed, feeling a little regretful. Then her attention shifted to the door when someone knocked and opened it. Popcorn flew like an orange rocket followed by the three puppies, pudding, chowder, and ham. Jin Liwei caught popcorn and smiled at the puppies who were wagging their tails while circling his feet. Papa. Little June also ran to his godfather. Dada, dada, dada. Little Machi followed behind. Even the usually quiet and indifferent little Matcha threw his toy car and crawled to his father. Jin Liwei's eyes softened when he saw the children abandon their toys aside to welcome him home. He took his time giving each child a kiss and a hug. His twin boys each hugged one of his legs. He scooped them up and carried them in each arm. Little Machi babbled and gestured wildly. Jin Liwei had no idea what his eldest twin son was saying, but he could tell from the baby's excitement that little Machi was regaling him with his little adventures throughout the morning. He glanced at his other son. Little Matcha was content hugging his neck. The baby who resembled him the most also took after his personality. Both the father and son were indifferent to other people, but were quite possessive and affectionate only to their loved ones. Little June already returned to playing with popcorn and the puppies. Seeing this, the twins also wanted to be put down. Jin Liwei chuckled before carefully allowing them to crawl back to their elder cousin and play together. Hi, Sir Boss. Dom greeted. Meow. Ice Cream also greeted him before quickly returning to her ever-important beauty sleep. Jin Liwei nodded at them before walking straight to his wife, sitting by the piano. He pulled Iris into his embrace and inhaled her scent. How fragrant. His wife always smelled good, but she smelled extra nice today, courtesy of Libert's latest perfume prototype sent by Clover from France for approval. He couldn't help but kiss his wife before sighing in contentment. Welcome back, darling, Iris said with a smile. I'm home, love, he replied, giving her a soft kiss on the corner of her mouth. The family walked to the dining area for lunch. After eating, the nannies took the children and the pets away for an afternoon nap in the nursery. Dom left to give the husband and wife some privacy. Iris and Jin Liwei enjoyed some digestive tea while chatting. Then Ketchup interrupted them. Excuse me, Mommy and Daddy, but Grandma Wei Lan is calling Daddy's phone. Does Mommy and Daddy want the cute and mighty Ketchup to answer it or ignore it? Meow. Jin Liwei glanced at his wife, letting her decide what to do. Iris tilted her head to the side. She always treats you like her own child more than me. She'd rather call you directly than speak with me. He chuckled. Because you always leave her speechless. Besides, you don't really consider her your mother anyway. True. She didn't refute it. I also only speak the truth to her. If that makes her want to avoid me, then I can't do anything about it, nor do I care. Then don't care if you don't want to. He took her hand and kissed it. Let me handle Wei Lan. She's still my mother-in-law in the eyes of the people after all. Follow author on Instagram. Iris shrugged and gestured for Jin Liwei to answer the phone call. Her husband spoke to Wei Lan. She heard everything they were talking about. When the phone call ended, the husband and wife frowned. The Viscount has amnesia? Iris frowned. Do you believe it? Jin Liwei paused for a couple of seconds. Nikolai's informants have confirmed that the Viscount was badly injured when he was ambushed in Trinidad. Apparently, his condition was so severe that he technically died when they were rushing him for medical treatment off-island. He was only successfully revived when they arrived in Barbados. He was comatose. According to what Wei Lan said, he only regained consciousness yesterday, but couldn't remember anything, even his own name. Iris was deep in thought. Jin Liwei continued. We still don't know if the attack was premeditated or if the Viscount was only unlucky to encounter a gang shooting. Nikolai's people are still investigating. She nodded. I'll optimize Bacon again so that he can assist Big Brother's investigations better. As for the Viscount, I'm getting more and more intrigued by him. I'm curious about what kind of person he really is in person. We'll meet him soon. Wei Lan and Ren Alejandro are bringing him to the country to recuperate when his condition stabilizes enough to fly safely. Although the Spanish Viscount intrigued Iris, he wasn't enough to retain her interest for long. She had an important task today. Ready? Jin Liwei asked. She nodded. After freshening up and changing their outfits, Iris and Jin Liwei said goodbye to the children, cats, and puppies before leaving the mansion together. Are you sure you don't want me to come with you inside? Jin Liwei asked again. She shook her head. Thanks, but I can handle it. Besides, you still need to work and earn milk money for our babies. He chuckled. Jin Liwei's eyes were soft as he gazed at his beautiful wife. If they weren't on their way to work, he would have already dragged her to their bedroom and done wicked things with her in broad daylight. Just imagining it was making him breathless. What a pity. He could only endure during the day and wait until bedtime later at night. Others said that attraction waned after marriage and childbirth, but that wasn't the case for them at all. He found his wife even more beautiful and sexier after she gave birth to his children. He could only endure during the day and wait until bedtime later at night. Others said that attraction waned after marriage and childbirth, but that wasn't the case for them at all. He found his wife even more beautiful and sexier after she gave birth to his children. Truth be told, he still couldn't get enough of her. If he wasn't careful in wearing protection, it would be no surprise if she got pregnant again so soon after giving birth to their twin boys. He didn't mind if they had more biological children in the future. Both of them could afford to raise as many as they wanted, anyway. However, he didn't want his wife to suffer through childbirth again. He stood by her side when Iris gave birth to their twins. It was frightening, and also one of the most important reasons why he loved his wife even more now than he did before. For a woman to go through all the pain and suffering and even face the risk of death just to give birth to a child, which man wouldn't love his wife even more after all that? A stupid idiot. No doubt about it. Of course, Jin Liwei wasn't a stupid idiot. This was why his love for his wife was overflowing even more than before he married her. Iris saw how he was looking at her and felt amused. What are you thinking about? You. She laughed. And our kids, he added. Her laughter transformed into a soft smile. We have amazing kids, Liwei. I know. Thanks to you. She clasped her hand with his and leaned her head on his shoulder. I couldn't have made our babies without you. I know. This time he looked smug. Only the two of them could create such beautiful children together. Perhaps they were seeing their own kids with rose-colored filter eyes just like any other parents. But they really thought that their own biological children were the most amazing in the whole world. Even so, Jin Liwei was still clear-headed enough to continue his resolve to be the disciplinarian in the family. His wife was perfect in almost every way, except when it came to their children. She had always been too soft-hearted and would spoil the kids to no end. He needed to balance it out with his strictness in order to prevent their kids from going astray and growing up into disastrous spoiled brats. Finally, they arrived at a nondescript office building. Jin Liwei got off the vehicle first and helped his wife. Next, then they walked together to the building followed by Dom and their bodyguards. Their movements were quick, so the passers-by didn't notice that the nation's current most famous power couple just walked by them. They rode the elevator to the topmost floor. When they stepped out of the elevator, they were greeted by the imposing logo of Phantom Dragon Fonts. Welcome, President Long and CEO Jin. The new CEO of Phantom Dragon Funds greeted them. Xiao Yu, Iris' longtime personal financial manager, only helped her establish the new investment company at the beginning until they found someone competent to manage it. The new CEO was the product of Xiao Yu's longtime friend in the financial management industry. At Xiao Yu's recommendation, Iris had the man's background checked before aggressively recruiting and successfully hiring him as Phantom Dragon Fund's new CEO. The new CEO was eager to showcase his management and leadership skills. In no time, he hired a full company staff and executed Iris orders, especially their #1 priority at the moment, buying as much Long Industries shares as possible. Iris was very satisfied with this CEO's performance so far. To the outside world, Phantom Dragon Funds was an up-and-coming startup that was taking the investment world by storm. It helped that its new CEO was a young hotshot that many predicted would become one of the nation's business leaders in the future. In order to keep the new CEO long-term and inspire loyalty, Iris made a decisive choice. She granted 5% shares of Phantom Dragon Funds to him. This was one of the things she learned from Grandpa Liu. People would work harder when they knew that their own interests would be affected. And it really worked. Once he received the ownership certificate for the 5% shares, the CEO became even more motivated. If not for Iris' stern reminder not to put in unnecessary overtime, then he would probably live in his office and work all hours of the day. Phantom Dragon Funds was only established very recently, and yet it already had stakes in various successful businesses not only in the domestic market, but also internationally. Its aggressive acquisition of Long Industries' scattered shares wasn't viewed as anything special because Phantom Dragon Funds was also doing it to other companies. However, many were skeptical about Phantom Dragon Funds' investment focus. Others had noticed that it had also invested quite heavily in questionable technological startup companies domestically and internationally that were considered too risky or even deemed impossible to make into fruition. This led some analysts to guess that the true owner of the investment company might be an eccentric billionaire who had more money than he could spend. So he wanted to waste it on pursuing impossible dreams of fantasies by investing in ridiculous businesses. These assumptions didn't faze Iris at all. She felt amused when she heard them. Those analysts' guesses were so far off the mark that she could only laugh. Sure, she could already be considered a billionaire because she married one. Their prenuptial agreement made it so that once she married Jin Liwei, all of their wealth merged. Despite this, she still wanted to achieve global billionaire status in her own right without relying too much on her husband's ready-made assets. As for being eccentric, well, that part was indeed correct. She was a cross-academy student after all, and there was a saying that all cross-academy students were eccentrics in one way or another no matter how normal they appeared. Iris pushed all of these random thoughts out of her mind. She had a more important task to accomplish today. Jin Liwei kissed her cheek and instructed the others to take care of her before leaving to do his own thing. Iris, Dom, and her bodyguards followed the new CEO of Phantom Dragon Funds to a conference room. The other staff members were already waiting inside. Dom and the bodyguard stayed outside near the door, ready to spring into action if Iris needed them. Information about Phantom Dragon Funds being a company under Eve Holdings wasn't revealed to the public eye yet. Of course, if someone wanted to dig deeper, they were welcome to do so. The big question was if they were capable enough to uncover it. Because who was Iris Long? She was a world-class genius hacker, not to mention that she had 2 powerful cat AI children always assisting her in doing whatever she wanted. Concealing any information was a piece of cake for this trio of powerful computer experts. To mislead outsiders, she arranged it so that Phantom Dragon Funds was far away from Eve Holdings' headquarters for now. With Jin Liwei gone, Iris became the most powerful figure in the conference room. Her aura became even more imposing and even started to intimidate the new CEO and the staff. The CEO took a deep breath and presented their progress to Iris so far. She nodded in satisfaction. The atmosphere relaxed for a bit, relieving the staff present. Elder Long Jufeng has performed well in fulfilling his part of the deal, Iris said. He has been helping out a lot in mediating between us and the other shareholders. Give him more benefits, but not too much. Understood, the CEO replied. Now that Mao Textiles is bankrupt, it's like cutting off one of Long Huey's wings. We are now ahead in acquiring the scattered shares. We are, the CEO confirmed. He was now smiling, looking pleased with himself and his staff's achievements in following their big boss orders. She shot him a pointed look. I want to be the majority shareholder of Long Industries. Make it happen. The CEO hesitated for a moment, but determination flashed in his eyes. I'll make it happen. No, we'll make it happen. He looked at each of his staff members straight in the eyes. Am I right? Yes, that's right, the other staff members echoed. The CEO's assistant knocked on the door. President Long Tengfei of Long Industries has arrived 10 minutes early for his appointment. Everyone glanced at Iris. She smiled. He arrived rather early. How punctual of him. We shouldn't keep President Long Tengfei waiting for 10 more minutes for his appointment. Let him in now. The assistant executed her order. A few minutes later, Long Tengfei arrived with his longtime assistant, Kai Guang. They passed by the CEO's office. Long Tengfei frowned and couldn't help but ask, HM? We aren't meeting your CEO today. The assistant gave him a polite yet mysterious smile. Please don't worry, President Long. Our CEO is already waiting for you with our owner. They're looking forward to meeting you at our conference room. Long Tengfei was surprised but also pleased. He had also heard of many rumors about the eccentric billionaire owner of Phantom Dragon Funds. No matter how hard he tried to investigate, his people couldn't dig out the true identity of this new investment company's owner. He even once suspected that the owner might be his youngest daughter, Long Xiaolon, but he squashed the thought as soon as it appeared. Looking at the latest investment decisions of Phantom Dragon Funds, he didn't think that his son-in-law, Jin Liwei, would allow his wife's company to make such reckless moves. His son-in-law was known in the business world as a reliable and consistent leader. He wasn't the type to make any impulsive decisions like what Phantom Dragon Funds was doing. At first, Long Tengfei thought that Phantom Dragon Funds was targeting his Long Industries. But on closer inspection, it was doing the same thing to other businesses, both new and long-established ones. It was aggressively acquiring as many shares as it could buy. His Long Industries wasn't anything special when viewed from this perspective. Besides, the acquisition of shares itself wasn't a bad thing. It even helped in increasing the value of the shares due to the attention. The total value of Long Industries as a company had increased a lot since Phantom Dragon Funds started targeting its shares. In a way, Long Tengfei should be thankful for it. However, his intuition as a businessman honed from decades of experience couldn't help but sound an alarm at the too aggressive acquisition of shares of his company. He suspected that there might be something in play behind the scenes that he hadn't figured out yet. He needed more information about the other party's real intention as to why they wanted to acquire so many of his company's shares. Long Industries was his life and blood. There was even a point in his life when he thought it was more important than his children. Of course, he was already starting to mend his ways, but Long Industries was still an important part of his life and identity. He couldn't allow anyone to blindside him and take his company away without a fight. This was why he wanted to meet the people behind Phantom Dragon Funds in person. It was only now that the other party accepted his invitation for a meeting. He was initially displeased. He thought that they were too cocky for their own good. Typical behavior of ambitious youngsters just setting foot in the industry. Now, however, his displeasure turned into anticipation after hearing that the owner was finally willing to show his face to others. Long Tengfei couldn't wait to meet the mysterious eccentric owner behind Phantom Dragon Funds. They arrived in front of a closed door. The assistant knocked on the door before opening it. Long Tengfei and Kai Guang walked inside the conference room, ready to greet the CEO and the mysterious owner. Then they were both stunned. Iris stood up from her seat at the head of the table and gave them a dazzling smile. Her smile blinded them, further freezing them on the spot. Hello, father. She greeted Long Tengfei first before nodding at Kai Guang. Welcome to my Phantom Dragon Funds. I heard from my CEO that you've been looking forward to meeting me. Please sit down. What would you like to drink? Coffee, tea, juice, water. Why you Xiaolon? Long Tengfei stammered. Iris tilted her head to the side and smiled. Yes, father. It's me. Long Tengfei didn't remain shocked for too long. He had already experienced far more shocking bombshells thrown by his youngest daughter before today. The first time was when he discovered that his daughter was in a romantic relationship with CEO Jin Liwei of Jin Corporation. The second time was when he learned that his daughter was actually a rare genius and even enrolled in the legendary School for Geniuses, Cross Academy. The The third time was when he unknowingly attended his youngest daughter's surprise wedding and learned that she was also pregnant at the same time. And finally, the biggest shock, more like the biggest happy surprise so far, was when his youngest daughter plus his other daughter gave birth to their own sets of twin sons respectively. Of course, there were many more shocking bombshells in between these huge ones. He should have already become numb at being shocked by his youngest daughter all the time, but in fact, he still couldn't get used to it. His daughter, Long Xiaolon, was too much of an outlier among the people he knew. Most of the time, she didn't conform to logic. She loved to shock others. She'll give me a heart attack one day if she continues like this, he thought, feeling helpless. Finally, he asked, "You're the owner of Phantom Dragon Funds?" he asked. "Correct." Iris didn't deny it. Long Tingfei sighed. He glanced at his longtime assistant Kai Guang, who still hadn't recovered from his stunned state. Then he didn't stand on ceremony and sat down. He felt exhausted all of a sudden. "Tea," he requested. "No, I want coffee instead." He needed something stronger than tea to face this cunning daughter of his. Looking around the elegant yet imposing conference room, the fact that his daughter threw him this kind of curveball was starting to sink in. Indeed, she was a genius. Someone average couldn't possibly set up a new company and grow it at the speed of light like this. Only a genius like her could create a diabolical company and target her own father's company, wanting to swallow it, while at the same time doing the same to other companies to make it look less conspicuous. So he had been right to suspect his youngest daughter before. She indeed owned Phantom Dragon Funds, and yet he retracted this suspicion after falsely believing that his supposedly reliable son-in-law wouldn't allow Iris to run a company investing an enormous amount of money so recklessly like this. It turned out that his son-in-law, Jin Liwei, loved his wife too much that he would allow her to do anything she wanted despite the possible disastrous consequences. Long Tingfei once again sighed. He felt a dull ache in his head. When the CEO himself served him and Kai Guang a cup of black coffee each, he would have downed it in one go if it wasn't so scalding hot. The other staff already left. Only Iris, the CEO, Long Tingfei, and Kai Guang were left in the conference room. "Xiaolon," Long Tingfei began saying, but couldn't formulate a coherent sentence to tell her daughter yet. "Father." "No, I should call you President Long Tingfei since we're in an official business setting," Iris said. "I know what you want to ask me. I won't waste any more time and keep you guessing." "Yes, I own Phantom Dragon Funds since day one," Iris said. "And also yes, I set it up primarily to win the majority shareholder rights at Long Industries. Of course, now that my investment company is running well, no matter what the outcome in my battle at Long Industries, I intend to let Phantom Dragon Funds continue investing in various businesses in different sectors and also continue helping out promising entrepreneurs in realizing their dreams." She looked at Long Tingfei straight in the eye. "I want you to remember this, President Long Tingfei. I want Long Industries, but I don't necessarily need it. After all, I'm still a businesswoman who already owns multiple successful companies." She made sure to emphasize the word successful. Long Tingfei immediately understood the point she made. He asked, "Does it have to be this way?" The smile disappeared from Iris' face. "No, it doesn't have to be this way." His heart did a hopeful skip. But before he could finish his sentence, Iris interrupted him. "But if Long Hui becomes the next head of Long Industries and the clan, then it will have to be this way. I already told you this so many times before. I won't allow him to succeed after all the things he did. I know that you had been grooming him since he was a child to be your successor, but I want you to look clearly at his abilities without any bias. Do you think that he'll be a good leader?" He didn't answer. He couldn't. Iris continued, "Fine, I admit that. His business sense is not terrible, but it's nothing extraordinary either. Big sister Jinjing is so much more skilled than him. Oh, and before you get any ideas about her, I'm not giving her to your company, so don't even think about it, President Long. She belongs to my Orchidia." Long Tingfei scowled, not sure whether to laugh or cry. "I didn't say that I'm trying to poach your sister away from you. Even if you try poaching her, she won't be tempted anyway." She shrugged. "The benefits of all my companies are so much better than Long Industries. So unless you threaten her with filial piety, she won't be moved to leave my company to work for you." He became speechless. Her daughter's tone was polite, yet her words were extremely savage. It was clear that she was criticizing his company and making it sound like it couldn't compare to her own companies. Before he could even have the chance to retort, she added, "Even Big Brother Jin is a much better leader than Longhui. His performance and the results of his projects are much more commendable than your eldest sons who have everything handed to him on a silver platter." Once again, he couldn't out-argue her. "And lastly, me." She pointed at herself. "Is there any need to question my abilities at this point? Even if you subtract my husband's power and influence from me, I have still built several successful businesses with stable foundations with my ability. Now tell me, President Long, I'm going to ask you this for the last time because I don't want to keep repeating myself to you. Which one among us siblings do you think is the best choice to become the next head of your company? Be honest and judge it according to your criteria as a wise businessman with decades-long experience and not as a biased parent." Silence filled the conference room. Phantom Dragon Fund CEO and Kai Guang dared not breathe too loudly as they watched the tense confrontation between the father and daughter. They could imagine an old, noble dragon facing off against an bold, fearless young dragon. The sparks between the two almost singed the hairs off their heads. Long Tingfei was the first one to break the tense silence. "You are indeed my daughter." Iris raised an eyebrow. What did he mean by saying that? Was he praising or criticizing her? He sighed again. He didn't know how many times he had sighed today. This sigh, however, seemed to be the heaviest. "All right, Xiaolon," he said. "Based on what I can see, you are indeed the best choice to succeed as the next head of Long Industries." Her bright smile returned. His tired look was replaced by seriousness. "I can make it official and publicly announce you as my successor, if that's what you want. But that won't silence the detractors against you. Despite everything that happened to your eldest brother, he's still my firstborn and the one expected to inherit my mantle as the next head of Long Industries." "I know," she replied. Using this, he gestured at her office. "Phantom Dragon funds of yours to forcefully snatch the majority stake of Long Industries will indeed aid your plans, but it will also leave your rule extremely unstable. Since you're so proud of your current businesses that you built with stable foundations, then you must also prioritize stabilizing your position at Long Industries if you want to become the next head. I might have already chosen you, but it's useless if the rest of the company refuses to acknowledge you." "Challenge accepted," she said with a smile. "There is one way to allow the rest of the company to accept you more easily. That is, if you're willing to do it." "Oh." She raised an eyebrow, feeling intrigued. "Reveal that you're an active student at Cross Academy and provide proof of your admittance." She didn't respond right away. Once people learn that you're affiliated with such a renowned world-class educational institution, then it's easier for them to accept you as my successor and not doubt you too much. "Because I'll be labeled as a genius and not just as a product of nepotism, is what you mean," she said. "Exactly." She tilted her head to the side and pondered about it. "I'll eventually reveal my connection to Cross Academy. I'll think about when." "Suit yourself," he could only say. Long Tingfei didn't understand why his daughter would withhold such an important achievement from the public. If it were any other normal person, they would have already bragged about it long ago. And yet his daughter kept it a secret for so long. Despite his inner thoughts, he didn't persuade her any further. He knew long ago that his youngest daughter was the most willful among his children. Nobody could force her to do anything that she didn't want to do. She was like a bulldozer who would trample upon anyone who dared to stand in her way, even if they were her own parents. Looking at her now, he knew that there was no changing her mind about whatever she had decided. She had her plans. But since he already acknowledged her as his successor, then he could only try to minimize the damage and outrage that would certainly occur to the already hostile relationship between his eldest son and his other children. "You can continue being Long Industries' brand ambassador, but I'll still arrange an official position with actual power in the company for you," he promised her. "I can do this much as the head of the company and as a father. You'll face more criticism compared to your two older brothers because you didn't start from the bottom like them." She shrugged at his warning. "I don't mind criticisms. I eat them for breakfast." "You." He sighed again and shook his head. He didn't bother responding to her witty quip. Instead, he said, "Xiaolon, I know that you have a grudge against your eldest brother, but he's still your blood-related sibling. Can you just leave him a little leeway without being too ruthless? You still remember what he did to your eldest grandson, right? Even if you don't care about Jiang Yingyu, you must still consider little June in your heart. And don't forget about his now ex-wife. Mao Chiyue, that vicious woman. Not only did she slander Jiang Yingyu, but she almost harmed my godson. Even now, the Maos are still so vindictive despite already suffering retribution for their actions. They have no remorse at all. If not for my husband's tight security team, then the Maos would have already harmed your eldest grandson and his mother many times over. So, President Long, if you want me to stop being too ruthless to your eldest son, then you must also educate him first to conduct himself and the people closest to him properly. He's the one who didn't want to play fair first. I'm only retaliating. I'm not a saint or a martyr. I'm not going to smile and turn the other cheek when somebody is treating me and my loved ones poorly. And to be honest, I'm not even that ruthless to him yet. I'm still leaving it to the law to punish him according to the level of his misdeeds. If I were to be really ruthless to him, then he wouldn't even have the time and energy to scheme against anyone ever again, because he'd be too busy just trying to survive. You understand what I mean, President Long? The conversation between the father and daughter didn't end well. They might technically not have quarreled, but the tension between them was almost too much to bear for Kai Guang and Phantom Dragon Fund CEO. There was no satisfactory conclusion about Long Tingfei's plea for her eldest son to his youngest daughter in today's meeting. Long Tingfei might have already chosen his youngest daughter as his successor, but he didn't feel at ease. Not at all. He knew that his eldest son's misdeeds had piled up too high that it was already justifiable for him to negate Long Hui's qualifications as the successor of Long Industries. But Long Hui was still the son that he had painstakingly groomed as his successor for so many years. These conflicting emotions had already caused him indecision so many times when it came to his children's battle for succession. With a heavy heart, he bid goodbye to his youngest daughter and left with Kai Guang. Silence filled the vehicle as they made their way back to Long Industries. Will everything be fine in the end? He asked no one in particular. His longtime loyal assistant, Kai Guang, thought that his boss was speaking to him. He replied, "Young Miss Xiaolan might be temperamental, but she has already proven to be an excellent business leader. I believe that she'll do what's best for the company after she takes over, and that includes how to deal with eldest young Master Hui and second young Master Jian. I'm sure that she'll still remember them as her biological brother no matter what." Long Tingfei sighed, closed his eyes, and tried to calm his restless mind and heart. "I hope you're right. I really hope that you're right. ####. After Long Tingfei left, Iris noticed that the eyes of Phantom Dragon Fund So were shining while looking at her. "Is it true that you're a Cross Academy student?" he asked, unable to contain his excitement. She nodded, not bothering to conceal it. It was true anyway. There was no need to hide it from him, especially since she already considered him as one of her people after becoming the new CEO of Phantom Dragon Funds. Awesome. The usually cool and competent man now looked like a giddy teenager who had met his idol in person for the first time. "I always dreamed of being admitted to Cross Academy after watching an unauthorized documentary about it when I was a kid. Unfortunately, I don't qualify." "You graduated from an Ivy League business school, just like my husband," she said. "Many people also dream of being admitted to your alma mater. There's no need to feel envious of me. You're already impressive in your own right." "I know, boss. I'm not belittling my own achievements. I worked hard for every single one of them. But it's Cross Academy. The legendary Cross Academy. It's the highest level among the world-class schools in the world. The top among the top. Do you know how many people would kill just to set foot in there?" Cross Academy. Iris humored the excited man's curiosity and answered most of his questions. As long as no sensitive private matters were violated, she shared some information about Cross Academy. Afterward, he asked in a confused tone, "Why won't you reveal that you're a Cross Academy student?" She crossed her legs and sipped her hot tea. "Just like you said, Cross Academy is legendary. All of U.S. Cross Academy students have our own pride. Right now, I don't feel that I have enough personal achievements in my current fields of study, namely foreign languages and business administration. I'm also a celebrity. Every move I make can be made into hot news. What I want is to be big enough to wear the title of Cross Academy student with ease and not the title wearing me down instead. Although I don't care much about what others think about me, I don't want them saying that I'm not good enough for Cross Academy." He didn't completely understand what she meant, but he respected her decision. Now that he knew that his boss was a certified genius from Cross Academy, his respect for her became absolute. It would be a lie if he said that he didn't look down and underestimate Iris Long a bit before she hired him as the new CEO of Phantom Dragon Funds. Like others, he held some misconceptions about her. For example, she only became successful because of her identity as a wealthy young miss, and later as the wife of CEO Jin Liwei. It was only after working closely together with her on running Phantom Dragon Funds that he discovered that this woman was a force to be reckoned with in her own right. Now that he learned that she was also admitted to Cross Academy, he definitely became loyal to her in addition to gaining more respect for her. Iris didn't mind the almost fanatic gaze of the man. There was respect and awe in his eyes. What she didn't tell him was that she wanted to prove herself first by honing her translation skills and by becoming a global billionaire. Although others would argue that her current achievements were already enough, her past achievements as Evelina Vetrova at Cross Academy were too enormous compared to the current her. She wanted to surpass her past achievements to satisfy her competitive spirit, even though her competitor was none other than herself. Only then would she be confident and proud enough to reveal her identity as a Cross Academy student. #####. Long Tingfei was true to his word. After a few days, he immediately released an official announcement appointing the current celebrity brand ambassador, Iris Long, as the new Deputy Chief Marketing Officer of Long Industries. The news was even reported by the media. This decision caused an uproar in the company, especially among the board of directors. Iris arrived at Long Industries with great fanfare. She didn't avoid the reporters gathered outside the company building and even entertained a few questions from them. Then Dom and her bodyguards, together with the company security staff, safely escorted her inside. Long Jian, the company's deputy chief operating officer, was the one who personally welcomed her and led her up to the president's office. "This is not a smart move," he told her once they were enclosed in the elevator. "There are many who are planning to sabotage you now that you have risen directly to deputy CMO. Even the former deputy CMO, now promoted as the new chief marketing officer, expressed his dissatisfaction at your sudden promotion." "I know." Iris wasn't perturbed at all, but still gave him a grateful smile for the warning. He gave her a weak scoff, trying his best to act disgusted at her grateful smile. Iris shrugged while listening to him talk about some of the most relevant company gossip. She already did extensive background research with ketchup and bacon on the people that she would be closely working with at Long Industries now that she was the new deputy CMO. The previous deputy CMO was now her immediate superior, promoted to chief marketing officer. The previous CMO had retired. According to her research, the new CMO was planning on promoting his own product as his deputy, but was instead blindsided by President Long Tengfei's decision to promote his daughter. Of course, he wouldn't be too happy about it. Iris didn't care too much about this kind of petty politics in the office. She was ready to prove herself to the CMO and to everyone in the company that she was more than qualified for the position. Nevertheless, she was still surprised when she found out that Long Tengfei appointed her as the new deputy CMO, when he promised a few days ago that he would give her an official position in the company. With real power, she assumed that she'd become an upper mid-level manager and not an executive so soon. But she quickly recovered and didn't hesitate to accept the appointment and go for her first day at work at Long Industries as soon as possible. Why would she reject it? At least, Long Tengfei was true to his word and already helped pave the way for her as his successor as the head of Long Industries. Long Jian asked beside her, interrupting her thoughts. "Can you handle the additional workload?" She looked at him and raised an eyebrow. "Are you worried about me, my dear brother?" He pretended to shiver. "Stop using that sweet tone on me. Who's worried about you? Don't forget that we're opponents, okay?" "Opponents?" "Oh." Iris stopped teasing him and instead began checking her immaculate manicure, looking uninterested. There's no way I'll feel worried about you. I'm only like this because of our temporary alliance. We need each other's help to stabilize our positions and influence in this company, and most importantly, to kick out that **** Long Hui. Once that's done, to each our own. Understand?" She nodded. "Of course." He snorted but still carefully led her to their father's office once they exited the elevator. Waiting for them inside the president's office were Long Tengfei and also the newly appointed chief marketing officer. Iris could feel the other party's eyes inspecting her, but she wasn't fazed. At least, she could sense that the CMO wasn't overtly hostile to her. Although she didn't know the CMO as a person yet, based on the background investigations she and her AI cat children conducted, he was always professional and took his work seriously. This kind of person wouldn't backstab other people for his gain. She hoped that he was as she expected. If he was, then she just needed to display her high standard of professionalism and abilities. Besides, what others thought of her wasn't her business. As long as she accomplished her tasks, she didn't care about people's opinions about her in this company. Her goal at Long Industries was different compared to her goals for her own businesses. She only viewed herself as a temporary vessel to acquire the company and run it for a few years before handing it to the next successor. If little June grew up to be a competent leader, then she would hand the company to her godson in a heartbeat. But if the child wasn't interested, she could still find and groom other potential candidates and choose the best among them. As long as it wasn't Long Hui or any of his greedy minions, Iris had no problem handing over the responsibility of running Long Industries to another competent leader. But the person must pass her high criteria first. The introductions at the president's office were very brief. Long Tingfei simply made the introductions. His move was meant as a signal to the new CMO that he was backing his youngest daughter and the CMO better take care of her. The CMO pretended not to notice. His expression looked stern right from the start. Long Jian looked like he still wanted to say something to Iris, but the CMO already led her away to her new office. The CMO was her direct superior. He was very perfunctory in introducing her to their team, but Iris didn't mind. They immediately convened in the conference room. The CMO handed her a folder containing a series of documents. These are the company's current marketing plans. We plan to expand our shipping routes in Europe and renew our current partnerships in Asia and North America. The current routes in the other continents will remain as they are for now. Review each of the plans, make suggestions as you see fit for our team to review, and then present the finalized plans next week. Iris didn't change her expression as she opened the folder and began speed reading the documents. The CMO and the others didn't know whether she was just pretending to be calm or if she was really confident in her new position in the company. To be honest, most of them were disgruntled upon learning that she was parachuted by her father, especially those who were vying for the position of deputy CMO. Those ones believed that they were more competent and qualified to become the new deputy chief marketing officer than her. When they first learned that President Long Tingfei assigned his celebrity daughter, Iris Long, to be the next deputy CMO, they thought that it was an absurd decision. But what could they do? The higher-ups were the ones making the major decisions. They just needed to obey whether they liked it or not. As for working with Iris Long, they would just close one eye and pretend to be harmonious with her. No matter how dissatisfied they felt at her sudden promotion, she was still the president's daughter after all. What happened was clear nepotism. Those who claimed otherwise were either blind or a fool. They just hoped that she wouldn't drag their team down too much. As long as she wouldn't rock the boat too much, then they could ignore her other inadequacies. Most importantly, they didn't want to offend her because she had the biggest backer in the country's business world, her husband, Jin Liwei of Jin Corporation. CEO Jin was known to blacklist individuals that offended him before. They were all corporate workers. It wasn't worth it to offend an overbearing ancestor like CEO Jin. It was true that when the gods fought, the mortals would be the ones to suffer the most. Iris might not hear their thoughts, but she could sense them. She didn't care. All she cared about was familiarizing herself with her new workplace. She was already grateful that the CMO was professional enough and even prepared this mini-orientation for her. They might not believe in her yet, but at least they respected her enough not to openly give her a bad attitude. Afterward, she immediately went to work in her newly assigned office. They were very thorough and even assigned an assistant to her, albeit it was a newbie. "Boss, do you need me to do something for you?" The assistant was eager to please. Iris glanced at her and blinked a few times. You look familiar. Have we met before?" The nervous assistant's eyes lit up, but was unable to reply to her question immediately. Iris was unsure whether her new assistant was too timid or too excited. Although Iris wasn't too pleased at the assistant's apparent timidity, she decided to give her the benefit of the doubt and allow the person some time to display her abilities. The most important thing was that Iris could sense the assistant's sincerity in her desire to please her. "Go and ask Dom about my preferences," Iris ended up telling her. "Understood, Boss Iris." Dom returned to her side after she started to settle in her new office. She watched as her new assistant spoke with Dom. Then it struck her why the person looked familiar. When her new assistant returned with a cup of hot black tea made from tea leaves that Dom especially bought from home, Iris smiled at her. "I remember you now," she said. "You're a Black Star, aren't you?" The new assistant gasped and became teary-eyed. "I didn't think that you'll remember me, Boss Iris." "Of course, I remember you." Iris took a sip from her cup of tea. "I've seen you a couple of times supporting me in the audience when I attended some talk shows before I took hiatus from showbiz." The new assistant became even more excited and pledged her undying loyalty to Iris. "I originally wanted to apply to Orchidia, but my college mentor knows your father, President Long Tingfei, and recommended me to work for you as your new assistant here at Long Industries instead. It's very sudden and I only got the call last night, but I immediately accepted the job. I hope that you can depend on me like how you depend on Brother Dom. Please take care of me, then," Iris said with a sincere smile. The new assistant beamed. Now that Iris knew that her new assistant was a Black Star, her initial misgiving about the person's apparent timidity disappeared. She didn't stand on ceremony and immediately assigned some tasks to this new assistant of hers. In the meantime, Ketchup also worked fast and gathered background information about the young woman. Iris read through it and couldn't help but nod in approval. The young woman's education was quite impressive. Top 3 of her entire batch in university. Not bad. Iris didn't think that working as her assistant was a downgrade for a new graduate with good prospects. As long as the young woman could prove herself, then Iris would give her better opportunities to climb the corporate ladder in the future. This was only the first day. Black Star or not, Iris intended to test her new assistant's abilities. If she was reliable, then she would keep her. If not, then she would let her go. Simple as that. Nevertheless, the background information that Ketchup gathered showed that the new assistant was quite promising. Her background was also clean. Only time would tell if the young woman would be able to satisfy Iris. "Dom, show her the ropes about how I want things done," she instructed. "No problem, boss." Dom gave her an okay sign with his fingers. Iris returned to her own tasks. The CMO and the others might not believe in her abilities yet, but she was satisfied with this job appointment. Only a fool would reject Long Tingfei's goodwill of directly appointing her as the Deputy Chief Marketing Officer. Long Tingfei didn't assign her this position just for the sake of giving her a job title with actual power. He actually thought it through. She was a celebrity. What better way to utilize her fame than to assign her to the marketing department? This way, she would be able to perform well and show results quickly. Iris understood Long Tingfei's thought process. Even though she didn't need such careful consideration because she was confident about her abilities, she still felt a little touched. Just a little bit. "Ketchup, ask your dad to recommend a bottle of alcohol to gift your Grandpa Long," she instructed her cat AI daughter. Aye, mommy." Meow. Not even a minute later, Jin Liwei directly called her. "Happy with the arrangement there?" he asked in his low, sexy voice. Her lips curled into a smile. "Yes. Good to hear. Don't worry about the alcohol. I'll take care of it and personally choose a good one from our wine cellar at home. Long Tingfei is still my father-in-law, after all. I'll have to also thank him for taking care of my wife this time." Iris chuckled. "All right, I'll leave it to you then." The husband and wife chatted for a couple more minutes before hanging up to focus on their own respective work. ####. Iris started coming to Long Industries and working there for a few hours every day. She didn't care about other people's criticisms of her not following the company's office hours, both regular and overtime hours. All she cared about was completing the tasks assigned to her by her direct superior, the Chief Marketing Officer. If not for the need to interact with other people and show her presence in the company, she wouldn't even bother going to the company in person every day and just complete the work remotely at home. But this was an important period for her to extend her influence at Long Industries. Whether she liked it or not, showing up in person at the office was necessary for her plans. Others thought that her showing up at the company for only a couple of hours each day was a sign that she was slacking off. She could hear people gossiping about her. They were complaining about how unfair it was for them to work regular hours and even overtime, but she would only show up for a couple of hours or so at most. Iris only shrugged at their grievances. They could only see what they wanted to see. They didn't see that in the short couple of hours or so that she was at the office, She completed more tasks than they could finish in a couple of weeks. They couldn't match her level of productivity even if they tried. Besides, all this time, she wasn't just working for Long Industries. She also had her own businesses, not to mention that she was still working on her collaboration with her music mentor, Enrique Valdez, in preparation for her showbiz comeback. Most importantly, she was also a new mother who couldn't bear to leave her babies for too long. There were also other miscellaneous tasks that needed her attention. If those criticizing her could only see what her typical day looked like, they might vomit and even collapse from exhaustion just imagining it. To Iris, however, every day felt very fulfilling instead. She already completed the big tasks that Long Industries CMO assigned her, the marketing plans. Her husband, Jin Liwei, also helped provide some useful and practical suggestions. She was only waiting for the day to present them on the deadline. She didn't want to appear too eager to prove herself to the company by presenting it earlier than the agreed date. She was biding her time before striking. Follow author on Instagram. Iris might appear like she was only doing the bare minimum, but the quality of her work was unquestionable. For her, it wasn't based on how long she spent working on the tasks but on the quality of the results. This had always been her principle whenever she worked on something. After another day of hard work, Iris went home and headed straight to the nursery to hug her babies. Mama, Mama, little Machi and little Matcha immediately abandoned their toys and crawled up to her. She knelt on the floor and caught her twins. The cats and puppies also ran in circles around her, each trying to catch her attention. Little June wasn't at home, unfortunately. It was Jiang Yingyu's day off today. She took her son to Lin Yihan's farm villa for an overnight stay. Everyone could see Lin Yihan's painstaking efforts in trying to bond with his soon-to-be stepson so that little June wouldn't feel neglected in any way. This was especially important since Lin Yihan and Jiang Yingyu were already starting to plan their wedding. Lin Yihan's farm villa was quite far from Dragon Palace, but he would still take the time and effort to drive the long distance almost every day just to spend more quality time with the mother and son. Even when Jiang Yingyu was on duty at the mansion, Lin Yihan didn't mind and insisted on spending time with little June instead. Everyone witnessed his sincerity. He really treated the mother and son as his own family now. Although her godson was absent, Iris was still happy to see her babies welcoming her home. She kissed her children a few times and couldn't help but sigh in contentment. Mommy is recharged now, thanks to my babies. Little Machi giggled and also gave her plenty of drooly smooches on the cheek. Little Matcha was a bit more reserved, only giving her one kiss on the cheek. She played with her children for some time before Ketchup informed her that Jin Liwei had arrived home. She and Dom carried the twins to welcome her husband. The cats and puppies also followed by their feet. Jin Liwei's stern expression immediately softened upon seeing his family welcoming him home. He took little Matcha, who was reaching for him from Dom, and went straight to his wife and other son, little Machi. The family of four embraced each other. The cats and puppies also rubbed themselves against their legs. The family was about to head straight for a meal when Dom received a call. "Boss, it's Big Sis you," Dom said. Iris took the phone and listened to a frantic Jiang Yingyu. "Calm down, Yingyu," Iris said, trying to calm down Jiang Yingyu. "I can't understand what you're saying. Explain to me slowly and clearly." The calmer Lin Yihan took over the call from his fiancée to explain the situation. Iris put the call on loudspeaker so that her husband could also listen. It turned out that little June was having a fever. The child had been fine and energetic like usual in the morning, but by the afternoon, he began to feel lethargic. Jiang Yingyu allowed her son to take a longer nap than usual, but when she checked on little June just now, she found her son burning up with a fever. Iris was also worried about her godson. She glanced at Jin Liwei. "Eldest brother, drive little June to the hospital," Jin Liwei said. "Xiaolan and I will follow you shortly." "We're almost at the hospital," Lin Yihan told them. Yingyu is beside herself with worry. "Please have Xiaolan come and help comfort her." "Of course, we'll be right there," Jin Liwei replied. After the phone call ended, Jin Liwei entrusted the kids to the nannies and instructed the butler to drive one of his cars to the front driveway while Iris rushed to get her bag. Dom, on the other hand, ran to the medical wing. They didn't even bother changing their clothes before hurrying to the driveway, where Jin Liwei was already waiting. Iris sat in the front passenger seat while Dom and the in-house doctor sat in the back. As soon as the last door closed, Jin Liwei drove away with the engine roaring. Iris was filled with worry. If only she could teleport to her godson's side, she would have already done it in a heartbeat. Now that she was a mother herself, her worry for children increased several-fold. Jin Liwei held her hand and squeezed it. Our godson will be fine. She nodded. Little June would be fine. He should be fine. Eldest brother Yihan is with them, he assured her. He won't let anything happen to little June. He already cares about the little guy like his own son. I know, Iris said with a sigh. We can all see eldest brother Yihan's efforts in caring for little June. His interactions with little June always feel natural. There's no awkwardness at all. So far he's fulfilling his promise of treating little June like his biological son. Ingyu said that this is the biggest reason why she decided to accept eldest brother Yihan and even took the initiative to propose marriage to him. He's just too good to pass up. Very true, Dom echoed from the back seat. Big sis, you did indeed say that. After speaking, Dom returned to shutting his eyes and clasping his hands together to continue praying for little June's safety and good health. The in-house doctor beside him was quietly contacting her peers from the hospital where Lin Yihan planned to take little June. Iris did her best to calm down. Then she patted Jin Liwei's hand that was holding hers. Drive safely. We're in a rush, but safety is still a priority. Jin Liwei didn't argue. He gave her hand another gentle squeeze before focusing on driving. Iris tried calling Jiang Yingyu and Lin Yihan a few times, but unfortunately, the call was unable to go through. Finally, Iris and Jin Liwei's group arrived at the hospital. Iris couldn't contact either Jiang Yingyu or Lin Yihan at all. Fortunately, their in-house doctor was able to contact some of her peers working at the hospital and gathered information about little June as soon as he was admitted. Thanks to the doctor, Iris and Jin Liwei's group headed straight to little June's private room without having to search like headless chickens. As soon as they entered the private room, Jiang Yingyu threw herself at Iris and sobbed. Iris patted Jiang Yingyu's shaking, muscled shoulders, trying to comfort her, while Jin Liwei asked Lin Yihan about the child's condition. Outside in the hallway, the in-house doctor spoke with the doctor assigned to little June, while Dom busied himself coordinating with the bodyguards who followed them in another car and the hospital's security to make sure that Iris' presence in the hospital remained a secret. It would be too much trouble if the paparazzi discovered Iris at the hospital and started disturbing the other patients and medical staff just to get some footage of her. When Jiang Yingyu somewhat calmed down, she felt a little embarrassed. It was very rare for her to lose control of her emotions like this. Sorry, she whispered. Don't apologize, Iris said, continuing to pat her. We're both mothers. I understand your worry and fear for your child. Little June is also my godson. I feel the same way as you. Then the two walked to the hospital bed where little June was now sleeping. Iris stroked her sleeping godson's hair and kissed his forehead. It was still warm to the touch, causing her heart to clench. The poor child looked pale and exhausted. Iris' eyes couldn't help but mist over at the sight of the 4-needle inserted into the back of the child's small hand. It's my fault, Jiang Yingyu said, her eyes red and swollen. I didn't pay enough attention to my son. Before Iris could reply, she caught a word from her husband and Lin Yihan's conversation not far away that caused her alarm. What did you say? Dengue? Little June has dengue fever. The two men looked at her and nodded. Their expressions looked grave. Iris looked at Jiang Yingyu, who also nodded. Where did he get dengue? Iris demanded. Jin Liwei said. In the past couple of weeks, little June only stayed either at Dragon Palace or at the farm villa. So the infection could have only occurred in one of these two places. There's a higher chance that it occurred at my place because it's a farm, Lin Yihan said, looking very guilty. The next routine fumigation is scheduled to be next week, but I'll have it bumped up to tomorrow instead. No, today. Help me arrange it to be done at Dragon Palace, too, Jin Liwei said. It's better to be safe than sorry. I can't risk it with the twins at home, too. Iris agreed with her husband. She also planned to inform her big brother and Long Jinjing about it, so that they could also protect themselves from infected mosquitoes that may harm her twin nephews, little Misha and little Dima. Lin Yihan looked remorseful. I'm sorry, Yingyu. I didn't take care of little June enough at my home. Jiang Yingyu shook her head. It's not your fault, Yin. You can't possibly control every little insect on your property. Besides, the infection might not even have happened at your place. I remember taking little June to stroll in the city for a morning last week during my day off. You had an important meeting that day, so you weren't able to accompany us. Maybe you got infected there. I know that both your farm villa and Dragon Palace are strict when it comes to hygiene. That's why it's my fault for bringing my son outside. Maybe we walked past some unclean places where he got infected. It's no use playing the blame game, Iris said. We should focus on helping little June recover and reduce the chance of this happening again. Xiaolon is right. Jin Liwei placed his arm behind his wife to show his support. It's good that you rushed the child to the hospital before his condition worsened. Let the doctors treat him so that we can bring him home sooner. The Dragon Palace in-house doctor entered the room and provided them with a more detailed explanation from what she gathered from the hospital doctor, which comforted them a little more, especially both Jiang Yingyu and Lin Yihan, who were almost drowning in guilt. Afterward, Jin Liwei and Lin Yihan went out to arrange the fumigation of their respective properties as soon as possible. Iris and Jiang Yingyu were the only ones left with the still sleeping sick child. Don't blame yourself anymore, Iris said. Kids are more susceptible to illnesses. Although she said this to comfort Jiang Yingyu, Iris still felt a lingering fear in her heart. Even her twins already got sick a couple of times before from the common cold. The first time it happened, Iris almost collapsed from fear and worry. Her heart felt like it was being twisted and sliced open while watching her babies suffer from sickness. If Jin Liwei hadn't been there by her side, she might have already had a meltdown. Jiang Yingyu had been a mother longer than Iris. She had also experienced her son getting sick several times. Despite this, Jiang Yingyu continued to worry about little June every single time. A mother would never stop worrying about her children even when they had grown up. Jiang Yingyu still felt very guilty. Just like what she told Lin Yihan earlier, she understood that her son getting dengue fever wasn't something that she could control. However, she still couldn't stop the guilt from bubbling inside her. She had been enjoying the day with her fiancé when her son got sick. She felt like she had neglected little June for her selfish happiness. Follow author on Instagram. Don't think like that, Iris told the guilty Jiang Yingyu. That's unfair to you and eldest brother Yian. She stroked little June's pale cheek and sighed. Little June should get better now that you brought him to the hospital before his condition worsened. I'm sure our little boy will recover soon. You should rest, too. You'll be able to think more clearly tomorrow and take better care of the child, so stop blaming yourself too much. I'll call the butler and have him send some change of clothes, toiletries, and other necessities from home. Jiang Yingyu bit her lip. Doing all of that is not really. Iris sighed. You know that more than being a member of our household security team, you're also one of my closest friends, the mother of my godson, and soon, you'll also be Li Wei and my official eldest sister-in-law after you marry eldest brother Yian. You're also off duty right now. No need to be polite with me, especially if it concerns my godson. Jiang Yingyu almost burst into tears again, but she held it in. Instead, she smiled through moist eyes and said, Okay, thank you, Xiaolon. As much as Iris wanted to stay and help take care of little June at the hospital today, she couldn't bear to leave her own babies at home for too long. After helping make arrangements for little June's stay at the hospital, Iris and Jin Liwei left together. Dom would stay for a few hours to run errands with Lin Yihan, while Jiang Yingyu stayed beside little June. Seeing his wife's expression, Jin Liwei sighed and reassured her, Eldest brother will accompany the mother and son at the hospital tonight. You don't need to feel guilty about not accompanying our godson. He has his own parents to take care of him. Our twins also need us, love. I know, Iris replied. It just pains my heart to see little June so sick like that. He's usually so lively. He'll be fine, love. Yes, you're right. Their in-house doctor was also staying in the hospital tonight to help monitor little June. Although this hospital was good, they still preferred their in-house doctor to help take care of their godson. She had all their children's medical records and knew their health better than anyone else. Jin Liwei said, I gave Jiang Yingyu an indefinite leave to take care of our godson. She can return to work once he's back to normal. Iris nodded and gave him a grateful smile. He added, Our godson is a very sturdy guy just like his mother. He'll get better soon, I'm sure. I hope so. Then he said, Eldest brother also mentioned that after all this, he wants Jiang Yingyu and little June to move with him to the farm villa. She frowned. Big brother and big sister Jin Jing moved out with our little nephews not too long ago. And now you and our godson are also moving out. Jin Liwei refrained from saying anything at the moment and allowed his wife to process her emotions. He knew that his wife's maternal instincts were running high ever since she gave birth. If possible, she wanted all the children to stay with them under the same roof. When the Liu twins moved out, his wife almost got depressed. Fortunately, their little Machi and little Matcha cheered her up. Of course, he also helped distract her in bed every night, so that she didn't have any time to feel depressed. In the end, Iris released a long sigh. If they want to move out, then so be it. As much as I want our godson to live in our house, I know that eldest brother Yihan wants to build his own little family within you and little June. In the future, they might also have more children. Every family wanted to build their own home on their own terms. She didn't want to ruin others' comfort and happiness for her selfishness. After Lin Yihan and Jiang Yingyu got engaged, Iris knew that there would come a time when the mother and son would move out of Dragon Palace. She had been dreading it all this time, and now it was indeed happening. And so soon, too. She had long treated little June like her own son. Just imagining him moving out was enough to make her feel like her heart is being stabbed. But no matter what happened in the future, she would always feel happy for her friend for finding her other half. All she could do as a friend was to support Jiang Yingyu and hope that she would also find happiness in her spouse like how Iris found a blissful married life with Jin Liwei. Most importantly, Iris and Jin Liwei would always be there for their godson, little June. Early the next day, Iris and Jin Liwei once again visited little June at the hospital. They heard that the poor child woke up at dawn and vomited a few times. Fortunately, he was already at the hospital, so the medical staff was able to make him feel better quickly. Mama, Papa, moaning, little June greeted his godmother and godfather as soon as they entered the private room. Good morning, sweetheart. Iris kissed his forehead and checked his temperature at the same time. Good. No fever anymore. And he looked a bit more energetic today. But in her eyes, the poor child's eyes looked a bit too sunken. His cheeks a bit too hollow, and his body looked a bit too skinny. Iris signaled at her husband, who was holding several tiered bento boxes. They brought breakfast and some snacks prepared at home by their private chef. Normal ones for Jiang Yingyu and Lin Yihan, while light, non-greasy foods were prepared for little June. Hungry, little June? Iris asked. Yes. Jun is Vui Hung Wai Mama Shuan. Yes. Jun is very hungry, Mama Shulan. Everyone smiled at the adorable child. Iris insisted on feeding the child herself, while telling Jiang Yingyu and Lin Yihan to begin eating theirs. After feeding her godson, Iris lightly poked his cute little nose. You have to get well soon, little June. Your little cousins miss you already and want to play with you again. Machi Matcha? Little June asked. Yes. She nodded. Jun want to play with Machi Matcha Mama. And a catty and a doggy. Jun wants to play with Machi and Matcha Mama. And the kitties and the doggies. Of course, sweetheart. They all can't wait to play with you too. But you need to get well soon first. Okay. Okay, Mama. After a light breakfast for little June, the nurses returned to administer medications to the child. Perhaps because Iris mentioned that he needed to get well soon first to play with his little cousins again. Little June didn't complain even once when he was made to drink any of the medicine, even the bitter ones. He also wasn't afraid that there was an foreign needle inserted into his hand. In fact, he was proud of it because Lin Yihan told him that it meant he was a strong boy for not crying about it. He couldn't wait to show it off to his godparents. Of course, neither Iris nor Jin Liwei were stingy in praising the little guy. Soon after, little June became drowsy and slept again. Jiang Yingyu cleared her throat to get everyone's attention. They all looked at her. Lin Yihan sat beside Jiang Yingyu to give her support. It looked like he already knew what she wanted to say. Iris and Jin Liwei also sat together across them. Xiulan, Sir Liwei, I want to thank you for always being there for my son, Jiang Yingyu began. I know that you've always treated and protected little June like your own child, and I'm always grateful for that. I've discussed this with Yihan, and Yihan took her hand and squeezed it, encouraging her. She gave him a shy smile before facing Iris and Jin Liwei again. Yihan and I have decided. We want to ask you both if you are willing to become little June's legal guardians. Yes, of course, we're willing. Iris agreed with no hesitation at all. And Jin Liwei nodded. Thank you. Jiang Yingyu's eyes watered. Lin Yihan said, Yu and I are going to marry soon. I'm going to register both mother and son under my household. Although Yu and I intend to live long, just in case something happens to both of us, at least we have trustworthy people to continue raising little June with. Love and care. Both of you are already the child's godparents, but I suggested to Yu to make it official and appoint both of you as legal guardians. Yu nodded. I don't want Long Hui to get my son if something really bad happens to me and Yin. I don't trust that man. I'm sure that he'll marry someone else again. What if his new wife mistreats and harms my son? I can't bear it. Both of you can rest assured that Xiaolan and I will take our duties as legal guardians seriously, Jin Liwei said. Eldest brother, have your lawyer process the legal guardianship immediately. It's good that you suggested this to Jiang Yingyu. Lin Yihan agreed. Iris also nodded. When you have more children in the future, you can also make us their legal guardians so that little June and his siblings will always be together. Jiang Yingyu blushed. Lin Yihan smiled. Thank you. Afterward, Iris and Jin Liwei said their goodbyes and left the hospital together. ####. Dragon Palace Home Number 10. Iris worked at her home studio with her music mentor, Enrique Valdez. They were finally done with the rough stages of their much-anticipated music collaboration. It had been a long time coming. They should have been completed and released it sooner, but the project got delayed time and again due to Iris' surprise pregnancy, sudden secret wedding, and other unexpected incidents over the past couple of years. It was a good thing that Enrique Valdez was very patient and understanding of his prox circumstances. Besides, he enjoyed every single second of his stay in the country and even became semi-active in the domestic music scene. Music programs, talk shows, and variety shows were clamoring to invite him as a special guest. Although he would leave the country from time to time to take care of his other matters, he would always return and continue personally working with Iris whenever she had free time. The timbre of your voice has slightly changed after you gave birth, Enrique said. Don't worry too much about it. I think that this is a blessing in disguise. It makes your tone richer and more soulful. However, you need to train it more in order to modulate your tone more effectively. Practice what I taught you, and you'll improve soon. Iris nodded. Understood. Everything's okay now with the samples we made. Have JJ arrange the musicians, so we can now start the actual recording. Okay, teacher. I'll call him now. Her music producer, JJ, immediately answered her call. The three discussed the next steps of their projects. In the end, everyone agreed that they would record at JJ's company. Initially, Iris wanted to record at her home studio, but after estimating the number of people that would be involved in the music project, including musicians, backup singers, technicians, and other staff, she could only agree to record at JJ's company studio instead. Now that she was a mother, she valued her family's privacy even more. She didn't want some random strangers encountering her babies at home. Even though their home security was top-notch, it was still better to be safe than sorry, especially when it came to her family's safety. After the phone call, Iris glanced at the time. I need to check on the kids. Enrique Valdez was used to it. He waved her away. Go ahead. I'll stay here in the studio for a while. I have a couple of melodies that I want to play around with. Iris immediately felt curious about what kind of melodies her mentor had. She wanted to listen to them, but her maternal heart cried for her to check on her babies as soon as possible. She couldn't just ignore it. Ever since she gave birth, she couldn't rest easy without ensuring that her babies were safe and sound every hour or so. Sighing, she could only tell her mentor, "Please stay here for dinner tonight." Her tone was filled with regret. Enrique Valdez gave her a thumbs up before putting on a pair of headphones. He was soon absorbed in his own little world of music. Iris didn't disturb him any longer. She headed straight to the nursery to find her twin sons. They were taking a nap. She kissed their soft and chubby cheeks, making sure not to wake them up. Then she snapped a few photos and sent them to her husband. Jin Liwei immediately called her. The husband and wife quietly chatted for a few minutes before Jin Liwei needed to hang up for an important meeting. She spoke with the nannies before going to her home office. Dom was already at the mezzanine, busily working on miscellaneous stuff for her approval. Hi, boss. This pile needs your verification, while this pile here needs your signature. Thanks, Dom. She smiled at him and sat down behind her desk. You're a lifesaver. He paused and examined her face. She raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? I should be the one asking you what's wrong, Dom said. Something bothering you? She pursed her lips. I can't hide anything from you. Of course. I can feel it in my bones whenever you're not feeling well. He put down the document he was working on. So, boss, tell me what's bothering you. She tilted her head and seriously thought about it before shaking it no. I'm not sure. I just feel anxious, but I don't know exactly why. Maybe you're still affected by little Junjun's hospitalization, Dom suggested. Even I couldn't sleep properly since our little guy got sick. Yes, maybe that's why. Ingyu says that little June is getting better every day, so we shouldn't worry too much anymore. Even our in-house doctor told us that our boy's latest lab test results were positive. But I don't know. I still feel anxious whenever I'm not working on something. Dom tapped his chin with his perfectly manicured fingers. Are you worried about your upcoming presentation at Long Industries? She shook her head. No, not at all. You know me, Dom. I'm confident about my marketing proposal. Liwei also checked it already, so I'm not too worried about it. I'm even tempted to build a shipping company just to use my proposal. It'll be Long Industries' loss if they reject my marketing proposal. Dom continued tapping his chin. Maybe it's your hormones? Didn't the doctor say that it will take a while for your hormones to return to normal pre-pregnancy levels after giving birth? Maybe. She took a deep breath and sighed before grabbing the document pile that needed her approval. No use worrying about something that even I'm not sure of. Let's get back to work. The two got busy working. They were only interrupted when Dom answered a call from Lin Dong, Jin Chonglin's manager and the current chief of talent management of LXC Studio, asking for Iris input about the contracts of Rin Jiu and the other members of the national shooting team who wanted to sign with their entertainment company. They were already at the final stages of ironing out the details of the individual contracts. Iris spoke with Lin Dong for about 10 minutes before agreeing to the specific contract clauses. I think my brother-in-law is avoiding me, Iris commented after the phone call. She had asked Lin Dong to speak to Jin Chonglin, but the manager smoothly deflected her request. Dom snickered. Prince Lin just doesn't want to be interrogated. Even Sis Fei has been quiet, too quiet. It's so uncharacteristic of her. Once I get a hold of that cunning woman, I'll pry all the details out of her. Poisonous mouth with a pair of pliers if I have to. Just watch me, boss. I'll really do it. Iris chuckled before shaking her head. Just leave the two alone. They'll figure out what their actual relationship is sooner or later. Once they're ready, they'll share whatever they have with us. Dom tossed his non-existent long hair with attitude. Mark my words, boss. They already slept together, so Sis Fei can't deny it anymore. She'll definitely eat her words soon about never falling in love with a womanizer like Prince Lin. I can feel it in my sexy bones. Iris laughed. If you say so. Now I need your sexy bones to help me finish sorting all these documents today. I don't have time tomorrow. Okie dokie, boss. Leave it to the sexy and gorgeous yours truly. When Dom glanced at the busy Iris, who had a slight upward curl at the corners of her mouth, he released a sigh of relief. Good thing that he was able to make her laugh and forget about her inexplicable anxiety, even for just a few moments. With a sense of accomplishment, he followed his boss and dove right back into the pile of work waiting for them to finish today. ####. Long Industries. Iris exited the conference room with confidence. Long Tengfei and the other chief executives of the company were in a group ahead of her to present directly to the chief executives of the company. If it were any other person, they would have already assumed that the CMO was trying to sabotage them. Iris, however, thought otherwise. Just based on what she had observed about the CMO's personality and work style, he was the type of boss who pushed his subordinates to the limits for them to reach their true potential. The CMO was actually giving her an opportunity. It was up to Iris whether she could grab it or not. Of course, she was going to grab it. Long Tengfei turned his head back to her and gave her an approving nod before continuing to walk and speak with the others. Even some of the other chief executives, including Long Jian's direct superior, the COO, gave her friendly smiles. She responded in kind, not at all bothered by the other ones who wore unpleasant expressions. Not bad, Long Jian whispered to her as they walked together. Thanks. She accepted his modest praise for her successful marketing presentation where she absolutely killed it. The new CMO isn't bad either, he said. He's just strict. He's actually quite similar to my boss, the COO. They're quite fair in that regard. Your superior's face just looked like someone always owes him money, but I heard that's just his natural expression. As for the others, Well, I'm sure you know which side they're standing on based on how they kept trying to sabotage you. Iris glanced at the other figure walking on the other side. Long Hui appeared thinner and grimmer, but he still retained his good looks. Despite all the setbacks he suffered in the past year, he still had plenty of loyal allies remaining by his side. His foundation in the Long clan and Long Industries as the heir apparent wasn't so easily uprooted by just anyone. His group glanced at Iris and Long Jian with barely concealed hostility. The two camps had a brief stare down before completely ignoring each other. Bystanders could feel the bad blood between them. Long Hui and his allies all had unpleasant expressions. They weren't pleased that Iris was parachuted to the position of Deputy Chief Marketing Officer out of nowhere. Worse, it appeared that she was killing it in her new position. Her marketing proposal was so excellent that it immediately got approved by the chief executives. Even when they tried to poke holes on her proposal, she always had a solution ready. To be honest, even they themselves thought that it was a superb proposal, if only it wasn't created and presented by their enemy. One of them even tried to remain stubborn and oppose the proposal no matter what, but was shut down by the CMO with no mercy. They were all in shock because they thought that they would be able to tempt the CMO to join their camp, especially after knowing that he had been hoping to promote his own product as his deputy, but was blocked by Iris' sudden promotion instead. They didn't expect that he would remain loyal to the marketing team. Now that Iris Long was an official member of his team, then he would back her up from now on. It seemed that for him, it didn't matter who was in the position as long as the person did the job properly and didn't shame his team. That was the most important thing to the new CMO. Upon discovering this, Long Hui and his allies could only grit their teeth and swallow this loss. Next time, they would surely block Iris Long and prevent her from building her influence within the company. As for Iris, she didn't give a whit about what they thought about her. She was happy that her marketing proposal received approval on the spot, just like what she expected. No revisions were needed. In short, she would now have a bit more time to spend with her family. And to Long Hui's credit, he stopped actively making trouble for her ever since he visited Dragon Palace back then and met his two sets of twin nephews, the Jin and the Liu twins, for the first time back then. The adults had a tacit understanding to have a ceasefire that night for the sake of the children, especially little June. It was only his allies who continued to openly oppose her during the presentation. Long Hui remained silent all throughout, although his expression looked like he had eaten something disgusting. Iris didn't know if Long Hui had a realization to change for the better. If he did, then that was great. If not, then too bad. Either way, she would still continue to forge ahead in her plans of taking over Long Industries. What if he was just pretending? She didn't want to risk accepting him again at this point only to be backstabbed. Dom and the bodyguards met with her, and they all headed to the underground parking. News of her frequent attendance at Long Industries had already been long spread. Reporters, black stars, and some curious bystanders began to surround the company entrance in the hopes of seeing her in person. Usually, Iris would have loved to spend a few minutes meeting and interacting with her fans, but she lacked free time these days. She was so busy with so many things that 24 hours was barely enough to fit everything she needed to do in a day. In addition, she wanted to prioritize quality time with her family. This was non-negotiable for her and Jin Liwei after the birth of their twins. They both agreed to arrange a few hours each day to spend time together as a family. Jin Liwei was actually more flexible than her. As the big boss, he had more freedom in arranging his schedule to his advantage. Iris was also a big boss, but the majority of her businesses were still relatively new compared to the long-established Jin Corporation. Her businesses frequently needed her attention. Good thing that she had Dom and her two AI cat children, Ketchup and Bacon, who were always such great help in lessening her burden. They often helped her in delegating tasks to the right staff members. This way, boss, Dom interrupted her thoughts and waited for her to get inside. Their parked vehicle. You're here? Iris asked while throwing herself at the man waiting for her inside the car. Follow author on Instagram. Jin Liwei caught his excited wife and embraced her before signaling Dom with his eyes to ride in the other car. Of course, the ever-dependable Dom understood his Sir Boss meaning right away. He nodded while beaming before shutting the car door. Let's go, Su Tian. Jin Liwei instructed his assistant. Yes, sir. Su Tian replied to his boss and greeted his lady boss with a nod before starting the car. How come you're here today? Iris asked her husband while snuggling in his arms. Decided to pick up my beautiful wife after a meeting finished early. Jin Liwei replied while playing with a strand of his wife's long, silky hair. She chuckled and burrowed herself deeper in his arms. Happy to see me, he asked. She nodded. The husband and wife whispered sweet nothings to each other. Afterward, Jin Liwei asked her about her day at Long Industries. She told him about her successful presentation in front of the chief executives. I know that you'll kill it, baby, he murmured and kissed her fragrant hair, courtesy of Orchidia Beauty's flagship best-selling original shampoo and conditioner combo set. Congratulations, love. Thanks, darling. Jin Liwei was about to ask her about another thing when he noticed something that made him frown. Love? Huh? Iris glanced at him and felt confused at his expression. You're pressing on your chest. Does it hurt? Iris looked down. Her hand was indeed massaging her chest, the space between her breasts. She didn't even notice it. Oh, she could only say, as she thought about why she was doing it in the first place. Jin Liwei's frown deepened. Su Tian, drive to the nearest hospital. Yes, sir, his assistant replied. No need. I'm fine, Iris quickly said. Su Tian, let's just go straight home. Su Tian looked at Jin Liwei via the rearview mirror, silently asking him what he should do. Jin Liwei looked like he was going to carry his wife to the nearest hospital, so Iris removed her hand from her chest and told him, I'm fine, Liwei. Really? Are you sure? He asked, his brows still deeply furrowed. I noticed that you've been out of sorts whenever you're not doing anything. This is not the first time I caught you pressing on your chest. You always tell me that you're fine, but I'm starting to worry. Iris couldn't reply right away. In the end, she sighed and said, I don't know. I just feel nervous for some reason. I'm not usually the type to get this nervous over trivial things. Sometimes my chest will feel tight, and it feels like the onset of a panic attack. But it won't go into a full-blown panic attack. Dom says that maybe little June's hospitalization affected me too much, especially since I'm a new mother. Maybe. But we should still go see the doctor, just in case. I already consulted our family doctor. She said that I'm perfectly healthy. Jin Liwei examined her expression. Are you sure that you're okay? She nodded. All right. He pulled her closer and gave her forehead a peck. If it's anxiety, you know that you can always talk to me, right? I know. She laid her head on his chest and followed the rhythm of his breathing to relax herself. Su Tian, home, Jin Liwei instructed. Yes, sir. Finally, they arrived home and spent some time greeting the twins, the cats, and the dogs. Then Iris received a call from Jiang Yingyu informing them that little June was finally in the clear. The little guy was going to be discharged today. Oh, thank goodness. Iris released a huge sigh of relief. Then Jiang Yingyu told her, Xiaolan, I decided that little June and I are going straight to Yihan's place from the hospital. What? So soon? Iris was heartbroken. I'm sorry, Xiaolan. Jiang Yingyu's voice was full of guilt. Yihan bonded with little June a lot these past few days, so I decided to let my son continue recuperating at Yihan's place. I want the two of them to spend more time together and grow closer. Please don't get angry. I'm not angry. Why would I get angry? Iris sighed and curbed her disappointment. As long as little June's fine. That's what's most important. We'll visit little June at the farm villa tomorrow then. After the phone call ended, Iris' expression was still full of disappointment. Jin Liwei hugged her. We'll bring the twins tomorrow to see their big brother Junjun. She grew more worried. Don't worry, he said. Eldest brother already had his farm villa fumigated. The process was more meticulous than normal. I also hired his fumigation team to fumigate our place while you were at work. She nodded. Okay, I'll prepare more insect repellent spray and lotion, then. Wait, I have an idea. Excitement danced in her eyes. What is it? He asked. What do you think if Orchidia released bug spray and lotion? He smiled. Not a bad idea. I'll call Chun Fei and big sister Jean Jing. Iris muttered, her mind already floating around her new idea. Jin Liwei shook his head while chuckling. He was glad that his wife got distracted by a new product idea and didn't have to dwell too much on her disappointment at their godson not coming home to Dragon Palace. Then he carried his twin sons, causing little Machi to squeal from delight and little Matcha to hug him tight. Let's follow Mom, shall we? Little Machi. Ya. Little Matcha. Pursed lips in sunder a silence, but eyes overflowing with happiness. The cats and puppies followed behind them. In front of them, the father and sons watched as their wife/mother skipped with visible excitement while speaking to Chen Fei and Long Jinjing on the phone. It seemed that the other two women were also interested in Iris' new product idea, especially Long Jinjing, who was also frightened by little Jun's dengue hospitalization. The curve of Jin Liwei's lips grew higher. He loved watching his wife like this. She was amazing. As always. Lin Yihan's farm villa. Please come in. Jiang Yingyu welcomed Iris and Jin Liwei along with their twins, the cats, and the dogs. Mama, Papa, Machi Macha, catties, doggies. Little June ran towards them. Little June, don't run too fast. Lin Yihan's voice sounded from somewhere inside the house. 3 dogs followed little June to greet the new arrivals. Little Machi and little Macha squirmed in their father's arms, clearly asking him to put them down so that they could greet everyone. Jin Liwei gently placed them down, supporting them while they did their best to shakily walk toward their eldest cousin. Everyone watched as the kids and animals happily greeted each other. Hello, Gravy. Iris greeted and petted little June's German Shepherd dog. Oh, Ham and Mash are here, too. Big brother, big sister, and their kids are already here. Only Jin Jing and her twins came. Jiang Yingyu answered her. It seems that Sir Zaheo is busy today, so he can't come. Oh. Iris felt a little disappointed, but soon forgot about her big brother to shower her recently sick godson with lots of hugs and kisses. Another person entered the door carrying several plastic and paper bags. Where's my cutie patootie Junie boy? Your gorgeous and fabulous Uncle Dom is here. Uncle Dom. Uncle Dom. The excited little June clung to his favorite uncle's leg. Let me help carry those. Lin Yihan finally appeared, took the heaviest bags from Dom, and carried them inside. Third brother, third sister-in-law Dom, let's go. Fifth sister-in-law, and the Lu twins are already here with Chen Fei. Chen Fei's here too? Iris asked. She drove Jin Jing, the twins, and the dogs here, Jiang Yingyu replied. They all headed to the open kitchen where Long Jin Jing and Chen Fei were each carrying babies. Little Misha, little Dima. Iris' maternal feelings overflowed at the sight of her beloved nephews. Not seeing them in person every day almost made her depressed. She missed them so much. She took little Misha from Long Jinjing and was shocked by the baby's weight. Chen Fei laughed at her expression. I reacted exactly the same way. I almost dropped little Dima when I carried him earlier. These little fatties got heavier again. Long Jinjing smiled and wiped drool on little Misha's mouth to prevent the baby from dirtying his Aunt Xiaolan's dress. I was also concerned about their weight at first, but the doctor said not to worry about it too much. They inherited their father's build. Grandpa Lu showed me Zaheo's baby pictures, and he was also a very fat baby. Really, Iris was also interested. She reminded herself to ask Grandpa Lu for Lu Zaheo's baby pictures the next time she met with the old man. Although that Lu Zaheo wasn't her big brother yet back then, she already considered the original Lu Zaheo as a brother as well. If it weren't for his body, her big brother wouldn't have been reborn like her. It was because of both the original Long Xiaolan and the original Lu Zaheo that both she, Evelina Vetrova, and her brother, Nikolai Vetrov, were able to live again after the fall of the Vetrovs in their past lives. Is Big Brother not coming here today? Iris asked. He said he'll try, Long Jinjing said. He has been pretty busy these past few days. Iris nodded and didn't ask anymore. Although she could always have Bacon report to her about her brother's business, she chose not to do so to respect her brother's privacy. She only required Bacon to report to her when her brother's business was directly related to her or deemed too dangerous. If not, she didn't bother to know. Mimi isn't available today either. She's busy with her webtoon, as usual. Iris then turned to Chen Fei. How about you? Is brother Chonglin not coming? Perhaps for the first time ever, Iris saw Chen Fei blush. She raised an eyebrow and looked intrigued. Humph. Chen Fei tried to cover up her embarrassing reaction. I don't know if he's coming or not. And I don't care. Wait. Dom called out from behind the kitchen counter. Don't start talking about Prince Lin Lin without the handsome and beautiful me. Chen Fei rolled her eyes. Dom quickly washed his hands and skipped over to the girl squad's side, leaving Jin Liwei and Lin Yihan to help the private chef organize the additional food that the Jin family brought over. So, Dom squeezed beside the annoyed Chen Fei. Spill the tea. I want to know your official relationship status with Prince Lin Lin. Chun Fei muttered something. Dom, what is it? Speak louder. We can't hear you. Chun Fei rolled her eyes again. I said I agreed to become Jin Chonglin's real girlfriend. Wow. Dom looked exaggeratedly shocked. Oh, shut up, Dom. Chun Fei couldn't bear her friend's comical expression. Language, Xiao Fei, Long Jing reminded her. The kids can hear you. I didn't even say a bad word. Chun Fei muttered, but still obeyed. Dom didn't care about Chun Fei's rudeness. They were all already used to it, and knew that although her mouth was poisonous, her heart was still the softest toward her friends and loved ones. Dom, you just said that you don't know if Prince Lin Lin is coming or not, and that you don't care, but look at your blushing face. You can't lie to the great Dom. Oh no, you can't. I can feel it in my bones. Chun Fei snarled at him. She wanted to curse, but remembered Long Jingjing's warning, so she could only harumph and pretend that she didn't hear Dom. So you're serious about him? Iris asked while trying to bounce the heavy little Misha on her lap. Chun Fei shrugged. I figured I like him a bit, so I'll give him a chance. He can still be annoying most of the time, but he treats me well. I don't know if our relationship can last, especially since we're both extremely busy with our careers, but there's no harm in trying. Everyone nodded. Then she added while waving little Dima's chubby fist, and if he ever cheats on me, I won't let him get away with it unscathed. While the women were chatting, the chef shooed away Jin Liwei and Lin Yan. The two men grabbed 2 bottles of sparkling water and sat on the bar stools while watching little Jun play with his Jin cousins, the dogs, and popcorn. The exasperated ice cream finally escaped from the horde of little demons and plopped her fat, lazy self near her dad. Jin Liwei stroked her fluffy gray fur, silently comforting her. Lin Yan called out to the kids' direction. Little Jun, don't run too much. You don't want to get sick again, do you? Okay, Daddy. Little Jun replied and obediently sat down on the carpet beside his crawling cousins. All the noise from the adults stopped. Daddy, Jin Liwei asked while looking between his godson and Lin Yan. Did little Jun just call eldest brother Yihan Daddy? Iris from the ladies group asked. Dom, OMG. Long Jingjing and Chun Fei didn't look too surprised. It seemed that this wasn't the first time that they heard the child call his soon-to-be stepfather Daddy. They arrived earlier than the Jin family, so perhaps they had already heard little Jun call like this. I didn't teach him to call Yihan like that, Jiang Yingyu explained. He just began doing it by himself. When did he start calling like this? Iris asked. Jiang Yingyu glanced at Lin Yan. He answered in her stead. Last night when I was helping Yingyu put him to sleep. He told me good night, Daddy. Jin Liwei didn't say anything but patted Lin Yihan's back instead. Iris asked Jiang Yingyu, how do you feel about it? I'm happy. Jiang Yingyu smiled, her eyes gentle as she gazed at her son and soon-to-be husband. Yihan's so good to little Jun, looks like my son finally accepted him fully. Iris handed little Misha to Long Jingjing and then waved over at her godson. Little Jun, come here for a bit, sweetheart. The little guy trotted over to her. She hugged him and sat him down on her lap. Then she pointed at Lin Yan. Who's that, little Jun? Daddy, I thought he's your Uncle Han. Iris pretended to be confused. How did he become your daddy? Uncle Han is Daddy Han. Uncle Han is Daddy Han. He looked at Iris with eyes full of innocence. He didn't understand why his mama Sholan was asking something so obvious. Oh, I see. You like your Daddy Han? Yes. Yes. How about your Daddy Long Hui? Iris continued to ask. Do you still remember him? Little Jun blinked his innocent eyes, looking confused. Your Dada, she clarified. Oh, Dada is Dada. Uncle Han is Daddy Han. Then the little guy pointed at Jin Liwei. Papa is Papa. He frowned at his mama Sholan. Why was his usually smart and amazing mama asking too many dumb questions today? Iris chuckled, feeling relieved at his clear answer. Yes, you're right. My little Jun is so smart. She kissed his cheek. Okay, you can go back and play with your cousins now. The little guy cheered before hurrying back to his little cousins, dogs, and popcorn to continue playing. I hope you don't mind me asking the child those questions, Iris said to Jiang Yingyu. No, I don't mind. Jiang Yingyu shook her head. I understand why you kept on asking little Jun like that. Although I'm happy that my son is calling Yihan Daddy, I still don't want him to forget about his biological father. Iris nodded. His biological father might be a scumbag, but little Jun mustn't forget that he's still along. Yes, I know. They all understood what Iris meant. They knew that she was fighting Long Hui to become the next head of Long Industries for little June. If it were up to Jiang Yingyu alone, she wouldn't care much about her son's inheritance from his biological father. She might not be wealthy, but she could still provide her son with a decent life and education. Not to mention that her son had an amazing pair of godparents plus very generous and loving aunts and uncles. But even without them, she had always been determined to provide for her son by working as a bodyguard. Now, however, she learned to fight for her son's rights thanks to Iris and their friends' encouragement. Another person who helped change her views was Wei Lan. Although most of Wei Lan's principles were crooked, she was actually one of the best in persuading her how to value herself not only as a human and as a mother, but most importantly, as a woman. It was okay to be selfish sometimes, especially when others were always taking her for granted. It was okay to prioritize herself and not to always give her all to others. And even as a mother, she mustn't forget that she was also a woman who needed rest and self-care to feel confident and beautiful. Every woman deserved happiness. Jiang Yingyu was still learning how to deal with her insecurities and sense of inferiority. But with the encouragement of her friends and the crooked yet surprisingly inspiring Wei Lan, she learned how to open her heart again. And now she was on the verge of creating a complete, happy family with her son and fiancé. Because of all of them, she now had the courage to fight for her son's rights. Iris was right. Little June mustn't forget that he was along. The things that should belong to her son should go to him and not to others. Her status might not compare to Long Hui's, but her son's status shouldn't be disregarded. She would fight for it no matter what. As long as you understand, Iris said, patting her hand. She glanced at Lin Yihan. It seemed that he didn't mind her questions to little June either. Back to the men's side, Jin Liwei clinked his bottle with Lin Yihan's. Cheers. Cheers, third brother. Lin Yihan's gaze softened as he looked at his soon-to-be wife and their son. Second brother and fourth brother aren't coming? Jin Liwei asked. Lin Yihan shook his head. Second brother Ingjia has back-to-back surgeries today, and I heard that fourth brother Mo is conducting special training to the police force. The chief of police apparently invited him because he's interested in Systema and wants the new recruits to learn it. Jin Liwei nodded while stroking the now sleeping ice cream. We're not sure if fifth brother will be able to come. Fifth sister-in-law Jin Jing says that he's busy. Lin Yihan sighed. It would have been nice if all of us brothers are here today. And Lin Yihan glanced at Iris chatting with the ladies, plus Dom. Third sister-in-law Xiaolan doesn't mind that Yu and little June returned directly here with me from the hospital. The corner of Jin Liwei's lips curved up. She was sad and disappointed at first, but she's fine now. Don't worry about my wife, and just focus on cultivating feelings with your own wife. And our son, Lin Yihan added. And your son, Jin Liwei agreed. Finally, the chef called everyone for lunch. After the meal, the adults put the kids, cats, and dogs in little June's room for a nap. Dom volunteered to watch over them with Jiang Yingyu. Jin Liwei followed Lin Yihan outside to tour the farm. The three remaining ladies, Iris, Long Jinjing, and Shen Fei, went to the sunroom for some digestive tea. Their topic? Orchidia Beauty's new product idea, insect repellent spray and lotion. Both Iris and Long Jinjing wanted to expand the idea into a product line for Orchidia Baby, not just Orchidia Beauty. What happened to little June with him getting dengue fever frightened the two new mothers. They wanted to develop baby-safe options for effective insect repellents. Maybe we can also develop insect-repelling clothing, Iris suggested. Both Long Jinjing and Chun Fei's eyes lit up. Good idea, Chun Fei said. Long Jinjing nodded. I'll contact Amampio Koletsky and ask him about it, Iris said. The three made plans for their next steps. Then someone walked in and interrupted their discussion. Hey, babe. Jin Chonglin greeted Chun Fei and walked toward her. Then he nodded at Iris and Long Jinjing before looking around. Where's my brother and the others? They're outside touring the farm, Iris replied, acting natural. Long Jinjing, on the other hand, looked a little awkward watching the new dynamics between her best friend and Jin Chonglin. Why have you come? Chun Fei asked in a huff, sounding annoyed, although a closer inspection would reveal her red ears. Of course I'll come. I promised to pick you up, didn't I? Jin Chonglin said. Who needs you? Chun Fei muttered. I can drive. Besides, I need to drive Jin Jing and the babies and the dogs home if Lu Zihao still doesn't come later. Jin Chonglin. No problem. We'll drive them home first then. Long Jinjing interjected. It's fine. You don't need to drive us home. Robin and Shun will come pick us up if my husband can't come. See? Now you have no excuse. Jin. Chonglin waggled his eyebrows at Qin Fei. Looks like your relationship is going well, Iris observed. Are you blind? Qin Fei glared at her. Yes, it's going well. Jin Chonglin replied, thank you. Qin Fei then glared at him next. Have you all eaten? Jin Chonglin asked all of a sudden while rubbing his stomach. I came directly from a shoot and haven't eaten yet, so I'm starving. Stupid. Why didn't you ask your assistant to get you something to pad your stomach first? Although Qin Fei said this, she still stood up and grabbed Jin Chonglin's hand to lead him to the kitchen, intending to ask the chef for some leftovers. Excuse us, Sister Xiaolan, Sister Jinjing, Jin Chonglin told the other two ladies. Iris and Long Jinjing waved them away. After they left, Long Jinjing released a heavy sigh. I still find it hard to believe that they really got together. Like, for real. Iris raised an eyebrow. You're seriously saying that? Look in the mirror first with my brother, and I'll believe the same way. Long Jinjing pouted at her. You know what I mean, Xiaolan. Iris chuckled. Long Jinjing sighed again. I just worry about Xiao Fei. What if Jin Chonglin's fans go crazy and attack her? Then it means that he's not managing his fans well. Iris picked up her teacup and took a sip. And even if he manages his fans well, which I think he does, there will still be some insane ones who'll cross the line. Even I have some of those crazy fans. Appear now and then. The Black Stars, and I just disown them when they go too overboard. I also have tight security, so I don't really experience the dangerous, crazy fans firsthand. I mostly just hear about them from my staff or the news. Being a celebrity sure is tough. Long Jinjing released another sigh. It is, but it's also very rewarding. I feel fulfilled whenever I create music, perform on stage, and interact with my fans. It's my calling. I'm sure that Brother Chonglin feels the same way. Long Jinjing. I hope that Xiao Fei can handle being in a relationship with a celebrity. And not just any celebrity, but a superstar like Jin Chonglin. She can handle it, Iris said with firm conviction. She believed in Qin Fei's toughness. She can handle him. I hope so. After about an hour, the kids and the cats and dogs all woke up from their nap. The adults finally focused on showering little June with gifts to congratulate him for getting well soon. The little guy was over the moon with happiness. He wasn't stingy either and shared all the toys he received with his little cousins. Even the Liu twins, who couldn't even crawl, yet were given their fair share by their eldest cousin. His actions endeared him to the adults even more. Lin Yihan was so proud that he lifted his bonus son and gently tossed him in the air, causing little June to squeal from delight. Little Machi felt envious and crawled quickly to his father, wanting his daddy to toss him like that. 2. Jin Liwei didn't disappoint. He lifted his son and also pretended to toss him in the air. It wasn't actually a toss, but just lifting him up and down. Little Machi didn't know the difference. He thought that his daddy was also tossing him high up in the air like his eldest cousin. He was laughing so hard that it infected everyone, making the adults laugh as well. Jin Liwei didn't forget his other son. He put down little Machi and lifted little Matcha as well. Although little Matcha didn't ask for it, Jin Liwei could sense his other son's desire. Jin Liwei knew little Matcha's personality because the child inherited it from him. Little Matcha was more reserved. He also laughed, but not as loudly as little Machi. On the other side, the Liu twins were also watching their elder cousins being tossed. Little Demo watched with slight interest while little Misha was punching the air with his little arms and kicking with his little legs. Little Misha looked like he also wanted to be tossed up in the air. He twisted his chubby body in Dom's arms and excitedly gestured. Unlike him, little Demo was already content watching his elder cousins while sucking a pacifier. Dom was about to ask Long Jinjing's permission to also pretend to toss little Misha, but Jin Chonglin beat him to it. Let me do it, he offered. Long Jinjing was hesitant. He's pretty heavy. In response, Jin Chonglin flexed his arms. He may look slim, but his lean muscles look strong. I can do it. Let him do it, Jinjing, Qin Fei interjected. Jin Chonglin looked smug to gain his girlfriend's support. Long Jinjing still looked hesitant, but eventually relented. If he dares drop little Misha, I'll castrate him. Chun Fei assured her best friend. I'll break his arms, Iris added. I'll break his legs, Jin Liwei followed suit. I'll pull out all his hair. Dom didn't want to be left out. My husband will probably, chop him up? Long Jinjing offered with hesitation. Not probably, Iris said. Big brother will definitely chop him up and then feed his bloody pieces to the sharks. And Jin Liwei nodded. Lin Yihan chuckled. Jiang Ying, you didn't join in the teasing, but she smiled. The smug Jin Chonglin wilted, but he didn't want to give up. He already stepped forward and volunteered. There was no way that he, the superstar Prince Lin, would give up halfway. I said that I'll do it, so I'll do it properly. I won't drop the baby, okay? Why don't you all trust me? Nobody answered him. He turned to his girlfriend. Babe. Chun Fei rolled her eyes. Just don't drop the baby, or I'll really castrate you. Just try it and you'll see. You think that you're more important than any of the kids here, huh? That shut him up. Of course, he already knew that his status in the hearts of everyone in this room couldn't even compare to any of the children here. He, Jin Chonglin, loved by millions of fans around the world, couldn't even compete with sniveling babies. He cast a sullen look at his girlfriend, who didn't even back him up. Humph. Despite feeling aggrieved, he still took the squirming little Misha from Dom. Oof. Jin Chonglin's eyes widened at the baby's weight. What the F, flower? Ooh. The flowers are so beautiful. He immediately changed his curse upon getting glares from the parents. Whoa, that was close. He really almost dropped the baby. What the F asterisk CK? How is this baby so freaking heavy? Was this normal? Even his elder brother's kids, little Machi and little Matcha, weren't this heavy. What did Lu Zihao feed his babies? Dinosaur milk? F asterisk King Hell. Although he was panicking inside, he pretended that everything was fine. Of course, he wasn't fooling anybody. Everyone saw his grimace before he managed to control his expression. Steeling himself, he lifted the baby high up. Of course, he tried to be as gentle as possible. Unfortunately, the excited little Misha didn't know that his uncle Lin was having a hard time lifting him. The chubby baby squealed in delight while waving his arms and legs. This made it harder for Jin Chonglin to control his movements. At first, Long Jinjing looked like she almost wanted to snatch her baby from Jin Chonglin, afraid that he would drop little Misha. But after watching him lift the baby a few times, she felt relieved and no longer attempted to stop him. She also smiled seeing her baby so happy. Do you want Uncle Lin to carry you too? Chun Fei asked little Dima. Jin Chonglin stiffened a little. He glanced at the other Lu twin. Little Dima looked even bigger than the baby hippopotamus in his arms. Fortunately for him, little Dima only blew drool bubbles at Chun Fei. He didn't seem inclined to imitate his elder twin brother and was content watching him and their cousins. Seeing this, Jin Chonglin released a silent sigh of relief. Then he saw his girlfriend smirking at him. She was doing it on purpose. Finally, little Misha seemed to have had enough. He reached his chubby little hands toward his mother. Long Jinjing easily took her baby from him with one arm. Jin Chonglin was amazed at the ease of her movements. Indeed, mothers were amazing creatures. When we have a baby, let's not make the baby too fat, he told his girlfriend. Chun Fei looked stunned at what he just said. He also realized what he just said. He, too, became stunned. The others also looked stunned. After a minute or two, Jin Chonglin, huh? Chun Fei, huh? Huh? Then they froze again. Little Jun clapped his hands and pretended to freeze as well. He thought that everyone was playing a game where the person who moved first would lose. But he lost his balance and looked sad that he lost. Lin Yihan, who had half of his attention on his bonus son, was the first to realize what the child was thinking. He comforted the little guy. It's all right, little Jun. You were already amazing. Look, Daddy Han moved and lost, too. Are you hungry? Why don't we eat some snacks with your little cousins? The child's attention was quickly diverted. Catties and doggies, chew? How about the cats and dogs? Of course, the cats and dogs will have snacks, too, Lin Yihan assured him. Yay! With that, Lin Yihan led the way to remove the children out of the awkward atmosphere. Jin Liwei carried his own kids while the reluctant, gossip-loving Dom helped Long Jinjing carry the Lu twins. Iris gave the still-frozen couple a meaningful look before following her husband while herding the cats and dogs with Jiang Yingyu out of the room. Now that everyone left, Chun Fei and Jin Chonglin were the only ones left. Chen Fei was the first one to come to her senses. She grabbed a pillow from the couch and threw it at the audacious man. What the hell did you just say, Jin Lin? Jin Lin wanted to slap his own mouth. He didn't know what possessed him to utter such unbelievable words in front of everyone. So embarrassing. But now he had to deal with his wild girlfriend who would threaten to castrate him whenever he did something displeasing. Thankfully, Lin Yihan was quite tactful and let everyone out so that he and Chen Fei could talk out his gaffe in private. At least he wouldn't feel too embarrassed trying to reason with his furious girlfriend. He could just imagine his sister-in-law, Iris, and her best friend, the gossip-loving Dominic Chua, wanting to stay and watch him make an even bigger fool of himself. Thanks, eldest bro Yihan. He owed him one. Ahem. Jin Lin straightened his back and tried to act like everything was normal. But Chen Fei wasn't so easily deceived. She grabbed another pillow and hit him with it. Hey, babe, stop it. Ouch. It didn't hurt at all, but he still needed to pretend to suffer to appease her. Who made her his girlfriend? Oh, it was him. He was the one who insisted that they should date for real. Oh well. He had to own up to his decisions. He was the worldwide famous superstar Jin Lin after all. Chen Fei was still upset with him. She kept hitting him with the pillow. How dare you embarrass me like that in front of my friends and everyone? I want to strangle you. No, let me castrate you first. Hey. He caught the pillow and didn't allow her to hit him anymore. Then he threw the pillow far away. She was about to grab another one when he hugged her tightly. Babe, calm down, he said, trying to soothe her. Unfortunately, it didn't work. She fought to escape him and even lifted her knee to kick him in the nuts. Good thing he saw her plan and evaded the vicious attack before he became a eunuch. He finally couldn't take it anymore and shouted, Babe, stop it. She froze and looked at him in disbelief. Did you just yell at me? Sorry for yelling at you. I just need you to calm down for a second and listen to me. Okay. She glared at him. He sighed and decided to completely swallow his pride. Please? Pretty please. She pursed her lips and harumphed. Fine. Let go of me first. He was afraid that she would go back on her word and attack him if he let her go. But not letting her go would definitely cause her to become more vicious. So he chose the lesser of two evils and cautiously let her go. Fortunately, she showed mercy and didn't attack him. She just faced him and crossed her arms over her chest. Now explain yourself, she said. Now what do I say, he thought. He was panicking inside but dared not show it. Jin Lin, you're not a coward. You're a superstar who's the fantasy of millions of ladies all around the world. This isn't the first time you had a girlfriend. You can handle a woman with no problem. He tried cheering himself on, but remembered his track record with past lovers. Ugh. Maybe remembering his past lovers wasn't the greatest idea at the moment. While his mind was racing 1,000,000 miles per second to find the best excuse, Chen Fei said something. He didn't hear what she said. His mind was too preoccupied with his own little thoughts. Sorry, babe. What did you just say? Understandably, she became even more upset that he wasn't listening to her. But fortunately, she still repeated what she said. I said, do you really want to have a baby with me? Yes. His survival instincts made him reply with no hesitation. Experience with women in the past made him learn that in situations like this, it was best to agree even if he disagreed deep inside. It was easier to pretend and appease a lover than to deal with a furious and hysterical woman. But still, when he caught himself agreeing to it, he still couldn't believe what he said. What the F***ck? Did he just say that? What the F***ck was wrong with him? But he still played it cool, acting as if he really wanted to have a baby with her. Wait, did he want to have a baby? He wanted to be a father? Oh no. Maybe he got infected with a baby brain after his elder brother and Liu Zihao had babies one after another. Yes, that was it. It was Jin Liwei and Liu Zihao's fault. Those two men were too much. Jerks. Did they even treat him as their younger brother? How dare they infect him with a stupid baby brain? Yes, it was all their fault. It wasn't like he suddenly wanted to have a baby because his girlfriend was Chen Fei. Well, she was good-looking enough. Not as gorgeous as his sister-in-law, of course, but Chen Fei had nice, pleasant natural features. She was also quite stylish and highlighted her best features, increasing her attractiveness by several points. Plus, she was also very smart, capable, and independent. All of these made her so much more attractive than other women in his eyes. And of course, Jin Lin, was oozing with gorgeousness. He was gorgeousness personified. Even if Chun Fei wasn't as gorgeous as him, his genes would surely be strong enough for both of them to make their future kids all good-looking. He was confident in himself when it came to this matter. Hold on. What the hell was he thinking? Was he really seriously considering having kids with Chun Fei? Huh. I guess I'm done for. Chun Fei frowned. What did you say? Nothing, he quickly said. Then he smiled. Fine. Since he already jumped into the pit he dug, then he might as well dig deeper. At least, he wouldn't be alone. There would be a woman named Chun Fei whom he could hold in his arms at night. Chun Fei grew quiet. What? Jin Chonglin became nervous. He was used to her barking and snarling at him like a territorial mad dog. Seeing her so quiet like this was like seeing pigs fly for the first time. It was unnerving, to say the least. I need to think about it first, she whispered. What did you say? He didn't hear her clearly. She snarled at him. This was more like her. I said, I need to think about it first. Oh, okay. Jin Chonglin gave her a thumbs up. With that, it felt like the air in the room finally became easier to breathe. Jin Chonglin released a mental sigh of relief. Chun Fei pulled him to sit beside her on the couch. I don't know what kind of weird medicine you've been taking lately that you're suddenly having all these crazy ideas, she said. First, you persuade me to pretend to be your girlfriend. Then, you suddenly decide that you want to make our pretend relationship real after sleeping together. And now, you suddenly announce in front of my friends and their families that you want to have a baby with me. Honestly, you're making me crazy, Jin Chonglin. That should be my line, he thought. You're the one who's making me crazy. But he didn't say these words out loud. Sitting down and talking about things like this without quarreling like cats and dogs were quite rare between the two of them. She continued to talk, unaware of his real thoughts. I'm not even sure if I like you all that much to want to give birth to your child. If, and I'm saying it as a big if I agree to have a baby with you, as the woman, I'm the one who'll suffer more. You can continue working nonstop, while I'll need to sacrifice a lot just to give birth to your baby. I don't even know if it's a good deal. Jin Chonglin couldn't bear to be slighted like this. I'm Jin Chonglin. What do you mean I'm not a good deal? She rolled her eyes at him. Don't think too highly of yourself. I'm not like other women who fantasize about you and dream of bearing your babies. I'm only talking properly like this with you right now because you're my official boyfriend. If you weren't, I would have slapped you and castrated you for even having such a crazy thought. He covered his crotch with a hand. Don't always threaten to castrate me. This here is very important to your future happiness. Glancing at his crotch, something dangerous glinted in her eyes. Before he could even react, her hand already swooshed downward, slapped his hand away, and grabbed his thing through his trousers. His manhood immediately reacted, but before he could even enjoy it, he screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Chun Fei. She let go of the thing that she just squeezed and laughed. Oops. Sorry. My hand moved on its own. Don't worry. I'll scold my hand for acting so audacious. Ugh. His eyes teared up. What if you damaged it? Don't blame me if our babies turn up ugly in the future. I'll tell them that their mother hurt their father. That's why they became so ugly. Chun Fei laughed at him. Are you even listening to yourself? I suggest you return to school and learn about science. You don't even make sense. Humph. He rubbed his poor little brother and pouted. I don't care. You have to compensate me later. Oh. She raised an eyebrow. How? He leaned forward and blew on her ear, causing it to turn crimson. You know. She gave him a playful slap on the thigh, causing him to flinch. He was afraid that she would slap his poor little brother to death. You pervert. Although she said this, the playful glint in her eyes betrayed her. Jin Chonglin felt something warm deep inside his chest. He was a grandmaster in flirting, but this was the first time that he felt something other than the excitement of the pursuit. Then a thought crossed his mind. Perhaps it wouldn't be that bad to have a baby with this woman. Maybe they could have twins, too, just like his elder brother Jin Liwei and Lu Zihao. Of course, with him, Jin Chonglin. As the father, his kids with Chun Fei would surely be cuter than either the Jin or Lu twins. Hee. Chun Fei watched him snickering like a deranged idiot. She shook her head. Maybe he knocked his head while filming a stunt or something. She should ask his assistant next time. Then maybe it would explain all his recent craziness. As for her, she couldn't quite explain the extent of her feelings for him. She still held a lot of reservations when it came to him, especially about his reputation as a playboy. But it would be a lie if she said that she wasn't flattered when he confessed that he wanted to have a baby with her. It meant that he didn't treat their relationship as something temporary. He could envision a future with them together as a family. Her first instinct was to reject him. That was why she hit him earlier. However, something deeper inside told her to agree. She didn't want to agree right away, though. She wasn't a stupid teenager who would fall head over heels over her crush. She was a strong, independent career woman. Decisions like this shouldn't be made carelessly. She needed to make a lot of considerations because having a baby with a superstar like Jin Liwei would forever change her life, whether she liked it or not. And besides, if he was really serious about their relationship, shouldn't he propose marriage to her first? What was this about giving birth to his baby without a proper title? She, Shen Fei, wasn't an easy woman. He needed to work harder if he wanted a future with her. If he thought that he was a great catch, then She was also a great catch. So what if he was a superstar? She was Orchidea's Xiao. So many people aspired to be like her. After the gathering at Lin Yihan's farm, everyone settled back to their normal lives. Iris also settled at Long Industries. She became more integrated with the marketing team. Her workload also gradually became heavier, but it was no problem for her. She was also a boss in her own right. She knew how to delegate tasks to the right people. Her new assistant at Long Industries also proved herself to be quite competent. Because the assistant was a black star, she was extremely loyal and sincere to Iris. This pleased Iris so much that she already gave her new assistant a bonus from her own pocket. Not on the company's dime, of course. There was no need to attract unnecessary criticism when she just wanted to reward her assistant. Once again, Iris followed her own work hours and left as soon as she finished her tasks. Her husband was already waiting in the underground parking lot reserved for the executives of the company. Jin Liwei was the one driving the car this time. As soon as they arrived home, and before they could even see their twins, the butler handed them a simple yet elegant envelope. It was a wedding invitation addressed to the husband and wife. It read, "With joy, we invite you to the wedding of Lin Yihan and Jiang Yingyu." Iris and Jin Liwei looked at each other. They were only surprised for a moment, but soon accepted it. The wedding between Lin Yihan and Jiang Yingyu was not a question of if, but of when. Now that it was finally happening, Iris and Jin Liwei were happy for the engaged couple, and of course, for their godson. They must have already explained it to little June, Iris murmured. Yingyu said before that she won't marry eldest brother Yihan until little June becomes comfortable. Now that our godson is even calling eldest brother Yihan Daddy Han, Yingyu should feel relieved. Eldest brother cares about little June like his own, Jin Liwei said. I know what kind of man he is like. We grew up together. It takes time for him to warm up to other people, but once he accepts you in his own circle, he'll become very protective of you. Iris smiled. I know. She experienced it firsthand when she met Jin Liwei's best friends back then. Umo was already acquainted with her because he had been coincidentally her Systema instructor. Wang Yingjie was also polite to her. Only Lin Yihan had treated her coldly. Although Lin Yihan hadn't outright disrespected her and still hosted her at his farm villa for the sake of Jin Liwei, she still felt his dislike toward her. Fortunately, she hadn't cared much about his attitude back then. Now look at them. Lin Yihan treated her like family. As long as eldest brother doesn't mistreat little June, I don't think that he would ever do that. Then we won't interfere in his marriage with Yingyu, Iris said. Jin Liwei nodded. Lin Yihan was one of his closest brothers, but Jin Liwei would never defend the man if Lin Yihan ever hurt his beloved godson. Iris kept the invitation, and the couple headed to the nursery. They greeted their twins and took the boys with them to eat a meal. Later, Iris called Jiang Yingyu and they talked about the upcoming wedding. Jiang Yingyu and little Jin were now half living between Dragon Palace and Lin Yihan's place. Whenever Jiang Yingyu had duty at Dragon Palace, the mother and son would live here. Whenever she had the day off, then they would stay at Lin Yihan's farm villa. According to Jiang Yingyu, her son loved living at his daddy Han's home. The little guy loved roaming around the property and helping take care of the farm animals. Lin Yihan was also very patient in showing the child around and teaching the little guy how to care for the animals. Watching the two of them interact made me think that I made the right decision in choosing Lin Yihan as my husband and partner in life, Jiang Yingyu confessed to Iris. I'm happy for you, Yingyu, Iris replied. Thank you, Xiaolon. I don't want to be indecisive anymore like how I had been during my relationship with my ex. Unlike Long Hui, Yihan never made me feel ashamed of the difference in our social status. Yihan also never looked down on my job as a bodyguard. He respects my passion for the career that I chose for myself. Iris nodded, agreeing. She was truly happy for her friend. Jiang Yingyu continued. This is why I can't help but fall for a man like Lin Yian. The moment that little June called him Daddy Han was also the moment that I knew that you know, that I love him. I love him, Xiaolan. Good for you, Yingyu. And good for little June. I wish you all the best, especially to my godson. Thanks, Xiaolan. For everything. Don't mention it. Liwei and I will always be there for little June and you. Iris continued listening to Jiang Yingyu as she talked about her simple wedding plans. It was very rare for this friend of hers to openly share her feelings like this. Iris was very happy for Jiang Yingyu and hoped that her friend would finally find happiness with the right person. Hopefully, the right person was Lin Yian. ####. At a high-class restaurant, Iris led the toast in welcoming Ren Jiu and a few members of the national shooting team for successfully signing exclusive management contracts with LXC Studio. Cheers! The press conference earlier that afternoon was a success. Almost all the major media companies sent representatives to cover the event. Iris originally planned on attending the press conference in person, but her eldest twin son, little Machi, suddenly vomited in the morning. She was frightened and personally rushed her son to the mansion's hospital wing. What happened to little June a while back came to mind. She feared that her twin son also got dengue. Follow author on Instagram. Earlier that morning, Jin Liwei left the company in a rush and came home as soon as Ketchup informed him about what happened to his eldest twin son. The husband and wife waited anxiously while the doctor examined and treated little Machi. Fortunately, little Machi quickly recovered. The doctor said that the baby had eaten too much and vomited the excess. There was nothing to worry about. Whenever he has eaten enough, don't give in and keep on feeding him too much even if he asks for extra, the doctor advised. It's not good to overfeed him. Your twins' stomachs aren't as sturdy as their Lu cousins. Although Iris and Jin Liwei were both relieved that there was nothing seriously wrong with their eldest twin son, they couldn't help but feel exasperated. Little Machi was probably trying to show off again. Even when he already felt full, he kept on wanting to eat. His stomach couldn't handle it, so he ended up vomiting, frightening both his poor parents into thinking that he contracted dengue fever. Mama, little Machi whined and hugged Iris' neck. She patted his little back, comforting him. Jin Liwei's hand itched while looking at his son's naughty bottom. Seeing his worried wife, however, he curbed his urge to spank his son. He had never hit his children. This was the first time that he had this urge. Still, he restrained his thoughts. His wife told him several times before that she didn't want them to discipline their children by corporal punishment. He agreed with her. There were other effective methods of disciplining children. Iris didn't know that her husband almost spanked their son. She kissed little Machi, who was acting cute. Her heart couldn't help but melt at her adorable son. They left the hospital wing. Little Machi began acting spoiled and refused to let his parents leave. He clung to his mother and pretended to be pitiful whenever she tried handing him to his nanny. He also needed to have his father within his field of vision, or he would wail at the top of his lungs. Little Macha was already used to his elder twin brother's antics. At first, he tried comforting little Machi by sharing his favorite teddy bear, but little Machi slapped it aside. The offended little Macha then ignored his brother, crawled far away, and played with the teddy bear by himself instead. Jin Liwei helplessly shook his head at the spectacle, but chose not to interfere. It was better to let the children handle small tiffs like this among themselves. He and his wife would only interfere if the quarrel among the brothers became too much. Fortunately, the twins were still too young to have big quarrels. The husband and wife ended up rearranging their work schedule for the day to spend time with the twins instead. They consulted the doctor and a nutritionist about the best food portion amounts for their babies to prevent incidents like this from happening again in the future. There was no problem with little Matcha. When he felt full, he would refuse to eat. On the other hand, the elder brother, little Machi, was a big show-off. If he heard the adults praising him for eating well, then he would want to shove more food in his mouth, even when he already felt full. As a result of this incident, Iris had no choice but to advise the nannies not to praise little Machi too much during meal times. Nobody wanted him to overeat and vomit again. While making these arrangements for little Machi, the press conference had already started in the afternoon. Iris couldn't make it in time, so she instead booked a welcome dinner for Rin Jiu and his teammates at a high-class restaurant later. Jin Liwei had also wanted to accompany her to the dinner, but little Machi made a big fuss once again. One of them should stay at home to appease the fussy baby. In the end, Jin Liwei decided to let Iris go while he stayed at home to accompany the kids. Iris felt more reassured having her husband personally watch their children after what happened with little Machi this morning. Finally, Iris managed to sneak away when Jin Liwei was distracting little Machi. Back at the restaurant, Iris smiled as she listened to the conversations around her. She smiled even though her mind couldn't help but worry about her kids at home. As the other boss of LXC Studio, Jin Chonglin was of course also in attendance. He sat beside Iris, and he also gave a short speech before offering a toast to their newly contracted talents. The chief and deputy chief of talent management, Lin Dong and Tang Yi, were also present. The contract signing with the national shooting team got delayed several times because LXC Studio wanted to iron out every possible little detail in the individual contracts, so nothing would conflict with their management of the national shooting team. In addition, there were also a few issues with the National Athletes Association. They made some excessive demands even though they weren't directly involved in the matter. They probably just wanted the clout. Fortunately, LXC Studio didn't back down and still managed to negotiate with them without ruffling too many feathers from some self-important higher-ups in the association. Iris only learned about this after Jin Chonglin spoke about it today. If it were up to her, she wouldn't care about offending some unworthy people, but Jin Chonglin disagreed with her approach. He insisted that LXC Studio was still a young company and they needed to be a bit more cautious, just a little bit, until they stabilized their foundation. She didn't argue and just allowed him to make the decisions as long as they wouldn't negatively affect the company. Both of them glanced at the athletes, especially at Rin Jiu. He has good potential for showbiz, Jin Chonglin commented. She nodded. Indeed, Rin Jiu was a very charismatic individual. It was no wonder that he instantly became popular. Now it was up to LXC Studio to use his newfound fame and create a sustainable lifelong career for him. By the way, how's my nephew? Jin Chonglin asked. Any updates on little Machi? Iris showed him a short video of little Machi clapping his hands and laughing while the dogs chased each other around him. Jin Liwei sent it just now. They could also see little Mat Cha doing his own thing at the corner. Jin Chonglin snickered upon seeing that his naughty nephew was completely fine. Earlier that morning, he also became worried after hearing that little Machi vomited. Then he learned the reason the baby vomited was because he was showing off to everyone by overeating. What a mischievous child. Little Machi was growing to become more and more like his uncle Lin Lin. Jin Chonglin felt proud. Not only did the baby resemble him at a certain angle, especially whenever little Machi smiled, but the baby's desire to show off was also just like him. His desire to have his own baby grew a little again. Just a tiny bit. Iris had no idea that Jin Chonglin was using her baby to fantasize about having his own baby. And if she heard his thoughts about little Machi inheriting his show-off personality from him, then she would beg to differ. She thought that little Machi's desire to show off was actually inherited from the original Long Xiulan. This was why she couldn't help but worry about little Machi more when he grew up. She and her husband needed to guide the child properly so that he wouldn't end up growing crooked like the original Long Xiulan. In fact, Iris pitied the original Long Xiulan. If only the original Long Xiulan had someone who guided her properly while growing up, perhaps she wouldn't have ended up the way she did. The original Long Xiulan wasn't inherently wicked. She just had a personality that wanted others to notice her, admire her, and love her. Unfortunately, due to the lack of proper guidance, she lost her way and ended up forcing whatever she wanted by hook or by crook. Iris sighed at the tragedy of the original Long Xiulan's life. Of course, she was grateful that she, the former Evelina Vetrova, was given a chance to live another life because of the original Long Xiulan. Both of them lived tragic lives, but now, she was determined to live a life full of happiness and fulfillment, chasing her dreams with the support of the love of her life and their family. Long Xiulan, you want the world to love you. I'll achieve it for you. Don't worry. Something warm pooled in her heart and spread throughout her entire body, becoming hotter. She had already integrated with the original's body a long time ago. There was no longer a clash with any remnant of the original Long Xiulan's soul. She could feel that she had already become one with the original Long Xiulan. Perhaps it was her body's subconscious reaction to thank her for her promise. Whatever it was, Iris welcomed it. She had her own dreams and goals that she wanted to achieve. The original Long Xiulan also had hers. She would achieve everything they both wanted and more. Iris put her phone inside her purse. Beside her, Jin Chonglin went back to chatting with Ren Jiu and the other members of the national shooting team. Iris also joined them, exciting the athletes. As per Ren Jiu's request, he became a talent under Tang Yi. He was a big fan of Iris Long, a proud black star, so he wanted to have the same manager as her. His other teammates were less popular than him, so they were assigned to other managers. They didn't mind. They understood that their team became popular mainly because of Ren Jiu, their youngest member. Lin Dong didn't sign to manage anyone from the national shooting team. He already had his hands full continuing to work as Jin Chonglin's longtime exclusive manager, in addition to being LXC Studios' chief of talent management. He was so busy that he could barely walk straight, but he enjoyed every minute of it. Not everyone from the national shooting team was interested in entering showbiz, but they still all came out to support Ren Jiu and the others for the contract signing. The dinner was lively and filled with laughter. Iris tilted her head while looking at her brother-in-law. He noticed it and suddenly became nervous. What? Feeling guilty? She asked him. Who are you calling guilty? Jin Chonglin demanded. Iris raised an eyebrow and ignored his defensive tone. I heard that you and Chun Fei are basically living together now. He didn't reply. She lowered her voice. I'm not interfering in your relationship. I don't care about what kind of relationship the two of you have, whether it's pretend or real or something more complicated. We all heard about you declaring in front of everyone at the farm villa that you want a baby with Chun Fei, but I want to remind you that you're a big celebrity with hordes of fans around the world. Chun Fei is my friend and my company's important COO. Protect her or else. Her finger made a slitting gesture across her neck. Jin Chonglin glared at her, but immediately caught himself. He looked around the table and was relieved that nobody seemed to be listening to their conversation. He smiled and pretended that they were just chatting about normal stuff for other people to see. Inside, however, he was complaining. What was up with this group of women always threatening him? His girlfriend was always threatening to castrate him, while his sister-in-law was now threatening to murder him if he ever failed to protect his girlfriend. And if he ever tattled on his sister-in-law with his older brother, Jin Liwei would surely side with Iris. How pitiful was he, Jin Chonglin. Ahem. Jin Chonglin moistened his throat with a sip of champagne. I know. You don't have to keep telling me this. I won't let anyone harm my girlfriend under my nose. Iris studied his expression, making him uncomfortable, but he endured it. Iris continued saying, Chun Fei might be strong, but she's still a woman. I hope that you treat her more carefully. Of course, Jin Chonglin replied. And I hope that you're not just playing with her. He scowled. She shrugged, not at all bothered by his ugly expression. Can't blame me for saying this. Your past dalliances are now legendary in the industry. He opened his mouth but couldn't retort, so he could only close it again. No need to explain everything to me. She waved a dismissive hand. Your romantic or sexual relationships with other women aren't my business anyway. I'm just reminding you that Chun Fei is my friend and my most important company COO. You can't treat her like how you treated your exes. The scowl on Jin Chonglin's face worsened. Lin Dong appeared beside them and rebuked Jin Chonglin while keeping a smile on his face for others to see. Don't you know how to control your expression? And to Iris Long, do you want rumors of you not getting along with your sister-in-law to appear in the evening news? And what kind of face are you showing to our newly signed talents? Iris snickered. Stop teasing your brother-in-law. Tang Yi, who also appeared beside them, warned Iris. Iris pursed her lips. She didn't bother Jin Chonglin anymore. Although she was indeed teasing him, she was serious when threatening him. Like she told him earlier, she didn't care about what kind of relationship he had with Chun Fei, nor did she want to interfere. Both were already adults and could make their own decisions. She was only concerned for her friend, especially with the kind of past Jin Chonglin had with other women. Iris didn't want Chun Fei to suffer a similar fate to his jilted exes. Besides, his ex-fiancée, Fan Luo, was as an insane person and a murderer. She was the one who murdered the original Long Xiaolan. This was why Iris couldn't fully trust Jin Chonglin, especially when it came to his choice with women. Now that he was dating her friend and her company COO, she had to remind him again and again to be extra careful. Iris stood up and finally left Jin Chonglin to deal with the two managers by himself. She joined Rin Jiyu and the others to chat. They were black stars, so all were ecstatic to have the chance to talk to her in person. Jin Chonglin was in a bad mood because of what happened, but still forced himself to face everyone at the welcome dinner with a dazzling smile on his face. He was now a boss of an entertainment company. There were times when he could act willfully as a superstar, but this wasn't one of them. He watched as his beautiful sister-in-law dazzled everyone as usual. His heart clenched a little, but the feeling of regret was no longer there. Unexpectedly, Chun Fei's face flashed in his mind. His bad mood gradually disappeared. The more he looked at Iris, the less his heart clenched, and the more Chun Fei stamped herself in his mind. This time, he led another toast, raising his wineglass. To a new beginning. Cheers. Cheers. He sipped his champagne and once again glanced at his sister-in-law. To a new beginning, he mentally told himself, of me no longer pining for you. Iris must have sensed his eyes on her because she looked back at him. She raised her own glass of champagne and nodded at him. He smiled back. This time, his smile felt lighter. Any baggage from past feelings was finally let go starting today. It was liberating. ####. The days flew by. Soon, it was the wedding day of Lin Yihan and Jiang Yingyu. It was a small and intimate ceremony held at Lin Yihan's farm villa. The day was bright and breezy. A perfect day for a wedding celebration. It seemed that even the weather agreed to the union of the bride and the groom. The ceremony started outdoors without any delay. Lin Yihan stood waiting at the end of the aisle with his best man, Jin Liwei, and his groomsmen, Wang Yingzhi, Umo, Lu Zihao, and Jin Chonglin. His parents were also in attendance. They had already met Jiang Yingyu and little June before the wedding and accepted her as their son's chosen wife without any drama. They also adored little June and doted on him as their grandson. The bridesmaids walked down the aisle. Long Jinjing, Chun Fei, Mimi, and Clover. Next was the matron of honor, Iris. She was followed by Dom, the flower girl, ahem, the flower man. Dom's entrance was as dramatic as ever. As soon as he appeared, the background music changed into a funky pop song. He carried a huge basket of wildflower petals mixed with sparkly paper butterflies. First, he started posing before dancing to the beat of the music while tossing a handful of wildflower petals and sparkly paper butterflies along the aisle and to the guests. The touching wedding turned funny in an instant. Laughter filled the venue. Everyone cheered for the confident flower man who was intent on making this wedding as memorable as possible. When he reached the seats near the front, he twirled around and tossed petals and paper butterflies at the 4 giggling babies alongside their 4 guard dogs. The Jean and Lu twins looked adorable in their little matching tuxedo suits. Their dogs, Pudding, Chowder, Ham and Mash, sat on the ground beside them. The dogs also wore adorable bow ties. Dom threw the last petals and paper butterflies and put down the huge basket. Then he fished something out of his pocket, a bright red bottle of something. He opened it and blew bubbles at the babies, causing them to giggle and squeal with delight. Then he blew flying kisses to them. But Dom didn't stop there. He continued blowing bubbles at the groom, his groomsmen, and even the bridesmaids. Finally, he tossed a handful of glittering confetti at the end of the aisle, finishing his sassy march with great flourish. Everyone gave him a big round of applause. After Dom's entertaining performance on the aisle, little June marched next. He wore the same tuxedo as the groom, Lin Yihan, but in children's size. The little guy took his job very seriously. He carried the pillow with the rings and marched down the aisle with measured steps, just like how he had practiced the day before. Also marching beside him was his German shepherd guard dog, Gravy. The dog wore a bow tie around its neck. Gravy was disciplined and stayed beside its little master, matching little June's footsteps. The dogs were still considered puppies based on their ages, but their sizes were already close to their adult sizes. Lin Yihan welcomed his bonus son at the front of the aisle while the best man, Jin Liwei, took the rings from the pillow to safeguard them. Then little June and Gravy finally joined the babies and the other dogs to watch the ceremony. Then the music changed. Everyone stood up, and looked at the same direction. Finally, the bride walked down the aisle. Jiang Yingyu's parents had already passed away, so she didn't have anyone from her family to attend her wedding. After learning that she didn't have anyone to walk her down the aisle, Grandpa Lu didn't hesitate to declare that he would do it instead. Nobody was allowed to fight him for the role. The old man was very arrogant. He didn't offer. He declared. But the others knew that he only acted this way so that Jiang Yingyu couldn't decline his offer due to shyness. Once Grandpa Lu acted willfully, he was even worse than a child. Throwing a tantrum, Jiang Yingyu became teary-eyed but forced herself not to cry because she didn't want to ruin her makeup. Her dress was a very simple of white boho-style dress. It was light and flowy with sheer and loose long sleeves. Her muscles were covered but not completely hidden. She appeared feminine yet strong at the same time. There was a very casual atmosphere during the entire wedding ceremony. Everyone felt at ease, even the children and animals. It felt very peaceful. Unlike Iris and Jin Liwei's grand wedding, Lin Yihan and Jiang Yingyu didn't want the ceremony to be too formal. Everything was simplified. In just a matter of minutes, the bride and groom were married. The children and their pets didn't have time to grow bored and throw tantrums. Before they knew it, their parents carried them to the reception on the other side of the farm villa. Lin Yihan was all smiles as he carried his bonus son, little June, with one arm while holding his wife, Jiang Yingyu, with his other arm. Little June's guard dog, Gravy, followed beside them obediently. Long Jinjing sighed and smiled softly as she watched the newly married couple. They look great together. We look better, Lu Zihao said with his devilish voice. She pouted at him but didn't argue. The man was extremely competitive. He didn't like being bested by other people. She didn't bother with him anymore and just continued to admire the new family walking ahead. She was happy for them. Lu Zihao adjusted both his twin sons in his arms. Unlike the others, he wasn't bothered by his son's significant weight at all. To him, they weighed nothing. The others who complained about his son's weight were just weaklings. Of course, that didn't include his sister. Evelina was delicate. She shouldn't even carry his sons in the first place. Once his sons learned how to walk, he would teach them to support their delicate aunt when she walked instead so that she wouldn't trip and fall. They shouldn't even ask her to carry them, or he would tell them to run 100 laps as punishment. Nikolai Vetrov's sons should be tough and strong. As Lu Zihao was making plans about his son's future, he had forgotten that his wife might protest and argue with him. But that was a problem that he would have to face sooner or later. Long Jinjing usually deferred to him on most matters, but after becoming a mother, she had become extremely protective of their children. Unaware of his difficult future with his wife because of their sons, Lu Zihao asked, "So when do you want to hold our wedding ceremony?" She looked at him with surprise. You haven't forgotten? I thought that maybe you already forgot about it." He snorted and left her behind while carrying both their sons. Wait. She chased after them. When she caught up, she grabbed her husband's arm to force him to slow down, which he did. He ignored her, but spoke to their babies instead. "Your mom is terrible. Your dad keeps asking her. But she doesn't want to marry me." "Nonsense. I already married you." Long Jinjing denied his accusation, especially in front of their children. What would their sons think of her, their mother? Of course, they couldn't understand what their parents were talking about yet. But Long Jinjing was still afraid of negatively affecting their subconscious minds during childhood. He snorted. "You know what I mean." She bit her bottom lip. Of course, she knew what he meant. They had registered their marriage at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Hence, they were already officially married. However, it still didn't feel complete without the wedding ceremony yet. Lu Zihao said that he wanted to give her a wedding ceremony. Of course, she also wanted to have a wedding ceremony. It was one of her dreams since she was a little girl. She was thankful that her husband had learned to be more thoughtful of her and promised to give her the wedding ceremony of her dreams. The only problem was herself. She looked down at her figure. Although she had already lost a lot of weight after giving birth, she still continued to struggle to return to her normal weight before pregnancy. Her stomach wasn't flat enough yet. Her arms were too big. Her thighs rubbed too close with one another. No matter how often Lu Zihao assured Long Jinjing that he loved her current figure, she still couldn't stop her insecurities. She knew in her mind that her current way of thinking was unhealthy, but she couldn't help herself from feeling this way. The good thing was that she recognized that she had a problem and was willing to solve it by seeing her therapist on a regular basis. Thanks to this, She didn't spiral downwards into suffering a full-blown postpartum depression. Letting go of her current insecurities was a daily struggle. It was a long battle, but with the support of her husband, family, and friends, she noticed that she was gradually getting better. Not yet 100% better, but at least getting there. Seeing that she hadn't replied yet, Liu Zihao released a heavy sigh. He leaned down and kissed her forehead. Just tell me whenever you're ready. Or we can wait until these two rascals can walk, so they can march on the aisle on their own. What do you think, She smiled, imagining it. Indeed, it would be adorable if their twins could walk down the aisle together with their cousins. Okay. Liu Zihao's mouth curved into a devilish smile. He was relieved that she was feeling a bit better about it. Let's go, he said. These two brats are already wiggling like itchy worms. Long Jinjing chuckled. They want to stay with their cousins. Mikhail, Dmitri behave. The babies ignored their dad's scolding and continued wriggling in his arms. If Liu Zihao wasn't strong enough, he might have already dropped them, especially since the two little fatties were quite heavy. He was annoyed and wore a scary expression, but he still carried his two naughty sons carefully, afraid that he would drop them by accident. Big bro boss, Sis Jing. Dom called them. Hurry up. We're taking photos together. Grandpa boss says that you're too slow. We're coming. Long Jinjing raised her voice in response and pulled her husband carrying their children. They hurried to where everyone was gathered. Like the wedding ceremony, the reception was also quite casual. The Chua siblings, Dom and Clover, acted as MCs. Clover was still jet-lagged. She only arrived yesterday afternoon in time for the rehearsal all the way from France. Still, she gave her all to host the wedding reception with her brother. Anyone who wanted to make a speech could do so. There were also no scheduled performances, but Iris and Jean Chonglin still prepared a solo performance each and a duet together. Dom and Clover were both naturally funny, so they livened up the atmosphere. The food was also delicious. Everything was fresh and directly sourced from Lin Yihan's farms and fields. It was a mixture of fancy cuisine and homemade dishes. The portions were generous. Nobody would go hungry because everyone could eat anytime during the reception. Even the MCs, Dom and Clover, were eating and drinking in between hosting. When it was party time, Lin Yihan invited his bride to the dance floor for the first dance. Neither was a good dancer, but everyone cheered for them, making them comfortable. I'm so happy, Jiang Yingyu whispered while hugging Lin Yihan's shoulders. Lin Yihan smiled. Me too, wife. Me too. ####. After the wedding, it was now time for the mother and son, Jiang Yingyu and little June, to officially move out of Dragon Palace home number 10 into their new home at Lin Yihan's farm villa. Lin Yihan initially wanted his bride and bonus son to officially live with him at his farm villa before the wedding, but everybody except him was reluctant to do so soon. Iris became emotional as she gave her godson a tight hug. She knew that this day would come, but she was reluctant, extremely reluctant, to let her beloved godson move out. Little June, don't forget your Mama Xiaolan and Papa Liwei, okay? Mama, no CWY. Mama, don't cry. The child wrapped his little arms around his godmother's neck and gave her a sweet kiss on the cheek. Jiang Yingyu watched them with a helpless smile. Why are you acting like you'll no longer see your godson? I'll bring little June with me when I go to work here every day. You'll still see him regularly after our honeymoon. I know, Iris said, sighing. But I'm still sad that little June won't live under my roof anymore. Later, Iris and Jin Liwei gave their godson another tight embrace before watching Lin Yihan drive the mother and son away. Iris and Jin Liwei decided against taking their twin sons, little Machi and little Matcha, to see off their elder cousin. The children would definitely become inconsolable again, just like when the Liu twins moved out. It would be another period of big adjustment for everyone, especially the children. But change was inevitable. They couldn't always stay together forever. The important thing was that they would still remain connected for the rest of their lives as long as they made the effort to do so. Time flies by so fast, Iris murmured while resting her head on her husband's chest. Jin Liwei pulled her closer and nuzzled her hair. Then he noticed that she was once again pressing on her chest. He frowned. Anxious again? Oh, yes, I think. Maybe it's because I'm too sad about little June moving out of our home. I've been dreading this moment for a long time. You sure? He asked, still worried. I think so, she said, not really bothered about it anymore. She had been having this anxiety for quite some time now. It was not a good feeling at all, but there was no use in worrying about it all the time and allowing it to hinder her daily activities. The husband and wife returned inside the mansion to check on their twins. Little Machi and little Matcha were taking a nap, completely unaware that their eldest cousin, little June, had already moved out. Iris and Jin Liwei were dreading the time when the twins would realize their eldest cousin's absence. The babies would definitely throw another big tantrums just like when their Lu cousins moved out. Long Industries. No matter how many times others tried to sabotage her in the company, Iris always managed to counterattack. For her, this kind of sneak attacks were too amateurish. The enemy camp also didn't dare to act too recklessly and blatantly against her because Long Tengfei had already shown through his decisions and actions as the company head how much he favored his youngest daughter. Long Tengfei still held the highest authority in the company after all. If they crossed his bottom line too much, they were the ones who would regret it in the end. Iris didn't join the company's infighting too much, not unless they specifically targeted her. She chose to focus on completing her assigned tasks while working on building her influence in the company. Due to her consistently excellent work performance, her immediate superior, the CMO, began to treat her much better than before. The entire marketing department's initial bad impression of her also gradually changed into acceptance and even admiration. Actions spoke louder than words. Only a blind person would fail to see her excellence at work. It also helped that there were a few black stars in the department who supported her from the very beginning, including her assistant in the company. They were the first ones to help her without expecting anything in return. They just wanted to support her as much as they could. To repay them, she would often order special boxed lunches for them. Of course, she also provided the CMO and the others with lunch, not just the black stars. As the deputy CMO, she had the authority to treat others without appearing as a brown-noser. Besides, it wasn't a daily occurrence, but her thoughtful actions still brought her closer to the other members of the department. Some wanted to cause trouble for her and accused her of trying to bribe people with free lunches. She didn't care about them and continued to order special lunches for her department. Those people could think whatever they wanted. Her conscience was clear. She was just giving back to those who helped her, especially the black stars. Besides, she wasn't spending the company's dime. She paid for the lunches out of her own pocket. Even if someone reported her, what she was doing wasn't anything against the company policy. It was normal for higher-ranked officers to treat their team members for a job well done. If the company wanted to stop her from continuing to do this, then it should also ban everyone from treating others. But this would cause a massive protest among the regular workers who benefited from the free lunches and treated it as a work perk. The company wouldn't do something stupid unless it wanted to witness a mass resignation of its workers. As a result of her actions, the marketing department became the target of envy in the company. Workers from other departments wished that their leaders could provide them with free lunches as well. Long Jian was quick on the uptake. He also began providing free lunches to his department, but not as often as Iris. He even submitted a proposal to improve the company's cafeteria and provide all employees with better food benefits, arguing that this would boost the employees' morale and increase their overall productivity. As the deputy CFO, Long Hui and his allies in the finance department were the first ones to oppose Long Jian's proposal. A rather tense showdown between the half-brothers was currently playing in the conference room. Long Tengfei's expression was ugly as he tried to mediate between his two sons, but to no avail. He was about to use his authority as the president-CEO to force the two to stop when his youngest daughter joined in the fray. In his mind, he couldn't help but curse. Did this daughter of his want to see the world burn before she was satisfied? I support Deputy COO Long Jian's proposal, Iris said. Long Hui scowled at her. She completely ignored him. She stood up and asked Long Jian, "May I?" Sensing that she was there to back him up, Long Jian stepped aside and allowed her to operate his laptop. The projector screen soon showed Orchidea's website. After a few clicks, it showed a web page featuring Orchidea's company facilities, including their cafeteria. Although it was called a cafeteria, it was more like a high-end mall food court with an impressive variety of restaurants, and even a specialty CAF. Orchidea's cafeteria was already quite famous within the business industry. It was arguably the best in the country's industry. It was also one of the big reasons why a lot of applicants wanted to work at Orchidea aside from Iris Long's fame as a celebrity. After bragging about her Orchidea's famous cafeteria, Iris' next words caused agitation among the executives present. I have only been working as the deputy CMO here at Long Industries for a short time, so it was my negligence not to notice that the cafeteria here and the other employee perks aren't up to the standards of Orchidea or even my other companies. Long Tingfei and the other executives grimaced while Long Hui and his allies looked like they wanted to jump at Iris and choke her. What was she saying? Did she only attend today's meeting to brag about her own company's employee benefits? Long Jian looked away and focused hard on trying not to laugh out loud. It was so funny looking at the executives' expressions. They looked like they were suffering from constipation. It was especially gratifying to watch Long Hui not having a good time. Iris continued. It's thanks to Deputy COO Long Jian for reminding me about this issue through his proposal today. Our workers are loyal and hardworking. They deserve to be rewarded in a different way in addition to their salaries. Deputy COO Long is right. Giving them good perks like better food will provide them with daily energy and motivation to be more productive. This in turn will benefit Long Industries as a whole. Long Jin nodded. My point exactly. Watching the cooperative dialogue between his half-brother and half-sister, Long Hui scowled even harder. He was having a difficult time controlling his expression. He didn't believe that his half-siblings didn't coordinate this proposal together beforehand. He suspected that they did this today to undermine him. In fact, Long Hui's suspicion was completely wrong. Iris and Long Jian didn't coordinate today's proposal at all. Iris had no idea that Long Jian would make this proposal beforehand. He was the one who went ahead and created the proposal by himself. He got the idea after hearing Iris' actions of providing the marketing department with nice lunches and drawing the envy of other departments, including his own. Of course, he only submitted the idea after asking the opinion of his immediate superior, the COO, who gave him the go-ahead. Iris stepping up today was just an impromptu reaction to the series of events. Although they didn't practice it beforehand, the two had a tacit understanding to cooperate in order to mutually strengthen both their influence in the company while at the same time weakening Long Hui's prestige. As you've already noticed, I'm in favor of Deputy COO Long Jian's proposal, Iris said. Long Hui interrupted. Well, I am not in favor of this proposal at all. As the deputy of the finance department, I know that we don't have the budget for this. Other more important projects need funding more than a cafeteria. Most of the executives nodded at his words. The company budget had already been allocated at the beginning of the year. It was not convenient to allocate another budget to a cafeteria. They didn't think that it was as important as what Long Jian and Iris were trying to claim. As executives, they could always ask their assistants to order food from their favorite high-class restaurants whenever they wanted if they didn't want to eat at the company cafeteria. They didn't care much about what the employees ate. Iris shot Long Hui and others who nodded with a cold smile. I knew you might say that. That's why I decided to donate a new cafeteria to the company, not as the deputy CMO, but as the daughter of President Long Tingfei. I'll use my own money, not the company funds, so nobody can complain. If some people still dare complain, then just treat it as President Long's daughter's selfish motives because she doesn't want to eat subpar food at the company's cafeteria. I, Long Xiaolon, want to eat better and healthier food whenever I come here to work. I'm a celebrity and need to watch my figure all the time. What the current cafeteria currently offers falls short of my strict diet requirements. If you don't like it, then don't eat in the cafeteria I'll donate. Long Hui opened his mouth to refute her words, but nothing came out. He closed his mouth again in a huff. Long Jian was also surprised by her sudden decision to donate a new cafeteria. This wasn't part of his plans. He was ready to fight for company funds, but now it seemed that it was no longer necessary to do so. Initially, he wanted the full credit to belong to him. Now, however, the credit would be halved between him and Iris. No, if things went according to her way, then most of the credit would belong to her. Long Jian didn't know exactly how to feel about it. He pursed his lips and took a long look at his youngest half-sister. She might be impulsive, but she was also extremely cunning. She was able to steal his thunder under his nose. Lesson learned. Next time, he would be more careful in protecting his credit. The two of them might be allies right now, but at the end of the day, they were still rivals. Despite his original selfish motives, Long Jian found that for quite some time now, he no longer hated Iris. What he felt about her was no longer hatred, but friendly competitiveness instead. As for the others, They were speechless for a few moments. They thought that the president's youngest daughter was indeed still as willful as ever. She hadn't changed her core after all. She was still the same spoiled brat. In the end, Long Tingfei was the one who made the final decision for everyone. This proposal, I approve it. Deputy CMO Long Xiulan will donate the new cafeteria as per her suggestion. Then he stood up. The meeting is dismissed. The other executives wanted to argue, but Long Tingfei already left the conference room. As he exited the door, he glanced at Iris and Long Jian and said, "You too. Follow me to my office." "Understood, President," Long Jian responded. Iris smiled and nodded. The two followed. Long Tingfei out. Long Hui watched them with a dark expression. His hands curled into tight fists. Their father called his half-siblings, but not him. What did this mean? Was their father starting to exclude him now? "Young master, we must do something," one of his allies whispered to him. "They'll surely use this cafeteria project to gain more supporters to their side. This is clearly a bribe. What if we sabotage the cafeteria and cause it to be delayed for a long time?" Another ally suggested. "That might work. Then we can spread bad rumors about Long Jian and Iris Long." "Enough." Long Hui interrupted them in a bad mood. "We'll talk another time. I need to hurry for another important appointment." His allies watched him rush out of the conference room. Long Hui walked away fast. He didn't know where to go. Rushing to another important appointment was a lie, he told his allies. He didn't know what was wrong with himself. Usually, he would plot with his allies and do everything to reach his goals. Earlier, however, he felt extremely uncomfortable listening to his allies plotting against his half-siblings. This was so unlike his usual self. He stopped right in the middle of a hallway. The employees stopped to greet him, but he didn't respond to them. He was in a daze. They looked at each other and thought that their deputy CFO was becoming weirder and weirder. Ever since Long Hui's very public conflict with Iris Long started, he began acting very unstable. His work performance suffered. He could feel himself spiraling downwards. It was such a huge contrast to his previous performance as the undisputed crown prince of Long Industries and the Long clan. He couldn't help but reminisce about the good old days when he felt he was on top of the world. He could do whatever he wanted with minimal consequences. Now, however, it felt like he was walking on eggshells. No matter what he did, there was always something that would go wrong. Although he still had a lot of supporters and allies, there were already many who jumped ships. He also suspected that there were double agents in his camp, waiting to betray him when he least expected it. He had to be cautious of everyone and everything. It was an exhausting life. His youngest half-sister, Iris Long, was his biggest opponent. That was the undisputed truth. Before, nobody took her seriously. But now, she was beloved by many. It was like their situations were reversed. He was now the one whose reputation was tainted. On the other hand, Iris was famous and charismatic, and most importantly, she had the biggest backer in the country, CEO Jin Liwei. As for his next biggest competitor, Long Jiang still had a long way to go. But his younger half-brother's consistently excellent work performance was gradually winning support not only from the higher-ups, but also from the regular workers. Their father, Long Tingfei, was also gradually giving Long Jiang more authority. Long Jian was becoming known as a reliable and disciplined leader, neither too strict nor too lax. The regular employees respected him. His other half-sister, Long Jinjing, was out of the game, so Long Hui wasn't too worried about her. She had no interest in vying to be the next head of Long Industries. However, Long Hui already learned his lesson with Iris Long. What if Long Jinjing was also secretly cunning and joined the battle for succession all of a sudden? He promised himself to be extra careful when it came to his half-siblings. They couldn't be trusted at all. They were the biggest thorns in his eyes and the most difficult obstacles to his greatest ambition in life. And it wasn't only those 3 half-siblings who were a danger to him. There were also other contenders from various branch families, and even outside the clan such as executive-level officers and shareholders, who were vying to be the next head of Long Industries. Long Hui felt like he couldn't breathe. The stress of everything piled up on top of each other and was becoming too much, but he couldn't give up on his ambition. Giving up meant that what he believed to be his life purpose had become meaningless. He couldn't accept such a conclusion. If he could still fight, he would continue to fight until the end. He was still in a daze when he vaguely noticed his father and half-siblings rushing out of the elevators. Iris bodyguards quickly escorted the trio out of the company building. They all wore grave expressions. Long Hui gloated a little. He didn't know what happened, but they must have experienced something tragic. Their misfortune gave him pleasure. Then he heard some of the bystanders gossiping. I heard that the president's grandchild was kidnapped, an employee said. Poor child. I hope he's rescued safely. Kidnappers are the scum of society. Long Hui frowned. What kidnapped? His nephews, both the Jin and the Liu twins, were closely guarded every single day. He personally saw the over-the-top security measures surrounding the babies when he visited Dragon Palace Home Number 10 that fateful night when he and Iris agreed to a temporary ceasefire. Although he despised Iris, he would never wish ill upon her children. The twins were innocent. No matter what happened, they were still his blood-related nephews. It was the same with Long Jingjing's children, the Liu twins. He might hate the parents, but he didn't have any enmity with the children. He was also a father himself. He snapped out of his daze and asked the gossiping employees, "Which grandchild did you say was kidnapped?" They all became silent and looked at each other, not willing to be the one to bear the bad news. His heart began racing as a dreadful possibility entered his mind. "Why don't you answer me? Which grandchild was kidnapped?" "Yes, sir, it's..." "Tell me. Hurry up. Tell me now." Finally, someone couldn't bear it anymore and answered, "It's President Long's eldest grandson. The one named Long Jun. It's your son who was kidnapped," Deputy CFO Long Hui. Long Hui felt like his soul had left his body. ####. Long Tingfei followed his youngest daughter inside one of her vehicles. Long Jian was about to join them when someone pushed him out of the way. He would have fallen to the ground if not for one of Iris' bodyguards catching him and saving him from the embarrassment. A frantic Long Hui climbed inside the vehicle and sat beside Iris in the back passenger seat without permission. "Get off," Iris snapped at him. Her cold eyes could freeze him all the way to hell. "No." Long Hui was pale and trembling a little. "My son has been kidnapped. I need to go save him. Tell me what happened." Before Iris could snap at him again, Long Tungfei interrupted. "Xiaolan, let your brother come with us. Little Jun is his son." She stared at Long Hui in silence. If looks could kill, he would already be 6 feet under the ground in no time. Iris wasn't against Long Hui following them, but he didn't need to be in the same vehicle as her. It felt like being locked in the same room with a venomous snake. Who in their right mind would willingly choose that? He could drive in his own car and follow them for all she cared. Although she wanted to tell him this to his face, time was of the essence. She didn't bother arguing with him anymore. Iris' beloved godson was in danger. Little Jun was more important than the conflict between her and Long Hui. Long Tingfei then told Long Jian, who was still standing like an idiot outside the vehicle, "Stay in the company and look after it while we search for your nephew." Long Jian wanted to go with them. He might not be close to any of his nephews, but he would still be worried if something bad happened to any of them. Those were his nephews, blood-related ones, and he naturally cared about them. But before he could insist on going with them, his father's pointed look stopped him. He could only withdraw with a reluctant sigh. "Understood, President Long," he replied with deep regret. "I'll look after the company. Please find my nephew as soon as possible." Long Tingfei nodded. Long Jian looked at Iris and then reluctantly at Long Hui. "You too, be careful as well." Iris nodded. Long Hui was too distraught about his son and ignored him. Soon, they drove away, leaving a conflicted Long Jian in the parking lot. ###. At a private resort outside the city. When Iris and the others arrived, Jiang Yingyu ran to her and bawled her eyes out. Iris hugged her friend, trying to comfort her when she also felt like bawling. However, she desperately controlled her emotions. She must not collapse this time. Her godson needed her. Little Jun needed all of them. She glanced at the living area and found that there were already several police officers interviewing Lin Yihan and the resort staff. Following behind Iris, Long Hui also took in the scene before him. "Yingyu." Jiang Yingyu finally noticed her. X's presence. Her expression turned ugly, but she managed to control herself. Although he had hurt her very badly, he was still her son's biological father. He deserved to know what happened to their son. In between sobs, she told them how her son had been kidnapped. The newly married couple, Jiang Yingyu and Lin Yihan, took little Jun and spent their honeymoon together as a family at this resort. They didn't want to go too far. They wanted to go somewhere relaxing and bond as a new family, but still stay close to everyone in case any of their friends wanted to drop by. Of course, nobody among the couple's friends disturbed them on their honeymoon. Who knew that someone would plot against them and kidnap an innocent child while they were out shopping for souvenirs? Before the mother and son moved out of Dragon Palace, Iris and Jin Liwei offered to give their godson a dedicated bodyguard, but Jiang Yingyu refused. She was already a bodyguard herself and thought that she was enough to protect her son. In addition, she and her son weren't a famous family like Iris and Jin Liwei's family unit. In Jiang Yingyu's mind, she, her son, and now Lin Yihan were just an average family. Now that Jiang Yingyu thought about it, she regretted not taking Iris and Jin Liwei's offer back then. She and Lin Yihan would never have thought that something terrible like this would happen to little June while they vacationed as a family. Of course, Lin Yihan had assistants and staff, who also acted like bodyguards, but they weren't experts like Jin Liwei's security team. Lin Yihan's staff could deter normal wannabe thugs, but couldn't guard against professional cold-blooded mercenaries or hitmen. Why would he guard against this kind of frightening criminals? Although he was a wealthy tycoon, he was still essentially a farmer. Lin Yihan was also drowning in guilt for not being thorough enough in protecting his new family. After listening to what happened, Long Hui was initially stunned to learn that Jiang Yingyu had married Lin Yihan. He had no idea. Nobody told him about it at all. Then he realized that it was because the couple was on a honeymoon and bought his son that little June had been kidnapped. Fury filled him. He rushed to Lin Yihan and moved to punch him in the face. Lin Yihan was not a soft persimmon either who would just wait for someone to punch him. He dodged and was about to retaliate when Iris and Jiang Yingyu, the two women, made their moves. Jiang Yingyu used her leg to sweep Long Hui off his feet. He fell on the floor with a hard thud. Iris looked like she just swatted Lin Yihan's punch away like a fly. It didn't look serious in the eyes of the other people. They thought that Lin Yihan stopped himself after seeing Iris on his way to avoid hurting her. Lin Yihan, however, stared at Iris in disbelief as he felt a throbbing pain in his arm. The others were more focused on Long Hui and Jiang Yingyu. They didn't take a closer look at what Iris really did to Lin Yihan. Long Hui quickly stood up and was about to attack Lin Yihan again, but Jiang Yingyu prevented him. The police officers finally reacted. They couldn't just allow a woman to do their job. They took over in restraining the crazed Long Hui. "It's your fault." Long Hui raged at Lin Yihan. "You can't even protect my son, yet you want to be his new father? If something bad happens to my son, I'll kill you. I'll King kill you." "Stop it." Long Tengfei roared at his eldest son. "My eldest grandson is kidnapped. Instead of searching for him, you're here recklessly throwing blame?" In a forced calm tone, he said, "Everyone, listen to me. Rescuing my grandson little June is the most important right now. Fighting each other won't solve anything." Jiang Yingyu immediately abandoned Long Hui to the policeman and ran to her husband's side. She positioned herself in front of Lin Yihan in a protective stance. She didn't even notice her actions. This was all her pure instincts as a longtime bodyguard. Lin Yihan, however, gently pulled her to stand beside him. This silent but deliberate action told her that they stood equally as partners. Lin Yihan faced the raging Long Hui. His tone sounded calm, yet those who knew him noticed the unmistakable fear and worry laced in his voice. "I admit that it is my negligence for not ensuring little June's safety," he said. "Yihan," Jiang Yingyu tried to stop him. She didn't want him to blame himself. If he wanted to blame himself, then they were both at fault. As a mother, she wasn't even able to protect her own son. Of course, the guilt caused her to blame herself for not protecting her son against the kidnappers, especially since she was a trained protector. It was literally her job. However, the rational part of herself knew that it was neither her nor her husband's fault. Nobody expected something horrific like this to happen. "I'm fine," Lin Yihan assured her before facing the restrained Long Hui again. "I'll do everything in my power to rescue little June." "Damn you." Long Hui wanted to attack him again, but the police officers wouldn't allow him. They restrained him even more. Only a couple of policemen noticed Iris leaving the commotion and meeting with the newly arrived Dom. The two moved out of the living room and found an empty room nearby. Those who noticed their movements didn't think too much, thinking that the two must be too distraught to stay in such a tense room and needed a quiet place to calm down. Dom closed the door of the empty room and handed Iris a thin laptop. Here you go, boss. Please find little Junie boy. His eyes and nose were red. It was clear that he had been crying upon learning what happened to the child, but was still professional and dependable to follow Iris' instructions. Thanks, Dom. Iris took the laptop and set it up. Guard the door. Don't let anyone come inside. Wait for my husband to come and let him in. Roger, boss. Her fingers flew over her laptop's keyboard. In just a few moments, she locked on her godson's location. The kidnappers were quite smart and thorough. They found someone to hack the public surveillance cameras and deleted the video footage containing little June's kidnapping. They also tossed the little smartwatch that Iris customized for her godson. Even his clothes, shoes, and accessories were swapped in order to avoid trackers. Liu Ziheo's men had already found the discarded smartwatch, shoes, and clothes in a secluded wooded area a few miles away. Retrieving the surveillance video footage was easy for Iris and her cat AI children. Ketchup was already working on it. In the meantime, Iris worked on locating little June. Bacon had already alerted his uncle Ziheo as soon as they discovered that little June had been kidnapped. Liu Ziheo then promptly dispatched Shadow Winds to help in the rescue mission. The police had no idea that a criminal organization was secretly working with them on this kidnapping rescue case. The door opened, and in came Jin Liwei. Iris glanced at him before continuing to focus on her laptop. Jin Liwei gave her a quick peck on the cheek before using his phone to contact his various connections to help with their godson's rescue. The couple had a tacit understanding of doing what they could do in order to find their godson. Both of them were frightened, but they couldn't falter. Every second that they hadn't found the child was every second the danger to little June's life increased. They couldn't afford to waste any of their time talking to each other. It was better to focus their energy on utilizing their abilities to the fullest. Iris on her hacking skills, and Jin Liwei on his wealth of connections. Jin Liwei didn't forget to inform the chief of police about the case. Although they weren't considered close friends, they were still close acquaintances because the chief's wife was one of Iris' biggest loyal fans, Si Xinyue, also known as JJ #1 fan. To please his celebrity-chasing wife, the police chief would move mountains for Iris Long. This time was no exception. Upon learning that Iris and Jin Liwei's godson had been kidnapped, the chief quickly dispatched a special force whose expertise was on urgently rescuing kidnapped victims to help with the case. Ketchup was the first one to complete her task. She restored the deleted footage from the public surveillance system. When Iris and Jin Liwei watched the video, both wanted to murder the kidnappers. The first thing the kidnappers did was shoot Gravy, little June's German Shepherd guard dog. Iris and Jin Liwei suspected that the dog had been drugged because it moved in an odd, woozy way. Even so, the dog still did its best to protect little June despite bleeding all over the place. Gravy locked his jaw on one of the kidnappers and refused to let go. His head was repeatedly hit by the butt of a gun. It was difficult to watch the kidnappers beating up the dog. Little June was hysterical as he also tried protecting his dog, but he, too, was slapped to the ground. Iris' eyes turned red, but she didn't let the tears fall. Liwei, we must make them pay. Jin Liwei clenched his jaw, his eyes blazing. Of course. Finally, Gravy lost consciousness. Then the kidnappers swooped in. They covered little June's nose and mouth with a drugged handkerchief until the child fainted. One carried little June, while another grabbed the bleeding Gravy before throwing both in a waiting getaway car. The rough way the kidnappers treated the child and dog was too much for both Iris and Jin Liwei. They wished that they could beat up the kidnappers into a pulp with their own hands. How dare those bastards treat their beloved godson that way? They deserved to die 1,000 painful deaths. There was additional video footage that Ketchup restored. It was the kidnappers stopping by a secluded rural road and tossing the bleeding dog to the fields out of the car like trash before driving away with the child whose clothing had already been swapped. Iris grabbed her husband's hand. Liwei, retrieve Gravy. She handed the video evidence for him to handle. Jin Liwei didn't waste any more time. To protect his wife and cat AI children's identities as hackers, Jin Liwei took the restored video footage and presented it to the police, telling them that the experts he privately hired were the ones who retrieved them. The police believed him because he was Jin Liwei, the CEO of Jin Corporation. He had the money and power to hire experts that even the police force could only dream of. The police officers took away the evidence to examine it among themselves first. They haven't shown it to Jiang Yingyu, Lin Yihan, Long Hui, and Long Tingfei yet. Jin Liwei felt a little relieved. If they all watched what the kidnappers did to little June and Gravy without any preparation, then they would most definitely either collapse or turn berserk. His wife, Iris, was still in the other room doing what she was best at with her laptop. If Jiang Yingyu turned hysterical, none of the men here would be able to help calm her down. Only a fellow mother like Iris would have the proper energy to understand the gravity of Jiang Yingyu's emotions. Of course, Jiang Yingyu had the right to know what her son went through, but it was best to give her a warning first to prepare her heart. Before long, the kidnappers were identified. They were small-time crooks. The older ones had already served time in prison for petty crimes. The police concluded that these crooks shouldn't be smart or thorough enough to execute a rather sophisticated kidnapping plan like this. Based on their usual modus operandi, they couldn't have possibly had the ability to delete the public surveillance footage or toss their victims' items to prevent tracking all by themselves. There was only one strong possibility: someone was guiding them. From the shadows, these kidnappers were nothing more than mere marionettes. There had to be a mastermind. Jin Liwei and the others' expressions turned ugly. "Please tell us if you know people who might have motives to kidnap the child," a police officer asked them. "People who might have grudges against you." Jin Liwei was silent for a while. As the head of Jin Corporation, he had plenty of enemies. Since he married his wife, her enemies also became his enemies. The list of the couple's enemies was long. Lin Yihan frowned, but shook his head. Of course, there were people who he didn't like and disagreed with, but he didn't think of them as outright enemies. Then his gaze fell on Long Hui. The other man saw Lin Yihan looking at him. Long Hui snapped. "What the hell are you looking at me for?" Long Hui's ex-wife, Jiang Yingyu said. Everyone turned to look at her. "Please explain more, Mrs. Lin," the police officer said. Jiang Yingyu looked at Long Hui with barely concealed hatred flashing in her eyes. "Long Hui's ex-wife, Mao Qiuyue, has the biggest motive to kidnap my son. Long Hui, I don't think. Just try to defend that woman in front of me." Jiang Yingyu interrupted Long Hui before he could finish what he was going to say. "Our son has been kidnapped, Long Hui. The police are asking us for people who might have motives to do this. And I think that your ex-wife has the biggest one. She already tried harming little June before. She can do it again. Even if she's already in jail, her family can take revenge for her. Their lives turned upside down because Mao Qiuyue targeted us mother and son before. And it's all because of you. Don't you know that? Long Hui, just try to defend your ex-wife in front of me, and I swear to the heavens that I'll break your bones. I don't care if the police arrest me. I'll break your bones if you try to defend Mao Qiuyue in front of me when our son's in danger." The police officers subtly changed their stances just in case she followed on her threat. Lin Yihan locked her in his gentle yet firm embrace. He didn't say anything to stop or encourage her, but his actions indicated that he wanted her to calm down. Of course, she understood what he meant, but she didn't want to listen. How could she stay calm when her only son was in danger? He didn't even know if her son was still alive or not. "Oh, please, please, please. Just let her son be alive. She would do anything and everything. Just please let little June still be alive." Yihan, Jiang Yingyu broke down once again. She sobbed on her husband's chest. "Please save my son. I won't be able to live anymore if something ever happens to little June. Please, Yihan, I beg you. My son is my life. We need to save him." Lin Yihan's jaw clenched. He embraced his sobbing wife, trying to comfort her, even though he knew that nothing would calm her down except for little June's return and seeing the child alive and safe and sound. "Yingyu, I'll do everything to find our son," Lin Yihan promised his wife. Long Hui glared at Lin Yihan but didn't snap at the man anymore. Although he hated Lin Yihan for referring to little June as our son, Long Hui decided to let it pass. Jiang Yingyu's heart-wrenching sobs made him feel as if his heart was being sliced open. He also took a few moments to think about the possibility of Mao Qiuyue being the one to order the kidnapping of his son. The more he thought about it, the more possible it felt. He hated to admit it, but the woman he has been married to was a venomous snake. Marrying Mao Qiuyue was a huge mistake. Instead of helping him achieve his ambitions, she dragged him down instead. And now she dared order the kidnapping of his son? How dare she? Long Hui's eyes burned with loathing. He had already convicted Mao Qiuyue with the crime in his mind. "Officer, Please investigate Mao Qiuyue and the mouse, he asked the police. Long Tingfei interrupted Long Hui. Son, let the police do their job. We can deal with Mao Qiuyue and the mouse later if they're really the one who ordered the kidnapping of my grandson. But before all that, we must first focus on finding little June. Yes, father, Long Hui replied with gritted teeth. The three-way confrontation between Jiang Yingyu, Lin Yihan, and Long Hui temporarily stopped because of Long Tingfei. However, the tense atmosphere was still palpable. Jin Liwei was about to return to his wife when Lin Yihan asked him, "Third brother, can we watch the CCTV footage you handed to the police?" Jiang Yingyu and the others all looked at him. They all wanted to watch it. Jin Liwei hesitated but eventually sighed. He knew that this couldn't be avoided. In the end, he first warned them about the contents, especially Jiang Yingyu, before showing them the video footage on his phone. It was already uploaded to their family cloud storage by his wife. Lin Yihan held Jin Liwei's phone while Jiang Yingyu watched beside her. Long Tingfei sat on his other side, while Long Hui stood behind them. Long Hui could sense that Jiang Yingyu didn't want him anywhere near her, but he had the right to know what exactly happened to their son. Fortunately, neither she nor Lin Yihan stopped him from watching the video footage. When they reached the part where the kidnappers shot the German shepherd dog fiercely protecting little June, Jiang Yingyu couldn't help but cry out. Then in the next few seconds, little June was also slapped down to the ground. This time, everyone was enraged. Little June. Jiang Yingyu felt her vision go dark. Yingyu. Lin Yihan tossed the phone to Long Tingfei, who managed to clumsily catch it. Fortunately, Jiang Yingyu didn't lose consciousness. She wanted to run where her son was taken, but she didn't know where. The bone-deep fear for her son made her tremble. Bastards! Long Hui grabbed a nearby flower vase and smashed it against the wall. How dare you hurt my son? I'll kill you all. I'll kill you. Long Tingfei stayed silent, but his grip on the phone tightened. He continued to watch, trying his best to search for any clues in the video that the police hadn't discovered yet. Sir Boss, everyone. Dom interrupted them. They all turned to look at him. They found gravy, and they've already located little Junie boy. Dom's tears flowed down his face. Sisyu, we're going to rescue our little Junie boy. I can feel it in my bones. Woo-woo. You have to trust me when I say that I can really feel it in my bones. Really? Jiang Yingyu stood up and grabbed Dom's arms. Are you sure about that, Dom? He nodded. The police officers looked at each other in confusion. Police Officer 1, did we find the boy and the dog? Police Officer 2, maybe. Police Officer 3, we haven't received any reports about it. Let me contact HQ. Jin Liwei could hear the police talking. He had an idea about who found gravy and located his godson, but he wouldn't tell the police if his suspicion was correct. He cleared his throat. It might be my people. Let me go check and confirm on my end. The police officers had a look of realization. Oh, of course, Mr. Jin. Go ahead. And please update us about any developments, too, if possible. N. Jin Liwei nodded. I will. Before he could ask for it, Long Tingfei handed him his phone. Please save my grandson. Of course, father-in-law. After saying this to Long Tingfei, Jin Liwei hurried to the other room. Jiang Yingyu and the others didn't notice his departure. They were too busy asking Dom questions, but unfortunately, he didn't know any additional information. Nevertheless, Jiang Yingyu began to feel more optimistic about the rescue of her son and dog. Lin Yihan hugged his wife. Long Hui couldn't sit still and walked back and forth while trying to calm himself down. He glanced at Jiang Yingyu and Lin Yihan. He almost blew his top again watching them, but managed to stop himself in time. Not only was his father there to reprimand him if he did that, but the police officers wouldn't allow him to make trouble either. He could only grit his teeth and avoid looking at his ex-lover being embraced by her husband. It should have been me beside her, he thought darkly. He wished to kick Lin Yihan away from Jiang Yingyu and stand beside her. They could comfort each other while waiting for their son's rescue. But everything was too late now. She belonged to somebody else. This fact made his heart feel like it was being twisted. If only he hadn't abandoned Jiang Yingyu and their son. If only he dared to marry her, not fearing the criticisms from the Long clan elders. If only he hadn't married Mao Qiuyue in the first place and let her harm the mother and son. If only he had been a normal man, not the crown prince of Long Industries, then he could have built a happy family with Jiang Yingyu and their son without any problems. If only. There were a lot of if-onlys that he wished could have happened instead of this F***ed-up situation that he was living in right now. Regret was indeed an extremely bitter pill. With a heavy heart, Long Hui forced himself to calm down and wait for news about his missing son instead. He had already lost his ex-lover. He couldn't lose his child as well. ####. Inside the next room, Jin Liwei found his wife still working on her laptop. This time, she had earphones on, the special ones that she designed herself before, and was talking to some people. She saw him and removed one of the earphones. "My brother's people found gravy," she told her husband. "They said he's barely alive, but they'll do their best to save him. His injuries are extremely serious." Jin Liwei nodded. Iris handed him one of the earpieces. He put it on. Now, he could listen to the real-time rescue attempt of their godson. The sky had turned dark. Time was ticking. Liu Zihao and his subordinates got off several silent off-road vehicles behind a mountain. They were fully armed and moved like elite soldiers. A female voice directed them through their in-ear phones. "Please hurry, big brother," Iris said after giving directions on where they should go. "Little June must be frightened." "I'm on it," Liu Zihao replied, his expression cold and unchanging. He scanned their surroundings, a mountain forest, through his night vision goggles and gestured at his subordinates. They followed his silent orders. Together, they moved through the forest in unison like a pack of nocturnal creatures. Soon, they saw a lone wooden house located at a tricky incline. There were no other houses. It was most likely a temporary shelter made by hunters from the nearest village at the neighboring mountain. Iris spoke again through their in-ear phones. "The police special force has also figured out little June's general location. I trust you more than them to rescue my godson, big brother, so please hurry up." "Got it." Liu Zihao gave signals to the different teams under his command. "Drop a lead for the police bastards to wait at the western front of the mountain where the main road is located. I'll leave the child there for them to rescue later, so they won't feel like total useless losers." "Okay, I'll have Liwei handle it." The siblings had a tacit understanding not to continue dissing the police during this urgent situation. Liu Zihao and his subordinates activated the thermal sensors in their goggles. Body heat matching that of a child detected at 1 o'clock. A child's voice sounded through their in-ear phones. "Vital signs?" Liu Zihao asked. Bacon replied, "Vital signs appear normal. Continue monitoring the child's vital signs." "Understood, Uncle Zihao." Liu Zihao moved to a different spot to confirm the thermal image matched that of a child with his own eyes. He also found the locations of the other kidnappers. His subordinates reported their findings through their in-ear phones one by one, while Bacon supplemented information that they missed. Bloodlust surged from Liu Zihao, but he quickly suppressed it. All that was left was cold calmness before a violent storm. He and his team were utterly focused on rescuing the child. He was about to issue the following command when Bacon alerted them. "Danger, danger. ####. Approximately 5 hours ago, Mao Qiuyue's parents finally arrived at this godforsaken place. The way to the mountain was difficult to navigate. They were dropped off at the southern foot of the mountain where there was no paved road. There wasn't even a trail. "Do we really have to climb the mountain?" Mother Mao asked as she looked at the tall and dense vegetation with great trepidation. A slender woman stepped out of the SUV. She wore an extremely impractical outfit to the mountains. A full-on floor-length floral dress with puffed sleeves, cinched waist, big sunglasses, high stilettos, and a large black wide-brimmed hat. "We have a deal, Mrs. Mao," the woman said. Father Mao stood beside his wife and asked the younger woman, "Can you really help our daughter get out of jail?" Instead of answering, the woman just smiled. After a few seconds, several fully armed people appeared from the mountain and pointed their guns at the couple. Mr. and Mrs. Mao trembled, and they immediately fell on their knees, not caring about the dirt and sharp rocks cutting their skins. "Have mercy. Please don't kill us." The woman in a floral dress waved her hand, and the men withdrew their guns. The Mao couple released sighs of temporary relief, but their fear only multiplied. They knew that agreeing to the woman in a floral dress was like making a deal with the devil, but they had no choice. Their daughter, Mao Qiuyue, was in jail. She was already scheduled to be transferred to a high-security prison. They thought that their daughter didn't deserve what happened to her. It was only when she married that damned bastard Long Hui that her fate and that of their family reversed. Marrying Long Hui was the beginning of the Mao family's downfall. Their company, Mao Textiles, didn't only become bankrupt. It ceased to exist. The government repossessed almost everything while their rival companies and other enemies swarmed and scavenged all that remained. Also, their bank accounts, both domestic and international ones, had all been frozen. Even their secret offshore slush funds had been seized. It was a mystery how these were discovered, but they had no time to investigate. They couldn't even save their daughter, much less themselves. How could they still spend the time, energy, and money to conduct investigations, especially when they themselves were under investigation? So when they received an offer of help from the mysterious woman in a floral dress, they only hesitated a little before accepting. They had nothing to lose now. The most important thing was that the woman promised them that she would help get their daughter out of jail, help them get revenge, and finally help them escape abroad, as long as they obeyed her. Now that they were nobodies who had nothing, they were willing to be dogs for her as long as she could fulfill their requests. The woman in a floral dress chuckled. "Don't worry. You haven't fulfilled your end of the bargain yet, so I won't have you killed. But better be obedient or my men's fingers might slip. Stand up now and start stretching. You still have to climb the mountain. You have to climb it even if you have to crawl." Father Mao nodded while helping the shaking Mother Mao to her feet. "We just have to frighten the child, right?" The woman in a floral dress smiled, showing her white teeth. "Up to you. Scare him or hit him. Doesn't matter to me. If you accidentally kill the child, it's fine, too. I don't care. Just do your part of our deal, and I'll do mine." Father Mao frowned, but Mother Mao clenched her fists. "Just wait until I get my hands on that bastard child." Mother Mao held a huge grudge. "Off you go." The woman in a floral dress waved the couple away. A team of fully armed men surrounded them and began to lead them into the mountain. Father Mao gave one last look at the woman in a young floral dress. His eyes shook and he quickly turned his head forward. He had already seen what the younger woman looked like before without dark sunglasses, but he would never get used to it no matter how many times. He saw it. She had an uncanny resemblance to Iris Long except for the eyes. Iris Long had bright, mesmerizing phoenix eyes while the woman in a floral dress had cold, sinister eyes. When Iris Long looked at people, it felt like she was enchanting them. The other woman, on the other hand, made people feel like they were being stared at by a cold and venomous reptilian creature. Maybe that was why the woman in a floral dress always wore big, dark sunglasses to conceal her eyes. From the nose down, she resembled Iris Long. But when she showed her eyes, it felt like an instant crack in the mirror. The fantasy was destroyed. The fake immediately became apparent. Despite his thoughts, Father Mao didn't dare to comment about the younger woman's appearance. He didn't want to die yet. At least, not before rescuing his daughter from jail and getting revenge for the downfall of his family. If the woman in a floral dress was the devil, then he would gladly become her minion as long as he could avenge his daughter and family. But he could only accomplish all that by obeying the younger woman who had an uncanny resemblance with one of his daughter's enemies, Iris Long. Although they held a bigger grudge against Long Hui and the mother of his bastard child, Jiang Yingyu, Iris Long wasn't innocent either. If not for Iris Long's support, Jiang Yingyu and her bastard child would never have the capability to defend themselves against his daughter, Mao Chiyue. Thus, Iris Long was also included in their list of people who they wanted revenge on. Because of all of them, his daughter, Mao Chiyue, was jailed and about to be sent to prison. They already bailed out their daughter before, but Long Hui sued them as well, adding to her charges. They could only watch helplessly as the police arrested their daughter. Father Mao and Mother Mao weren't off the hook either. After his company's collapse, he was also due to be arrested with multiple charges. His wife was also considered as an accomplice. It was only because the young woman in a floral dress claimed that she helped delay their trial that the couple was about to stay out of prison. Because of her, they could still hope for a reversal of their fortunes, but only if they did the younger woman's bidding. Father Mao released a sigh that seemed to contain all his dreams and hopes for revenge. He mentally shook his head to rid himself of useless thoughts. He and his wife had a mission today. They needed to accomplish it, or else. He glanced at the fully armed men surrounding them and leading them deeper into the mountain. Or else they would be dead. There wasn't even a need to question it. Of course, he and his wife would do it, even if they had to walk all over the corpse of a child. ###. Back to the present, Liu Ziheo's eyes constricted as he saw two additional thermal images through his night vision goggles. The two thermal images were that of adults. They entered the room where the thermal image of the child was located. The next few scenes were too gruesome for normal people. Liu Ziheo was not a normal person and neither were his subordinates, but they were still angered by what they saw. Although what they were seeing were only thermal images, the violence was still very clear for everyone to see. Those with sharp hearing like Liu Ziheo could hear the faint cries of pain, desperation, and terror from the child. "Big brother, please." Iris' urgent voice begged him through his in-ear phones. Liu Ziheo's jaw clenched. "Engage. Danger." Bacon warned all of them, interrupting his uncle's command. Unidentified armed intruders detected. "Danger." Liu Ziheo whipped his head around and scanned their surroundings. Before anyone could react, he raised his gun and shot several times. He saw several thermal images collapse to the ground after he shot them. His subordinates weren't too slow either. They followed suit and exchanged gunshots with the unidentified enemies. Some of his subordinates were also shot, but they didn't collapse. Thanks to Bacon's timely warning, they held the advantage. Teams 3 and 4 engage the intruders. Teams 1 and 2 follow me to rescue the child. Team 5 secure our escape route. Roger. Roger, boss. How? Liu Ziheo moved through the mountain forest toward the patched-up shelter like a panther in the night. He and subordinates coordinated like a pack, moving in unison as if they shared one central brain. The unidentified armed intruders attempted to block their way, but teams 3 and 4 covered for them. Bullets rained from all directions. The once peaceful mountain forest turned into a war zone in an instant. The wild animals fled. Some even got caught in the crossfire and died just like that. Liu Ziheo was in his element, and so were his subordinates. But surprisingly, the unidentified intruders caught up to their level. He was surprised for a moment, but quickly adjusted his frame of mind back to cold calmness as he shot down all the enemies standing in his way to rescue his sister's godson and his wife's nephew. The kidnappers were the first ones to try fleeing as soon as the crossfire started, but they had no idea that the other party was in an entirely different league from small-time crooks like them. "Leave a couple of them for the police and the rest for us to interrogate," Liu Ziheo commanded. "Roger, boss." How? A kidnapper died a few feet away from him. He scowled and shot the one who shot the kidnapper. "Don't let these unidentified bastards kill all the kidnappers," he added. "Roger." The bruised and wounded child cried after Mother Mao hurled him to the ground. The child curled his body while whimpering. He raised his tied-up little arms over his head, trying to protect it while the madwoman continued to rain down blows on him. "I think that's enough," Father Mao said as he tried to pull his wife away. He hated the child's parents for destroying his daughter's life, but this was all too much. Originally, he planned on just frightening the child to fulfill their end of the bargain with the woman in a floral dress, but his wife immediately raised her hand on the poor child. "Go out if you can't stand it." Mother Mao snapped at him. The child was dragged across the floor. But before she could start another wave of strikes, they heard the sound of gunshots and people shouting outside. Even the kidnappers started fleeing, but it was all too late. Mother Mao was terrified. She immediately abandoned the poor child and ran to her husband. Father Mao grabbed her and pulled her to hide behind the walls. "Aya!" Mother Mao covered her ears as a bullet shattered the wooden window. Even the poorly made mud walls started to crumble in places where bullets hit. "Aya! Aya aya wiowa." Father Mao covered his wife's mouth. He closed his eyes and seemed to accept their fates. "We're done for," he murmured as the wooden door to the room flew away when someone kicked it open. Armed men swarmed inside. One swooped toward the now unconscious child and quickly but carefully carried him outside. Everything happened so fast that Father Mao just stared in horror as the other armed men pointed their guns at them. Perhaps adrenaline got into her, and Mother Mao thought that the armed men were on their side, the subordinates of the woman in a flower dress. She recklessly jumped forward and cried, "Help! Please help us!" "No, don't!" Father Mao tried to stop her, but it was already too late. The armed men's response to them was a barrage of gunshots. ####. Liu Ziheo rained down bullets in the old couple's direction. His sister asked him to leave the mother*king pair to the useless police losers to handle later. Although this wasn't his ideal plan, he decided to give in to his sister's request this time. Then they heard Bacon's voice through their in-ear phones, informing them that the old couple's physical appearance matched that of Mao Qiuyue's parents. Lu Ziheo's eyes narrowed as he continued shooting at the area around the Mao couple, frightening them out of their wits. "You heard that, Evelinka?" he asked his sister in Russian. There was a pause before Iris' voice said, "Yes. You still want me to leave them alive?" Once again, a pause. Then, a shaky breath. "Do what you want," she finally said. Just this once, I'll be extra nice," he said, his tone like that of the devil. He, Nikolai Vetrov, had never been nice to outsiders. But for today, he decided to play nice to this mother-king pair of human-clothed monsters as thanks for what they did to the child. First, he greeted the Mao couple with an ultra-enthusiastic welcome of gunshots on the ground. Oh, the old witch dropped to her knees in appreciation. The old fart was so happy that he peed his pants. Who else was as nice as him? Nikolai Vetrov. Nobody. Unable to contain his niceness, he shot Mother Mao's 2 hands as thanks for using those hands to take care of the child. Then he shot Father Mao's 2 ears off. The old fart heard the child's cries, but did nothing. Lu Ziheo felt that he should reward the mother for playing deaf. He stopped shooting, walked towards Father Mao, and then used a blade to cut the older man's eyes. Those eyes watched as his wife took care of the child without stopping her. Father Mao lost his ears and eyes. Lu Ziheo sneered at him and then used the butt of his gun to hit the older man's nape. Father Mao fell to the ground unconscious. Mother Mao was so overcome by the pain of having her hand shot and witnessing her husband go blind and deaf that she also fainted. "Take them back to the HQ," Lu Ziheo commanded. "We'll show them how nice we are before we dump them to the police to handle." "Roger, boss." How? His subordinates promptly carried the Mao couple like sacks of trash. "No protests, Evelinka?" he asked. "Big brother, I'm not a hypocrite," Iris replied through his in-ear phones. "They hurt my godson. Just, he heard her sigh. "Just don't forget to leave them to the police after you're done dealing with them. We live in a lawful and civilized society now, big brother." "Heh, you have your own family now," she added in a whisper. He didn't reply. Bacon interrupted them. "Attention, the unidentified armed men are now withdrawing. I repeat, the unidentified men are now withdrawing." Lu Ziheo frowned. "Team 3, pursue and find out more information about them. Team 4, gather their fallen members and take them back to HQ. The living for interrogation and the dead for examination. Teams 1, 2, and 5 continue with the original mission." "Roger, boss." How? "Roger." He left the room and found a couple of his subordinates quickly but carefully administering first aid to the child. The kid whimpered and opened his eyes. They saw the fear in the child's eyes. "Little June, it's me." Lu Ziheo removed his night vision goggles. The child turned his head at the familiar voice and cried, "Anko How. Uncle How." He reached his little arms toward his uncle. Lu Ziheo signaled his subordinates. They withdrew. He knelt and opened his arms. The kid threw himself at him. "Wah? Anko How. Jun scared. Wah? Uncle How. Jun is scared. Wah." The cold-bloodedness in Lu Ziheo's eyes melted away as he cradled the child in his arms. "It's okay now. Little Jun, Uncle Ziheo will return you to your parents and our family." Little Jun blinked his eyes at him, large drops of tears falling down his face. "I hurt." As soon as Lu Ziheo heard what Little Jun said, he immediately wanted to plant more bullets on the Mao couple. How dare they do this to the child? His eyes flashed with evil thoughts. He caught himself when he felt the child trembling in his arms. Controlling his bloodthirsty aura, he patted Little Jun's back, doing his best to comfort the child. He had become a bit more adept in dealing with children after becoming a father himself. Thankfully, Little Jun was also already used to him and close to him, so the child felt secure in his presence. "Go to sleep now, Little Jun," Lu Ziheo said. "Leave everything to Uncle Ziheo. Once you wake up, the police uncles will come pick you up and return you to your parents and our family." Little Jun peeked at the other masked people and pointed at them. "Anko and Auntie. Who are these uncles and aunties?" "They're the uncles and aunties who helped Uncle Ziheo save you." "Thank you, Anko and Auntie." "Thank you, uncles and aunties." The Shadow Winds members all hesitated. Lu Ziheo stared at them, directing his commanding aura at his subordinates. You're welcome, little June. One of the people who administered first aid to little June was the first one to respond. The others followed suit. You're welcome. Hee hee. Little June giggled despite his pitiful, bruised, and wounded appearance. Lu Zihao once again patted the child's back, trying to lull little June to sleep. It seemed to be effective, and little June soon became drowsy. His eyes closed, and his breathing became deeper and more rhythmic. Let's go, Lu Zihao commanded. Roger, boss. How? Roger. Lu Zihao rearranged little June into a safer, but also more comfortable position in his arms. One of his subordinates strapped the child onto Lu Zihao's torso. He trusted his abilities the most among the people in Shadow Winds. Little June would be the safest with him. Big brother. Iris' voice sounded through his in-ear phones. The child is with me now, he replied. He heard her sigh in relief. Then she said, Thank you. I'll have Liwei inform Jiang Yu and the others that little June has been rescued. Yeah. Send the useless police special force losers to wait at the designated place. I'll deliver the child to them. All right. No unexpected people hindered them this time. Nevertheless, Lu Zihao and his subordinates still prepared themselves just in case the unidentified armed men showed up again. ####. Several hundred miles from the mountains sat a lone villa surrounded by woods. At first glance, it looked deserted, but there were actually more than 100 people patrolling and working inside. The mysterious woman the Mao couple met earlier at the foot of the mountain was in one of the rooms. She wore another floral dress while getting her nails done. She listened to the latest report from a subordinate. Her face, which had an uncanny resemblance to Iris Long, was fully revealed. This time, she wasn't wearing sunglasses, so her eyes, which were completely different from Iris Long's, flashed with irritation, disgust, and malevolence. Tisk, useless old people. Mao Qiuyue's parents are so stupid. They can't even kill a mere child. Many of our people have been captured by the other side, the subordinate added. She scoffed. If they got captured, then it means that they're incompetent. The boss will want an explanation as to why we lost so many of our men today. At the mention of the boss, the woman in a floral dress paled. But she quickly controlled her expression and raised her chin. I'll personally explain it to the boss, she said. Now get out of my sight. The expressionless subordinate didn't bother replying to her before leaving. Ouch, that hurt. She kicked the young woman doing her nails and checked her big toe. It was bleeding. This angered her even more and continued to kick the young woman. I'm sorry, madam. Please, don't hit me anymore. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean it. The young woman begged for forgiveness, but the woman in a floral dress was without mercy. She kicked the young woman directly in the head. The young woman's head hit the ground with a loud thud, and she lost consciousness. Even when the young woman fainted, the woman in a floral dress still continued to kick and stomp like a mad woman. It was only a few minutes later when she finally stopped. And she only stopped because it felt boring when the young woman stopped begging for mercy. The woman in a floral dress cleared her throat and tried to straighten her clothing, pushing her perky chest out. Then she strutted away like nothing happened. She passed by a mirror and saw her reflection. At first glance, people would think that she was Iris Long. Beautiful, she murmured while touching her face. I'm so beautiful. Then her fingers turned to claws. Her expression turned vicious. I hate you. She spat with tremendous hatred. Her eyes, which were the dead giveaway that she wasn't Iris Long, narrowed into almost reptilian slits. They were cold and cruel. There was insanity hiding behind them. Yet when she smiled, she looked so much like Iris Long. She began singing. I'm dead when awake, alive when asleep. How do I live when there is no you? Except in my dreams at night. Unfortunately, like her eyes, her voice was nothing like Iris Long's. She was completely tone deaf, and yet she sang with gusto, pretending like she was performing in a concert. Her every movement was calculated as she gestured. Even her expressions were on point. If the Black Stars saw her right now, they would immediately figure out that she was copying one of Iris Long's most iconic performances at the show Music Fest tonight. Those who weren't Black Stars might even mistake her for Iris Long herself, but only on mute. Once they heard her ear-grating singing voice, then it would be obvious that she was nothing like Iris Long, but a second-rate copycat. She twirled across the room and then performed Iris Long's iconic curtsy bow. Then she threw her head back and laughed. At the western front of the mountain where the main road was located, the special police force waited on standby. They blocked the road, but even if they hadn't, there wasn't anyone passing by in this place. So far, they only encountered a villager herding goats with his dog. Are you sure that we can trust CEO Jin's hired experts to rescue the child? One of the officers asked. That was the chief's instructions. We just need to obey. But we've been waiting here for so long. They all stopped because one of their comrades was reporting something through their radio. It seemed that they sighted a group of armed men fleeing at the other side of the mountain. They weren't sure if those armed men had something to do with the kidnapping case, but as members of the police special force, they just couldn't let them go. Their captain made a quick decision and split their group into two. One would chase the armed men, while the other half would remain waiting for the child. Some of the officers who were assigned to continue waiting were envious of the ones assigned to give chase. Waiting on standby like this was too boring. They were a special police force, and yet they were commanded to wait like jilted wives. CEO Jin Liwei assured them that his hired experts had already rescued the child and would deliver the child to them. Why don't CEO Jin's hired experts deliver the child directly to their family? One of the newest recruits asked. His comrade glanced at him as if he just asked a dumb question. Wealthy people like CEO Jin have the money and power to hire the best experts. If those experts aren't yet employed by our state, then that means that their backgrounds aren't clean enough. Then they could only be hired privately. Meaning, the comrade sighed, shaking his head that this recruit might be indeed a little dumber than he expected. It means that the experts CEO Jin hired this time might have criminal backgrounds. They can only operate in the shadows. That's why we're being used as a front to make the child's rescue more legitimate. Remember that CEO Jin's wife and brother are famous celebrities. They need to keep their reputations clean. The recruit's eyes widened in shock. But that's cheating. The comrade rolled his eyes. Just obey the chief's command. Once the child is delivered to us later, our special forces will be the ones to receive the credit. But still, that doesn't feel right. If CEO Jin is hiring criminals, then isn't that a crime, too? Shouldn't we arrest him? The older officer gave the recruit a side eye. Do you have evidence? We can't just arrest someone like CEO Jin without a valid reason. Besides, I'm just guessing. It's not a certainty. Then he leaned closer to the younger man, looked around, and whispered, and even if we're in the police force, my advice to you is to not look at the world in plain black and white. Even the highest leaders in our nation-state tolerate some people with criminal backgrounds as long as they can benefit our country and not endanger our sovereignty. It's a symbiotic relationship. We give them some freedom to do their thing while they assist us in the shadows with tasks that we can't legally do because of our position's restrictions. The recruit's expression was a sight to see. It looked like he just opened a new world that he never knew existed. The older officer sighed and patted the younger man's shoulder. I know what you're feeling. I was the same way before. You just have to learn how to focus on the things that matter. As long as we do our job properly and protect the citizens, then that's all that matters. The recruit contemplated his comrade's words while waiting for new updates. Another report came in from the other team, who gave chase to the armed men on the other side of the mountain. What happened? The recruit asked. The older officer shared what he heard. They're saying it's weird because it appears that the armed men are actually two groups. A second group of armed men are chasing another group of armed men. When the second group realized that our special force comrades were chasing them, they actually threw two members of the other group that they captured to us. What? Something like that happened. The recruit was bewildered. Yeah, it's as if they're saying, here's a couple of treats, so don't bother us anymore. Of course, our comrades continued chasing, but it seems that both groups were extremely skilled and managed to throw our comrades off their tails. Their skill levels may be even higher than ours. The recruit was even more shocked. Even higher than ours. The older officer gave him another side eye. Don't be too conceited and never be complacent. We might be the best of the best among the police, but outside the force, there will always be people who are better than us. That's why our chief always tells us to strive to become a bit better each day. We must serve and protect the people, and that's what we just need to remember. Always. The younger officer nodded his head. Then they stood in attention when their comrades at the front pointed their guns at the mountain. The recruit and the older officer all followed suit. It was dark. Since this was a mountain road, although cemented, there were no bright streetlights. Even they, the special police force, couldn't help but have goosebumps in a place like this. "Who's there?" Then they heard a soft cry like the soft mew of a kitten. "Junjun. I, Junjun." A child limped out of the dark mountain trees with his bandaged little arms raised high in surrender. He was crying pitifully as he looked at them while trembling. "It's the child. Is he alone?" "Yes, it looks like he's alone." "What are you all waiting for? Go get the child quickly." Everyone moved and took care of little June. Finally, they could feel useful after waiting for many hours. At the hospital, Iris and Dom flanked the sobbing Jiang Yingyu, comforting her. The two were also crying, but they needed to be strong for their friend and her poor son. It wouldn't be helpful if all of them collapsed from despair. Jin Liwei and Lin Yihan were standing nearby, speaking in low, serious voices with a couple of police officers. The dazed Long Hui sat beside his father, Long Tingfei, a bit far away from the others. He had a black eye. They were all waiting in front of the operating room. Little June was in surgery because they found that he had multiple fractures. It was a miracle that he had been able to walk out of the mountain forest by himself. The emergency doctor who examined little June when he first arrived at the hospital commented that whoever administered first aid to the child did an excellent job in setting all the fractures. The skillful and precise technique would help prevent little June from suffering a lifetime of sequelae caused by the fractures he sustained today. Iris and the others headed to the hospital first to await little June's arrival after confirming that the special police force had finally rescued him. However, the police and the other emergency responders decided that it was better for the child to head straight to surgery instead of meeting his family first. The first aid administered on little June might be successful, but it wasn't enough by itself. What the child went through during his kidnapping was horrendous. His injuries were grave. He needed urgent medical treatment. Meeting his family could wait. They needed to make sure that the child was alive and well first before they could allow him to meet his family. It would be a tragedy if they were able to rescue him, but he died under their watch. At first, Long Hui made a scene when he learned that he wasn't allowed to see his son yet before the emergency surgery. However, when the police revealed that it was Mao Qiuyue's parents who beat up little June, he couldn't even fight back when Jiang Yingyu attacked him. It was thanks to the police who restrained Jiang Yingyu that Long Hui came out of it with only a black eye. Because of what happened, the others weren't speaking or even looking at Long Hui. Even his father, Long Tingfei, stayed silent and didn't bother comforting him. Although Long Hui had already divorced Mao Qiuyue and shouldn't be blamed for what his ex-wife's family did to his son, everyone understood that the Maos only did such a horrific thing because they got involved with Long Hui in the first place. If little June wasn't Long Hui's son, then the Maos wouldn't even bother to risk offending Jin Liwei, who was the child's godfather. It was already Jiang Yingyu's huge mercy to even allow Long Hui to stay in the hospital after learning about the Maos' direct involvement in their son's kidnapping. She already suspected that they were involved in the kidnapping, but after confirming that she was indeed right, it was still a huge blow to her. Not just to her, but to everyone else. Just looking at Long Hui's face was enough to trigger her fury, so she did her best to ignore his existence. It was only because he was little June's biological father and their son might look for him that she was even allowing him to stay. If not for this, she would have already chased him out and forbidden him to see their child ever again. Back to the present, Grandpa Lu arrived with Long Jinjing and Chen Fei. "Where's my little boy?" Grandpa Lu demanded with his booming voice. "How is my little June? Is he all right? Why aren't you saying anything? Tell me, I want to know." Jin Liwei stepped forward to calm down the old man and explain what happened so far. Long Jinjing joined Iris and Dom in comforting Jiang Yingyu while Chun Fei marched toward Long Hui. She was about to claw the man's face when a masked man suddenly appeared and pulled her back. "Let me go. I need to teach this mother****cur a lesson." "Babe, calm down." Jin Chonglin's voice came from behind the mask and dark sunglasses. Chun Fei continued to struggle in his arms. "No, I'm not going to calm the F***ck down. This bastard." The operating room opened. She finally stopped and turned her head like everyone else, eager to know about little June's condition. Wang Yingjie took off his mask. Jiang Yingyu stood up and rushed to him. "Second brother, how's my son?" "Little June is fine now and stable," Wang Yingjie replied. Everyone sighed in relief. But he still needs to stay in the hospital, he said. He has a concussion, some internal hemorrhage, multiple fractures, and several deep and superficial skin wounds. I'll also refer him to a child psychiatrist to help him deal with the trauma of what happened to him. Jiang Yingyu, Iris, and the others felt like their hearts were being stabbed while hearing the extent of little Jun's injuries. How could the child that they cherished like a jewel in their palms undergo such horrific tragedy? The people who did this to an innocent child were monsters. They all turned their heads and looked at Long Hui at the same time. Long Hui clenched his jaw and tensed his body, but he didn't snap at them. Their condemning eyes made him feel small and guilty. He also began to think that maybe it was indeed his fault, but he knew that he would never wish something like this to his son. Little Jun was his son. He loved the child. Fury at his ex-wife and former in-laws filled him. He hated them to the bone. It was all their fault. If it weren't for them, little Jun would be safe and sound. His son wouldn't have to go through something so traumatic at such a young age. While Long Hui was absorbed with hatred for Mao Qiuyue and her family, the others already disregarded him. They continued to ask Wang Yingjia about little Jun's condition. At first, Jin Liwei still tried to suppress the news of little Jun's kidnapping. Even when so many people had witnessed Iris Long and Long Tengfei rushing out of Long Industries with urgent expressions, Jin Liwei and his cat AI children still managed to control the release of the news. However, there was too much of a commotion, especially when the police got involved. The media got a hold of some information and pursued it. In no time, they were able to determine that Iris Long's nephew had been kidnapped. Seeing the flood of news about little Jun's kidnapping, Jin Liwei was about to increase his efforts in suppressing it, but his wife stopped him. "Let the whole world know what happened to our little boy," Iris said, her voice filled with hostility. "Also release the Mao's involvement in the case. Just control the information and not allow any heartless crazy people to bully our godson." "All right," Jin Liwei nodded. Once Jin Liwei stopped suppressing the news and even released some relevant details about the case, the floodgates opened. The Black Stars were the first ones to react with vengeance. As loyal fans of their boss Iris, they adored her nephew and considered little Jun as their beloved nephew as well. They were all very protective of the child and felt heartbroken after hearing about what he went through today. They all gathered together and sent out their most powerful troll group, the Slippers Army. Even the infamous I Eat Slippers appeared to lead the charge when everyone already knew that he was now a busy CFO of their boss Iris game company, Planet Monkey. Following him were many of the original members of the Black Stars who supported their boss Iris since she made a comeback after waking up from a year-long coma. I Eat Slippers' colleague, Monkey Face, who was also now Planet Monkey's CEO, appeared as well. The posh ladies, Mrs. Love Phantom, and her equally classy friends, JJ number 1 fan, JJ number 2 fan, and JJ number 3 fan, didn't shy away from joining the Black Stars' cry for justice either. The young vanguard of the Slippers Army, Little Phoenix, joined her senior I Eat Slippers to troll the Maos and anyone trying to defend them. And of course, the founder and president of the fan club, Captain Blackstar, led everyone like a general commanding her troops. Every single loyal member of the Black Stars did their part in demanding justice for little Jun. Poor child must have been traumatized. They would never rest and continue fighting until little Jun achieved the justice he deserved. Once again, the nation witnessed the fighting prowess of Iris Long's fans. Some people had already forgotten the terror of dealing with the Black Stars when defending their boss Iris, especially against their notorious troll group, the Slippers Army. Even Jean Chonglin's army of worldwide fans couldn't compare to the Black Stars' viciousness. The Black Stars, especially the Slippers Army, wouldn't stop at anything to protect their boss Iris. They were truly loyal in the truest sense of the word. Since Iris Long went into hiatus in showbiz starting when she got pregnant, and until now after giving birth, the Black Stars also retracted their claws and hid their fangs. Perhaps the last time that they had this kind of massive activity was when they also defended little Jun and his mother after Long Hui and his then-wife Mao Qiuyue bullied them in a very public lawsuit. Now that Mao Qiuyue's parents had done something so despicable to little Jun, the Black Stars felt like their reverse scales had been touched once again. Mao Qiuyue was hateful, but she was already in jail. When they learned that she was due to be transferred to prison soon, they even celebrated the victory of triumphing over the evil forces. They didn't expect that her parents would go ahead and do something even more loathsome and directly kidnap little June and even beat him up. Now, it was reported that the poor child was hospitalized and underwent surgery for multiple fractures and other serious injuries, not to mention the psychological treatment he must go through to overcome the trauma. Just imagining what little June went through made the Black Star's blood boil. Now everyone finally remembered how savage the Black Stars could be. They didn't spare Long Hui either. In fact, they attacked his reputation for allowing his former in-laws to torture his own son. Of course, they still showed him a minuscule amount of mercy because they learned that he at least had the decency to go with their boss Iris to ask the police to save his son. This meant that he still cared for his son despite his stupidity in choosing an evil wife, now ex-wife. If not for this, the Black Stars would assassinate his entire reputation until he couldn't even show himself in public. Some Black Stars members were quite wealthy and powerful, like Mrs. Love Phantom and her posh friends. Iris Long's music was just so evocative and soul-stirring that it resonated with many people regardless of age and social class. These wealthy and powerful Black Stars readily used their money and influence to pressure the law enforcement and the figures overseeing the justice system to hasten Mao Qiuyue's imprisonment and her parents' arrest, not only for their involvement in little June's kidnapping, but also for the couple's pending criminal cases regarding their company's tax evasion, bribery, and other serious accusations. They even inquired about the best child psychiatrists in the nation and abroad, planning to recommend the specialist to their boss Iris for her nephew's psychological treatment. Back at the hospital, little June was now recovering in a private suite. He still hadn't regained consciousness after the surgery. Wang Yingjie was his surgeon, but also his attending doctor in this hospital. Dragon Palace Home No. 10's in-house doctor also came to assist in determining the best treatment for the child. The newly married Jiang Yingyu and Lin Yihan stayed beside the sleeping child while the biological father, Long Hui, sat on a couch intended for visitors. Iris and Jin Liwei excused themselves out of the suite and stayed at a nearby empty lounge. Iris and Jin Liwei spoke with Lu Zihao on the phone while their bodyguards made sure that nobody loitered nearby to eavesdrop on them. These two Mao cockroaches are just accomplices, Lu Zihao told the couple. They're not the true mastermind behind little June's kidnapping. The husband and wife looked at each other while frowning. I already suspected that this is the case, Iris said, sighing. But now that Big Brother has confirmed it, I now understand why I kept feeling anxious lately. So this was the feeling of dread that I kept on having. We're dealing with someone dangerous whose identity we don't even know yet. Jin Liwei's frown deepened. He pulled his wife closer to him. Let's not worry about that unknown danger for now. Let's focus on our godson being safe and sound now. We'll have time to deal with that unknown danger later. Yes, little June is safe now. She addressed her big brother on the phone. Did Mao Qiuyue's parents confess about the person who instructed them? They heard Lu Zihao sneer. These two pieces of sh*t are not only despicable, but they're also stupid. At first, they wouldn't open their mouths, but once my people did their work, they spilled everything. The man says that it was a younger woman who made an offer to save Mao Qiuyue from imprisonment and help their family escape abroad as long as they do whatever the woman told them to do. Woman? Iris asked, her frown deepening. Yeah, they say it was a woman who always wears a floral dress. Apparently, she looks like you. Looks like me. Iris was bewildered, and to be honest, creeped out. Are you sure? That's what these two pieces of sh*t say, Lu Zihao said in a tone filled with danger. My people made them undergo a polygraph test, and it should be the truth. But of course, the results might not be 100% accurate. We should also consider the possibility that these two cockroaches underwent some psychological modifications like hypnosis to confuse us. Iris and Jin Liwei glanced at each other, worry reflected in their eyes. Evelinka, don't worry too much, Lu Zihao said in a softer tone. I haven't personally interrogated Mao Qiuyue's parents yet. I'll extract the real truth from them no matter what, even if I have to crack their skulls open and pull their brains out. Big brother. Lu Zihao chuckled in a devilish voice. Just kidding, my little sister. His words didn't assure her at all. If it were in their past lives, her big brother would have already done it with no second thoughts. Jin Liwei, take care of my sister and your godson. Lu Zihao changed his tone into a more serious one. And You don't have to tell me. Jin Liwei replied with an equally serious tone. I'll try to find out more information about the identities of the true mastermind and the unidentified armed men we encountered in the mountain. Okay, Jin Liwei and Iris both said. Also keep an eye on my wife. I know she's worried about her nephew, but we still have our own brats waiting for their mother at home. After saying these words, Liu Zihao ended the phone call. Iris couldn't even retort. She wanted to say that the Liu twins weren't only waiting for their mother, but also their father. However, she couldn't even criticize her big brother because the reason he became so busy today was to rescue her godson and find out about the true mastermind behind little Jun's kidnapping. Also, she and Jin Liwei had their own twins waiting for them at home. Iris asked her husband, "What do you think about transferring little Jun to our home? This is a public place, and people come and go as they please. Even if the security here is good compared to other hospitals, I still can't rest assured. Our home is much safer." And I thought the same way too. Jin Liwei nodded. I've already spoken with eldest brother Yihan earlier when little Jun was still in surgery. He also agrees that our home's security is the best. He has decided to let the mother and son stay at Dragon Palace while little Jun recuperates from his injuries. In the meantime, he'll work on tightening the security at his farm villa. She sighed in relief. Initially, she was prepared to persuade Jiang Yingyu and Lin Yihan to allow little Jun to stay at Dragon Palace Home Number 10 for a while. She missed the little guy so much. In addition, this kidnapping incident frightened her so much more than when little Jun had been hospitalized for dengue fever the last time. She wanted to keep the child close to her. With Dragon Palace Home's inherent tight security, plus Jin Liwei's additional strong home security team, and most importantly, her modifications of their homes. Security and surveillance systems in tandem with their cat AI children Ketchup and Bacon. Even the world's most secure bank wasn't as safe as their home. Thankfully, Lin Yihan recognized this fact and agreed to let go of his newly married wife and bonus son while he worked on his own farm villa security. Now Iris could rest assured about his godson's safety. She wished that she could erase this traumatic memory from little Jun's head, but that was impossible. They all just had to work hard and carefully help the child deal with the trauma. And hopefully, he would survive stronger and more resilient than before. Nevertheless, just the fact that something like this happened to the child broke their hearts. "Darling," she murmured. "What's wrong?" Jin Liwei asked. "Is it evil of me to want to murder Mao Qiuyue and her parents? I want to strangle them with my own hands for what they did to our godson." He hugged her tightly in his arms and kissed the top of her hair, inhaling her fragrance. "If you think that it's evil for you to think like that, then I guess that I'm evil, too. Because I also want to do the same thing to them. I'm sure that Jiang Yingyu and eldest brother Yihan also feel the same way. It's only natural that we want to protect our children and punish those who hurt them. Don't feel too bad about it, love." Iris wrapped her arms around Jin Liwei's waist. It's so difficult to stay objective and leave justice to the law when it involves someone from our family. "I know," Jin Liwei murmured. "I won't stain my hands with blood no matter how much Mao Qiuyue and her parents deserve it," she said. "I don't want our children to have a mother who's a cold-blooded murderer. But I hope that my big brother won't let those Maos get off easily either. I just hope that he still honors his promise to leave them alive enough for the police to deal with. Just like we have our own children, my brother also has his own children now. Your brother might break his promise to me or other people, but he won't break his promise to you," Jin Liwei assured her. "You're right." She sighed. "It's difficult for my brother to change now. I just hope that he won't go any deeper to a point of no return. I'm fine now because I have you and our children. But him? He also has a wife and children now, but he still insists on continuing his vendetta with Shadow Winds. I'm just worried about him and his family. I don't want to lose my brother a second time, Liwei." He gave her another kiss on the head. "You won't lose him again, love. We won't lose anyone from our family in a tragedy. I'll do anything in my power to prevent any of that from happening." Her response was to rub her face against his firm chest, finding comfort and assurance in his embrace. The husband and wife embraced each other for a while before returning to little Jun's private suite. ####. Little Jun had to stay in the hospital for a few more days before Wang Yingjie cleared him for discharge. Of course, it was a conditional discharge because the child hadn't completely recovered from his injuries yet. The little guy still needed to be confined at Dragon Palace Home Number 10's medical wing. The adults were just too worried and scared for his safety at this hospital that they constantly asked Wang Yingjie if they could transfer little Jun home sooner. Wang Yingjie also understood their concerns, so he used his authority as the child's surgeon and attending doctor to sign the discharge order as soon as possible. The adults immediately made the arrangements, and soon little Jun was airlifted to Dragon Palace Home Number 10 using Jin Liwei's helicopter. Jiang Yingyu and Lin Yihan accompanied him in the aircraft. Iris and the others were already back home to prepare her godson's room at the medical wing in advance with the in-house doctor. Jin Liwei stayed back at the hospital to listen to Wang Yingjie's additional instructions. I already contacted my friend who's a renowned child psychiatrist, Wang Yingjie said. She's in America right now and needs to make arrangements with her current patients before she can come here. I already sent her little Jun's medical records, and she says that she'll work with him. No problem. Here's her contact information. Jin Liwei received a piece of paper. Thanks, second brother. I owe you one. Wang Yingjie shook his head. Not at all. I also treat little Jun like my own nephew. If not for the ethics and the doctor's moral code that I have to follow, I would have also wanted to rush out and kill the monsters who did that to the child. I hope that they're punished. Jin Liwei's eyes flashed with a cold light. Don't worry, second brother. I'll make sure that those people receive the punishment that they deserve. Wang Yingjie nodded. Good. Thanks again, second brother. I'll have my assistant contact the child psychiatrist, and if she wants, I can even send one of my private jets to pick her up in America so that she can meet little Jun sooner. You make the arrangements. And the two didn't continue chatting anymore because Wang Yingjie was still on duty. He needed to check on his other patients at the hospital. Jin Liwei didn't stay any longer either. He immediately returned home to check on his godson's situation. And of course, he was already missing his wife and kids. He couldn't wait to kiss and hug them. ####. The news about the kidnapping of Iris Long's nephew and the Mao family's involvement continued to ferment on national TV, the newspapers, and the web. Even Iris Long's international fans got wind of the kidnapping. All of them also felt horrified about what happened to their boss Iris' nephew. She gained these international fans when her song with Jin Chonglin, which was used as the opening theme for the drama, Our Love, Our Destiny, became popular in many other countries, mostly Asian ones. The hit drama's popularity also made her song, with Jin Chonglin, Shining Eyes, climbed to the top of these countries' music charts. The song even got adapted into different languages. The strongest fans outside China were the Black Stars Philippines. The Chua family led the Filipino Black Stars into demanding justice for the kidnapping of their boss Iris' nephew. Second only to them was the Black Stars Singapore, secretly led by Jasper Leung, the figurehead of Ketchup's White Tigress International Virtual Assistant Services. Due to Jasper's efforts, Iris Long became more and more known in Singapore despite being still in hiatus after giving birth. In addition, Iris Long also had a considerable number of fans in Europe where her instrumental album, Rebirth Melodies, charted in several countries. She also gained prestige in Europe when she won the Best Soundtrack Award at the Summit International Film Festival for the indie film, Strong Yet Broken. All these fans were enchanted by Iris Long's music and her mesmerizing performance. Since then, they joined the International Black Stars. After learning about what happened to her nephew, they couldn't just sit still. Although they couldn't do anything substantial to pressure another country's legal proceedings, they still did their best to spread the news until it reached the attention of the international media. This way, little Jun's country would feel too embarrassed not to give him the justice he deserved, especially now that the whole world was watching. Dragon Palace Home Number 10. Little Jun thrived back at the mansion. Everyone did their best to take care of him and make him feel their love and care every single day. They pampered and doted on him, and yet he remained sweet like his usual self. Despite his serious injuries that prevented him from leaving his bed, he began to laugh again, especially whenever his baby cousins, cat cousins, and the dogs visited him. His uncles and aunts also visited him every day, bringing lots of treats and toys that made him giggle with delight despite his painful injuries. To stay with the mother and son, Lin Yihan also temporarily moved to the mansion. At the same time, he also worked on improving his farm villa security. Jin Liwei and Lu Zihao advised him on how to better do it. Lin Yihan planned to wait for little Jun to completely recover from his injuries at Dragon Palace, and then have their family move back to the farm villa together. Hopefully, the farm villa's security would have already improved by then. During the days, little June seemed like his normal cheerful self. It was only during the nights that he would exhibit signs of the horrific trauma he went through. He would frequently wake up in the middle of the night, screaming and crying as he relived all the abuse he suffered in his nightmares. This broke everyone's hearts. Jiang Yingyu would often hide after comforting her son back to sleep and sob at the injustice. Lin Yihan was always there beside her. Both of them felt guilty that their son got kidnapped while on their honeymoon. Despite their friends' assurances that it wasn't their fault, they still couldn't stop the feeling of guilt from consuming them. This was why they swore to treat little June better and fight for justice until the end. There was no way that they would forgive the monsters for torturing their son and traumatizing him. It was possible that this trauma would stay with little June for the rest of his life. Just thinking about it was enough to fill Jiang Yingyu and Lin Yihan with endless fury. When little June finally settled at Dragon Palace, Long Tengfei and his wife, Yang Jiehui, together with Mimi, started visiting. They could have visited earlier like at the hospital, but they chose to wait a few more days, especially since they had another person following them. They knew that Long Hui wasn't welcome at Dragon Palace, especially now that everyone knew it was his ex-wife's parents who had tortured little June. "What are you doing here?" Jiang Yingyu's expression turned cold once she saw Long Hui. "What are you doing here?" Jiang Yingyu's expression turned cold once she saw Long Hui. Mimi stepped away from her aunt and uncle-in-law and joined her friends, clearly stating with her actions that she was on her friend's side. "I already told my aunt and Uncle Tengfei that we shouldn't bring that person with us, but he just kept shamelessly following us no matter how many times Uncle Tengfei discouraged him," Mimi muttered under her breath. "Yingyu, please let me visit my son," Long Hui begged, ignoring the other people's judgmental eyes. He only looked at the mother of his son, knowing that the final decision was hers. Just the fact that he was able to enter the gates of this exclusive village without being barred was enough to let him tacitly know that both Jin Liwei and his youngest half-sister had allowed him. This meant that the couple left the final decision to Jiang Yingyu. Whether he could see his son today or not would be up to Jiang Yingyu. No, Jiang Yingyu rejected him without hesitation. She was trembling from fury. If not for her husband, Lin Yihan, holding her, she might have already attacked Long Hui as soon as he stepped inside. In her mind, she understood that it wasn't Long Hui's direct fault that their son had been kidnapped. However, her heart just couldn't forgive his indirect involvement in the matter. If he had not been married to Mao Qiuyue and then divorced her, then perhaps the Maos wouldn't have hated him so much that they would have gone to great lengths to target his son. Jiang Yingyu understood all this in her mind, but she just couldn't let him go for what their son went through. If only she had been the one targeted and not their son, she would have gladly offered her life. Unfortunately, her son had to go through such a horrific trauma instead of her, and it was breaking her heart to a million pieces every single day. Iris, Jin Liwei, and the others stood aside and watched Jiang Yingyu take a stand. They also didn't have any good feelings for Long Hui, but this time, they left the final decision to the child's mother about whether to let the father see their child or not. Long Hui could sense Jiang Yingyu's strong hatred toward him. It was pure, unadulterated hatred. But the thought of just walking away was something he couldn't do. His son needed him. Little June was his son. He needed to be there for little June right now. He had a premonition that if stepped back today, then he would lose his son forever. That was something that he didn't want to happen. No matter what, he needed to stand his ground today. He felt a sense of crisis, so he did something that he thought he would never do in his lifetime. He knelt on both knees with a loud thud in front of his ex-lover, the mother of his child. There was an audible gasp from the group watching them. Even Jiang Yingyu looked shocked. Lin Yihan frowned, but otherwise stayed silent. For the first time ever, Long Hui swallowed his pride. "Please, Yingyu, I'm begging you. I know that you hate me, but please don't prevent me from seeing our son. I promise to not bother you and your husband anymore. I just want a relationship with my son. That's all I want. Please." Iris watched the kneeling Long Hui. He looked sincere, but who knew what was going on in his mind? But one thing was clear. He really did throw away his precious pride at this moment, especially inside his enemy's territory. If he was really sincere, then Iris would give it to him for doing whatever was needed to maintain a relationship with his son. She couldn't help but sigh. If only he didn't abandon the mother and son. Even if his relationship with Jiang Yingyu hadn't worked out, at least they could have had an amicable co-parenting relationship without the need to push each other down. Unfortunately, he already made a series of bad decisions. He lost the mother of his son. Now Jiang Yingyu was happily married to Lin Yihan, who accepted her for who she was, including her son, whom he treated like his own. Perhaps Long Hui was beginning to realize his mistakes. Iris wasn't sure about what was going on inside Long Hui's mind at this very moment. She examined Jiang Yingyu's dumbfounded expression before looking at Long Tingfei. The older man appeared conflicted, seeing his firstborn son kneeling and begging in front of all of them. Maybe this was also the first time that he had seen his son like this. Thankfully, Long Tingfei didn't intervene. He stayed silent and didn't try to save his son from the embarrassment. Maybe Yang Jiahui's presence prevented him from acting on his paternal instincts of wiping his son's ***. Why you? Jiang Yingyu didn't know what to say. Long Hui gritted his teeth, but still persevered. I beg you, Yingyu, please don't stop me from seeing my son. Our son. She looked at her husband. Lin Yihan squeezed her hand, giving her support. Up to you. Taking a deep breath, she returned her eyes to the father of her child, who was now kneeling in front of her. Fine, Long Hui. He released a big sigh of relief, but before he could stand up, she added, but you must do what you promised just now, that you won't bother me and my husband anymore. You must also ensure that whoever you marry again in the future won't harm our child again. Little June has suffered too much. Our son doesn't deserve all this trauma that your ex-wife's family has caused. Child support also needs to be paid monthly as usual. I'll have to demand more from you this time because of what happened. Don't worry, I'm not a greedy person, you know that. We'll follow what the law stipulates you to pay. Also, rest assured that I'll only use it for our child's needs. We must also draft a revised visitation agreement for you. You must follow my rules if you want to continue seeing our son. If you ever violate any of them, then your visitation rights will immediately be terminated until our son grows up to the age where he can legally decide if he wants to have a father and son relationship with you or not. If you agree, then I'll allow you to maintain a relationship with our son as you wish. Long Hui fell into deep silence. Iris and the others sent Jiang Yingyu approving looks. Dom and Mimi even gave her big thumbs up. They didn't care if Long Hui saw them or not. Well, he didn't see them anyway because he was too busy considering Jiang Yingyu's demands. Lin Yihan's eyes softened as he looked at his wife with pride. Seeing everyone's support, Jiang Yingyu straightened her back. Screw her sense of inferiority. She would crawl on the bloody ground and fight into the deepest pit of hell if it meant that she could protect her son. Never again would she allow her son, and even herself, to be bullied. Especially little June. Her little boy was her life. She would fight for her son to achieve the justice he deserved, even from his own father. Long Hui owed it to their son, and she would make sure that he would pay whatever their son deserved down to the last cent. Finally, Long Hui seemed to have made a decision. He stood up from his kneeling position. All right, Jiang Yingyu, he said in a soft, resigned voice. I'll follow your rules, but my only request is for you not to paint me in a bad light to my son. She glared at him. You think I'll brainwash my son to hate you? Long Hui, if I wanted to brainwash my son, he would have already hated you long ago and refused to recognize you as his dada. Don't lump me with your vicious ex-wife. I'm not that kind of person. I just please promise me, Jiang Yingyu, he begged again. She glared at him harder, but still acquiesced. Fine. You have my promise that I won't badmouth you to our son. But whether he grows up to love you or hate you will depend on your performance. Don't hurt him, and most importantly, don't let anyone from your side harm him again. If anything like this kidnapping happens again, then don't blame me if your son grows up not wanting to have anything to do with you. All right, I promise. He hesitated but still added, Thank you, Jiang Yingyu. She gave him a stiff nod. I'll have our lawyer contact you with the new visitation arrangements later. Long Hui nodded. Can I visit my son now? Fine. Jiang Yingyu and Lin Yihan led the way to the medical wing. Long Hui followed them by his lonesome self. Long Tingfei looked like as if he wanted to follow them, but Yang Jiahui pinched his arm, warning him with her eyes. Give them some privacy, she said. We'll visit little June later when the atmosphere improves. You'll just make the situation worse if you interfere. He was reluctant, but still nodded. Let's visit our twin grandsons first then. I hope the Jin twins still remember us. Good idea. Yang Jiahui smiled. It would have been better if our Lu twin grandsons came today as well. Iris heard their conversation and told them. The Lu twins also came here yesterday to visit their eldest cousin. I don't think they'll come again today. Really? Yang Jiahui turned to Iris with a gentle smile. Thanks for letting us know, Xiaolon. You can always visit them at their new home if you miss the Lu twins, Iris suggested. You're right. Yang Jiahui nodded. Long Tingfei didn't comment. If it were only his daughter, Long Jinjing, then he would drop by her house to visit his Lu grandsons whenever he wanted. Unfortunately, her husband, Lu Zihao, was quite a scary guy. He must admit that even he, Long Tingfei, felt intimidated by his son-in-law. Well, to be honest, both his sons-in-law intimidated him. But at least Jin Liwei knew how to be polite to him. Lu Zihao, on the other hand, didn't bother to act nice. Although Lu Zihao wasn't downright rude to him, he didn't cater to him either. Staying in the same room with this son-in-law of his could be quite awkward if there were no other people to fill in the silence. He wondered how his daughter fell in love with such a crude man. Sighing, he could only comfort himself with the knowledge that at least both his sons-in-law seemed to treat their wives well. Both sets of his twin grandsons were also close to their fathers. It appeared that both Jin Liwei and Lu Zihao took their roles as fathers seriously and were even quite active in personally raising their own children. It was quite rare for men with their wealth and status to become so involved in raising their children. From Long Tingfei's personal experience, most men just left their kids to their wives or mistresses to raise. Depending on their wives or mistresses, the kids might not even spend much time with the parents either, just the nannies or household staff. This was how Long Tingfei dealt with his own children, especially the children of his official wives. Only his illegitimate children, Long Jian and Long Jinjing, grew up with relatively normal childhoods. In contrast, Long Hui and Long Xiaolon, both legitimate children of his legal wives, were raised mostly by nannies and household staff. Long Hui had it better because as the firstborn, Long Tingfei personally groomed him to be his heir starting from a young age. Long Xiaolon didn't have that privilege. In hindsight, their neglect caused her to grow up into a rebellious, spoiled brat. Good thing that she changed for the better now. If she continued her old ways, Long Tingfei could only imagine how much trouble she would continue to make him clean up after her. Now, however, she proved herself not only capable, but also a genius. She could even contend against her eldest brother, Long Hui, for the position of the next head of Long Industries. Long Tingfei once again released a heavy sigh. Life was indeed unpredictable. The ones he initially believed to be reliable were now struggling to even stay afloat, while the ones he thought to be hopeless were now skyrocketing to the top. Let's go. His thoughts were interrupted by his wife. Yang Jiahui looked at him. I said let's go see our twin grandsons. Xiaolon says that they can now walk without anyone holding them. Both his eyebrows lifted. Really? Is that true? Iris beamed when the topic shifted to her sons. Yes. Well, little Macha walks, but little Machi runs. That child doesn't have any brakes. He already fell. Several times. Is he all right? Yang Jiahui asked in concern. Long Tingfei also felt worried. Don't let him run off by himself. What if my grandson is injured? Iris sighed, but her smile remained. Little Machi loves to show off. Jin Liwei nodded. Just like his uncle, my younger brother. Iris gave him a side eye, but didn't refute his words. Why did so many people think that little Machi inherited his uncle Jin Chonglin's love for showing off? Maybe they were right, but Iris believed that her son inherited it from the original Iris Long. Even their needy and clingy personalities were almost identical. Indeed, DNA couldn't lie. Iris kept her thoughts to herself. If they wanted to delude themselves into thinking that little Machi inherited his uncle Lin's personality, then let them continue believing it. It was already enough that Iris remembered the original Long Xiaolon. Now that she had completely integrated into this body, she would honor Long Xiaolon's dream and achieve it for her. At the same time, she would also fulfill her own dreams that she failed to achieve in her past life as Evelina Vetrova. She smiled at Yang Jiahui. Let's go to the nursery. I'm sure that little Machi and little Matcha will be delighted that you came to visit. Yang Jiahui turned to her niece who was busy gossiping with Dom. Mimi, where are the gifts we bought for the children? I have them, Auntie, Mimi replied. Iris and Jin Liwei led the group to the nursery, where they all fawned on the Jin twins, the cats, and the dogs. By the way, where is little Jun's dog? Young Jihui asked. Is it still alive? Yes, Gravy is still alive, Iris replied. But his injuries are extremely serious. Big brother Zaheo took him to, a vet, yes. He took him to a vet. Gravy needs time to heal, just like little June. Yang Jihui, thank goodness. Unfortunately, Gravy might not be suitable to work as a guard dog anymore, Jin Liwei said. His injuries are too serious and is now handicapped. If not for fourth brothers, vet friend, then Gravy might have died already. No matter, Yang Jihui said. That dog still saved my grandson's life. Your father told me about the surveillance footage of it protecting little June from the kidnappers. Handicapped or not, it's still an excellent dog. If it can't work as a guard dog anymore, then just keep it as my grandson's pet. We can just get him another guard dog. And Jin Liwei nodded. That's the plan. She sighed in relief and smiled gently. Then that's great. The next day, Jiang Yingyu was true to her word. She asked Iris lawyer, attorney Hong Xiaoqiang, to help draft a new visitation agreement for Long Hui. When Long Hui received it at his office at Long Industries, he took a pen from his assistant and immediately signed it without any complaints. After sending the special courier away, he wrote a string of numbers on a piece of paper and handed it to his assistant. He instructed, open a bank account for my son and deposit this amount every month. Give extra for special occasions like birthdays. Get a supplementary card and send it to the child's mother. Tell her that it's my son's child support. Although Long Hui had already been giving child support before this, doing this now would make it more official. Now that it had come to this point, he would follow the arrangement down to the last exact word. He didn't want to provide Jiang Yingyu with any ammunition to bar him from seeing their son. There was also no hope for the two of them anymore. She was now married to another man. He saw her pure, unadulterated hatred toward him yesterday. If not for him swallowing his pride and kneeling in front of her yesterday, then he would have already lost his chance to be a father to their son. Perhaps this was for the best. Any other instructions, sir? His assistant asked. He brought back his thoughts to the present. Buy some toys and gifts that my son might like. Understood, sir. Long Hui hesitated before adding. Also buy some toys for my nephews. 4 of them, the Jin twins and the Lu twins. Yes, sir. I'll take care of it right away. He nodded. His assistant was about to leave to do his bidding, but he called him back. Yes, sir. Did my sister come to the office today? He asked. The assistant blinked a few times before realizing who he was talking about. Oh, Deputy CMO Long. Yes. I'm not sure, sir, but I'll check it for you. All right, go. Long Hui waved him away. About 10 minutes later, his assistant called him on the phone. Sir, Deputy CMO Long didn't come to the office today, his assistant reported. I heard that the CMO gave her special permission to work from home for a few days after hearing about what happened to her nephew. Your son, sir. Long Hui took a few deep breaths to calm himself. Okay, got it. Go to your tasks. Yes, sir. The call ended. Long Hui stood up and gazed at the concrete skyline of the business district from his office's glass windows. How come Iris got special permission to work from home, but he didn't? He was the father. She was only the aunt. Granted, little June was recuperating in her home, but it still felt unfair to him. Everything felt unfair. Now, however, he just felt exhausted. The usual hatred he usually felt for Iris had now been transferred to his ex-wife, Mao Qiuyue, and former in-laws. If not for the Maos, then his son wouldn't have been kidnapped and tortured. Mao Qiuyue, he hissed, his eyes filled with burning hatred. You and your equally despicable family better not show yourselves in front of me, or I swear I'll send you to hell myself. ####. Later that day, Iris and Jin Liwei looked at each other as the butler handed them 2 big wrapped boxes addressed to their twins. The sender was Long Hui. The butler mentioned that Long Hui also sent a bigger present to his son, little June. Leave it here, thank you, Iris said. The butler bowed before leaving. Before they could decide what to do with the presents, Iris' phone rang. It was Long Jingjing. Did Big Brother Hui send presents to your twins? Long Jingjing asked. Iris raised an eyebrow. Yes, he did. Your twins got presents from him too. Yes. Zaheo almost threw them into the trash, but I stopped him in time. What did he get for little Machi and little Matcha? I opened the ones he sent to my sons, and they're mostly cute toys and clothes. Little Misha is now sucking on a stuffed panda. Little Dima doesn't look very interested in any of them, though. We haven't opened the presents yet, Iris said. A few seconds pause. Then Long Jingjing said, Xiaolon, I think our eldest brother is starting to change for the better. I heard what happened yesterday from Dom and Mimi. If he can kneel and humble himself like that, then maybe. Big sister, Iris interrupted. I know what you're trying to say. Whether he changes or not is up to him. I'll only believe his actions, not his promises. If he can change for the better, then good. I'll be so happy for little June. It's as simple as that. Another pause. All right, Xiaolon, Long Jingjing finally said with a sigh. I'll talk to you again later. It's time for me to feed your nephews. The two women bid each other goodbye and ended the phone call. Should we open the presents? Jin Liwei asked. Iris thought about it for a couple of seconds. Sure. Let our sons open their presents by themselves. Jin Liwei carried the presents while they headed to the nursery together. Little Machi got very excited when his parents told him that an uncle gave him and his twin brother presents. He didn't know which uncle his parents were talking about, but it didn't matter. He had a lot of uncles who doted on him anyway. He would just thank all of them when they came to visit next time. Yeah. He couldn't contain his excitement. Little Matcha, on the other hand, was less excited. He still showed interest, but wasn't as showy about it as his twin brother. The two of them first worked together on opening the first box. When they finally tore off the wrapper, they checked the contents one by one. Little Machi squealed with delight as he shook a toy robot, but little Matcha pulled him to open the second box before he could forget. Iris and Jin Liwei laughed at their twins' antics. Seeing their twins' joy, Iris and Jin Liwei also felt happy. It didn't matter anymore that Long Hui was the one who sent the presents. Just looking at the smiles on their sons' faces was enough. Whether Long Hui was sincere or not was no longer important. The most important was that he made the children happy. The result was more important than the motive. Finally, the twins unwrapped both boxes. The contents were more or less the same except for the colors. It didn't matter to the twins, though. The twin brothers weren't calculative with each other. They only took what they liked and played together with gusto. Of course, they also offered their new toys to their cat siblings and their dogs. Iris and the nannies took the clothes and folded them, while Jin Liwei spent time playing with his children. The children's laughter filled the nursery, and in turn, filled the adults' hearts with contentment. ####. A couple of days later, little June's psychiatrist finally arrived. She was a petite, gentle-voiced Hong Kong Chinese-American woman named Dr. Mary Poon. Just listening to her speak made a person feel comfortable. No wonder little June immediately liked her. Dr. Poon was Wang Yingjia's friend from abroad. Since he was the one who recommended her, Iris, Jin Liwei, Jiang Yingyu, Lin Yihan, and the others all trusted her. Of course, they still had to observe her performance if she could help little June deal with his trauma from the kidnapping. Jin Liwei had offered to send a private jet to pick her up from America, but Dr. Poon politely refused. She only asked for assistance with the living and transportation arrangements while she stayed in the country to treat little June. Iris arranged a condo unit for her from one of the newest Gold Heights buildings because Dr. Poon also refused their offer to stay at the Dragon Palace mansion with their in-house doctor. Jin Liwei had his assistant provide her with a car so that she could drive herself. The couple respected the doctor's wishes and didn't mind her refusals too much. It just meant that the woman had her principles. But when Dr. Poon offered to pay rent for the condo, it was now Iris' turn to firmly refuse. As long as you can help my godson, I'll even give you the condo as a gift, Iris said. Dr. Poon didn't insist anymore, but still warned. Trauma is a very delicate issue to treat. Each person also deals with it differently. I can't completely erase what happened to Long June from his mind, but I'll do my best to make him come to terms with it in a healthy manner. We understand, Jin Liwei replied this time. We'll be counting on you then. Thank you for your trust, Dr. Poon replied. Then she glanced at Jiang Yingyu. Mrs. Lin, I suggest that you also undergo therapy. Having a traumatized child is also very traumatizing to the parents, especially the mother. Although my specialty is treating children, I can also help you if you're willing. Only with a clear mind can you help your child. Jiang Yingyu hesitated, looking at her husband for his opinion. Lin Yihan said, Go ahead, Yingyu. I think that it's going to benefit you and our son if you also go to therapy. You haven't slept well these days. She faced the doctor again. If it's going to help my son, then I'm willing to go to therapy as well. Don't worry about it too much. Dr. Poon gave her a kind smile. I'm here to help you, not interrogate you. Afterwards, Dr. Poon bid her goodbye to them and left Dragon Palace to the Gold Heights condo she was staying. She handled little June well earlier, Iris commented. And Jin Liwei agreed. She's indeed an expert recommended by our second brother, Lin Yihan said. Iris looked at the quiet Jiang Yingyu and patted her shoulder. Like what Dr. Poon said, she's here to help you and little June, not to interrogate you. Don't worry too much about the therapy. Remember that big sister Jin Jing has been going to therapy since she got pregnant until now, and she's doing better. I know. Jiang Yingyu smiled at her. I'm just a little nervous because I want to clear my mind faster so that I can be there for my son and help him get better. We'll all be there for little June, Iris assured her. Thank you, Xiaolon. What is there to thank me about? Little June is Li Wei and my precious godson. We'll always be there for him. Jin Liwei. And always. Jiang Yingyu and Lin Yihan smiled at them. Then Lin Yihan told Iris, now that Dr. Poon has arrived, you can return to your usual work schedule, third sister-in-law. And you and I know that you've been rearranging your schedule and have been working from home these days because you're worried about little June. You and third brother should return to your normal schedules and leave our son to us. You also have your own children to take care of. Iris and Jin Liwei looked at each other. All right, Iris finally said. If you need anything, just tell the butler and he'll help you. Lin Yihan chuckled, but there was gratitude in his eyes. Yes, we. No. After checking on little June, Iris and Jin Liwei left the family of 3 and returned to their own children. Little Machi and little Macha hadn't tired of Long Huey's presence yet. They were still playing with the toys they received. Little Machi's favorite was the toy robot that he kept on smacking on the floor. Little Macha didn't seem to have any favorite, but he gravitated more toward puzzle-type toys. As for popcorn, the energetic cat chased balls with the dogs while the lazy ice cream didn't bother with any of them and slept her way through all the commotion. Iris' eyes softened as she watched the mess her children were making. This was the warm home and family that she had always been dreaming of in her past life, but never dared to openly desire. Now that she had achieved it in this new life, she was eternally grateful. After a few more days, the construction of a new cafeteria started at Long Industries. It was announced to all the staff that Deputy CMO Long Xiaolon was the one who donated 100% of the funds to build the new cafeteria. It was going to be built at the same standard as Orchidea's famous cafeteria. All the employees cheered when they found out. They couldn't wait for it to be completed. With the CMO and the entire marketing department at her side and President Long Tung-Fei's tacit support, Iris Long's position in the company had also stabilized. There were incidents of sabotage from the opposing camp, but she quickly dodged the dangers and, more often than not, counterattacked. Of course, she had long noticed that her foundation in the company wasn't as deep as that of Long Huey's or even Long Jian's, but she wasn't discouraged about it at all. She even felt more motivated to compete against the 2 half-brothers. But still, she never forgot her purpose in joining the battle for succession at Long Industries. On the same day, they also received news that Mao Qiuyue's parents had finally been found. The police were at their wits' end about searching for them. Jin Liwei claimed that the experts he hired only rescued his godson and didn't do anything else. Although the police had their suspicions, they didn't have any evidence to prove otherwise. It also seemed that their resources weren't as good as that of the billionaire CEO. They still failed to catch any clues about the whereabouts of Mao Qiuyue's parents after so long. Now, the search was finally over. The police were relieved because the public and the media kept on pressuring them to give justice to the poor child. Even some of the government higher-ups became involved and kept on urging them to indict and arrest all the suspects involved at all costs, especially after the international media featured the kidnapping case. The police force could only focus their sights on Mao Qiuyue herself while her parents were still missing. They charged her additional crimes and then hastened her transfer to a maximum security prison. When her parents were finally found, the police force immediately charged them with their original crimes of bribery, extortion, embezzlement, and tax evasion, and the new crimes related to kidnapping and battery. They were also arrested the same day. The chief of police even held a press conference about Father Mao and Mother Mao's arrest due to pressure from the public and media, including some of the government higher-ups. All the major media news outlets attended the press conference. After listening to the chief of police's announcement about the arrest, all the reporters raised their hands. The chief chose one to ask a question. Reporter 1. Congratulations to our police force and all members of our law enforcement for finally arresting the criminals. Chief of Police, thank you. Reporter 1. Can you please tell us why it took so long to find and arrest Mr. and Mrs. Mao? Chief of Police, our police officers never stopped searching for them. Remember that the Maos were once a wealthy and powerful family. They may still have hidden resources that they used to evade us, but in the end, justice still prevailed. All of us from the police force are sworn to do our duty to uphold justice and punish all criminals. No matter how long it takes, we will catch them. And we did just that. Of course, he wasn't going to tell the media that Father Mao and Mother Mao were served on a silver platter to the police, that they didn't actually catch the couple but found them at an alley near a police station. As the chief of police, he needed to protect the force's reputation and inflate his officers' achievements. He chose another reporter to ask a question. Reporter 2. Chief, can you tell us more information about where you found Mr. and Mrs. Mao and how you caught them? Chief of Police. Ahem, that is classified information. Reporter 2. Why is it classified information? Chief of Police. You've already used up your question. Next, Reporter 3. Except for the classified part, can you tell us some of the details that you're allowed to publicly share about where you found Mr. and Mrs. Mao and how you caught them? The chief of the police paused for a few seconds. The reporters eagerly awaited his answer. Finally, he said, I can't share the place or the process of how we caught the two suspects because they're classified information. The reporters were disappointed. Then he continued, but I can tell you their states or condition when we arrested them. The eyes of the reporters lit up. Chief of Police, Mrs. Mao's hands are both broken. Mr. Mao has become blind and deaf. This revelation caused a disturbance among the reporters. Reporter 4. Sir, did the police cause their injuries? Chief of Police. No. My officers found them already injured. Reporter 5. Do you know who caused their injuries? And if you do, who did it? Chief of Police. We are still investigating that at this moment. But we suspect that this is a case of vigilante justice. As we all know here, this kidnapping case has considerable massive media coverage, both nationally and internationally. Of course, we, the law enforcement, stand by the law. We condemn anyone who carries out illegal activities, including those who execute vigilante justice. We don't care if you think that you're doing the right thing. You're still breaking the law, and we will apprehend you. There were some more questions, and the chief of police answered most of them. For the other questions, he would say that he couldn't answer because they're classified information. No matter how many times the reporters rephrased their questions, the chief refused to answer. After the appointed time, the press conference finally ended. The chief of police left without any hesitation, not caring whether the reporters had asked everything they wanted. Dragon Palace Home Number 10. Jin Liwei pressed the remote control, and the TV turned off. They just finished watching the chief of police's press conference about the arrest of Mao Qiuyue's parents. Iris asked the others, what do you think? The chief of police did an excellent job dodging some of the questions, Jin Liwei commented. Lin Yihan nodded. It may look like he said a lot, but the information he revealed isn't actually that substantial. Is it true that Mr. Mao has become blind and deaf, while Mrs. Mao broke both of her hands? Jiang Yingyu asked. Both Iris and Jin Liwei didn't reply to her question, nor did they react. Lin Yihan observed them, but couldn't read anything from their expressions. But their silence alone meant that they most likely knew something. I know who rescued little June, Jiang Yingyu said in a careful tone. My son told me that his uncle Hao Hao is a superhero who saves little children like him. Iris and Jin Liwei looked at each other. Lin Yihan sighed. Don't treat us like we're stupid, third brother. I already long noticed that fifth brother has been busy with some shady stuff. I just don't comment on it because I still trust him. And at least, he has settled down a lot now compared to before when he's always running off to the next highest mountain to ski. Did Sir Zaheo do that to Mao Qiuyue's parents? Jiang Yingyu asked. Iris narrowed her eyes and asked her point blank, if my big brother did, are you against it? Jiang Yingyu froze for a second before shaking her head in a hurry. That's not what I meant, Xiaolan. Then why are you asking like that? Iris asked, the challenge clear in her voice. Third sister-in-law, Lin Yihan said in a warning tone. In turn, Jin Liwei also warned him, eldest brother. The tense atmosphere increased until Jiang Yingyu was the first to be unable to take it. Everyone, please stop. Jiang Yingyu then patted her husband's hand, trying to calm him down, before addressing the defensive couple. Xiaolon, Sir Liwei, please don't think that I'm accusing Sir Zaheo of anything. That's not my intention at all. I just want to know what really happened. You know that I hold great respect for Sir Zaheo. He has helped train and improve my hand-to-hand combat skills before alongside my colleagues here. We've always appreciated him. And now that he saved my son from great danger, I now owe him a big debt that I don't think I'll be able to repay in my entire life. Iris and Jin Liwei remained silent, but at least their defensive aura gradually subsided. Jiang Yingyu continued, I'm not trying to stand on a moral high ground by asking whether Sir Zaheo was the one who injured Mao Qiuyue's parents or not. I'm not trying to accuse him of anything. Really, I'm not. I just want to know, because I want to thank him. Then she burst into tears. Lin Yihan immediately wrapped his arm around her and started comforting her. I'm okay, Yihan. She wiped her tears, but they kept on flowing. When I learned that Mao Qiuyue's parents hurt my son, I wanted to kill them with my own hands. Iris' eyes softened, and she completely returned to normal. I know. I felt the same way. Jin Liwei then said, whether fifth brother did it or not is not our business to tell. If you want to know, you can ask him directly. Okay. Jiang Yingyu nodded. I understand. He added, but don't forget that fifth brother is the one who rescued your son from the kidnappers. Those criminals didn't even demand ransom. It's clear that their motive is to purely hurt the child and devastate us. I know, she whispered. Lin Yihan didn't want to see her so upset anymore. We'll thank fifth brother later when we do see him. Fifth sister-in-law Jin Jing says that he's still very busy until now. Little June also looks up to him now. Jiang Yingyu added, her mood improving. She even started to smile again. He now thinks that his Uncle Hao Hao is the best uncle in the world because he's a superhero. Everyone chuckled, completely dispelling the tense atmosphere from before. We won't ask you two any more about fifth brother's business, Lin Yihan said afterward. We'll ask him directly if we have any questions, but the fact that we're grateful for him will never change. Jin Liwei nodded. Iris also felt relieved that Jiang Yingyu and Lin Yihan weren't accusing her big brother of being heavy-handed with Mao Qiuyue's parents. At the same time, she was glad that her big brother listened to her and hadn't outright killed Mr. and Mrs. Mao. He even fulfilled his promise and dropped off the couple near a police station where the police found them. Now that she was a parent, especially a mother, she understood the bone-deep instinct to protect her children. She and her husband had long considered little June like their own child, so of course, they wanted to punish anyone who dared hurt him. They didn't feel sorry at all for Mr. and Mrs. Mao. It wasn't a question of morals and ethics, or of whether they deserved it or not, but of the need for parents to avenge the injustice done to their children. In a way, Mr. and Mrs. Mao were the same. They also tried to avenge what happened to their daughter, Mao Qiuyue. Unfortunately, they messed with the wrong people. They shouldn't have touched little June, no matter how much they hated the child's mother and biological father. The child had many elders who loved him and doted on him. Powerful elders who would do anything to keep him happy and safe. Iris and Jin Liwei had already shown Mr. and Mrs. Mao enough mercy by advising Lu Zihao to leave them alive for the police to handle. Whatever happened to them during the process was just reaping what they sowed, especially after all the horrific things they did to little June. That night, Iris was lying on the bed with her twin sons while singing them a Russian lullaby. Little Machi was on her left while little Ma Cha was on her right. Both of them hugged her as they gazed at her face in adoration. Little Ma Cha was the first one to get drowsy. He yawned once, and in no time, he fell asleep. Little Machi took a bit longer. Iris had no choice but to sing another Russian lullaby before the naughty baby finally succumbed to sleep. The bedroom door opened and Jin Liwei entered, making sure to move carefully to avoid waking up his sons. They're asleep? Iris nodded, smiling with soft eyes, as she gazed at their adorable sleeping sons. Jin Liwei carefully carried little Ma Cha first, who was startled awake. But when he saw that it was his father, he immediately returned to sleep. After placing the baby in the large crib bed a few steps away, Jin Liwei returned to take little Machi. He was more cautious this time. Jin Liwei didn't take any chances, especially when it came to his eldest twin son. Little Machi was quite an emotional baby. If he ever felt upset, he would wail at the top of his lungs. It would take a lot of kisses, hugs, and coaxing to comfort him. Jin Liwei and his wife were both tired, especially Iris. If possible, he didn't want his wife to exhaust herself even more by trying to coax their crying baby. He put little Machi beside little Matcha. Popcorn and ice cream rearranged themselves to make room for the babies. The two dogs, Pudding and Chowder, also wagged their tails before falling asleep beside the large crib bed. Iris stood beside Jin Liwei, and they both gazed down at the incredible miracles they created together. She hugged his arm and leaned her head on his chest. They need to learn self-defense once they're old enough. And he agreed without hesitation. I don't want our twins to experience what little June experienced. Liwei, I'll die again if our twins ever get kidnapped or experience something worse. Jin Liwei's eyes turned cold. I won't let anything like that happen. Over my dead body. Before she could reply, Bacon's hushed voice interrupted them. Please excuse Bacon for disturbing mother and father at this late hour, but Uncle Zaheo says that he has something important to tell both of you. The husband and wife looked at each other before leaving the bedroom and heading to the living area of their suite. On the TV display, they saw their pure black AI cat son. Bacon's golden eyes glowed while his fluffy tail swayed in a leisurely rhythm. Greetings, mother and father. Thank you, Bacon, Iris said with a soft smile. Hello to you too. You can connect us to your uncle now. Understood, mother. Bacon's voice returned to a normal volume. Connecting in 3, 2, 1. Beep. The TV display flickered and Lu Ziheo's cold face appeared. Big brother, Iris greeted him. Lu Ziheo acknowledged with a nod. He didn't waste any time getting to the point. I already personally interrogated the unidentified armed men that we captured from the mountain. They're unusually tough. I'm 100% certain that they underwent some form of torture resistance training, just like we did. Of course, he was talking about their past lives as children of the Vetrov family. Iris' eyes dimmed at the nightmarish memories of their past lives. Jin Liwei frowned when he noticed it. He immediately grabbed her hand and squeezed it. His frown deepened when he felt that her hand had gone ice cold. He massaged it, trying to transfer his warmth to her. Gradually, she came to her senses. His warm hand reassured her that the past belonged to the past. This was the present now where she didn't need to undergo a horrific training regimen against her will. She now had a warm, loving home with the beautiful family she built with the love of her life. She gave her husband a reassuring smile before returning her attention to her brother. So they haven't revealed their identities yet? She asked. That's right, Lu Ziheo said. He didn't reveal anything from his stoic expression, but Iris could sense that his frustration. She thought for a moment before saying, if you're 100% sure that those men underwent torture resistance training, then that means that their origins are far more dangerous than we initially expected. Lu Ziheo sneered, but his eyes were dead serious. There are only a handful of organizations in the world that could survive our Vetrov torture methods. I wonder which ones these mangy mutts belong to. Her chest tightened after hearing her brother's words. But if they really belong to one of our enemy organizations, why would they come here to this country and assist Mao Qiuyue and her parents? Why would they kidnap an innocent child like little June? It doesn't make any sense. Jin Liwei interjected. I'll investigate if the Maos still have special hidden connections that we haven't discovered yet. The Maos are just pawns, Lu Ziheo said. These mangy mutts have no respect whatsoever for the Mao cockroaches. The key here is the woman in a floral dress who apparently looks like you, little sister. Jin Liwei scowled at the thought of somebody so evil looking like his wife. Even Iris didn't like the idea. As long as they're in my country, I'll do everything in my power to find out that woman's identity, Jin Liwei swore. Lu Ziheo didn't refute him, but said instead, if that woman belongs to one of our past enemy organizations, then her identity shouldn't be simple either. Remember that your priority is to keep my sister and all her children safe. Leave the dirty jobs for me to handle. It was at this moment that Bacon joined in the conversation. Please do excuse Bacon's rudeness for interrupting everyone's adult conversation, but Bacon feels the need to remind Uncle Ziheo that you also now have your own family, namely, Aunt Jing, and your twin sons, little Misha and little Dima. If Uncle Zaheo dies from doing all of these so-called dirty jobs, then Aunt Jing and Bacon's twin cousins would become so pitiful. Uncle Zaheo, you keep on failing to consider this matter. It's not classy. Despite the seriousness of their conversation, Iris couldn't help but chuckle after hearing what her AI cat son said. She even snickered upon seeing her big brother roll his eyes. The TV display now showed Lu Zaheo and a small image of Bacon at the lower left corner of the screen. Don't blame Bacon, big brother, she said when she finally controlled her laughter. Bacon is right. Thank you, mother, for proving that Bacon is indeed right. The black cat on the TV display looked bored as usual, but his tail started rotating like helicopter rotor blades. Jin Liwei opened a water bottle and handed it to his wife. His eyes were also filled with amusement. Iris gave him a smile of thanks before taking a sip of water and handing the bottle back to him. Lu Zaheo couldn't take it anymore. Enough of this pointless conversation. Uncle Zaheo, talking about one's family is never pointless unless you're a useless human being. Bacon once again blocked him. In the end, Lu Zaheo didn't bother arguing with the savage AI cat anymore. He had worked with Bacon for long enough to know that his AI cat nephew would never miss the chance to trade barbed words with him whenever the brat had a chance. If not for Bacon's extraordinary skills and abilities, Lu Zaheo wouldn't even want to spend a lot of time working with such a two-faced, savage brat every day. He couldn't help but complain and ask his sister, which bastard did you base this brat's sh**ty personality on? Iris almost couldn't stop her laughter from bursting out. But before she could think of an excuse to tell her brother, Bacon also made a complaint against his uncle. Mother, Uncle Zaheo just described Bacon's personality as sh**tty. It's not classy. Bacon's feelings are severely hurt. Father, please help Bacon demand compensation from Uncle Zaheo for emotional distress. Before Iris and Jin Liwei could even react, Lu Zaheo was already sighing. Then in a resigned tone, he said, I'll deposit money to you later, okay? Brat, just let me talk to your parents in peace. God damn it, this brat is the bane of me. Bacon's response was to turn around and show his fluffy butt. He was now sulking. Lu Zaheo scoffed at the AI cat's attitude. Iris saw this and shook her head, sighing. Her eyes, however, were still full of amusement. Jin Liwei had a similar expression. After this light-hearted interlude, the adults finally returned to their earlier serious conversation. It's useless for me to continue personally interrogating those mangy mutts, Lu Zaheo said. I'll leave them to my subordinates. Perhaps they would give in and finally open their dirty mouths to confess after some time passes. If not, the sharks in the ocean should be hungry for fresh meat. Iris didn't comment. This wasn't the time to talk about ethics and morality. Those unidentified armed men were now proven to be extremely dangerous, especially if her brother's suspicion was correct that they belonged to one of the enemy organizations of the Vetrovs. Any person who could endure the Vetrovs' inhuman torture methods without spilling anything was also inhuman. A person like this most likely had been indoctrinated into becoming a mindless puppet who only followed orders from their organization, just like the minions belonging to the Vetrov criminal empire before its downfall. Iris rubbed her arms. Just remembering her parents' and brother's subordinates from before was enough to give her goosebumps. Those people were like robots programmed to have absolute loyalty to the Vetrovs. If needed, they could literally dig out their hearts and offer them to their lords and ladies. Jin Liwei once again noticed her disturbed reaction. He pulled her closer and rubbed her arms for her, sending more of his warmth to her. Do whatever you want with those people, Iris finally told her brother. I don't want them near little June again or any member of our family, especially the children. You don't have to tell me that, little sister. Lu Zaheo glanced at something off camera. My wife is calling. I'll talk to you later. Okay, bye. Before Iris could finish her goodbye, Lu Zaheo already ended the call. Bacon turned around and faced his parents again. Please do not take offense at Uncle Zaheo's rudeness, mother and father. Aunt Jing is just worried because Uncle Zaheo is always out working and comes back home late every night. She always calls around this time to make sure that he's fine and still alive. Sometimes, he doesn't even come home at all. Aunt Jing fears that little Misha and little Dima might forget what their father looks like one day. Bacon thinks that Uncle Zaheo is not classy for not prioritizing his family. Isn't that right, mother and father? Iris sighed. This was what she feared as well. She already made several attempts to convince her big brother to put his revenge plan against the Vetrov enemies on hold and prioritize enjoying his new life. She had hoped that Long Jinjing and the birth of the Lu twins would make him reevaluate his priorities, but by the look of things, it seemed that he was still intent on pursuing his original vendetta. In addition, Iris felt guilty because Lu Zaheo had been working so hard since little June got kidnapped. He was the one who personally rescued the child, captured the perpetrators, interrogated them, and now he was investigating the identities of the real mastermind of the kidnapping. I'll visit big sister Jin Jing and my nephews more, Iris announced. And Jin Liwei supported her decision. Bacon is sure that Aunt Jin Jing and the Lu twins will appreciate Mother for visiting them more often, Bacon said, his black tail swishing side to side. Indeed, Bacon's mother is an absolute class act of the highest level. Father is truly lucky to have Mother in his life. Of course, the black AI cat didn't miss the chance to uplift his mother while taking a slight dig at his father. Not too much compared to what he always did to his Uncle Zaheo, though. Fortunately, Jin Liwei agreed with Bacon. Yes, I'm indeed lucky to have your mom. Bacon's tail once again rotated until it blurred. Lone villa in the woods. The woman wearing another floral dress covered up her bruises with a high-coverage foundation and concealer. Without makeup, she looked pretty except for her cold, malicious eyes. Her resemblance to the celebrity Iris Long at this point was about 70%. But with her superb makeup skills, she transformed into a beautiful woman. And when she wore dark sunglasses to cover up her eyes, then her resemblance to Iris Long rose to at least 95%. She stood up and allowed the flowy floral dress to hug her seductive silhouette. In front of the full-length mirror, she turned this way and that. One corner of her mouth rose to a smirk, feeling satisfied while looking at her sexy figure. Her eyes swept at the messy bed behind her. Memories of what happened last night flooded her mind. She paled behind her thick, yet expertly applied makeup. The bruises still ached, but the man was an expert in inflicting the most immense pain on her, while still giving her the most mind-blowing pleasure she had ever experienced in her entire life. Last night, her lover finally returned after going away for a business trip. He had heard that they had lost a lot of men after her directive to kidnap the child named Long Jun. She knew that he didn't give a damn about losing any of his men. However, he enjoyed punishing her while on bed. Of course, she also enjoyed it, but it didn't change the fact that he still hurt her. She now knew him enough to not doubt that he would kill her without mercy if she ever lost interest in her. This was why she worked hard to please him despite suffering from all kinds of humiliation. She sneered at her reflection, staring at her face, who looked so much like Iris Long. "As long as you give me what I want, I'll even lick your feet," she said to her now-gone lover, who had already left after using her. She didn't care. It wasn't like she missed him when he was absent. Both of them were clear that they were only mutually using each other. She just needed to be careful not to be deemed useless by him before she could complete her plans. A knock on the door interrupted her monologue. "Come in." The door opened, and a maidservant entered. "Change the sheets," the woman in a floral dress instructed. The maidservant acknowledged her command and immediately started tidying up the bedroom. The woman in a floral dress left the room and headed to the study. She sat behind her desk, opened her laptop, and continued writing the manuscript of her next book. ####. Iris Long finally began recording her collaboration album with Enrique Valdez in earnest. Their presence at JJ's record company immediately garnered massive media attention. JJ's record company was soon surrounded by reporters, paparazzi, and fans every single day hoping to catch Iris Long and Enrique Valdez. This time, neither Iris Long nor Enrique Valdez accepted any interviews from the media. The bad-tempered JJ was the one who had to appease the media because if not, they would continue to squat outside his company building. Although this wasn't a rare occurrence for a famous and renowned producer like him, especially whenever he worked with popular artists, it still annoyed him to death when his staff complained that they couldn't even go through the company doors because the crowd outside blocked them. Since neither Iris Long nor Enrique Valdez were interested in facing the media, then he had no choice but to do it himself. Good thing that his bad temper was well documented in the industry. He gave standard answers to the reporters' questions and expertly dodged those who wanted to dig deeper into Iris Long and Enrique Valdez's new collab. And finally, he scolded the immoral paparazzi who were no better than stalkers. After completing this unpleasant mission, he returned to the biggest studio in his company building which he reserved for Iris Long and Enrique Valdez. He found the two of them busy instructing the musicians on how to play exactly how they wanted. They even took the instruments and personally showed the musicians how to do it. Neither of them noticed that JJ had returned. To his credit, he didn't disturb them and even signaled the others who did notice to keep quiet. He sat in the control room to observe Iris and Enrique while they did their magic. JJ was now familiar with Iris' style whenever she recorded music. She was extremely focused and meticulous when it came to every single instrument included in the song. Now that he watched her with Enrique Valdez, JJ was surprised that the two were extremely similar. Even some of their mannerisms on how they played certain instruments, especially the guitar, was almost identical. Huh, is Iris that big of a fan of Enrique Valdez? JJ wondered. She even imitates the way he plays. Shrugging, he didn't think about it too much. Even he imitated his favorite idols as a young man before he developed his own style. After he shifted his focus to producing music instead of performing, his style solidified even more. He had believed that his music style already matured and reached its peak. Only after meeting Iris Long did he realize that he still had so much more to learn. The brat habitually forced him to swallow his pride and anger so many times that he had almost strangled her out of frustration. However, he recognized that it was during moments of clashes between them that great masterpieces were born. He had long considered Iris Long as his proc. After all, it was him who produced her great comeback album, Rebirth, effectively helping her transition out of her previous wild pop star image into an enchanting, multi-award-winning music diva. But watching her working with Enrique Valdez made him scowl. Who's the proc of whom here? Despite his bad-tempered jealousy, JJ still felt an unprecedented excitement. This dream collab will be legendary. And I, the great JJ, am part of it. Ha ha ha. His staff averted their eyes and focused on their tasks. They were already used to their temperamental boss. After today's recording session, Iris and Enrique came out of the studio's live room to the control room where JJ and the technicians waited for them. JJ handed each of them a bottle of room temperature water. Good job today, both of you, JJ said. Thanks, Iris replied with a smile. Enrique acknowledged him with a polite nod. Let's go eat out and celebrate since it's our first day of recording this album, JJ announced. I already booked a restaurant. Okay, but let me call my husband first to let him know, she said. JJ gave her a mocking snort. Just tell your husband to come, too. But there will be drinking, so don't bring the babies. Iris didn't mind his bad temper. She knew that although he spoke like this, he doted on her children very much. In fact, JJ was already looking forward to when the twins would grow up. He hoped that they inherited their mother's talent in music. If he was still alive by the time they wanted to pursue a music career, he wanted to help produce their first album. When he shared this dream with her hoping to get her approval, she only shrugged and told him that it was up to her children whether they wanted to follow in her footsteps in music or not. If they did become musicians in the future, then she and her husband would of course support them. But if not, it didn't matter. She and Jin Liwei would always support their children in whatever they wished to pursue as long as they didn't do anything harmful to themselves, others, and society. JJ only snorted at her answer and didn't insist anymore. Back to the present, Iris already finished calling Jin Liwei. After hearing that JJ said that it was fine for him to come, Jin Liwei didn't hesitate to do so. The musicians and other staff working on the album cheered when they heard that their boss, JJ, was treating them to dinner today. The musicians were especially happy and relieved to have a chance to unwind after an exhausting workday. Most of them had worked with Iris long before. They already knew about her meticulous work style and her pursuit of her own vision of perfection. Working with her was definitely not for the faint-hearted. To be honest, she was even tougher to work with than the bad-tempered JJ. She wasn't a tyrant in any sense, but her attention to the smallest details could get exhausting. They had to be in perfect condition all the time because if not, then she would never feel satisfied and the recording wouldn't stop. At the same time, they loved working with her because her passion for music was something that they also resonated with very much. They didn't expect to learn so many new things from someone so much younger than them. It was no wonder that she was a multi-award-winning musician. She deserved all the awards she won and more. Now that Enrique Valdez was added to the equation, they all agreed with JJ, calling this album a legendary dream collaboration. Every single one of them felt lucky to be part of this project. Throughout the day, they also experienced Enrique Valdez's focused and meticulous style. Together with Iris Long, the musicians and everyone working on the project felt the need to always maintain their best conditions. Enrique Valdez might have left most people with the impression that he was the silent, brooding type, but everyone discovered today that he was actually fierce when working on music. He was definitely fiercer than Iris Long. He didn't use any insulting words unlike JJ, but Enrique Valdez's aura was enough to intimidate all of them. So this was what working with the legendary hitmaker felt like. After the celebratory dinner at the restaurant, everyone headed home. Iris opened her car window and waved at the small crowd of people gathered outside the restaurant who came after learning that she was there. Cameras flashed and screams arose as she smiled mainly at her fans, the loyal Black Stars. There were also paparazzi, of course, but she didn't acknowledge them. As long as they didn't intrude on her privacy too much, she would just treat them like air. She closed her window and relaxed her head on her husband's shoulder. Tired? Jin Liwei asked while pulling her closer. She snuggled closer to him. No, I'm very excited. We're finally recording the album after so long. It's my fault that you delayed it again and again. Iris sat up straight and looked at him straight in the eye. You know that I would never trade giving birth to our children for this album. So don't say that it's your fault. Without you, we won't even have our children in the first place. His eyes softened at her words. Okay, I won't say it again. She stared at him for a few more seconds before returning to snuggle with him. I'm just grateful that teacher Enrique waited this long to work with me. He has been so patient and understanding of the many delays on my side. And he kissed her fragrant hair. We'll treat him better. Yes, we should. He already sacrificed too much of his time for this album. I also need to do my best so as not to disappoint him. Of course, I'm also doing this for myself. You'll do it, love. I know you will. She smiled and hugged his waist. With his gentle touches on her hair and back, she fell into deep sleep in no time. When they finally arrived home, Jin Liwei carried his sleeping wife to their bedroom. The twins were also already asleep in their large crib bed with the cats. The dogs were on the floor. The nannies greeted him and reported the baby's activities during the day before withdrawing for the night. Little Matcha inherited his mother's ability to sleep deeply. He didn't rouse at all. Little Machi, on the other hand, was a restless sleeper. Perhaps sensing his parents' arrival, the fussy baby woke up with a loud cry. Now that she was a mother, Iris developed the ability to hijack her original skill to sleep deeply and would now wake up whenever her babies cried. Jin Liwei sighed and shook his head at his eldest twin son waking up his poor, exhausted wife. Asterisk warning. 18+ scenes below. Reader discretion is advised. Asterisk. It took Iris and Jin Liwei a lot of hugs and kisses to coax little Machi back to sleep. The cats and dogs, who were also awakened by little Machi's loud cry, could finally rest again. Iris gave her sons several kisses and petted the cats and dogs before heading to the bathroom. Jin Liwei locked the door and embraced her from behind. She tilted her head up to him. He leaned down and caught her luscious lips. Their tongues danced together. His hands roamed all over her waist, stomach, and finally her breasts. He cupped one and squeezed it gently, making her moan in his mouth. When their lips separated, he asked in a low whisper, "Is it okay tonight?" "Yes," she said, panting a little. "Not tired." "Tired, so you need to be gentle." Her sexy voice tempted him. His nostrils flared and his eyes narrowed. Slowly but surely, he peeled off the clothes from her body one by one. When she was finally naked, he stepped back and admired her for a while. She tilted her head to the side and looked at him with a twinkle in her eyes. She wasn't shy at all in front of this man, who was now her husband. She loved seeing the love and lust in his eyes for her. Although they could now be considered an old married couple, the attraction between them had never waned. Perhaps in the future, their physical desires might decrease due to old age, but for now, they were still young. It was a given to continue enjoying their passion for each other. So beautiful, Jin Liwei murmured, as he stepped forward to embrace her once again. So sexy. He rained down light, but wet kisses on her long, smooth neck. Even after a long day of work, she still smelled so fragrant. His erection now pushed against his trousers, fighting to get out. She knew her effect on him. Her hand caught his hardness and stroked it through his trousers, causing him to groan. Yet he didn't rush to take off his clothes. He continued showering her with kisses. His hands weren't idle. They played with her breasts, teasing her nipples until they hardened. Iris couldn't take it anymore. She began pulling his dress shirt off his body, but felt too impatient to unbutton the buttons one by one. Unfortunately, his shirt had been made too sturdy. She couldn't even rip it off. He chuckled at her impatience. She might not be able to do it, but he was strong enough. He grabbed his lapels and gave it 2 powerful tugs. The buttons flew all over the bathroom. He gave a final tug until they were all ripped and his shirt flew open. Iris immediately helped him throw it off his body. Their mouths fused once again. Next, she unbuckled his belt and unzipped his trousers. She slipped her hand inside and pulled his hard length out. "Baby, you're killing me," he gasped. Her answer was to enclose him in her soft palm and stroke him up and down. He groaned and closed his eyes, enjoying the pleasure only she could give him. When he almost couldn't hold on, he caught her naughty hand to stop her. Then he carried her and sat her down on the sink countertop and spread her legs. Then he knelt and pushed his face between her thighs. Ah! Iris closed her eyes and threw her head back. Her hand grabbed his head as he pleasured her with his mouth. His tongue entered her, causing her to tremble. Her other hand had to support her weight, or she might have already hit her head on the mirror behind her. When he sucked her button of pleasure, she cried out, "Liwei!" He sucked until she climaxed. When she started calming down, he didn't stop and continued licking, reigniting her pleasure once again. Jin Liwei stood up and kissed her on the mouth, letting her have a taste of her own essence. "Sweet, isn't it?" he asked. She shook her head. "No, but I love your taste, baby." He was now so hard that it became painful. He opened a drawer and pulled out a box of condoms. After removing all his clothes and wearing a condom, he carried his wife down and turned her so that both of them faced the bathroom mirror. His hand gently pushed her back until she was bending in front of him. He stepped behind her and rubbed his erection on her wetness. "You want me?" he asked in a low, hoarse voice. "Always. I also want you, baby. Always." Then he slammed inside her. Iris cried out. Jin Liwei groaned. Both of them closed their eyes, savoring the pleasure for a few moments. Jin Liwei then opened his eyes, not wanting to miss the erotic image of the two of them in the mirror. "Open your eyes, love," he encouraged her. "I want you to watch me making love with you." Her eyes trembled. Before they opened, together, they watched as he began moving his hips behind her. The wet, squelching sounds were amplified inside the bathroom. Jin Liwei held her hip, moving her to his rhythm while his other hand was busy playing with her breasts. Watching their own reflection fired them up even more. Even so, he stayed true to his word. He remained gentle, slowly penetrating her and thoroughly giving her pleasure. The hand on her hip moved in front of her until it reached where they were joined together. He began rubbing it as his hips gradually accelerated. "Yes." Iris threw her head back. He leaned forward to catch her mouth, sucking her lips and tongue, as his hips began slamming behind her. Both of them were too far gone to remember their earlier plan to be gentle. All they cared about was chasing the peak together. As he pumped harder and rubbed her with his fingers faster, Iris began screaming with delight. She reached the highest peak first, and he followed soon after. He roared and ejaculated while still inside her. After he was done, he pulled out and removed the condom full of his white release. They leaned on the countertop while embracing each other to catch their breaths. Jin Liwei was the first to recover. He carried his exhausted wife to the shower. The hot water rained down on them. He gritted his teeth but endured beyond his limits. It felt like the fires of hell were burning him alive, but he didn't voice out any complaints because this was the water temperature his wife liked the best. Before Iris became pregnant, she already loved taking hot showers. Jin Liwei could still bear to join her back then. But after she gave birth to their twin sons, the temperature she preferred for her showers increased to inhuman levels. At first, he even felt worried that she would scald herself. But no, She told him that she would freeze instead if she showered even 1 degree lower than her preferred boiling hot shower. He could only accept this new reality in the end. This was why he preferred to make love with her before or after taking a shower, separately. Tonight, however, he took the initiative to join her in the shower to help her clean up because she was too exhausted. He felt sorry for her. As a result, he once again had to suffer this shower from hell. It was fine. This was nothing. His love for his wife burned hotter than this. He deluded himself into thinking this way. After helping his wife wash and cleaning himself up quickly, he finally escaped from the torturous shower from hell. Then he caught her snickering at him. "Am I funny?" he asked in a dangerous tone, yet his eyes glinted with amusement. Iris stood on her tiptoes and hugged his neck. Both of them were still sopping wet. "I know you hate my hot showers," she said, giving him a light peck on the lips. "You don't have to join me next time. I can wash by myself. Be careful. The doctor says that too hot showers might negatively affect a male's sperm production." He hugged her waist. "It's fine. We already have the twins." She chuckled, raising an eyebrow. "Not just your sperm production. It might also negatively affect your testosterone production. Are you sure that it's fine?" His expression changed. She continued to tease him. "What if you can't do it anymore?" His hands tightened around her waist, pulling her closer. "You think I won't be able to do it anymore, hmm?" Her fingers trailed along his chest, drawing circles on it. His muscles rippled and flexed. In no time, his little brother stood up straight and proud again. He caught her hand and wrapped it around his hard length. "I'll show you whether I can still do it or not." Her laughter filled the bathroom before the sounds changed into something only adults were allowed to hear. Good thing that the bathroom was soundproof and that their twins were now able to sleep through the night. ####. While recording songs for her new album with her mentor, Enrique Valdez, Iris was also filming music videos for the completed songs at the same time. Everything was so hectic. She loved it. Of course, she didn't neglect her businesses either. She still completed the work needed for each of her companies plus her tasks at Long Industries. It was just that her time going to the companies in person was reduced to about once or twice a week. Nevertheless, she was still able to complete everything on time despite her extremely busy schedule. Almost. Everyone knew that she was busy recording her new collab album with the legendary hitmaker, Enrique Valdez. But the contents of the album remained a big mystery. The media tried hard to bribe the musicians and staff working on the album, but all of them were loyal. Not a single one of them was tempted. Even when the price of the bribe was increased, nobody spilled anything. The media could only lament that these people signed a super strict NDA with a frightening penalty. They weren't too far off the mark. Everyone chosen to work on the project indeed signed a super strict NDA with a frightening penalty, but this was just a minor reason why nobody spilled anything about the new album. The truth was that Iris, JJ, and Enrique Valdez promised everyone that if they successfully kept the details of the new album a secret, the three would reward everyone with a handsome bonus. It didn't matter if the album did well or not. The three would still fulfill their promise. In addition, the staff, especially the employees, were looking forward to the prestige of having worked with the legendary hitmaker himself, Enrique Valdez. Nobody wanted to ruin this chance for everyone else. What if Enrique Valdez became so disappointed, or worse, disgusted by someone's loose tongue? What if he walked out of the long-awaited project and vowed never to work with their country's musicians ever again? It wouldn't only disgrace them as musicians, but it would also disgrace their country's music industry. Other foreign artists might think that the country's musicians had no integrity to even keep their promises. This wasn't something that they wanted to ever happen. Hence, everyone working on the project kept their mouths shut. Those people who were trying to bribe them had no vision at all. Why would they be tempted by momentary gains when they could enjoy bigger rewards in the future? Iris, JJ, and Enrique Valdez observed their team members doing their best to accomplish their assigned tasks. Even their project had designated cleaners to clean the studio after every recording session to prevent any theft from happening. There were also designated security guards patrolling the area around the studio. They might seem paranoid, but only after a few days, they really caught someone sneaking and trying to steal some samples from the studio. The night security guards immediately caught the thief after receiving an anonymous tip. Nobody knew that it was Ketchup who detected the unusual movements of the new building maintenance worker. Ketchup had long hijacked the CCTV system of JJ's record company. As long as her beloved mommy's interests were involved, Ketchup would always make sure to protect them to the best of her abilities. It turned out that Thief was sent by one of JJ's rival producers. The next day, the morning news featured the arrest of a thief trying to steal from JJ's record company, specifically from the studio where Iris Long and Enrique Valdez were working on their new collab album. Since Ketchup was originally the one who discovered the thief, Iris was the first to learn about it. She then informed both JJ and Enrique Valdez in the middle of the night, not caring at all whether they were asleep or not. JJ was furious and horrified after hearing that someone tried to steal from Iris and Enrique's studio, especially because he owned the company and it was his responsibility to keep any precious recordings safe. If the thief succeeded in stealing something from the studio, then it would jeopardize the entire project. JJ didn't want to imagine the consequences. In contrast, Iris Long and Enrique Valdez were calmer. They didn't comment much about the attempted theft and immediately returned to work as scheduled. Iris didn't worry too much because if she didn't allow it, nobody could access her music files even if they used the actual computers they were stored in. Ketchup was also constantly monitoring the studio they were using at JJ's company. But JJ didn't know that. She didn't want him to overthink, especially since the studio computers were his property. What if he thought that she was encroaching on his company once he learned that she installed her own stealth security software on the studio computers? Since no harm was done, then there was no need to explain it to him too much. While Iris and Enrique were busy recording in the studio, JJ called for an emergency meeting. He wanted to tighten the security of his company. And most importantly, he didn't want to let go of the mastermind behind the theft. Damn snake. Sue. Let's sue. JJ was adamant in suing one of his rival producers. There was no need to mention the damn snake's name because JJ didn't want to give him any importance. Instead of working hard to hone his craft, the damn snake wanted to take a shortcut and steal JJ's project. Unforgivable. No wonder that person failed to produce any hits in recent years. Even the universe didn't want to reward a damn thieving snake like him. After the emergency meeting, JJ returned to the studio. Everyone was on a short break when he came. I'm sorry for what happened. JJ apologized to both Iris and Enrique Valdez. I take responsibility for what happened inside my own company. I'll make sure that it never happens again. Enrique nodded at him, looking unconcerned about the matter. The legendary hitmaker was more concerned about the album recording. Iris was the same. She gave JJ a thumbs up. Just let me know if you need any help in recruiting additional security. My husband can introduce you to reliable people. JJ sighed. Please. Oh, never mind. You focus on recording. I'll contact CEO Jin myself. All right. Iris nodded. After the short break, Iris and Enrique returned to the studio's live room with the musicians. JJ didn't have time to enjoy the raw instrumentals and vocals because he still needed to clean up the aftermath of the attempted theft. His staff informed him that there was a huge crowd of reporters gathered outside his company building again. This time, the crowd was several times bigger than when the media first learned that Iris and Enrique Valdez had begun recording their new collab album. He sighed again, but the moment he stepped out of the studio, his mouth gradually stretched into a grin. Now that his head had cooled down and he could think about things clearly, he realized that this attempted theft was a blessing in disguise. Neither Iris nor Enrique were interested in facing the media while working on the project, so JJ could use this incident to gather more interest and anticipation for the upcoming album. What a dumba asterisk asterisk, JJ said while snickering. You just gave us more media attention by trying to steal from me. Humph. Now I'll make you pay a huge sum as compensation. There's no way that I, JJ, will let this go without squeezing you dry. The staff following him looked at each other as they pretended not to see their boss laughing like a demented idiot. ####. After the day's recording session, Jin Liwei picked up his wife from JJ's record company. They managed to evade the huge crowd of media gathered outside the building by using a low-key domestic-made car instead of their usual high-end luxury vehicles. Once they traveled some distance away, they got off the low-key car and transferred to their usual luxury vehicle. It wasn't that they looked down on domestic-made cars, but Jin Liwei just didn't feel assured letting his wife ride in a non-customized vehicle that lacked any extra security features. He didn't want to risk it. His wife was his life. If something bad happened to her, he might as well lose his life as well. Jin Liwei glanced at his beloved wife, who was still humming the song she recorded earlier today. JJ called me and asked me for advice on how to fortify his company's security, he said. Iris stopped humming. Yeah, he told me that he'll contact you. I already had Su Tian take care of it. She nodded. Then she thought of something and said, I want to build a new state-of-the-art recording studio at our entertainment company. LXC Studio is now developing in the right direction, and we also signed more talents, but we still lack a lot of facilities. The recording studios we have there are too rudimentary for my taste. That's why I chose to record at JJ's record company instead. I'll contact Chonglin and tell him about it. If LXC Studio lacks the funds to build, then I'll cover the capital. She beamed at him and hugged his arm. I want my own personal studio at the company. I want it to be the same quality as my studio at our home. He smiled at her. Of course, love. Consider it done. Later that evening, after Iris and Jin Liwei put all the children, including the cats and dogs, to bed, they stayed in the living area of their master's suite to wind down. Jin Liwei wasn't one to waste time. He called his younger brother and told Jin Chonglin about his plan to build better recording studios at LXC Studio, and of course, a state-of-the-art personal recording studio for his wife. I want a state-of-the-art personal studio at the company too, Jin Chonglin declared. Does the company have money? Jin Liwei asked. Jin Chonglin hesitated but still replied, we should have some funds to build a couple of standard recording studios. Then I'll cover the capital for building a few more, Jin Liwei said, but before his younger brother could celebrate, he added, but I won't pay for your personal recording studio. What? Why? Big bro, that's unfair. I said I'll cover the capital for the standard recording studios and my wife's personal recording studio. Are you my wife? I'm your younger brother. Jin Chonglin cried. You're still not my wife, Jin Liwei said in an even tone. Jin Chonglin grumbled. If you don't have anything more to say, I'm going to hang up now. Wait, big bro. What? Jin Liwei asked. Is Sister Xiaolon there with you? Jin Liwei glanced at his wife. Iris looked over, her head tilted to the side. Yes, why? Can I speak with her? Jin Chonglin asked. Jin Liwei frowned. Iris chuckled at his reaction. She reached out her hand and gestured for him to give her the phone. He hesitated for a few seconds before handing her the phone with great reluctance. She shook her head at her jealous husband while smiling. Brother Chonglin, it's me. Xiaolon, there's something I need to tell you, Jin Chonglin said. What is it? Do you remember Yin Meishing? He asked. Yes, of course I remember her. What? Yin Meishing contacted our LXC studio earlier today, he said. She says that her management company suddenly went bankrupt. Iris raised an eyebrow, but she appeared more interested in the topic now. Jin Chonglin continued. It's all over the news. There should be many management companies who want to sign her over, but she says that she wants to sign with our LXC studio. Oh, then what are you still waiting for? Sign her immediately. I'm already working on it. I just want to let you know because she mentioned that she wants to sign with us because of you. Oh, Iris' eyes widened. But I'm not an actress. Why would she want to sign with our LXC studio because of me? She says that you're her lucky charm. They heard Jin Chonglin snort on the phone. Jin Liwei scowled. He was about to scold his younger brother for the disrespect, but Iris raised a hand to stop him. The reluctant Jin Liwei returned to his seat. Unaware that he dodged his older brother's wrath, Jin Chonglin continued gossiping without any care. Why would she consider you as her lucky charm? If she wants to use someone as her lucky charm, then she should have considered me, the great superstar Prince Lin Lin. Iris rolled her eyes. She lost interest in the conversation once her brother-in-law started his narcissistic self-praise. She said instead, Yin Meishing was a Best Actress winner for the film Strong Yet Broken at the Summit International Film Festival in France. Because of that, she's now in high demand. We should sign her to our LXC studio as soon as possible before she changes her mind. Agree to her demands as long as they're not too excessive. All right, got it, Jin Chonglin said. His tone sounded a little miffed because she interrupted his earlier talk about why he was a better lucky charm than her. Iris didn't care. She added, I've worked with Yin Meishing before in Strong Yet Broken. I know that she's hardworking, reliable, and pays her dues. She's not someone who acts like an arrogant diva. We can offer her the highest level contract that we have. Got it. I'll make the arrangements. After the call ended, Iris turned to her husband, who was now sulking. She chuckled at his childishness. She sighed before moving to sit on his lap. To his credit, he didn't ignore her. His arms immediately wrapped around her waist and pulled her closer. Jin Chonglin is your brother and also my brother-in-law, she said while nuzzling his neck. There's no need for you to feel jealous of him. Jin Liwei's expression remained the same, stoic. But Iris knew him well enough to sense his jealousy. He was basically drowning himself in a huge pot of vinegar. Even so, she knew that he had made a huge improvement in the way he handled his jealousy throughout their relationship. If it were the Jin Liwei before when they began dating, he would have been unable to control himself. They might have fought already. Now, however, he was able to control himself well. Yes, he sulked, but Iris could handle a sulking Jin Liwei better than a forceful Jin Liwei. She gave his lips a peck and smiled at him. You know that you're the only man for me, right? His arms tightened around her waist even more. Say it again. You're the only man for me, Jin Liwei. This time, his eyes softened and the corners of his mouth raised into a small but smug smile. And you're the only one for me, Evelina. Their mouths fused, slow but thorough. When their mouths separated, both of them were panting. Don't be jealous of your younger brother anymore, okay? She gave him another light peck on lips. He has a girlfriend now, too. He and Chen Fei are already cohabiting. It looks serious between the two of them. Jin Liwei made a sound in his throat to express his disinterest in the topic. Iris smiled. They were about to kiss again when another phone call interrupted them. Ketchup announced, Mommy, Auntie Mimi is calling. Meow? Please answer it, Ketchup, Iris said. Okie dokie, Mommy. Meow? The excited Mimi spoke too fast that Iris could barely understand her. Slow down, Mimi, Iris told her. Speak more clearly. She heard her friend taking a few deep breaths. It was clear that Mimi was trying to control her overexcitement. Finally, Mimi said, My webtoon, Queen of the Shadows, has offers for TV and film adaptations. Congratulations. Iris was happy for her friend. Have you sold the IP rights for the adaptation yet? Not yet, Mimi replied. My publisher is looking for the best offer. They're also quite considerate of my opinions. Then what's your decision? Iris asked. Shalon, if possible, I want LXC Studio to buy the IP rights for the adaptation. The other company's offers might be tempting, but I only trust you. I know that you'll do my baby justice. Mimi finally revealed the true reason why she called Iris at this time of the night. Yes, we'll buy it, Iris said without any hesitation. She glanced at her husband. Jin Liwei nodded at her in approval. Name the price, Iris said. Even if LXC Studio doesn't have any funds available, I'll personally cover it. I know you will. These are the prices the other companies are willing to pay for the rights. Mimi shared several numbers. My publisher might start a bidding war between the companies soon. That's why I immediately called you to sell immediately. The price offers are already so high that I don't care if they get any higher. All I care about is to entrust my baby to someone who I know will respect my original work without botching it for the sake of their so-called artistic interpretation. Got it. I'll make sure to buy the rights. Iris spoke to her husband next. Darling, please. Jin Liwei kissed her cheek and stood up to call his younger brother yet again on his phone. He informed Jin Chonglin about Iris' plan to buy the IP rights to adapt Mimi aka Princess Porkchop's wildly popular webtoon, Queen of the Shadows. Just like Iris, Jin Chonglin immediately agreed. Even a superstar like him followed the best-selling webtoon, partly because he personally knew the author, but mainly because the story was always exciting and extremely addicting. There were now two phone conversations happening in the room. Iris with Mimi and Jin Liwei with Jin Chonglin. On Jin Liwei and Jin Chonglin's side, Jin Chonglin couldn't contain his excitement as well. Jin Chonglin, how much? Hurry, big bro. We must obtain the IP rights as soon as possible. Hold on. I'm going to call my manager. He should know more about the process. Jin Liwei waited. In no time, they were on a three-way phone call. He listened while his younger brother explained the situation to Lin Dong. Finally, Lin Dong said, I actually just heard about this today. I was about to suggest to you tomorrow that we buy the rights. We can use this to establish our foundations in the field of TV and film production. Jin Chonglin. That's what I was thinking, too. Lin Dong. I also heard from my previous colleagues that Bright Summit is one of the companies interested in obtaining the adaptation rights for the webtoon. Jin Chonglin. Should we collaborate with Bright Summit then? Jin Liwei. No, we'll do it by ourselves. Lin. Dong. Yes, I agree with CEO Jin. If we want LXC Studio to be known as an independent entertainment company, we should start slowly disassociating ourselves from Bright Summit. Don't worry. With CEO Jin backing us, Bright Summit won't dare do anything to harm us. They'll even curry favor with us. Jin Liwei. N. Lin Dong. We can always collaborate with Bright Summit in the future, but not for our first film or TV drama production project. Our LXC studio needs to show everyone that we can create an entire production by ourselves and succeed. This way, we can finally solidify our foundations in showbiz without relying too much on Jin Chonglin and Iris Long's fame, and also CEO Jin's backing. Jin Liwei glanced at his wife, who was still chatting with Mimi. Iris must have heard what they were talking about, because she gave a thumbs up after Lin Dong's ambitious words. Jin Liwei. I'll send my assistant to LXC Studio first thing in the morning. He'll assist you in securing the IP rights to adapt Yang Mei's webtoon. Don't worry about the funds. Lin Dong. Understood, CEO Jin. I'll also make preparations so that we can make the offer as soon as possible. Jin Liwei. N. Jin Chonglin still had so much to say about the matter. Jin Liwei didn't want to waste time listening to his younger brother's useless chatter. Go to sleep. Jin Liwei ordered his younger brother before ending the phone call. Similarly, Lin Dong excused himself before hanging up so that he could immediately prepare for their plan to purchase the rights to adapt Mimi's webtoon. Jin Liwei felt relieved. He returned to his spot beside his beloved wife. She was still on the phone with her friend. He didn't disturb her and instead enjoyed watching her. Back to Iris and Mimi's conversation, they had veered off the topic from Mimi's webtoon and instead gossiped about their friend's current situation. Mimi had missed so many girl squad gatherings due to her busy work schedule. Iris shared several updates with her friend who missed out on so many things, including the following. Little June was now on a positive road to recovery. He still wore casts for his more serious fractures, but his other injuries were mostly healed now. He was also doing well in his sessions with his psychiatrist, Dr. Grace Poon. His mother, Jiang Yingyu, was also regularly attending therapy with the same doctor. Jiang Yingyu and Lin Yihan were planning to return to the farm villa for real soon. Their return got delayed several times because little June refused to leave Dragon Palace home number 10. The little guy wanted to stay with his Jin cousins for longer. Dr. Poon also suggested not to force the child. As a result, the couple could only wait until little June felt ready. Gravy had also returned home alive, but with a limp. Little June was so happy to have his dog back that he cried. He didn't mind that Gravy was now a handicapped dog. The little guy declared to everyone that Gravy was a superhero who saved him just like his uncle Hao Hao. The Lu twins, little Misha and little Dima, got fatter again. Their milk consumption was monstrous. They already finished all the available frozen breast milk of their Aunt Xiaolan, which was their favorite. Their father, Lu Zihao, was hoping that they would start losing weight after their aunt's breast milk ran out, but the opposite happened. They actually got fatter while consuming pure formula milk. Won't they become obese at this rate? Mimi asked in concern. Iris was also concerned about it. Big sister Jingjing plans to reduce their milk intake, but Grandpa Lu says not to worry about it too much. He showed us photos of big brother Zihao when he was a baby, and he was fatter than the twins. Really? Mimi laughed out loud. I want to see his baby pictures too. Ugh, I'm so sad that I missed out on so many things. I also haven't chatted with Dom for a while, because he says that he's also very busy. Iris. Yes, Dom is very busy organizing my schedule and running errands for me and my businesses, especially now that I'm in the middle of recording my new album. Mimi. So that's why. Dom is my main source of gossip, but now that he's too busy, I'm so behind everything. Iris, it's fine. Once LXC Studio obtains the IP adaptation rights for your webtoon, we'll be closely working together by then. Mimi. Oh right. I almost forgot. Iris, what is it? Mimi. Did I already tell you that I based my female lead on you? Iris. Yes, you already told me that a long time ago. Mimi. So, do you think you can play the female lead in the adaptation? Iris was genuinely surprised. She laughed, but Mimi's silence made her realize that her friend was serious. Mimi. I'm a musician, not an actress. Iris said, her tone turning serious. I know, but I really want you to play the female lead, Mimi said in an equally serious tone. Both of them fell silent. In the end, Iris could only say, "Let me think about it first, okay?" Okay. Mimi regained her enthusiasm. "Don't worry, I'm not pressuring you. But think about it. I based the female lead on you. So if you decide to play the character, don't you think that it's basically just playing a version of yourself?" "Well, yes, the female lead has a dark side that is quite scary, but I think you can handle it. For the most part, the female lead is charismatic and straightforward like you. Just take acting lessons again if you're still feeling unsure, especially when playing the female lead's dark side. To be honest, I can't imagine anyone playing the female lead besides you. I've written and drawn the webtoon for so long that my image of the female lead has already been cemented based on you. Iris, LXC Studio is planning to sign In Meishing. She's a great actress. Why don't you let her play the female lead?" "Mimi, really? You're signing her? I love her as the mother in Strong Yet Broken. I would also love for her to act in the adaptation for my webtoon, but I don't think she's suitable as the female lead. She's a great actress, but please excuse my rudeness. Her visual impact is not very strong, especially when compared to someone like you. My female lead has to be visually stunning that she can make people speechless just from her beauty alone." Iris, "Fine, I'll think about it." Mimi, "Yay." Iris, "But don't get your hopes up. I already told you that I'm not an actress. Even my previous acting coach criticized my acting skills." Mimi, "That's okay. If you can't really do it, then I'll trust LXC Studio to find a suitable replacement. But I still have the final say. I want to include that clause in the contract." Iris, "Okay." The friends chatted for a few more minutes before ending the phone call. Iris sighed and massaged her forehead. Jin Liwei took over. He laid her down on his lap and massaged her head, earning a contented moan from her. "I think you can do it," Jin Liwei said all of a sudden. "You think so?" she asked. "Have you read the webtoon?" "Of course. I also read it," he said. She raised an eyebrow. "You? Really?" He sighed. "Ketchup loves it. She and Dom apparently always read the latest updates together. Then Ketchup shares her opinions about the chapters with me at work." Iris laughed. An adorable child's voice interjected. "The cute and mighty Ketchup loves Annie Mimi's webtoon, Mommy. It's super duper to the highest level exciting. Ketchup also loves discussing the latest chapters with my daddy. Right, Daddy? Meow?" "N." Jin Liwei agreed, even though he couldn't really call it a discussion. It was more like Ketchup's one-sided fangirling monologue than an open discussion between the two of them. Sometimes he would listen, but more often than not, he would let his cat AI daughter gush about the webtoon while he continued working in his office. But even when he wasn't actively listening, he would still catch up on the most important plot points and the most thrilling scenes thanks to Ketchup's nonstop excitement. This was how Jin Liwei became more updated about Mimi's webtoon than his wife. Iris couldn't help but laugh louder in amusement. As for her, she would read the webtoon now and then, but it wasn't really a priority for her. To be honest, she only read the beginning chapters, which was already a long time ago. She would intermittently check the latest updates, but because she hadn't been following the story, she would always feel lost about what happened in between. Now that Mimi expressed her hope for her to play the female lead, Iris decided that it was time to read the entire webtoon from the beginning to the latest chapters. Unlike the contracts with Rin Jiu and the national shooting team, which took a long time due to the National Athletes Association's interference, LXC Studio managed to finalize the contract with In Meishing without any delays. Since In Meishing was now considered a free agent after her management company became bankrupt, she had the sole authority to decide for herself. She didn't make any excessive demands, only requesting to have the final say when it came to choosing work obligations. LXC Studio immediately agreed and even offered her the highest level contract that they could offer. If she signed it, she would immediately become LXC Studio's most important managed talent besides Jin Chonglin and Iris Long. But Jin Chonglin and Iris Long both had additional identities in the company. Besides being the company's flagship artists, they were also the co-owners of LXC Studio with CEO Jin Liwei. Being on the same level as the co-owners of the company flattered In Meishing. It was then that she realized LXC Studio's sincerity. She didn't hesitate and agreed to sign with the company. LXC Studio arranged a lavish signing ceremony for In Meishing, which was many times more extravagant than when they signed Rin Jiu and the national shooting team. All the major media outlets were invited. This time, all the company owners were present. Jin Lin arrived first, followed by the power couple, Iris Long and CEO Jin Liwei. When they arrived, the cameras flashed nonstop. Lin Dong, LXC Studios' chief of talent management and Jin Lin's longtime manager, was present alongside Tang Yi, the deputy chief of talent management and also Iris Long's manager. The MC began the ceremony by welcoming everyone and introducing the important administrative figures in LXC Studio. Then he finally welcomed the star of today's signing ceremony. Let us all stand up and give the warmest welcome to the incredibly talented international award-winning Best Actress, Yin Meishing. Everyone stood up and clapped their hands. Yin Meishing, now looking more sophisticated, appeared and walked toward the stage. She wore a charming smile as she waved at everyone. When she reached the stage, she headed toward Iris first. Iris held out her hand to shake, but Yin Meishing pulled her into a tight hug instead. "Thank you," Yin Meishing whispered in her ear. Iris smiled and patted her back. "No, thank you for choosing our LXC studio." They had no time to chat for too long. Yin Meishing gave Iris' arms a final squeeze before shaking hands with Jin Liwei, Jin Lin, Lin Dong, Tang Yi, and the other executives of LXC Studio. Before the actual contract signing, Jin Lin made a quick but impassioned speech about how LXC Studio welcomes Yin Meishing as part of their family. Iris spoke next. "I first met Yin Meishing at the set of the film Strong Yet Broken. I visited the set while they were filming so that I could better understand the emotions of the characters and incorporate them into my compositions for the film's soundtrack. I've witnessed firsthand how hardworking and dedicated Yin Meishing is when it comes to work. She immerses herself in her character. She doesn't simply channel the character. She becomes the character. It's amazing. I've always admired her acting skills. And now I'm extremely ecstatic and grateful that she chose LXC Studio as her next home. We will do our best to provide her with the best opportunities that we can offer, and hopefully, we can cooperate for a long time." Finally, Yin Meishing shared her feelings about signing with LXC Studio. "First of all, thank you everyone for coming today. I don't consider myself an A-lister. I'm just a simple actress who wants to work hard on improving my craft, and hopefully, the audience will love my portrayals of the characters I play. I've been in this industry for a long time, but for so many years since my debut, nobody knew who I was. I always played extras and struggled every day. But I love my job, so despite the lackluster opportunities, I never gave up. It was only when I auditioned for an indie film that I was finally cast as the female lead. I was so excited, but our production encountered several financial issues. We almost gave up on the project due to helplessness, but the story was just too beautiful to let go. Then all of a sudden, a musician by the name of Iris Long entered the picture as the composer of our film's soundtrack. Shortly after her involvement with our film, a new company named LX Productions invested a large amount of money and solved all our financial issues. It turned out that CEO Gene was the owner of LX Productions. He only invested in us because of Iris Long. They weren't married yet at that time. Everyone laughed at her anecdote. Not many knew about this story. The reporters were already busy writing on their laptops and notepads, spinning Yin Meishing's anecdote as a fairy tale love story between the celebrity Iris Long and CEO Jin Liwei. Yin Meishing continued, "To be honest with you, we didn't have the best impression of Iris Long. But after working with her, we learned that everything said about her on the web before wasn't true at all. She says that I'm hardworking and dedicated. I'll also say that she's the same. I can tell you right here, right now, that Iris Long is one of the most genuine people that I've ever met in my entire life. I also consider her as my lucky charm. Because let's be honest, without her amazing soundtrack and the investment of CEO Jin's LX Productions, then the film Strong Yet Broken wouldn't even reach the heights it did at the Summit International Film Festival. Then I wouldn't have won the Best Actress award and gained widespread recognition. All the blessings that I'm enjoying right now is, in a big part, attributed to Iris Long. I trust her, and so I also trust her company." She faced Iris, Jin Liwei, Jin Lin, and the other company executives. "Thank you for welcoming me to LXC Studio. I promise to work hard and prove to you that you didn't make a mistake in signing me today." After the contract signing, LXC Studio also threw a celebratory lunch for Yin Meishing at a 5-star hotel's banquet hall. LXC Studios' other signed talents attended as well. The most notable ones include Pandemonium, Blaze, Eros, Night, and Thunder came. They were the original signed artists to join LXC Studio. They followed their senior sister, Iris Long, and manager, Tang Yi, from Bright Summit Entertainment Company. Rin Jiu and the national shooting team were also present. They were only recently signed, but their popularity kept on increasing. They were frequent guests at variety shows and talk shows. Rin Jiu, in particular, was a massive favorite. He was now even scheduled to join a TV drama crew shortly for a cameo role. It might not be a significant role, but it was expected to give his showbiz career a great boost. Some trainees joined in the fun. They hadn't debuted yet, but watching their seniors' successful careers made them feel hopeful about their own future careers in showbiz. Unlike other companies who bled trainees dry, LXC Studio was quite humane. Of course, it was strict when it came to training them, which was a given. But the remuneration that they would receive once they debuted was the best they could find in the industry. As long as they persevered and worked hard, then their time to shine on the stage would come soon. They couldn't wait for that glorious moment to come. An important guest appeared midway through the celebratory lunch. Guan Jintao, the blind Paralympian gold medalist whose story was the one that the film, Strong Yet Broken, was based on, unexpectedly came to join as well. Mr. Guan. Yin Meishing was excited when she saw him. "I'm so glad that you accepted my invitation to come today." Guan Jintao smiled behind his sunglasses. His family member guided him to the same table as Yin Meishing, Iris, and the others. "I apologize for being late," he said. "I wanted to come on time, but my health is not that great anymore. There are so many tiny little aches and pains here and there when you're getting old." Iris stepped forward to greet him with her husband and said, "You should have told us that you were coming so that we could have sent a car to pick you up." "Thank you, but I'm fine. There's no need to treat me with too much of a special care. I just came to extend my congratulations in person to our Meishing who immortalized my mother in the film. Even if I die now, I'll always be forever grateful to all of you for letting the world know about my mother's sacrifices so that I can succeed despite my disability. I know that she's watching us from the other side and feels so proud." Some people who heard him teared up. Now that Guan Jintao came, the party became livelier. Others could see that the interactions between Iris Long, Yin Meishing, and Guan Jintao were very natural. They might have doubted Yin Meishing because she was an actress, but they wouldn't doubt Guan Jintao. He had no reason to pretend to be on good terms with anyone. He was already a legend in his own right who brought glory to the country with a gold medal in the Paralympics. While everyone enjoyed the party and interacted with each other, Lin Dong and Jin Liwei received a call at the same time on their phones. The two of them excused themselves to answer their respective phone calls. Jin Liwei was the first to return after a few minutes. Nobody could discern anything from his stoic expression, but Iris could sense his excitement. Before she could ask him, she saw Lin Dong jogging at them. His excitement was almost bursting out. "What happened?" Jin Chonlin asked his manager. "We got it," Lin Dong announced. Jin Chonlin frowned. "We got what?" "The IP adaptation rights to Princess Porkchop's webtoon, Queen of the Shadows." "We got it." Iris' eyes widened. She turned to look at her husband. He nodded. His expression was no longer stoic. There was now a slight smile on his lips. Before she could express her own excitement, Dom ran to her with her phone. "It's my twin sis, Mimi," he announced. It was now Iris' turn to excuse herself with her phone. "Hello, Mimi." The answer she got was a long, loud scream. Iris removed the phone from her ear or else she would become deaf from her friend's screams. "Ea awawea. Shiolan ea awawea." Finally, Mimi calmed down. Or at least calmed down enough to stop trying to make Iris' ears bleed. "Mimi, did you hear about it?" "Shiolan, did you get the news?" Iris laughed. "Yes, I did. We got the rights to adapt your webtoon." "Mimi, I'm so happy. You don't know how much I fought in your favor. My publisher was leaning toward accepting Bright Summit's offer, but I insisted on wanting to sell to LXC Studio. Good thing that your husband sent his assistant to help negotiate. It's a done deal." "Yay." Dom heard the conversation. He started jumping around and dancing in victory. "Congrats, twin sis." "Congrats, boss." Mimi also heard him. "Thank you, twin bro. This is the best news that I've received today." Iris was also happy. This day calls for another celebration. "Do you have time to join us here for lunch? I'll send Dom to pick you up." Mimi's voice wilted. Ugh, I don't have time. I still have a deadline to meet. I've earned so much money from my webtoon, but I don't have time to even spend on anything. Whoa, 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 whoa. I'm so pitiful. Dom leaned towards the phone. That's okay, twin sis. I'll pack up some delicious food for you here and deliver them to you later. Iris nodded in approval. Thanks, twin bro. Thanks, Xiaolon. Oh no. I have to go back to drawing. See you later. But the phone call ended. Iris shook her head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Mimi was indeed pitiful. She couldn't even enjoy the fruits of her labor. She and Dom returned to the party. Everyone was curious about what happened, but Iris and the others didn't reveal anything. It would be a secret until the time to announce arrived. Ian Meishing's contract signing with LXC Studio was a big success. Immediately after she became LXC Studio's managed artist, she went on to pose for several popular magazines, including the reputable Le Mode magazine, as the cover for the following month's edition. Tang Yi was her assigned manager, who also managed Iris Long's showbiz career. LXC Studio prepared a lot of resources for her. It was obvious that they had high hopes for Ian Meishing. Iris visited her office at LXC Studio to examine Ian Meishing's resources. Her manager, Tang Yi, who was also the company's deputy chief of talent management, was present. There was a brief knock on the door before it opened. Jin Chonglin walked inside, followed by his longtime manager, Lin Dong, who was also LXC Studio's chief of talent management. At first, everyone suggested Lin Dong to manage Ian Meishing, but he declined. He was truly too busy managing just Jin Chonglin and running the company's talent management department. In the end, Tang Yi stepped in and became Ian Meishing's manager. Jin Chonglin acted like he was in his own office. He headed straight to Iris' mini fridge, opened it, and took a bottle of mango juice for himself. Then he asked the others, "Anyone wants a drink?" "Go ahead, feel at home," Iris said in a wry tone. He shrugged and continued waiting for the others' reply. "No, thank you, I'm fine," Tang Yi said. "Bottle of guava juice for me," Lin Dong said, not feeling shy either. Jin Chonglin took a bottle of guava juice and tossed it at his manager. Lin Dong caught it, immediately uncapped it, and drank. "Ah, this stuff is delicious," Lin Dong commented before asking, "Where did you buy this?" "Dom imported those drinks from the Philippines," Iris said. "He also got some nice Filipino snacks in that cabinet over there." Jin Chonglin indeed treated the place like his own home. He didn't feel embarrassed at all opening the cabinet and taking several snacks for himself and his manager inside an office that didn't belong to him. "This dried mango is out of this world," Jin Chonglin said while chewing and reading the pack of dried mango. "I love these pork rinds," Lin Dong said next. The crunch from his bites filled the office. "Ah, I suddenly want a beer." "Enough of that," Tang Yi interrupted the two of them. "We still have some important business to discuss here." "Xiaolon." Iris paused right after tossing a couple pieces of cracker nuts into her mouth. She chewed once, twice, but the crunchy sound couldn't be hidden. In the end, she just chewed with pride and swallowed the snack. Then she cleared her throat. "Tang Yi, you." "What?" Iris took a can of coconut water and drank it. "These cracker nuts are so good. Little June loves eating them." Tang Yi shook her head. "Those are considered junk food, Xiaolon. Mind what you eat. You need to watch your figure, as we have to prepare for your comeback soon." "I know. I just ate 2 tiny pieces." Iris shrugged before handing the opened pack of cracker nuts to Jin Chonglin, who immediately tossed a handful into his mouth. "Hey, you also need to watch your figure," Lin Dong scolded him. "I'll just work out an extra hour later," Jin Chonglin said in a carefree tone. "No worries." The two managers glanced at each other with helpless expressions. Iris sat down on the opposite couch. Tang Yi sat beside her. "What's the status of our Queen of the Shadows project?" Iris asked, beginning today's meeting. "We've already secured the director," Lin Dong said. "The screenwriter, not yet. But we've already extended an invitation. We're still waiting for the response." She nodded. "Once the relevant people in the production team are finalized, I want Ian Meishing to be included in the cast." "That's a given." Tang Yi nodded. Lin Dong. "But Princess Porkchop doesn't want anyone to play the female lead besides you, Iris." Jin Chonglin snorted. "You?" Iris sent him a death glare. She ignored him and spoke to the two managers instead. "I read the webtoon from the beginning to the latest chapters. I will definitely struggle in the more emotional parts, but I can do the many action scenes. Tang Yi, I already scheduled acting classes for you. There's still plenty of time to prepare before we finish preparations to begin filming. Lin Dong. So you've already decided to accept the female lead role? Iris sighed. We have to respect the original author's wishes. She included in the rights purchase contract that she wants the final say in the choosing of actors to play the main characters. Since she keeps on insisting that she wants me, I have to at least try. If I can't really do it, then we can still find a replacement. I'll still be involved in the project either way because I'll compose the soundtrack and I'll be an executive producer. Jin Chonglin. I also want to be an executive producer for the project. Iris, all right. Prepare a lot of money because this will be an expensive project. He felt a little offended by her words. I, Prince Lin, might lack a baby, but I never lack money. His manager, Lin Dong, quickly looked around the office, feeling paranoid that someone might be eavesdropping on their conversation. Are you crazy? Lin Dong scolded him. What do you mean you might lack a baby? Do you want to be a father so badly? Iris snickered but wasn't surprised. Lin Dong paled. Is Chun Fei pregnant? Iris' eyes widened and she looked at Jin Chonglin, her eyes filled with accusation. Jin Chonglin choked on the mango juice he was drinking. He coughed and sputtered, trying to get his breathing to normal. What are you talking about? My girlfriend isn't pregnant. Wait, let me call her to make sure. He fished out his phone from his pocket and quickly called Chun Fei. Hello, babe? Are you pregnant? 2 seconds pause. Hello? Babe, hello. Damn it. She hung up on me. Follow author on Instagram. Iris and the two managers laughed at Jin Chonglin. Their smiles were full of schadenfreude. Chun Fei is not pregnant, then, Iris said. How do you know that? Jin Chonglin asked. Because she hung up on you. It means that you're wasting her time by asking what she thinks is a stupid question, especially when you're calling her during office hours. If she's really pregnant, I don't think that she'll hide it from you. Chun Fei is a direct person, you know that. If you made her pregnant, she'll definitely tell you right away. He thought about it and nodded. You're right. My girlfriend is indeed a direct person. Then he glared at his manager. You made me panic for no reason. Lin Dong cleaned his ear with his pinky. Then he cleared his throat. Iris, you mentioned that you want Yin Meishing to be cast in our TV adaptation of Queen of the Shadows. Iris nodded. Yes. This is our LXC Studios' first major TV production. It's a given that Yin Meishing should be included in the cast. Even if Princess Porkchop thinks that Yin Meishing isn't suitable to play the female lead, there are still other important female supporting characters that she can play. Tang Yi glanced at the character list. We can let her try one of the main antagonist roles. She can have another breakthrough in her acting career if she plays something different. Lin Dong. That's a good idea. Ask her what she thinks. Her contract includes a clause that we should give her the final say in any work that we arrange for her. Tang Yi, I will. Talk to her after this meeting. Iris, Sister Yi, I want Yin Meishing to be the face of my perfume company, Libert. We're planning to launch soon. Tang Yi, send me the details and I'll bring it up to Yin Meishing. Iris, all right. I'll have Clover contact you soon. Jin Chonglin interrupted. Hey, what about me? What do you mean, what about you? Iris asked, confused. Jin Chonglin, you're not going to hire me as the face of your perfume company? She paused. Let me think about it first. He looked incredulous at her hesitation. He, the superstar Prince Lin, got snubbed by this woman. Oh, right. She was his sister-in-law, the wife of his older brother, Jin Liwei, CEO of Jin Corporation and the head of the Jin family. She was also a co-owner of LXC Studio. He gradually calmed down. Right. This woman wasn't someone he could easily offend. How could he forget that? Not to mention his older brother who would flay him alive if he ever offended his wife. Her girlfriend Chun Fei might also really castrate him if he disrespected her friend and boss at Orchidia. Jin Chonglin could only sigh at his pitiful self. More and more, he felt his status in the family lowering. Perhaps he couldn't even compare to the status of the cats and dogs in the family. Ah, how pitiful was he, the superstar Jin Chonglin. Lin Dong, his manager who had known him for a long time, could sense that Jin Chonglin was once again in the middle of one of his increasingly overdramatic thoughts. Don't mind him, he said to the other two ladies. But at the end of the day, he was still Jin Chonglin's manager, so he couldn't help but say to Iris, I think that you should still consider your brother-in-law as the ambassador of your perfume company. If you still insist on unfeeling, you can have her as the ambassador for the perfumes for females and Jin Liwei as the ambassador for the perfumes for males. Iris tilted her head to the side, thinking, before giving a shallow nod. What you said makes sense, but I still need to think about it. Lindong, okay. He already did his best to fight for this opportunity for Jin Liwei. If Iris still didn't choose him, then that was just Jin Liwei's bad luck. Jin Liwei finally returned to his senses and found that everyone was absorbed in the meeting. The topic was now on Iris' comeback, specifically the launch of her next album in collaboration with Enrique Valdez and co-produced by JJ. He also joined in the discussion. This time, Jin Liwei was more serious, relieving Lindong's silent worries. The meeting ended without any delay. Lindong drove Jin Liwei to his next work appointment, while Tang Yi headed to her own office to call unfeeling. As for Iris, Dom arrived just in time to pick her up with the driver and bodyguards. They all headed to JJ's record company to continue recording her new album. ####. Time flew by. The new cafeteria at Long Industries that Iris Long sponsored was finally completed. She personally unveiled it with Long Tingfei. All the staff couldn't wait to enter and try out all the different food choices that weren't only generous, but also nutritious. Iris, as the deputy CMO, and Long Tingfei, as the president CEO, cut the ribbon for the grand reopening. Everyone clapped. When the moment the doors opened for everyone, audible gasps of shock, awe, and excitement could be heard everywhere. Wow, is this really our new cafeteria? It's like a hotel buffet. Look there. We have desserts. It's not only like a buffet. There are also booths for different styles of cuisines. I've only seen pictures of Orchidea's cafeteria, which made me so envious. Now that we have our own here, I can finally brag to my family and friends. These employees took many photos and videos as they marveled at their new cafeteria. The media got a hold of them, and soon, gossip sites and accounts featured news about Iris Long sponsoring a new cafeteria at her father's company, Long Industries. Notably absent from the grand reopening was Long Hui. Long Jian sidled up to her and whispered, Long Hui left the company early. It seems that he doesn't want to embarrass himself even further after what happened to his former in-laws who are now imprisoned with his ex-wife. Iris smiled for the others to see while she whispered to Long Jian beside her. If Long Hui continues jumping around in front of us after what his former in-laws did to his son, then that means he doesn't deserve to call himself a father. You're right. Long Jian paused. By the way, how is Long Jun doing lately? At the mention of her beloved godson, Iris' expression softened. He's recovering well, but dealing with a trauma takes time. Long Jin nodded. Then she said, and little Jun likes the toys and snacks that you sent over for him. Glad that he likes them. I have no idea what kids his age like, so I had my assistant recommend some stuff to me. I wanted to visit my nephew, but you know that I'm not close to him. I don't want to scare him and make him think that I'm a bad uncle. She chuckled, but didn't comment any further about the topic. Whether Long Jian was sincere or not, at least his gifts made her godson happy. That was the most important to her. Long Jian returned to their previous topic. Long Hui hasn't made any moves to sabotage either of us so far. She didn't say anything, but her gaze sharpened. He continued, I think that he's just biding his time. Even if he doesn't make a move, his minions won't be able to sit still for long. They'll do something sooner or later, especially now that you're standing out too much in the company. Hell, in their eyes, you're the biggest threat to their crown prince. She gave him a side glance. Of course, I'm the biggest threat. He returned the side glance and snorted. That's what everyone thinks, but make no mistake, I am the biggest threat. Don't get complacent, little sister. Once we beat down Long Hui, I won't give up and will definitely snatch the successor position away from you. I'll be the final winner. Likewise. She smiled at him before walking away to greet her superior, the CMO, and her colleagues from the marketing department. Long Jian watched her and pursed his lips before snorting again and walking away to join his superior, the COO, and his colleagues. Nobody thought much about their brief conversation. They looked like they were chatting as usual. To other people, Deputy COO Long Jian and Deputy CMO Long Xiaolan were very close siblings compared to their sour relationship with Deputy CFO Long Hui. Others frequently saw the Deputy COO and Deputy CMO chatting. Nobody knew that they were once hostile to each other. Only insiders within the Long clan remembered the estranged relationship between the siblings. But the young Miss Xiaolan before was a huge problem child who disdained all her siblings. It was only after waking up from being comatose that she changed for the better. It was understandable that she would become close to some of her siblings after maturing. It was also understandable that she would have the worst relationship with her eldest brother, Long Hui, because they were both legitimate children from different mothers. They were born to be rivals in the battle for succession. As for Long Jian, although people thought highly of him now due to his excellent performance, nobody really expected him to triumph over his legitimate siblings as the next head of Long Industries. After Iris showed the CMO and her colleagues around the new cafeteria and recommended some dishes, she glanced at Long Jian on the other side. She was no longer the caged princess from her past life who had a limited understanding of human relationships and the subtleties of interactions between people. She could sense Long Jian's desire to obtain Long Industries. Truth be told, she also thought he was an excellent candidate to become the next head of the company. At least he was several times better than Long Hui, who was easily influenced by his emotions. Long Jian's desire was greater than hers, hands down. If only she wasn't fighting for her godson, Little Jun, then she would have already conceded to Long Jian. In fact, if he didn't have such a fixation for Long Industries, she was even tempted to poach him to work in one of her businesses. A talent like him was hard to pass up, but she knew that he would never accept the offer. He was too fixated on Long Industries. She couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps this was fate. They were destined to be rivals. For her godson, she would never concede in this battle for succession. Even if Little Jun turned out to have no interest in the company when he grew up, it didn't matter. At least she prevented Long Hui from smoothly succeeding. She could allow other people to become the next head, just not him. If Long Hui became the next head, he would never let her and their other siblings go peacefully. It was also inevitable that his actions would inadvertently harm his son, Little Jun. Iris swore never to let this happen again, especially after Little Jun's kidnapping incident. Once was enough. Back to the present, the unveiling of the new cafeteria was a smash hit. There were even outsiders who tried sneaking inside the company just to try eating in the new cafeteria. Of course, they were immediately caught and thrown out with a stern warning. Iris accepted the employees' thanks with a smile. Today was still a working day, so everyone returned to work after a delicious lunch, including Iris. She stayed at Long Industries and worked for an hour after lunch. After delegating tasks to her assistant, she promptly left when Dom and her bodyguards picked her up before heading straight to the studio to continue recording her new album. After she left, Long Hui returned to Long Industries, doing the best he could to avoid everyone. He didn't want to answer questions about why he was absent during the unveiling of the new cafeteria. In just a few weeks, he had lost a lot of weight and looked like he hadn't slept properly for a long time. Follow author on Instagram. Iris continued to busy herself with many things, recording her new album with Enrique Valdez, working on her businesses, including going to work at Long Industries, meeting up with Grandpa Lu for their business mentorship, and attending virtual lessons with her language instructors, Kalisha Schwartz and Hisakawa Akio. Now and then, she would also check on the progress of the revival of the old, commercial district where the abandoned mall and concert hall that Bacon and Ketchup gifted her before were located. Her holding company, Eve Holdings, was in charge of the redevelopment of the mall and the concert hall. Her company cooperated with Gene Corporation, which was also redeveloping the surrounding areas. Other development companies also entered the picture to get a piece of the huge pie. These companies were working together to revive what was once a dying commercial district. In addition, Iris also received good news from Auric Bauer. He finally developed a natural alternative to the widely used insect repellent available in the market. His product even had stronger effectiveness than the most popular brand today. If it passed several more rounds of lab testing and achieved safety certifications in the domestic and international markets, then it could finally be sold through Orchidia. Another good news was that Amampio Kilexi also made progress in his research for developing insect repellent fabric using natural fibers. The current synthetic insecticide spray for fabric available in the market still had the best effectiveness, but Amampio Kilexi was a genius. Iris trusted that he would be able to match and hopefully even surpassed the effectiveness of the synthetic insecticide spray. With the good news arriving one after another, Iris was in an excellent mood. She didn't feel any exhaustion after such a busy day. Of course, she didn't neglect her family despite her packed schedule. She even brought her twins to work sometimes. It was just that her team of bodyguards would triple in size whenever she brought her twin sons with her. Little June's kidnapping made her more cautious about her children's safety. Little Machi's favorite was the recording studio. Her eldest twin son would become so absorbed and uncharacteristically quiet while watching her recording with Enrique Valdez and their team of musicians. On the other hand, Little Machi's favorites were in any office. This son of hers was indeed just like his father. He was born to do business. Despite their young age, Iris could already detect where their interests lie. However, she was determined to remain open-minded when it came to her children's chosen careers in the future. They might change their minds several times after all, but at least observing Little Machi and Little Macha right now gave her an idea of which directions to steer each of her twin sons in developing their talents and skills. Today, Iris was getting ready in the walk-in wardrobe that she shared with her husband in their master suite. Jin Liwei already left for work at Jin Corporation. Dom was helping her organize the several bags that they would bring to the recording studio later today. There was a handbag for Iris' personal items like a phone, wallet, lipstick, and a few other small items. There was also a big supply bag that Dom carried filled with snacks, drinks, a first aid kit, tissues, pads, makeup, and a lot of other things that he thought Iris might need. Finally, there were 2 baby bags for each of the twins filled with their pull-up diapers, milk bottles, snacks, toys, extra clothing, and other stuff that they also might need. Meanwhile, the nannies were watching over and following behind the twins as they unsteadily walked around their parents' wardrobe. Little Machi was attracted by his mother's sparkly dresses on display, the ones she used for performances. He also held a large diamond necklace in one hand and an emerald bracelet in the other. Of course, the jewelry belonged to his mother. He also found some of his father's rare colored neckties, grabbed one, and tried putting it on his head. Little Macha, on the other hand, played with his father's shiny leather shoes. Several pairs were now strewn all over the floor. The usually quiet and indifferent child was now doing his best to try on his dad's big shoes, but kept on falling down on his, but instead. Their nannies tried to stop them, but to no avail. "Young Master How You? Young Master Ling You, please stop making a mess of your parents' things." Iris smiled as she watched her sons while putting on light makeup. Let them play with those things. The children are just curious. Look, they're not destroying them. We'll clean up when they're done. The nannies obeyed and no longer tried to stop the twins from playing around. "By the way, I haven't seen ice cream and popcorn," Iris said. "Do you know where they went?" One of the nannies replied, "Madam, the cats are with young Master June in his room." "I see." Iris nodded. She glanced and saw her twins' German Shepherd dogs, Pudding and Chowder, guarding the children from the walk-in wardrobe's entrance. It was rare for Ice Cream to leave the twins alone, but ever since Little June's traumatic kidnapping, she joined Popcorn in sticking closer to Little June. Perhaps the cats sensed that their human cousin needed a lot of comfort after what happened. They might have also sensed that Little June was scheduled to leave the mansion again soon to live with his parents at the farm villa. This must be why they were spending more time with Little June now than the twins. Iris didn't interfere. If possible, she also wanted to spend more time with her godson, but Jiang Yingyu and Lin Yihan encouraged her to start working again. They didn't want her to sacrifice too much of her time for Little June, especially when they were still around as the child's parents. Fortunately, she could still see Little June after coming home from work every day. But this would change soon when the little guy moved out again. This was something that she was already prepared for, but would still make her sad for a while. "Mama," Little Machi called with a big smile on his adorable face. He waved the sparkling diamond necklace and emerald bracelet at her. Yeah. Iris quickly finished her makeup before walking toward her sons on the floor. "Wow, my little Machi is so handsome." She hugged her eldest twin son, causing Little Machi to giggle. Little Macha looked at them quietly, but his eyes were filled with longing. Iris chuckled at this son of hers who resembled her husband so much. She went over to her other son and also gave Little Macha a big hug. Little Macha rewarded her with a small, adorable smile. Iris couldn't stop hugging her sons for a long time. She would have hugged them longer if not for Dom reminding her that it was almost time to go. Boss, the driver just informed me that the traffic on the road might worsen if we don't leave within half an hour, he said. Okay, let's go now, she replied. Iris and Dom each carried a child, while the nannies carried their bags. The German Shepherd dogs, Pudding and Chowder, followed behind them. Traveling with children was always an event despite the help of so many staff. The twins always wanted to stay beside their mother. Iris, who was always soft-hearted to her children, allowed them to act spoiled until they reached the recording studio. Fortunately, both children were mostly well-behaved all the way, especially the calm and quiet little Matcha. As for little Machi, today seemed like a good day because he didn't throw a tantrum at all. They finally arrived at JJ's record company and entered through the underground parking area. The security had been tightened ever since the attempted theft happened. Upon the arrival of Iris Group, they were immediately surrounded and escorted into the building, not giving any opportunity to anyone who might sneak any photos or videos of Iris and her children. If she didn't bring her children with her today, then she would have felt more than willing to spend a few minutes interacting with fans. Today, however, she didn't want to expose her babies to any risks. The Black Stars were already aware of her concerns, and they respected her privacy whenever she was with her babies. Her babies were also their babies. They would do anything to protect the adorable little Machi and little Matcha, even though they had never seen what the twins looked like. The twins wore superhero masks today while Iris and Dom carried them through the record company. The staff and other artists were already used to their presence after Iris brought them over a few times. Those lucky enough to see the babies without masks were stunned by their good looks. One resembled their mother more, while the other was the carbon copy of their father. Indeed, when two gorgeous people got together, they would make beautiful babies. Finally, Iris Group reached the recording studio. Enrique Valdez and JJ were already waiting for her inside. Oh, JJ's eyes widened in pleasant surprise upon seeing the twins. Come give Grandpa JJ a hug, little Machi and little Matcha. Iris and Dom released the two children and allowed them to walk on their own. They appeared unsteady on their feet, but they didn't fall down, especially little Machi, who broke into a reckless run. JJ crouched down and spread his arms wide, waiting for the babies to come to him. Come to Grandpa JJ, Unfortunately for him, the twins bypassed him and headed straight toward their grandpa Enrique instead. Ampa, Grandpa. Little Machi reached Enrique first. Yeah. Enrique Valdez had a slight smile as he caught the babies in each arm. Ampa, Grandpa. Little Matcha followed suit, calling the legendary hitmaker Grandpa Enrique in a cute, sweet voice. JJ looked heartbroken, causing everyone watching him to laugh with schadenfreude. He glared at the others, but they just continued laughing. Everyone loved having the twins over because they noticed that JJ controlled his bad temper whenever the babies were around. Of course, they wouldn't provoke him normally, but it was still a huge relief to have some respite from dealing with his temperamental outbursts. Your turn to take out the kids today? Enrique Valdez asked Iris. She nodded. My husband has an important site inspection today, so he can't take the children. He nodded before carrying the two babies around the live room, satisfying their curiosity about the various instruments inside. Little Machi appeared especially excited, pointing here and there for his Grandpa Enrique to explain, even though the child shouldn't understand what he was saying yet. Iris and Jin Liwei made a tacit agreement to take turns bringing their children to work on days that they were expected to be too busy to go home early. This way, they would still be able to be with their children despite their busy schedules. After completing the preparations, Dom and the nannies watched over the children in the studio's control room. Little Matcha was easy to take care of. He rarely threw tantrums, but whenever he did, it was worse than little Machi's more frequent tantrums. It was a good thing that it only happened very few times. Little Machi loved staying in the studio. Unlike his usual naughty behavior, he was always uncharacteristically quiet and attentive whenever he listened to his mother perform with the musicians. This was why Iris had ordered customized baby-safe headphones for her twin sons and connected them to the control room so that they could also listen to what was happening inside the live room without damaging their delicate little ears. Today, they were doing a live recording of another song. The musicians got ready, including Enrique Valdez with his iconic lead guitar. Iris took the grand piano. This time, they would record the instrumentals first. JJ spoke through the microphone in the control room and cued everyone in the live room. A 1, a 2, a 1, 2, 3, go. Iris, Enrique, and the musicians started playing their instruments. 1496 Emotional Baby. Iris Long, Enrique Valdez, and the musicians already rehearsed the song for several days. They played the entire song for the live recording on the first try. Both Iris and Enrique felt satisfied. However, when they listened to the playback with JJ in the control room, they discovered that some parts weren't captured well during the recording. The technicians adjusted several microphones in the live room. Iris, Enrique, and the musicians played the song a few more times. The technicians also readjusted the equipment in the live room each time to get the best results. Finally, everyone felt satisfied after the final playback. They took a short break, especially Iris, who had to work the hardest for the rest of the session later. After the break, it was now time for her to record her vocals. She first hugged her babies, inhaling their milky scent to draw energy from them. Their adorable grins also motivated her to want to do her best. She wanted to show her sons the best version of their mother. Most of the musicians were already done for the day, but they still stayed near the record company just in case they got called for an emergency re-recording. Enrique Valdez stayed with JJ and the sound engineer in the control room to direct Iris in the live room. Meanwhile, Dom and the nannies continued watching over the twins, who were being good little boys. They were so well-behaved today. Their guard dogs, Chowder and Pudding, also didn't bother anyone. Their handlers, who also doubled as part of Iris and her son's security team today, took the dogs for a bathroom break a couple of times. But other than that, the German Shepherd dogs didn't leave their little master's side even for a bit. Finally, the time had come. Iris put on her headphones and positioned herself in front of the microphone. She listened to her music instructor Enrique Valdez's cue. Then she began to sing. Her soulful raw vocals started out soft and delicate at first before building momentum and peaking with high power. Those listening couldn't help but get goosebumps. They had been working with Iris for some time, but she never failed to amaze them with her powerful and emotional voice. It always felt like she was mesmerizing them, hypnotizing them to feel whatever she wanted them to feel. The song was her spell, her voice was pure magic, and they could only be left spellbound at the end. Everyone became so focused on listening to Iris. Only Dom had the presence of mind to record the baby's reactions on video with his phone camera. Little Matt Cha stared at his mother with eyes and mouth wide open. He always listened to his mother singing Russian lullabies to him and his twin brother, so he was already used to her voice. He loved his mother's singing, but listening to her this time felt like a completely different experience. The customized baby-safe headphones made the listening experience so many times better than usual. It felt like his mother was singing directly to his brain. His mother was indeed the best in the entire world. Little Machi had a similar expression as Little Matcha at first, eyes and mouth wide open. However, as his mother's voice became higher and higher and more powerful, his eyes became red and teary. Then when the song was about to reach a crescendo, his lips trembled. And when the climax was reached, Little Machi jumped as if startled. His face crumpled and tears fell down his smooth, chubby face in a heavy flood. What was interesting was that he didn't wail, but held it in and continued listening until his mother finished singing the song. Dom saw all of the twins' reactions from start to finish. When he first saw Little Machi's crying face, he had been about to jump over and comfort the baby, but he stopped himself. And indeed, he made the correct decision. Little Machi didn't look like he was crying from discomfort. Dom realized that the baby cried because Little Machi felt touched by his mother's singing. As expected of my boss baby, Dom thought. Iris was about to go over the playback when she noticed her eldest twin son's crying face. She immediately rushed out of the live room to the control room and swept the crying child in her embrace. "What's wrong, sweetheart?" Iris asked while comforting Little Machi. "Why are you crying?" "Something hurts, baby." Unlike his usual way of throwing a tantrum, Little Machi just continued to silently cry. While hugging his mother's neck, Iris felt like her heart was being sliced open. She would rather have his son throwing a full-blown tantrum than deal with a pitiful, silently crying Little Machi like this. Little Matcha finally realized that his twin brother was crying. He reached up his arms and gestured, trying to comfort Little Machi. The others also noticed what was happening. "What happened?" JJ asked, his voice filled with concern. Enrique Valdez didn't speak, but his expression showed his worry for the baby. Dom interrupted them. Excuse me, everyone. I don't think our little Machi is crying because he's hurt or anything like that. What do you mean? JJ demanded. Dom showed them the video he took of the twins' reactions. So you see, I think that our baby just feels emotional after listening to his mother's singing. Iris watched the reaction video again. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. JJ laughed. Dominic, send me the video. Ha ha ha. Enrique Valdez fished out his phone as well. Dom sent the video to both of them. As expected of my proc's son, JJ said while continuing to laugh like a stupid idiot. Still a baby and already feeling emotional from music. Enrique also looked pleased. Iris sat down and pulled little Matt Shaw to sit on her lap as well. Little Matt Shaw hugged his twin brother, trying to comfort him. Little Machi had calmed down now. Mama, he whined as he blinked his large, teary eyes at his mother. 1497 Ultimate Group. Chat, Part 1. Iris' heart melted at her son's adorable teary expression. Her other son also melted her heart by his natural concern for his brother. These children were indeed the biggest blessings that she received in this life. She spent a few moments comforting her eldest twin son with her other baby. JJ, Enrique Valdez, and the others didn't interrupt her. They returned to their respective work, checking on the progress, while giving some time and space for the mother and babies to spend time together. Some staff, especially the female ones, even joined in playing with the twins because they couldn't resist the cuteness. They had never seen such beautiful babies before. The twins were also rather well-behaved compared to other babies who would disrupt other people without any care. The way the babies became so absorbed in listening to their mother's music performance was enough to make the staff mentally squeal from too much cuteness. Indeed, the twins were the children of a multi-award-winning musician. Just babies, and they could already appreciate good music. They were, without a doubt, babies of culture. After little Machi had calmed down and returned to his usual lively self with little Matcha playing with him, Iris handed them to Dom and the nannies. At the same time, she resumed the rest of the recording session. Her music instructor, Enrique Valdez, told her in a whisper, "It's good to expose your kids to music at a young age. Look at them now. Even if they don't follow in your footsteps as a musician, I'm still happy for them to learn to appreciate excellent music when they hear one. You have great kids." "Thank you, teacher," she replied and beamed at him. She loved listening to others praising her children. It never failed to make her happy all the time. After this episode, little Machi would often have similar reactions to his mother's singing, especially when Iris performed her best. In no time, the twins' reaction video to their mother singing circulated within their family and close friends. Everyone was amused, especially by little Machi, who couldn't control his emotions. The replies flooded in their group chat after Dom posted the video. Jin Liwei, as expected of my children. They share their father's appreciation of their mother's incredible talents. Long Xiaolon, flying kiss sticker. Lu Jianhong, my great-grandbabies inherited their great-grandpa Lu's excellent taste. Wahaha, Jin Chonglin. Grandpa Lu, my nephews don't share a drop of your blood. How could they inherit anything from you? Lu Jianhong. How dare you say that, you little pinhead? Come here and let this old man smack some sense back into your little pinhead. Jin Chonglin, little Matt Cha is, of course, my big bro's mini-me. But take a look at little Machi. He inherited his great music taste from his uncle Lin Lin. Lu Jianhong. How dare you ignore me, you little pipsqueak? What do you mean little Machi inherited his great musical taste from you? The baby clearly inherited it from his mother. You dumb skull. How about you make your own baby, so you don't go around bragging about other people's babies? When are you and Chin Fei girl going to give me great-grandbabies? Tell me, I want to know. Chin Fei. Grandpa Lu, please don't put any more ideas about having a baby into his head. Lu Jianhong. Chin Fei girl, are you pregnant yet? Tell me, I want to know. Jin Chonglin. She's not Y. Dr. HK Hicks. Grandpa Lu, what in the bloody hell does that mean? Is this some sort of a new code from your younger generation? Tell me, I want to know. Jin Chonglin, sorry about that. My girlfriend grabbed the phone from me just now. The scuffle caused the mistyped words. Just ignore my previous message. Huang Yuyan, my grandsons are so cute. I think they've grown yet again. Xiaolon, Tell me their new clothing and shoe sizes. I want to go shopping for my grandsons before I visit. Long Xiaolon. Mom, no need to buy anything for them. Just visit the twins. They already miss their grandma. Huang Yuyan. Just tell me their new sizes. I insist. Long Xiaolon. Okay, Mom. Attachment for photos showing the twins' current clothing and shoe sizes. Li Zhiruo. How to save this video on my phone. Lu Jianhong. Huh? You old relic, don't know how. Baha. Li Zhiruo. Shut up, you old gorilla. And my Chonglin is right. Little Machi and little Matcha are my great-grandchildren. They share. My blood, not yours. Huang Yuyan. Mom, please calm down. I'll video call you later and teach you how to save the twins' video. Li Zhiruo. Thank you, my dear. Where's Chonglin? Jin Chonglin. Grandma. Li Zhiruo. Why haven't you brought Chen Fei to visit me at my mountain villa yet? Huang Yuyan. Yes, son. You haven't brought Chen Fei to our family house yet either. I already reminded you several times to bring her and have dinner with me. Dominic Chua. Sticker of sparkly-eyed cat watching the drama while eating popcorn. Jin Chonglin. It's not my fault. I wanted to bring my girlfriend. Dominic Chua. Sis Fei. Stop grabbing the phone from Prince Linlin. We want to read what he's going to say. Clover Chua. Sticker of a rabbit frantically nodding. Chen Fei. Oh, shut up, you Chua siblings. Dominic Chua. Sticker of a classy lady tossing her hair. Clover Chua. Sticker of a teary rabbit. Chen Fei. Oops. I didn't mean to say that. Jin Chonglin. Mom. Grandma Li. I'll bring my girlfriend for you to formally meet in a few days when we have our day off. Huang Yuyan. Tell me which day in advance so that I can prepare. Li Zhiruo. Good. I'll be waiting. Huang Yuyan. Chen Fei, my dear. Do you have any dietary restrictions? Chen Fei. Auntie, I can eat anything. Li Zhiruo. Ignore your grandpa Lu's senseless talk about having a baby. It's better to marry first before giving birth. Chonglin's career is especially unforgiving if he has a baby before marriage. Lu Jianhong. You traditional old lady. We must look forward to the future and not get stuck in the past. This old man needs more great-grandbabies. Give me. Follow author on Instagram. Jin Chonglin. See, I told you I'm not the only one with a baby brain. K Jadkid K fitting LJs. Dominic Chua. Sis Fei, stop it. Clover Chua. Sticker of a curious rabbit. Lu Zihao. The Jin twins inherited all their good points from my sister alone. Case closed. Lu Jianhong. How, my boy? There you are. This old man will eat with little Misha and little Dima at your house for dinner again later. Long Jin Jing. Grandpa Lu, you know that you're always welcome at our house. This is your home, too. The babies love their great-grandpa. Lu Jianhong. Of course. Will how be at home for dinner later? I want to know. Lu Zihao. Yes. Lu Jianhong. Good. If you don't come home early today, this old man will smack your butt like when you were still a little boy. Huh. Let my great-grandbabies see how their great-grandpa disciplines their daddy. Li Zhiruo. Still a brute, I see. Lu Jianhong. Still a stiff old cow, I see. Long Jin Jing. My nephews are so adorable. I'll bring my twins to visit their cousins again soon. Lu Zihao. I'll bring you mother and sons. I have a bit more free time now. Lu Jianhong. This old man will come too. Yang Mei. At Long Xiaolon at Jin Liwei. Look. I sketched this after watching the video during my break time. Attachment of a chibi-style sketch showing little Matcha absorbed with eyes and mouth wide open and little Machi bawling his eyes out, but still trying to hold it in. Dominic Chua. Twin sis. Dominic Chua. OMG. Dominic Chua. So freaking adorbs. Dominic Chua. Heart sticker. Dominic Chua. Sticker of a cartoon cat dying from too much cuteness. Chen Fei. Dom, stop flooding the chat. I want to see the sketch properly. Long Xiaolon. Mimi, this is amazing. Thank you. Can I share it on my social media accounts? I want my fans to see this sketch of my twins. Young Mei. Feel free. Don't forget to tag me so that my fans can also see it. Dominic Chua. I'll post it for you, boss. Long Xiaolon. Okay, Dom, please. Thank you. Yang Jiawei. I'm going to have this sketch printed into a big canvas and framed. Then I'll hang it at the ancestral house. Long Xiaolon. Won't that not match the traditional aesthetics of the house? Father might not like it. Long Tingfei. It's a sketch of my grandsons drawn by my niece. Your Aunt Jiahui is in charge of the house's decorations. Yang Jiahui. At Long Xiaolan at Long Jingjing, please send me more photos of the Jin and Lu twins. I'm going to frame and hang them all. Long Tingfei. Come visit the ancestral house sometimes. Your children's photos are all over the place. Jiang Yingyu. Attachment of a video showing little Jun with a cast on his arm and leg asking his mother why. His little cousin was crying. The attention of the group chat shifted to concern for little Jun's well-being. Jiang Yingyu assured them that her son was quickly recovering from his physical injuries. His casts were scheduled to be removed in another few weeks. It was only little Jun's mental trauma that was still slowly being treated with the help of Dr. Grace Poon, the child psychologist that Wang Yingjie recommended. Thankfully, little Jun liked Dr. Poon and responded to therapy well. Lin Yihan. Attachment of a video showing little Jun petting his German shepherd dog, Gravy, who was limping but still doing his best to guard his little master. Lu Zihao. My people trained that dog. It might be handicapped now, but he can still do his job. I also already got a new puppy for little Jun. I'll give it to the child after it graduates from training. Together with Gravy, the new puppy should keep the child protected. Jiang Yingyu. Thank you, Sir Zihao. Lin Yihan. Thanks, fifth brother. The group chat remained active for the rest of the day. They talked about many topics. The next day, Umo and Wang Yingjie also appeared and commented on the Jin twins reaction video and the various topics talked about in the group chat. On Iris Long's social media accounts, her new post already garnered millions of likes and comments gushing about Princess Porkchop's adorable chibi sketch of their boss Iris twin sons. The caption read, Little Matcha speechless and Little Machi getting emotional while listening to their mommy's new song. Thanks to Auntie at Princess Porkchop for sketching the chibi versions of the Jin twins. Please look forward to Iris Long's much-anticipated new album in collaboration with the legendary hitmaker himself, at Enrique Valdez. Coming soon. The comments continued to flood in. User 1390. Wah, so cute. Even though we've still never seen how our Jin twins look like in real life, it's obvious from Princess Porkchop's sketch that Little Matcha looks like his dad and Little Machi resembles our boss Iris. Captain Blackstar. As expected of our boss Iris and CEO Jin's sons. Mrs. Love Phantom. These children are as beautiful as their parents. User 1487. At Mrs. Love Phantom. Madam, you know our boss Iris and CEO Jin in real life, right? Have you already met their twins? Mrs. Love Phantom. Reply to at user 1487. Yes. Her response drew a lot of excited and even envious exclamations. Other notable members of the Black Stars also appeared. Some of them like Mrs. Love Phantom and her classy friends, JJ number 1 fan, JJ number 2 fan, and JJ number 3 fan, had already met the Jin twins because they moved in the same circles as Iris Long and CEO Jin Liwei in high society. Some online news outlets immediately featured Iris Long's latest post, riding on the popularity of Iris Long, CEO Jin Liwei, Enrique Valdez, and Princess Porkchop. When the superstar Jin Chonglin also reposted the post, the chibi sketch spread even more abroad. He captioned it, My twin nephews. One is my big bro's carbon copy. The other one inherited his Uncle Lin's excellent taste in music. Most of his army of fans praised him and his nephews, blowing rainbow farts at him left and right. But others teased him. User 0005. Prince Lin, please don't take credit for other people's babies. User 7861. Little Machi clearly inherits his music taste from his mother, not his uncle. Jin Chonglin couldn't stop himself from retorting to some of the comments teasing him. Of course, his interactions with these fans were mostly in a good-natured, joking manner. Those that were rude to Jin Chonglin were ignored while the ones that targeted the babies were directly blocked and reported. Even the Black Stars sent its notorious troll group, the Slippers Army, once they detected comments trying to bully their boss Iris twin babies. They never joked about the safety and privacy of the babies, especially after what happened to their boss Iris' godson, Little Jun. The kidnapping was a wake-up call to everyone. They became even more protective of all the children related to their boss Iris, especially her babies. If anyone dared to even say a single bad thing about the kids, then the Black Stars, especially the Slippers Army, would be the first ones to beat down the evil netizens hiding behind anonymity with their mighty slippers. Thankfully, with everyone's conscious effort, these evil netizens balked under their righteous counterattack. #####. Time flew by. Iris Long continued to polish her new album. There were leaks that she collaborated with other artists besides Enrique Valdez, but their identities remained unknown. This only fueled the music industry and the fans' interest and anticipation for the new album. In the meantime, Iris Long made several big announcements regarding her businesses. Her perfume company, Liebert, formerly known as Sang Blue, was launching soon. Of course, as the new owner of the rebranded company, Iris Long was its permanent ambassador. In addition to her, it was announced that Liebert was going to have 2 celebrity ambassadors to promote their first perfumes under the rebranded company. Within a day, Iris Long introduced the new verified social media accounts across different platforms of her perfume company, Liebert. Then Liebert's accounts tagged 3 accounts in its first ever post. It said, "Dive into a new world of fragrance where freedom to mix traditions with progress is celebrated." Introducing Liebert's owner, at Iris Long, as she promotes her signature scent called Eve. Also, please help us welcome our 2 new celebrity ambassadors, the superstar at Jin Liwei to promote our first men's fragrance called Valiance, and the international best actress at unfeeling to promote the women's fragrance called Cernet. Pre-orders opening soon. Respecting traditions, working toward progress. We are Liebert, Iris Long, Jin Liwei, unfeeling, and LXC. Studio all reposted Liebert's announcement at the same time. Their fans all looked forward to the 3 new perfumes. The Black Stars were ecstatic. Jin Liwei's army of fans also couldn't wait for the pre-orders to open and for the official launch. Although unfeeling wasn't as popular as Jin Liwei or even Iris Long, her prestige as an international best actress still counted for something. After becoming an LXC studio-managed artist, she became more visible in the media. Also, being closely associated with Iris Long, and especially with Jin Liwei, made her an overnight household name. Her loyal fans were almost crying from gratitude. She also welcomed new fans every single day. The news about Liebert's launch and new brand ambassadors hadn't even died down yet before Iris Long dropped another major business announcement. This time, it was about the precious company that she founded by herself, Orchidia. The popular profitable company with extremely viral products posted on all its official accounts. We are pleased to announce that Orchidia is finally going international. To our loyal fans who are doing their best to import from abroad despite the strict and heavy duties, we made this happen for you. Orchidia Germany will cater to our European customers. Orchidia Philippines and Orchidia Singapore together will serve most of our customers in Asia. Orchidia Singapore will also temporarily serve our North American customers until we establish our North American base in the future. To our clients in other parts of the world not covered by our new international bases, please don't worry because we are continuing to work on expanding our brand so that we can better serve everyone who believes in our amazing products. Another exciting news for our international customers is the launch of our universal website. You can now order through our new website wherever you are in the world. Your orders will be delivered from the most convenient country base for the quickest and most affordable shipping. We are always working on creating new products to make everyone naturally beautiful. We thank everyone for your continued support. This announcement caused a celebration among overseas Chinese who had been buying Orchidia products through their family and friends in the country. The customer base had exponentially grown due to word of mouth. Now, there were fans of other nationalities who became loyal customers after their Chinese friends recommended various Orchidia products. The most profitable ones were, of course, the Orchidia beauty products. The effects of these products were almost miraculous while being kind and gentle to all skin types. Almost everyone who used it the first time would become a loyal customer. The only problem was the difficulty of buying it from abroad. Now that Orchidia had announced the launch of its universal website, they could now order however much they wanted at a more affordable price. Those from Europe, Asia, and North America were the most excited. They would no longer have to pay too much import taxes to buy Orchidia products. Even the original domestic customers were happy. Although at first glance, it might appear that they weren't affected by these international expansions, at least they wouldn't have to compete with international customers for the products anymore. The headquarters would finally be able to focus on serving their domestic customers, while the new bases abroad would serve the international customers instead. Everyone hoped that incidents of products selling out would lessen. It was torture to wait for restocks when they already emptied the products they used at home. Using other products that they used before was no longer possible. Their skins could no longer tolerate the harsh chemicals used in other brands' products. They could only use Orchidia products from now on. Iris Long's friends from Cross Academy messaged her after learning that Orchidia would be launching internationally soon. The ladies were especially excited. AJ Zaniers, Ashandra Knightson, Florence O'Seven, and Teresa Blipsberg couldn't wait until the Universal website opened for orders. Since Amampio Koletsky worked with Orchidia several times before to help develop some of the products, the ladies even hounded him at the academy to ask him for more information whenever Iris was too busy to reply to their messages. Iris thanked them after they sent their early congratulations. She was especially thankful to AJ Zaniers, who she consulted a few times during the planning stages of Orchidia's international expansion. The woman was a genius economist whose financial and market instincts bordered on psychic. Even Grandpa Lou had the highest opinion of her. Unfortunately, AJ Zaniers had already been recruited by Cross Academy early on. Even while still a student, she was already working for the academy to help them maintain and grow their great financial power. With both of them being busy in their own careers, Iris felt grateful that AJ still took the time and effort to give her sound advice. All of AJ's tips helped make Orchidia's transition to the international market smoother. Now Iris felt more confident in her decision to expand abroad all at once. Indeed, only her fellow geniuses had the guts to forge ahead despite all the people who warned her against doing so. This was why becoming friends with like-minded individuals was important. It gives a sense of belonging like no other. I'll send samples of the 3 Libert perfumes to all of you ahead of the launch, Iris told them during a video conference call in their ladies-only Cross Academy group chat. You can give the men's perfumes to others if you want. They thanked her again. AJ Zaniers, Ashandra, Teresa, and I are currently staying in the academy, so we'll definitely attend the European launch in Germany. I don't know about Florence, though. Florence. O'Seven. I might attend either the one in Singapore or in the Philippines, whichever is more convenient in booking flights, because I'm in India right now implementing my latest research on sustainable water filtration systems. Long Xiaolan. Thank you for your support, everyone. I'll attend all 3 international Orchidia launches plus the one in France for Libert. I should be able to squeeze some time before I launch my new album with teacher Enrique. Teresa Blipsberg. Oh my gosh, Xiaolan. I can't wait for your collab with our senior to come out. I'm a huge of Enrique Valdez. And of yours, as well, of course. Ashandra Knightson. I might be able to attend your Libert launch in France. I just need to check my schedule first. It might coincide with the exhibition of my latest art pieces. Long Xiaolan. Okay, Ashandra. I'll send you Libert's launch schedule. Hopefully, we get to meet in France too. I also hope that I'll get to attend your art exhibition as well. Ashandra Knightson. Looking forward to it, Xiaolan. AJ Zaniers. Unfortunately, I can't attend the launch in France. I have to accompany our headmaster, Professor Dupont, to attend an important finance assembly at the European Union. Teresa Blipsberg. Same here. I also have to present my latest research at a biomedical engineering symposium in America. Florence O'Seven. I can't attend in France either. It's too much of a hassle flying all the way from India. Long Xiaolan. That's fine. I don't mind. All of us are busy with our own work plus our personalized studies. I'm already happy that you can even attend one event in the first place. After chatting with the Cross Academy ladies, Iris dove back to her own busy but fulfilling life. Every time she felt tired from the everyday grind, she would just go to her husband and their children to recharge. This kind of life was something that she never even dared to imagine in her past life as Evelina Vetrova. But now she was actually living it. ####. Finally, it was time for the much-awaited launch of the rebranded perfume company, Libert. Iris and Jin Liwei brought their twins and flew using LX Air, their jumbo airplane. Of course, Dom and the nannies accompanied them. Flying with them were Jin Chonglin and his girlfriend, Chen Fei. Yin Meishing, the other female ambassador, also came with them with Tang Yi, the manager she shared with Iris. Grandpa Lu also decided to come with them at the last minute because he said that he wanted to meet with some old friends in France. He would also go with them straight to Germany for Orchidea's European launch afterwards. They also came with a huge entourage of bodyguards. Some were obvious, but some were disguised as normal assistants. At first, Iris and Jin Liwei were worried about bringing their twins, but they couldn't imagine leaving them at home for too long at such a young age. Even if it would be riskier to bring them along abroad, they could just tighten their security team to prevent any potential dangers. They wouldn't be able to feel reassured leaving the twins alone while they left for another country and continent. Especially Iris, who would tear up just imagining not seeing her precious babies before she slept at night. In the end, she and Jin Liwei decided that it was better to bring their twins for their own peace of mind. Among their huge security team were members of Shadow Winds personally chosen by Liu Zihao to protect Iris and her twin sons. One team flew with them in LX Air, while the other one traveled by commercial flight in advance. Once LX Air touched down in Paris at a private airport, customs was a breeze because they were the only aircraft that landed at that time. Jin Liwei already arranged chauffeured vehicles to pick them up and drive them straight to his Paris residence. His family, along with Jin Chonglin and Chen Fei plus Dom, their nannies, and personal staff, stayed with them at his place. Grandpa Lu had his own residence in Paris as well. Since his primary purpose for coming to France was to take a break and meet up with some old friends, he didn't want to squeeze with Iris and Jin Liwei's family in their residence. The family brought a massive team of staff. The old man thought that it would be too crowded there. The annoying brat, Jin Chonglin, was also staying there with his girlfriend, Chen Fei girl. Grandpa Lu still held a little grudge against Jin Chonglin for telling him in their family group chat that little Machi and little Macha didn't share a drop of blood with him. Although Iris and Jin Liwei invited him to stay with their family, Grandpa Lu declined because of these reasons. But it would be too lonely to live by himself in his residence, so he invited Yin Meishing and Tang Yi to stay with him instead alongside their small staff of assistants, glam team, and a bodyguard. Yin Meishing hesitated, but her manager, Tang Yi, immediately agreed. Tang Yi also thought that Iris and Jin Liwei's residence would be too crowded. In addition, Tang Yi didn't want Yin Meishing to stay under the same roof as Jin Chonglin. Although the superstar already had a girlfriend, his reputation as a womanizer was still deeply ingrained in everyone's minds. She didn't want to risk her new managed artist's reputation. Yin Meishing could only follow her manager's arrangements. To be honest, she also preferred a quieter place to stay. Grandpa Lu was also a very amusing old gentleman. Most importantly, he held many decades' worth of wisdom that Yin Meishing greatly appreciated. At Iris and Jin Liwei's residence, things looked livelier. Everyone was bustling about arranging rooms for everyone. Those who couldn't fit in the house were arranged to stay at a nearby hotel instead. The other half of the Shadow Winds team that Liu Zihao sent to protect his sister and twin nephews in advance had also met up with Iris and Jin Liwei. They coordinated with the others and even held a meeting to ensure that Iris and the babies were always protected. Of course, Jin Liwei's own security team covered their whole family's protection. But the Shadow Winds team was adamant that they were only commanded to protect the mother and sons, not the father. Jin Liwei was unaffected. He was already used to it when dealing with his reborn brother-in-law. As a superstar, Jin Chonglin also brought his own entourage, including a team of bodyguards. More than protecting him, he wanted them to protect his girlfriend, Chen Fei. Instead, he didn't want any crazy fans bullying his girl. Because the plane touched down in Paris in the evening, everyone grabbed a quick dinner before resting for the night. The next day, everyone met up for breakfast at Iris and Jin Liwei's residence. Clover Chua also came to meet up with everyone. Sis, Dom ran to his younger sister with open arms. Big bro, Clover also did the same thing. Everyone expected the brother and sister to give each other a big hug. But no. Instead, Dom reached out to his sister's hair and pulled it while Clover bit his arm. "I miss you so much, you little witch," Dom said while shaking his sister's head. "Ouch, that hurts. Are you a dog?" "I also miss you so much, you half-horse," Clover replied while elbowing his stomach. "Let go of my hair. I just had it straight permed." Yin Meishing, who came with Tang Yi for breakfast, looked anxious watching the Chua siblings hurting each other. She glanced at the completely relaxed Iris drinking tea. Little Machi and little Matcha were by their mother's feet cheering for their Uncle Dom and Auntie Clover. The naughty little Machi was even punching the air with his little fists. Nobody knew who he was cheering for. Was it his Uncle Dom or Auntie Clover? Little Matcha was more subtle, but Iris could see her son's excitement in his eyes. How about someone stop them before someone gets injured? Mei asked. Iris smiled at her. Why? The brother and sister are expressing their affection for each other. Affection? Mei was confused. She was about to stop the siblings from fighting, but Dom and Clover already stopped fighting. Clover was trying to dig out her brother's pockets, looking for money. Why do you want to take my money? Dom asked. You're the one who's a COO. I know you're richer than me. Clover retorted. Dom smirked. That's because my boss helps me invest my money. Give me my pasalyabong. You little witch. Dom was about to smack his sister, but Clover dodged. Your pasalyabong is in my room. Yay. Clover was about to go to her brother's room, but she didn't know where it was located in the big house. Then she saw everyone watching them. She felt a bit embarrassed, but not too much. Hi, boss. Hi, little Machi and little Matcha. She also greeted Mei, Tang Yi, and the others. The twins' adorable appearance made her forget her original intention to raid her brother's room. She played with the twins instead, causing little Machi to squeal with delight and little Matcha to smile. Iris smiled and glanced at Mei. See? I told you that they were just being affectionate with each other. Oh, Mei smiled back with relief. Iris looked at everyone. Let's go eat now. Where's Grandpa Lu, Prince Lin Lin, and Sis Fei? Clover asked while carrying little Machi. Dom also carried little Matcha. Grandpa Lu and my brother-in-law are chatting with my husband somewhere while drinking coffee. Iris replied. Chun Fei should be in her room working remotely. I'll call her, Clover said and carried the baby away. Hey, come here. You don't know her room. Dom followed with little Matcha. Iris chuckled. Then she said to Mei, both you and my brother-in-law are free today. You can also tour around the city if you want, but should rest well for tomorrow. The launch is on the third day, but I'll bring both of you to the site tomorrow for rehearsals. Sir Lu said that he'll tour us around Paris after breakfast. Tang Yi answered for Mei. That's good then. Iris nodded. Don't worry, Xiaolon, Tang Yi said. I'll make sure that Mei rests well for tomorrow. After breakfast, Jin Liwei followed his wife with their children to Libert. Clover followed Iris' instructions to renovate the entire place. The original perfume company, Sang Blue, catered to aristocrats and later to wealthy members of high society. Its location could be considered as a private historical site. There were very few improvements throughout the centuries. It might look good on the outside, but if one looked closely at the little details inside, it was obvious that it was slowly falling apart. Iris didn't want to move the company to a new location. She liked the charm of the historical property. This was why it took a long time for Libert to launch because of the extensive renovations. In addition, they waited for Clover Chua to complete her studies and training in France, so that she could better manage the company in the right direction. Although Iris originally didn't feel thrilled about being gifted the now-defunct perfumery by her husband, she couldn't help but feel excited now that everything was completed after a long wait. This was also a new business territory that she hadn't explored before. She couldn't wait to apply all the things that she learned from Grandpa Lu and the tips shared by her cross-academy friend, AJ Zaniers. Of course, Clover was the one managing the company, but Iris still had the final say in the business major decisions and general direction. Back to the present, Iris listened to Clover as she inspected her newly rebranded perfumery, Libert. There was a subtle relaxing fragrance in the air that would put everyone walking inside at ease. It wasn't like other perfumeries where the different scents all clashed against each other, causing discomfort to customers if they stayed inside for too long. Iris nodded in appreciation before glancing at her family following behind. Jin Liwei smiled at her while holding their twins in each hand. Little Machi was curious about everything, pointing here and there, wanting to touch things. Little Matcha was quieter, but he also looked around with great interest. The ambience is lovely, Iris commented. Great job, Clover. Yeah. Clover tucked a lock of her recently straight-permed hair behind an ear. We'll do a garden party for the launch. Come, I'll show you what it looks like so far. Iris and her family followed Clover outside at the back. There were already workers doing the final touches on the decorations. It looked simple yet elegant at the same time. The beautiful blooms and artful, flowy drapes made people feel like they were walking in paradise. Yeah. Little Machi became even more excited at the beautiful scenery. Even little Matcha fought against his father's hold, wanting to run where the large flowers were being arranged. Clover laughed at the twins' antics. She spoke in French to a worker. "Please give the babies some flowers." Iris' brows lifted in pleasant surprise. "Your French has improved a lot." "Thanks, boss. I have no choice but to learn it because otherwise, some French people would snub me if I didn't. Most are nice, but some are just plain rude." The worker obeyed Clover's instruction and picked a few flowers for the babies. Little Machi squealed when he held the large blooms. He raised a hand and waited. Yeah. He looked annoyed and urged the person to hurry up. The amused worker also raised a hand, unsure of what the baby wanted. Little Machi tapped his little palm on the big hand, high-fiving the worker who already had his heart stolen by the adorable twins. Little Matcha also grinned at the worker as thanks before shakily walking to his mother. Then the baby gave the flowers to Iris. "Mama." Iris felt like an arrow of love had shot itself straight to her heart. She squatted down and hugged little Matcha while clutching the flowers. "Thank you, little Matcha. Mama is so happy. Why is my son so cute? Whose son is this adorable child?" "Mine, of course, as expected of my son." Jin Liwei also couldn't help but comment, pleased that the son who looked the most like him also inherited his tendency to prioritize the most important woman in their life. Little Machi watched them. He glanced at the flowers in his hands, and then at his mother. He looked back and forth between the flowers and his mother like this for a few moments. He looked so torn that the sight made everyone watching him laugh. Jin Liwei shook his head at his other son, but didn't force little Machi to give up the flowers for his mother like his twin brother. In the end, though, little Machi still did something commendable. He chose the biggest flower from among the bunch in his hands and offered it to his mother. Then he looked at her with his big, innocent eyes, as if saying, "Are you happy? Now where are my hugs and kisses?" Iris laughed and pulled little Machi, giving her adorable twin sons a big hug together and plenty of kisses. Of course, she didn't disdain her eldest twin son for only giving her one flower. At least, he gave her one, and the biggest flower to boot. It showed that she, the mother, was still the most important in his little heart. Little Machi's personality wasn't as selfless compared to his younger twin brother, little Matcha, who would give everything he had to her like their father. It was already impressive that little Machi knew how to share, even for something that he wanted to hog all for himself. Iris continued to shower her sons with love, causing them to giggle in delight. Ahem. She looked up and saw her husband also presenting her with a bunch of flowers. Clover and the workers watching the family were snickering by the side. "What are you doing?" Iris asked him, feeling a bit speechless. Why was her husband trying to compete with his own sons? "Flowers to the most beautiful woman in my life," Jin Liwei said. The complaints got swallowed in her throat. Her cheeks turned pink. "You?" She sighed before laughing in helplessness. "You all are really father and sons." Although Iris was exasperated at her husband for trying to compete with his own sons, she still felt sweet in her heart. It was good that the workers were already finishing up the decorations, so there were extra flowers to give away. Before Iris could offer to buy lunch to everyone working hard on preparing for the launch party, Clover had already arranged it. Iris gave her an approving smile. Clover felt good about receiving the boss validation. She worked her A** off to learn a completely different language and trained to become an effective COO for Libert. But the most difficult part was living so far away from everyone else. At least, when she lived with her brother and the boss family in China, she could always hop on a plane and arrive home in the Philippines in just a few hours. Living in France, which was on another continent, was a completely different matter. Not to mention that she now lived in a completely different time zone from her loved ones. Even communicating in real time needed to be scheduled to prevent disturbing each other's sleep. Now that she reached this point, however, Clover felt that all her sacrifices had been all worth it. More than feeling happy for her own achievements, she felt happier now that her family was so proud of her. Iris and her family, along with Clover and their huge security team, walked to a nearby restaurant for lunch. There were only a few Chinese tourists and overseas residents on the streets who recognized Iris. Some recognized her, some didn't. And from those who recognized her, not many dared approach her. But the real fans were a different matter. They moved to approach, hesitated, moved again to approach, but hesitated yet once again. Seeing the numerous bodyguards surrounding her, they felt intimidated. However, Iris welcomed them. She waved them over and began interacting with her fans on the streets of Paris. "Boss Iris, I'm a Black Star. I love your music and I can't wait for your new album with Enrique." She smiled at the fan while signing an autograph. "Thank you for your support. Want to take a photo?" "Yes." "Oh my gosh, yes." A bodyguard took several photos of Iris with the fan. Then Iris did the same thing to the other fans. One of them glanced at the tall, handsome man by the side who had a cold and intimidating aura while carrying 2 babies in each arm. Boss Iris, are those little Machi and little Matcha?" Iris smiled. "Yes, my sons." As usual, the babies wore superhero masks while outside. Although they weren't in their home country, Iris and Jin Liwei didn't want to risk exposing their children's appearances to the public eye. The fan got excited and looked at the twins longer with sparkling eyes. Fortunately, the fan was a real Black Star. She respected the twins' privacy and didn't ask to see what they looked like behind the superhero masks. "Clover, do we still have extra invitations?" Iris asked all of a sudden. "Yes, I still have some here." Clover knew exactly what Iris planned, so she fished out some invitations from her handbag and handed them to the Black Stars. Iris felt pleased that Clover understood her intentions just like Dom. This was one of the reasons why she adored and respected the Chua family so much. They always went above and beyond in everything they did, from their work to treating their loved ones well. "Oh my gosh, is this what I think it is?" a fan asked while looking at the beautifully sealed envelope in amazed disbelief. "It's an invitation for Libert's launch party," Iris said. "If you are all available that day, please come and take a look." The fans squealed together. "Thank you, Boss Iris." "Wow. I didn't expect that I'd be able to come to the exclusive launch party. I was going to wait the day after the launch to visit the Libert store and buy the Eve perfume in person, but now I can actually attend the launch. I also want to buy Eve for myself. Then I'm going to give Valiance and Sernit to my parents when I fly home." Iris told them, "If you come to the launch party, you'll receive those perfumes as giveaways." "What? Really? We're going to come." "Of course, we're coming. Boss Iris, thank you so much. We won't hold you and your family any longer. Have a happy lunch." The Black Stars waved goodbye to Iris and the others before respectfully leaving. Iris laughed and waved at them. Inside the restaurant, they ate lunch. Their group occupied several tables in a more private corner. Although people were curious about their identities, nobody came to bother them. Iris noticed something about Clover's expression. "What's wrong?" she asked. Clover sighed. "I'm just thinking, it's a pity that my parents won't be able to come here and attend Libert's launch party." Iris patted her back. "Sorry about that. I think it's partly my fault that Auntie Reina and Uncle Domingo are unable to come to Paris this time. They're too busy helping out your sister, Linda, for the upcoming launch of Orchidia Philippines." "Don't apologize, boss. I just spoke with my family last night. They're only too happy to help you out in setting up Orchidia Philippines." Iris felt amused. "What helped me out?" "They're not my employees, but my partners instead. Your family owns 60% of Orchidia Philippines. Even without your country's stringent laws on foreign businesses, I'll still be willing to give that much stake to your family. From Dom, to you, and your entire Chua family. All of you have been so good to me and my family. We're all one big family now, right?" "Yes, boss." Clover beamed, but her eyes turned moist. "But what our family has achieved today is in large part because of you and your kindness to us. You allowed my big brother to recommend our entire family to you, and you accepted all of us with open arms." Iris replied, "Even if I help you, but if you don't work hard, you still won't achieve anything in life. It's because of your family's work ethics and commendable values that you are all becoming more and more successful together. Linda has great business acumen. That's why I chose her to lead Orchidia Philippines. I also know that Auntie Reina and Uncle Domingo will help guide her in the right direction. Yes, my second elder sister is feeling very motivated right now. I heard," Clover said. "My eldest sister also wants to help with Orchidia Philippines, but my brother-in-law is also busy setting up his own business. So she's helping out her husband instead." This time, Jin Liwei joined the conversation. "Paul has good leadership qualities. It's a shame for him to continue working for another company as a real estate agent when he can earn so much more by himself. Clover nodded. Yes, that's what my eldest sister said. That my brother-in-law didn't dare to set up his own company before due to a lack of capital and also because of all the risks. But thanks to Sir Boss, he's now able to build his own construction and development company. Iris turned to her husband and asked, how much stake do you own in Paul's company again? Jin Corporation owns 10% and our family's LX Holdings owns 30%, he said. I decided to include Jin Corporation in the equation because it can give material assistance and even manpower to Paul, especially when he's just starting out. Marjorie is also business-minded, Iris commented. I'm sure that she'll do well in helping her husband in their new company. Clover agreed, while helping wipe sauce from Little Machi's mouth. But my sister isn't helping out her husband full-time. She actually prefers to become a stay-at-home mom. That's fine, too. Iris held a small glass of water for Little Matcha to drink. Not everyone finds fulfillment in having a career. To others, focusing on just the family and raising children makes them happier. I still respect that. Now that I'm a mother, I understand the need for other mothers to constantly be with their children. It's just that I'm the type of person who needs to have my own career to feel complete. Fortunately, I have a husband who supports me in my choice. Jin Liwei's eyes softened. Did I just get bitten by ants? Where did they come from? Oh, right. From the sweetness. Iris chuckled at Clover's dramatic quip. You're just like your brother, Dom. Oh, speaking of Dom, let's order some soup to take home for him. I wonder if his stomach ache is gone now. Clover snorted. That's what he gets for eating too many escargots for breakfast. He didn't leave enough for me. Humph. Our mother always says that he must have been a starving ghost before he reincarnated into her only son. Mama. Little Machi interrupted their conversation. What is it, baby? Iris asked her son. Little Machi pointed at a bright red macaron on the dessert plate. Okay, here you go. She gave him one. Little Machi gave Iris a wet kiss on the cheek as thanks. Jin, how you? You can only eat one macaron, Jin Liwei said. Ya, dada. Little Machi grinned at him and deliberately blinked his eyes, trying to use his cuteness to melt his strict father's heart. It didn't work. I said just one, so you can only eat one, Jin Liwei repeated. Little Machi pouted, but his attention was soon diverted by the macaron's sweet taste. He ignored his father and began enjoying his single macaron. Maybe he could ask his Auntie Clover to sneak him another piece later behind his father's back. Little Matcha pulled Iris' sleeve next and pointed at an apple slice. Mama. Of course, Iris gave him one. Like his brother, Little Matcha gave his mother a kiss as a thanks. This time, Jin Liwei didn't say anything about limiting his son's food intake. His son could eat an entire apple, and not just a single slice, if he wanted. Iris tore a small piece of a green macaron and offered it to her younger twin son. Want this? Little Matcha hesitated before nodding. She fed her son the small macaron piece. Yummy. Little Matcha nodded, his eyes crinkling while he smiled. More, she asked. This time, he shook his head and continued nibbling on the apple slice instead. Iris couldn't help but sigh while murmuring, Little Matcha doesn't like eating sweets that much. Exactly just like you. Jin Liwei smiled. He might look and act like me, but he also inherited a lot from you. He sleeps deeply like you. He also tilts his head to the side like you sometimes, especially when he's focused on something. He also got his generosity from you. All our children's best qualities, they got it from you. Before Iris could respond, Clover grabbed her chest and pretended to faint. Slowly. Help me. I'm dying from too much sweetness. Where's my big bro when I need him? I need him to give me life support because I'm drowning in the sea of other people's love. Ya. Little Machi clapped his hands and laughed at his Auntie Clover's antics. Little Matcha, on the other hand, was wholly focused on nibbling his apple slice. He had already seen similar scenes with his Uncle Dom. It wasn't anything new. He was more interested in watching new things like Uncle Dom and Auntie Clover's play fight this morning. If their play fighting happened too often, then he would lose interest again. Everyone finished eating lunch and left the restaurant. Clover returned to Libert to continue overseeing the preparations for the launch party. Jin Liwei brought his family to tour around Paris. Only 2 bodyguards remained by their sides all the time while the others spread themselves around them to make it less obvious. The family avoided crowded places and the obvious tourist traps, focusing instead on spending quality time together. By the end of their afternoon trip, the bodyguards were carrying many shopping bags. The twins were already asleep when Iris and Jin Liwei returned to their Paris residence. The next morning, Iris and Dom brought Jin Chonglin and Yin Meishing to Libert for rehearsals. Chen Fei came as well to see how Clover ran the perfumery. Tang Yi also accompanied Yin Meishing. The twins were left with their father, Jin Liwei. The father and sons went together with Grandpa Lu to visit some of the old man's friends. These friends were, of course, all powerful people. Most were billionaires like them. Many were cross-academy alumni like Grandpa Lu. It was a given that everyone showered Jin Liwei's twin sons with generous gifts upon meeting them. Most were material presents like toys and money. But there were more impressive ones like an astronomer who declared that he would name the twin stars he recently discovered after the twins, Haoyu and Lingyu. Jin Liwei was relieved that the astronomer chose to use his sons' proper names and not their nicknames. What would the science community say if they studied the stars named Machi and Matcha? Although he didn't care about what other people thought about himself, he didn't want anyone criticizing his family, especially his wife and their children. Jin Liwei was like a fish in the water while interacting with these powerful people because he, himself, was one. His eldest twin son, little Machi, was once again showing off to the group of new grandpas and uncles. He loved the attention they were giving him. As for his other son, little Matcha wasn't interested in showing off. He went ahead to check the gifts they received from everyone, looking for something new that he hadn't yet seen before. The grandpas and uncles, all of them from different backgrounds and nationalities, immediately adored the twins. They were well-behaved and didn't throw tantrums at all. Both Jin Liwei and Grandpa Lu enjoyed listening to others praising the twins. They felt proud, especially Grandpa Lu, who couldn't stop himself from showing photos of his own blood-related great-grandbabies on his phone to the others. If only my Lu great-grandbabies were old enough, I would have brought them for all of you to see. They're so cute and big and sturdy, just like their father when I raised him as a fat baby back in the day. Baha. The others humored the old man and asked about his Lu great-grandsons, making Grandpa Lu more excited. You mustn't forget to give presents to my great-grandbabies. You must also name stars after them. The astronomer sweated after hearing his friend Lu Jianhong's request. No, it was a demand. A French magnate asked Jin Liwei, Liam, your wife's launch party for her perfumery is tomorrow, right? Yes, Jin Liwei replied while personally wiping drool from little Machi's face with a silk handkerchief. Are you coming? Yes, I received an invitation. Several of your wife's companies are members of Cross Academy's exclusive business network. Although I'm not personally an alumnus, my late business partner was, so our company still remains a member of the Academy's business network up to this day. We have to help each other out. Jin Liwei nodded. I thank you in my wife's stead. She's busy preparing for the launch tomorrow. I can't wait to meet your wife in person. Sir Lu has a high opinion of her. Well, even I already have a high opinion of her, especially after learning that she's a Cross Academy student. I have high respect for certified geniuses like her. Even more than hearing praises for his children, Jin Liwei loved listening to praises about his wife. His usually cold and indifferent expression considerably softened. The French magnate leaned closer and whispered, I know that men of our status like to keep females by the side, if you know what I mean. Jin Liwei frowned, but the other man didn't notice. I also keep a few mistresses now and then, but for you, I suggest that you be more careful. Cross Academy students and alumni are a very tight-knit group. If you offend one of them, you offend all of them. You might love your wife now, but what will happen in the future when the love fades? This time, Jin Liwei's entire expression had turned ugly. Unfortunately, the other man continued to gossip with him in a low voice, unaware of the approaching danger. You must have several contingency plans when that happens. Listen to me. If Sir Lu Jianhong passes away, Jin Corporation might have to depend on your wife's status to remain in Cross Academy's exclusive business network. Even my company's membership will have to be reviewed next year because my business partner died. My point is that even when you're tempted to cheat, don't make it too obvious, or you'll suffer a lot. Not only you, but your entire company, too. There are too many benefits to remaining in the Academy's exclusive business network. Don't *CK it up. Ouch. Little Matcha, who had long noticed his father's fury at the Frenchman, threw a solid metal toy car hard. The French magnate immediately developed a bump on his forehead. The baby wasn't satisfied yet. He clenched his little hands into fists and prepared to pummel the Frenchman. But Jin Liwei quickly carried his son away. Little Matcha struggled in his father's arms, wanting to beat up the Frenchman. He didn't know what the Frenchman did, but nobody was allowed to upset his father, except for his mother. Daddy is fine now, Jin Liwei. Jin Liwei soothed his son. Don't be mad anymore. Jin Liwei had been furious at the French magnate's ugly words just now. He was about to shut up the other man, but after seeing his own son acting so protective of him, his fury cooled down a lot. He even felt amused. Little Matcha's personality was usually silent and indifferent, but when truly angered, he had a worse temper than his twin brother. Even Little Machi would sometimes feel scared and immediately stop acting naughty when Little Matcha lost his temper. Little Matcha was extremely protective of their family, just like Jin Liwei. He understood this son of his because Little Matcha resembled him the most. What happened? Grandpa Lu's voice boomed in the room. He pointed at the Frenchman. What did you do to my great-grandson? Tell me, I want to know. The French magnate realized that things had suddenly gone awry. More than the painful bump on his forehead, he was more afraid of offending anyone in this room. Although he was a veritable billionaire and respected almost wherever he went, that was mainly because of the company that he founded with his now-deceased partner. If his company failed the review next year and lost its membership in Cross Academy's exclusive business network, then his company's shares would lose a lot of value. His billionaire status would be in danger then. This was why he was doing everything to ingratiate himself to this group. Once he learned that Sir Lu had invited many of his old friends, he used his connections to attend today's gathering. He chose Jin Liwei, as the easiest target because, like him, the man wasn't a Cross Academy student or alumnus. He thought that by advising Liam about juicy topics, the Asian billionaire would feel closer to him. He never expected that the opposite would happen. His face and neck heated up under the other men's judgmental and accusing gazes. Each of these men was even wealthier and more powerful than him, especially the Cross Academy alumni. Little Matcha shrieked in his father's arms, looking like he still wanted to have another go at the Frenchman. Jin Liwei, that's enough, Jin Liwei told his son in a firm tone. Little Matcha looked extremely unwilling, but he still obeyed his father. He went silent, but his expression told another story. If looks could kill, then the French magnate would. Never mind. Little Matcha was still a baby, and even his glare looked adorable. Nobody would die from it. Now the baby was sulking because his father reprimanded him in front of others. Little Matcha was just protecting his father, yet why was he the one scolded? He couldn't bear the injustice. His lips trembled. His eyes watered. Seeing this, Jin Liwei panicked a little inside, but his expression remained cold and intimidating. He was about to hurry out of the room, planning to comfort his son first before dealing with the French magnate, but his other son beat him to it. Cha-cha-ya-ya-ya. Matcha, don't cry. Little Machi reached up to his twin brother in their father's arms, but their father was too tall. He couldn't reach his brother at all. He looked around and saw a golden toy microphone among their presents. He picked it up and called out to his brother. Ya cha-cha. Look at me, Matcha. Little Matcha's attention was soon diverted. He watched his twin brother with teary eyes and pouting lips, waiting to see what Little Machi planned to do. Everyone also watched Little Machi with interest. Even Grandpa Lu stopped glaring at the Frenchman to focus on his great-grandbaby instead. Little Machi struck a cool pose. He thought it was cool, but in the eyes of those watching him, it was cute instead. He closed his eyes before slowly lifting the mic to his mouth. Next, he raised his hand and pointed it at the ceiling. Then he opened his eyes. Ya-ya, ya-ya-ya, ya-wa. Little Machi started singing in baby babbles while shaking his body, wriggling like an itchy worm, dancing to the beat of the music that only he could hear. Little Matcha soon giggled. The others also started laughing, including the French magnate, but Grandpa Lu glared at them, silently warning them not to make his precious great-grandbaby feel embarrassed. Little Machi didn't notice at all. He was too absorbed in his impromptu performance. Jin Liwei's lips curled up, amusement filling his eyes. He recognized some of his son's rough, clumsy movements as steps in one of his wife's performances. Within his arms, Little Matcha had already forgotten about his earlier feelings of fury and injustice. He rested his head on his father's shoulder while watching his twin brother's performance, giggling and laughing. YH. After his performance, Little Machi glanced at everyone for a couple of seconds before performing a shaky curtsy bow. Unfortunately, his feet were still too unstable. He stumbled and fell on his butt. He was about to cry but heard everyone's applause. He looked around and saw Daddy, Great-Grandpa Lu, and the new grandpas and uncles all clapping and cheering for him. He beamed and glanced at his twin brother. The twins looked at each other and laughed. Little Machi clapped for himself, loving all the attention. But most importantly, he was happy that his twin brother finally stopped crying and started smiling again. Then he looked at his father, obviously waiting for praise. Jin Liwei chuckled. He walked to his eldest twin son and rubbed the baby's fluffy head. Good job, Jin Hao you. Little Machi beamed, showing off his 2.5 teeth. Oh no, I forgot to take a video. Grandpa Lu suddenly said. From behind the group, a slightly nerdy new billionaire raised a hand. I took a video. What? Grandpa Lu immediately marched to the younger man. Really? Let this old man see. The nerdy billionaire handed his phone to the old man. Bahaha, you did well. Thanks. Grandpa Lu was delighted and patted the younger man's back. The nerdy billionaire almost puked out his lungs. But he pretended to be okay, adjusting his now crooked eyeglasses with trembling fingers. He didn't want to appear weak in front of this group of powerful men. Why, you're very, cough. Welcome, Sir Lu. While the grandpas were admiring Little Machi's video performance on the phone, Jin Liwei carried both of his sons in his embrace. Then he faced the French magnate with a cold expression. This time, Little Matcha no longer paid the man any attention. He was wholly focused on Little Machi. The twins were too busy babbling with each other, seemingly talking about what happened. First of all, I want you to know that I don't appreciate your talk about keeping mistresses, Jin Liwei said in a clear voice. The other men in the room all went silent as they strained their ears trying to listen to the conversation. Jin Liwei deliberately spoke louder so that everyone could hear what he was about to say. He didn't want similar incidents to happen in the future. I love my wife, he continued saying. I've always loved her, and I'm certain that I'll continue loving her for a lifetime. I don't care about what many of you think, what your experiences are, whether you believe me or not. I don't care at all, but I want you all to know that I take my marriage vows very seriously. I've never kept mistresses in my life, and I'm not interested in keeping any in the future. Just the thought makes me nauseous. There is only one woman that I want to be with, and that's my wife. Only her. I know that many of you might scoff at me for saying this, but I don't. Give. A. F***CK. My wife, my kids, my whole family are the most important to me. Even if Gene Corporation's membership in Cross Academy's exclusive business network expires one day, I'm not afraid. My family will always remain my #1 priority. Jin Liwei glanced at each and every man in the room, not allowing the grinning Grandpa Lu to distract him, before finally settling his heavy gaze on the French magnate. So I want you to know that I feel extremely insulted whenever someone assumes that I'll follow the norm of men of our status in disrespecting my beloved wife by cheating on her with other women who can't even match to a single toenail of hers. I already have the best woman, so why would I choose to lower my standards? For the thrill? For the prestige among a bunch of immoral cheaters? To boast to other men, proving to them that I'm more masculine by sleeping around with so many different women? Bullsh*T. I don't know about all of you, but my criteria of being a real man is completely different. I feel the most masculine whenever my wife, our kids, and our entire family all trust me to always be there for them no matter what. It doesn't matter if I'm wealthy or not. As long as I can protect my wife and our beautiful family, then I believe that I am a real man. Jin Liwei was interrupted by loud clapping. Bravo! Grandpa Lu's voice boomed in the room. Well said, my boy. Well said. The other older men, most of them widowers, joined in the applause. The others, though, wore awkward smiles. Jin Liwei's words felt like arrows shooting at their now wounded pride. Although they didn't agree with Jin Liwei's words, they didn't dare to openly protest, especially now that the older ones approved and supported his so-called monogamous values. The older gentlemen were people that they couldn't offend. They literally had the wealth and power to affect the trajectory of several nations. If politicians were the visible leaders on the surface, then men like Sir Liu Jianhong and his old friends could be considered the real decision-makers. Fortunately, they didn't exercise this dangerous power often. Now most of them were enjoying their retirement life, free from most worries. Even so, the dangers of a dormant volcano still remained. In fact, dormant volcanoes were more dangerous when they exploded. The other men who felt stung by Jin Liwei's words wisely kept their mouths shut and pretended to be unaffected. Like what he just said, Jin Liwei didn't give a f***ck about other people's opinions. It was none of his business if they kept mistresses or not, but they shouldn't force their own immoral values on him either. That was something that he would never tolerate. Even just the thought of cheating on his wife was unforgivable. His wife was the biggest miracle and blessing that ever happened to his life. If anyone dared to destroy his marriage, then he would be the first one to fight to the death. Jin Liwei looked at the French magnate. I'll let it slide this time because my son injured you. We're even now. The French man felt the growing bump on his forehead. It throbbed painfully like the beating of his anxious heart. Yes, of course we are even now, he said in a hurried tone. But I must still express my deepest apologies to you, Liam, your wife, kids, and family. Blame my ignorance. Please don't hold it against me. I am genuinely sorry about my careless insults. Jin Liwei looked at him with cold eyes for a few seconds before saying, Up to you. The Frenchman released a sigh and smiled at everyone. If you will all excuse me while I have my injury treated first. I apologize for today. I'll make it up to you next time, especially to you, Liam, and your family. After apologizing, the man left in a hurry. Humph. Grandpa Liu snorted and crossed his arms over his chest. Even if Liwei my boy doesn't hold a grudge, I do. How dare that pipsqueak even suggest that Liwei my boy cheat on my precious disciple? Does he think that I'm dead? Tell me, I want to know. One of his old friends tried calming him down. Now, Jianhong. Don't be too angry. Our hearts aren't as strong as when we were younger. Humph. Jianhong, you haven't changed a bit. You still like interfering in other people's affairs. Let the youngsters solve their own problems. I think that Liam defended himself and his wife quite beautifully. You don't need to fight your successors' battles anymore. They can do it themselves. Humph. Although Grandpa Liu still looked angry, his expression had somewhat improved. Jin Liwei and Grandpa Liu stayed for another half an hour before leaving when the twins started becoming restless. It was almost time for lunch, and they wanted to eat with their family, not with this bunch of men. Don't forget to come to my disciples' launch party tomorrow. Grandpa Liu reminded them, especially his old friends, before leaving. Jin Liwei carried his twins in each arm, while Grandpa Liu continued complaining about the Frenchman. The bodyguards surrounded them, carrying the twins' many presents. Iris Long didn't know that someone tried instigating her husband to cheat on her behind her back. Jin Liwei had asked Grandpa Liu in advance not to reveal it because he wanted to be the one to say it to his own wife. Grandpa Liu grumbled for a bit before agreeing. Iris only learned about the incident later that afternoon when the French magnate sent his own butler to their residence and presented her with several beautifully packaged boxes and a sealed envelope addressed to her. What's going on? She asked her husband. Jin Liwei didn't reply right away. He looked at the gifts with a cold expression, but in the end, he told his wife, Open the letter first and see what it says. Iris observed his expression but couldn't guess what happened. So she opened the sealed envelope. It read, Dearest Madame Jean, I would like to express my deepest apologies for offending your husband, your younger twin son, and in doing so, offending you as well. Iris read this part and frowned. What happened? Just continue reading it, love. So she continued reading. I must admit that my ignorance and utter disregard of your husband's loyalty to you and your marriage landed me in this quagmire. Iris raised an eyebrow and glanced at her husband. She was now beginning to have an idea why both her husband and Grandpa Liu had arrived home earlier with ugly expressions. So something really did happen while they went out together. She continued reading the letter. I do hope that Madame Jean would find it in your heart to forgive me for my transgressions and still allow me to attend your perfumery's launch party tomorrow. I swear upon my name that I would never do anything to offend you, Mr. Jean, and your family ever again. I pray that you and Mr. Jean would give me another chance to prove my sincerity. Iris finished reading the letter and felt complicated. Along with the letter, the French magnate sent them many gifts of apology. Most were jewelry for her. There were also presents for the twins, and of course, Jin Liwei. But compared to the mother and sons, Jin Liwei received less. However, this also meant that the Frenchman knew how to apologize. He targeted Jin Liwei's weakness, which was his wife and kids. He directly addressed the apology letter to Iris instead of Jin Liwei, who the Frenchman apparently offended. "Should I return all of these?" she asked her husband. "Keep them," Jin Liwei said. "Doesn't matter if you use them or not. Just accept the apology. We can use him for Libert's smoother development here in France." "Okay, I'll listen to you." Iris told the French magnate's butler that she accepted his master's apology. The butler gave them a respectful bow before leaving to report to his master, the French magnate. Iris faced her husband. "Now tell me exactly what happened. I want to know every little detail." Jin Liwei told her everything, not keeping anything from her. "What?" "Little Matcha injured the man with a toy car. Love, our son is just very protective," he said, trying to calm her down. "He tried to defend me." She sighed. "I know that, and I'm proud of him for being protective. But his temper." She released another sigh, heavier this time. "Little Matcha might look exactly like you and inherited most of your personality, but his vindictiveness is definitely a Vetrov trait. We must guide him carefully, Liwei. I don't want his vindictive personality to become too extreme. It won't be good for our baby's future." Jin Liwei finally realized why she reacted so alarmed. And indeed, she was right. Little Matcha's vindictiveness was like Nikolai and Bacon's. If not guided properly, then it would be detrimental to Little Matcha's personality development. "And don't worry, love. We'll guide him and all our children properly." He continued telling her about the rest of the incident. When he reached the part where Little Machi gave an impromptu performance in an attempt to distract his twin brother, Iris laughed. "Where's the video? I want to see." Jin Liwei was now smiling, too. "I have it here. Grandpa Lu got it from a new tech billionaire who smartly recorded our son's performance while the rest of us were distracted." The husband and wife laughed and enjoyed watching their eldest twin son's adorable performance. "He's definitely imitating my passionate flame stage performance with your brother," Iris commented with a laugh. "Look, these are my moves, and these ones are Brother Chonglin's. Little Machi is just a baby, but he can already remember some dance steps. Isn't our son amazing, darling?" "Of course." Jin Liwei kissed her cheek. "The mom is an amazing genius, so of course the son is also amazing." Iris' cheeks turned pink. She giggled and leaned on his chest. The couple watched their son's performance video a few more times, not getting tired of it at all. Iris sent Little Machi's performance video to their family's group chat. As expected, enthusiastic praises once again flooded the chat, with Grandpa Lu claiming credit for taking the video, although he wasn't the one who recorded it. Well, technically, he was the one who asked the nerdy billionaire to send him the video, so yes, he still had the right to take credit for it. Later, Iris asked Dom and some of the French household staff to organize the French magnate's apology gifts. "Boss, there's something in this box," Dom said. Iris took it. It was a thin box, almost like a wooden folder. She opened it. Inside was a property deed for a castle in the western part of France. It was now titled to her, Long Xiaolon. Iris Long gasped. "What in the world? Liwei, take a look at this." Jin Liwei studied it. "We can't take this," she said. He shrugged. "It's part of his apology. Just take it." She hesitated and examined the property deed again. "It's a good location," he commented. She sighed. "I really profited today." He kissed her forehead. "It's what you deserve. That man made a terrible mistake. He should pay for it." Iris had no time to overthink the French magnate's overly generous apology gifts because a Chandra Knight's son called and informed her that she had arrived in Paris. Iris was happy to see her friend again, so she invited the genius artist to her family's Parisian residence. A Chandra arrived by dinner time. The two friends greeted each other with a tight hug. "Thank you for coming," Iris said. "Anything for you, Xiaolon," a Chandra replied. "The others would have come here as well, but they're too busy." "That's okay. I'm already happy that you came." Iris pulled her inside the house. A Chandra greeted Jin Liwei, Dom, and of course, the adorable twins. Machi and Matcha. A Chandra hugged the twins and refused to put them down. The twins were familiar with the gorgeous foreign woman. Although they couldn't remember the last time that they met the foreign woman in person, they were familiar with their Auntie Asha because their mother would sometimes video call her. Little Machi was especially drawn to Ashandra's beautiful face. He couldn't stop looking at her. Asha ya, Little Machi said while tapping her face. Ashandra's big, beautiful eyes crinkled with joy. Yes, I'm your Auntie Asha. Then she looked at little Matcha. The other baby hid his face on her neck, but peeked at her shyly. Even the usually indifferent little Matcha couldn't resist Ashandra Knightson's piercing beauty. Iris and Dom laughed at the twins' reactions. Jin Liwei's expression didn't change much, but his gaze was soft when he looked at his sons. Unlike most other men, he wasn't affected by Ashandra Knightson's beauty at all. Although she was mesmerizing like a goddess of darkness, he preferred his wife's captivatingly bright beauty. Besides, he had seen exactly two women who were more beautiful than Ashandra Knightson. One was his wife's current appearance as Long Xiaolan, and the other was his wife's past appearance as Evelina Vetrova. His wife's past appearance as Evelina Vetrova was definitely the kind of out-of-this-world type of beauty. And this wasn't only because she was now his wife. Even if he took their relationship out of the equation, he would still think that Evelina Vetrova was the most beautiful woman in the world. Jin Liwei caught himself and immediately put a stop to the dangerous direction of his thoughts. His wife's past life had always been a painful memory for her. Even though he had always wanted to have been there for Evelina, he knew that was impossible. For one, his wife's past life background was too dangerous even for a powerful billionaire like him. And finally, he wouldn't trade the life that the two of them built together in her current reborn life for anything in the world. He forced himself to focus on the present and helped his wife welcome one of her dear friends from Cross Academy. Ashandra loved Iris twins dearly. If possible, she wanted to carry the babies even while eating dinner. But little Machi and little Matcha had their own high chairs. The dinner table tonight wasn't as crowded compared to the previous meals. It was only Iris, Jin Liwei, their twins, Dom, and their guest Ashandra eating tonight. Jin Chonglin took Chun Fei out on a date night. Grandpa Lu stayed in his own residence with Yin Meishing and Tang Yi. Clover was at her own place, probably still busy preparing for tomorrow's launch party. Ashandra's arrival tonight was unexpected. Even Iris didn't know the actual time or day that her friend would come, or if Ashandra would even be able to come in the first place or not. If the others knew, then maybe they wouldn't have made their own plans for the evening and helped Iris welcome her friend. All of them weren't strangers to Ashandra Knightson, anyway. Even without the others, Ashandra didn't mind. She liked Iris' family and friends, but she preferred spending one-on-one time with her dear friend. After dinner, Jin Liwei and Dom carried the babies away to sleep, leaving Iris and Ashandra to catch up with each other. The two ladies sat in a courtyard-style garden with a glass roof. Ashandra sipped a cocktail with low alcohol content while Iris had a mocktail of tropical fruit juices. "You have a beautiful family, Xiaolan," Ashandra commented with a sigh. "Yes, I do." Iris' smile shone under the moonlight. "I feel a bit envious," Ashandra confessed. Iris glanced at her. Ashandra sighed again. "You know that I married very young at 19, but I still ended up divorcing that son of a B***tch because he was... No. I hear that he's still a serial womanizer and a total gaslighter. Even now, I still have complicated feelings about my ex. Maybe that's why I still failed to have long-term romantic relationships until now." Iris settled into a more comfortable position on her seat. She didn't say anything and continued listening to her friend. Ashandra continued, "We are proud Cross Academy students, certified geniuses. We can reach the top of the world just with our status as Cross Academy students alone. But what's the use of extremely high IQ if we're all alone in the world? That's how I feel sometimes, Xiaolan. No, I feel like that more often these days. Perhaps because I see you and our other friends building your own beautiful families. Well, except for Florence, she's too busy traveling and making the world a better place with her sustainable inventions. But you know what I mean." "I know what you mean." Iris whispered and thought about her past life as Evelina Vetrova. What she experienced in her past life should be worse than what Ashandra Knightson was feeling right now. At least, Ashandra was free to do whatever she wanted to do, go wherever she wanted to go, and decide how to live her life on her own terms. Evelina Vetrova didn't have that right at all. She was a caged bird dying little by little each day. Then she died. But unexpectedly, a miracle occurred. She was reborn into a different body. Now she felt like a phoenix that had risen from the ashes. This life of hers as Iris Long was something that she would never trade for anything in the world, especially the beautiful family she built with Jin Liwei. Ashandra Nightsun felt the atmosphere quickly turning negative. She sniffed and downed her entire cocktail before giving Iris a sheepish smile. Sorry about that, Xiaolon. I had been feeling melancholic for a while now. My latest artworks that I recently completed deal with family, relationships, and roots. So exposing myself to that kind of theme every single day has made me reflect on my own situation. Iris patted her hand. That's fine, Ashandra. No need to apologize. Are those artworks the ones that will be included in the exhibition here in Paris? Yes. Oh, right. You reminded me. I'll give you the invitation to my art exhibition later. It will be after your launch party, so the two events shouldn't conflict. I hope that you can come. I would love to attend your art exhibition, Ashandra. The friends chatted for a while more before Iris walked the slightly drunk Ashandra to the guest room. Ashandra didn't forget to give Iris an invitation to her art exhibition before retiring for the night. Iris walked along the hallway. When she reached the corner, she bumped into her husband, who had been waiting there for her. She wasn't surprised because she had already heard him following behind her and her friend. Why haven't you slept yet? She asked, allowing him to support her while walking. I can't sleep without you, Jin Liwei replied. She smiled. The twins. Sleeping like pigs. This time, she laughed out loud. Then she stopped walking. Jin Liwei looked at her with a puzzled smile. She reached out to him with arms wide open. I want you to carry me, husband. He chuckled. Your wish is my command, wife. Iris' squeal echoed in the hallways. The night shift bodyguards and household staff patrolling the residence looked the other way and pretended that they were air. ####. The next day, everyone got ready for Libert's launch party. It wasn't a grand launch at the scale of Orchidia Beauty before, but the level of its quiet luxury was on another level. Even though the media presence was muted, the level of attendees was like watching the guests arriving for a royal wedding. Billionaires, multimillionaires, academics, scientists, athletes, A-list celebrities, aristocrats, and so many other people whose status and influence were undeniable arrived one after another. Their arrival was also quite low-key that the surrounding areas operated as usual without knowing that so many VIPs were congregating nearby. Only those who received invitations could attend today's launch party. The actual grand opening of Libert for the general public was tomorrow. Uniformed ushers welcomed the guests and led them to their assigned tables. Before the party started, everyone was free to roam around, check out the newly renovated perfumery, and chat with other equally renowned people. Libert was able to invite all these impressive people because of its membership in Cross Academy's exclusive business network. Of course, only insiders were aware of Libert's widely sought-after status in such an exclusive network. The public only knew that Sang Bleu, the perfume maker to European royalty and aristocracy for centuries before its bankruptcy, had been purchased by a Chinese billionaire and then gifted to his wife. Now the wife rebranded the perfumery into a company called Libert. The guests, especially those who only tagged along as plus ones like the trophy wives and girlfriends, were very curious about the Chinese billionaire and his lucky wife. They didn't know much about the couple from the East, but they heard that the Chinese billionaire's wife was also a celebrity, a singer, in fact. The celebrities who became trophy wives among the guests couldn't wait to meet another creature of the same ilk as them. Whether they could be friends, plastic or not, remained to be seen. The French magnate who offended Jin Liwei yesterday morning knew what was going on in his new wife's mind. Artfully styled hair covered the bump on his forehead. Whatever you're thinking of, stop it, he warned her. The young model pouted while clinging to his arm. I heard that Liam Jin's wife is a singer. I just want to become friends with her. The Frenchman sighed. If you could be friends with her, then that would be a blessing to me. But don't go around thinking that you and Madame Jean are the same kind of people. Even before marrying Liam Jean, Iris Long is already a wealthy heiress. His new wife continued to pout and even rolled her eyes. So what if she's an heiress? She's still a singer, isn't she? He glared at her. You don't know anything. Don't look down on Madame Jean and embarrass me, or I swear I'll divorce you right here, right now. She immediately sobered up. There was no way she would allow her billionaire husband to divorce her before she could milk him of all the benefits that he could provide her. She hadn't even bore him a child yet. The child would be her lifetime meal ticket to the world of unimaginable wealth and luxury, even after a divorce. Let me tell you that it's better for us to offend Liam than his wife. The French magnate lectured his new, young wife in a low voice. See that group over there? That's the most powerful group in this room right now. My deceased business partner was once a part of their group. I reached my current success because I tagged along with him and rubbed shoulders with those people. They're at the top of the hierarchy when it comes to everything in the world. Liam is a billionaire, but he's not a direct member of that group. But you know who is a direct member? His model wife shook her head. His wife, he told her. Iris Long has more right to interact with that group than her husband, Liam Jean. He might be wealthier in terms of premarital assets, but she's more powerful when it comes to connections. The woman appeared confused. He continued, in short, Iris Long, or Madame Jean, is a direct member of the most exclusive club in the world. So never ever compare yourself to her. She's completely different from you. She might be a singer, but her IQ is definitely many times higher than both of ours combined. So you better behave yourself when we meet her and her husband later. Before the French magnate could continue lecturing his wife, Iris Long and Jin Liwei's group finally arrived at the launch party. Walking beside the couple was Sir Liu Jianhong, one of the original founders of Jin Corporation. The superstar Jin Chonglin, CEO Liam Jin's younger brother, also came with his current girlfriend. The guests heard that Jin Chonglin's current girlfriend was the chief operating officer of Madame Jin's other company. The female guests took a not-so-subtle look at Chen Fei. Their expressions said that they didn't think much of her appearance. Based on physical appearance alone, she certainly didn't match up to Jin Chonglin. However, those who weren't quick to judge based on appearance alone could sense that the woman was as sharp as an ice pick. Her eyes didn't waver despite the judgmental gazes directed toward her. Like Iris Long, natural confidence oozed from the woman named Chen Fei. Maybe this was the reason why the Playboy superstar, Jin Chonglin, fell for a rather plain-looking woman. She was different from his exes, that was for sure. There was also another rather plain-looking woman coming in with the group. She was Yin Meishing, Libert's first female ambassador besides Madame Jean. She came with her manager. Most of the guests attending today were frequent attendees of the yearly Summit International Film Festival. The year when the Chinese film, Strong Yet Broken, won so many awards was probably the first time that they heard about Iris Long. She hadn't married CEO Jean yet at that time, but they were already together. Some remembered that it was the first time that the couple revealed their relationship to the public. It was reported that CEO Jean created an independent film production company just to support his girlfriend at that time, who signed a contract to make the soundtrack for the indie film about the life story of a Chinese Paralympian's mother. In the end, Strong Yet Broken broke through to become that year's dark horse. Iris Long also won the Best Soundtrack Award for her work in the film. Similarly, Yin Meishing, the woman who played the film's female lead, the Chinese Paralympian's mother, also won the most coveted Best Actress award. This must be why, despite looking rather plain in appearance, especially when standing beside the drop-dead gorgeous Iris Long, Yin Meishing carried herself with a kind of quiet elegance and confidence. She might look plain at first glance, but the more one looked at her, the more beautiful she appeared. She was that kind of subtle beauty. As the owner of Libert, Iris Long, now Madame Jean, took the initiative in greeting all the guests. Libert's CEO, Clover Chua, joined her in welcoming everyone before the official start of the launch party. CEO Liam Jean, Iris Long's billionaire husband, and the one who apparently bought the bankrupted Sang Blue before gifting it to his beloved wife, took on the role of loyal escort, accompanying her wherever she went. He also allowed her to lead the conversations and only spoke when asked directly. He was definitely different from most of the billionaires who loved being the star of the show and only regarded their wives/girlfriends/mistresses as arm candies. Due to his cue of letting his wife take the lead, the others followed suit and spoke directly to Madame Jean. The guests who weren't familiar with her kept their opinions to themselves. No matter what they thought about her, she was still a billionaire's wife and the host of today's event. This party wasn't just for launching a rebranded perfumery. It was a highly sought-after networking event for the members of high society's top of the pyramid. In addition, the legendary Sir Liu Jianhong introduced Iris Long as his beloved disciple. Once they heard him say this, Their attitudes toward Iris Long instantly became many times better. After personally greeting the guests, Iris Group headed to their own tables. Grandpa Lu joined his old friends at a nearby table instead. My big bro didn't come today? Clover asked. Dom volunteered to stay home to watch the twins with the nannies. Iris replied. Little Machi refused to let me and his dad leave, so Dom had to step in and try to distract him. Little Mat Chow is fine, but you know Little Machi when he gets clingy. Clover nodded. She was about to comment, but her assistant gestured at her from near the stage. Glancing at her wristwatch, she gasped a little. Boss, it's almost time. Go on then. Let's start on time. Iris smiled, excitement glittering in her eyes. Clover beamed at her before hurrying to follow her assistant. The ushers gently led everyone back to their assigned tables. This time, a Chandra Night Sun arrived by herself, instantly redirecting all the attention to her. She was a famous living artist known for her genius integration of various traditional and newly invented art forms. Another thing that she was famous for besides being a best-selling genius artist was her beauty. Various men had attempted to pursue her, even after knowing that she was a divorce, but nobody succeeded. Sure, she would occasionally date someone, but these relationships remained mostly casual and none of them developed into something more. The guests watched as a Chandra Night Sun followed the usher who guided her directly to the same table as Iris Long and CEO Liam Jean. A few were aware that Iris Long and a Chandra Night Sun were good friends, especially those who were connected to Cross Academy, but most of the guests weren't aware of this fact. They thought that a Chandra Night Sun came because of CEO Jin's connections. Unfortunately, their expectations were dashed as a Chandra greeted Iris Long, giving her a tight hug. The two acted like sisters. She barely noticed CEO Jin beside Iris Long. Am I late? A Chandra asked as she sat down beside Iris. No, you're just in time, Iris told her. Clover is doing a last-minute check backstage before starting the launch. A Chandra let out a relieved sigh. I'm sorry for not getting ready on time. I must have been drunker than I thought last night. I didn't want you to be late waiting for me to finish getting ready, so I let you leave earlier. Don't worry about it, Iris said. I'm already happy you came to see me here in Paris. You attending my perfumery's launch party today is just a bonus. A Chandra smiled at her. Their chat was interrupted when Clover stepped on the small stage and called for everyone's attention in French. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Clover Chua, and I am Libert's Chief Operating Officer. On behalf of our beautiful owner, Madame Iris Long, and everyone on our team, I welcome you all to Libert. Everyone clapped their hands. Clover thanked the guests for coming. She also spoke about the company's origins as the former Sang Bleu, the perfume maker for European royalty and aristocrats, and how their rebranding would foster more inclusivity instead of exclusivity. Of course, this doesn't mean that Libert makes cheap perfumes marketed to just anyone. That's not the case at all. We strive to maintain the original brand's classic elegance while accepting clients who wish to wear our fragrances regardless of their backgrounds. Here in Libert, we believe that a person's true worth is not based on status upon birth, but on personal achievements instead. We believe in integrity, authenticity, confidence, courage, and freedom to pursue our passions. As a Libert customer, our fragrances will be a tool to augment your success, whatever your definition of success is. We hope that one day, our Libert fragrances will become synonymous with success, inclusive success. Because, here in our company, our motto is respecting traditions, working toward progress. We are Libert. Thank you very much. Clover ended her speech amidst a standing ovation. Iris was the first one to stand up. Of course, her husband, Jin Liwei, followed her to stand up almost simultaneously. The others followed the couple's lead and stood up as well, clapping and cheering for Clover's wonderful speech. Clover did an excellent job, don't you think? Iris asked. Jin Liwei said, but his soft gaze was directed at his wife, not at Clover or anyone else. A Chandra, who was watching them, snickered. Still, she commented, Clover's French has improved a lot. The last time I met her, she could barely speak French. She has worked very hard to reach where she is now, Iris said proudly. She told me that it was very difficult to integrate into French society at the beginning, but she never gave up. She followed through with my directive and succeeded with flying colors. All the values that she spoke of in her speech are values that she and her family all possess. That's why I think that she's perfect to lead Libert. Ashandra nodded, agreeing with her. By the way, Xiaolon, has Libert been approved to join our Academy's exclusive business network yet? Yes, Iris said. Libert's approval was faster this time because Orchidia was already a member. Actually, Libert is technically a subsidiary of Orchidia, but because of its origins as the former Sang Blue, Cross Academy's exclusive business network treated it as a completely separate company and required me to do a new application for it. I see. That's good, then. I was going to offer to become one of Libert's references for its application, but if it's already a member, then there's no need. Iris smiled and squeezed her friend's arm in gratitude. What do you mean there's no need? I'll definitely ask you next time, Ashandra. You're not allowed to reject me. Grandpa Lu, AJ, and Amampio were my references for Libert's application because they were involved in helping me with it in one way or another. Ashandra chuckled. All right, Xiaolon. I'll be waiting for you to ask me next time. They were interrupted by Clover calling Iris to the stage. Now please help me welcome our beautiful owner and the brains. Behind Libert, Madame Iris Long. Jin Liwei was the first one to clap this time. He offered his arm to Iris. She took it. Then he escorted her to the stage, helping her up so she didn't trip and waiting for her dutifully by the steps. He did everything smoothly while staying in the background, allowing his wife to take the spotlight every step of the way. Iris smiled at Clover, who handed her the microphone. Standing on this stage felt different than any other stage that she stood in before. The stage was simple, small, and not very high. However, it somehow felt grander. This must be because this was the first time that Iris was officially launching a business internationally. The faces watching her from below were also all in a different league compared to when she launched Orchidia Beauty back then. The guests today belonged to the true game makers in the world. Of course, the ones who attended today were only a small percentage, but this was already a good start. In the future, her businesses would also become more renowned, as she was determined to also grow more powerful and influential in her own right. This kind of feeling, where the whole world felt like it was within her grasp, was something that she had never experienced before in her past life as Evelina Vetrova. It was an amazing feeling, so liberating. She loved every second of it. Most importantly, she glanced at the man standing below the stage, waiting for her, always staying by her side no matter what. The look of love in her husband's eyes was unmistakable, and so was the pride. He looked so proud watching her achieve all of her dreams one by one as if they were also his own dreams. Iris lifted the mic close to her lips and spoke. I won't waste your time with a long, boring speech, especially after listening to Soo Chua's wonderful words. She explained Libert's mission, vision, and core values very well. But I still want to say 3 important things. First, I want to thank my family and friends, especially my husband, for always being there for me and supporting my endeavors no matter what. Our children, for giving me endless joy and the motivation to become the best version of myself all the time. To my loved ones, thank you very much. Follow author on Instagram. Iris continued. Second, I want to thank each and every one of you for coming today. Your time and effort means so much to us here at Libert. I hope that you'll all enjoy our brand new fragrances and find something that suits you. And finally, I promise that Libert will continue to formulate high-quality yet sustainable fragrances that embody our company's mission, vision, and core values. Traditions are something we respect, but don't allow to constrain us. We'll always work toward progress for a sustainable future. Once again, as the owner of Libert, thank you very much. Please enjoy. Jin Liwei led the applause for his wife. Grandpa Lu, Ashandra Knight's son, and the members of their group all stood up while clapping, leading the others to do the same. Iris didn't leave the stage yet. Instead, she called Clover to stand beside her. Then she spoke to the audience once again. And now, let me introduce you to our brand new Libert fragrances. First up is my signature fragrance, which I named Eve. It has a delicate yet lingering scent that will instantly make you memorable to every person you meet. It is elegant and feminine, clean and fresh. Yet underneath all of these, it exudes confidence and hidden power. It is my signature fragrance for a reason. We've tested Eve on various people and found out that each individual will smell slightly different. This molecular-level technology allows the fragrance to adjust itself to your own physiology. It will never become too overpowering regardless of how much you spray it on yourself. This is the time that less is more is definitely better. It is very close to having a custom-made perfume just for you without actually ordering a perfume customized for you. For this reason, Eve can also become your signature scent without you smelling exactly the same as me or the person who has the same perfume. In short, Eve will make you smell like the best version of yourself all the time. A pretty biracial model, Chinese-French, wheeled a tray containing different bottles of the Eve perfume. The bottles were in different sizes and shapes, depending on the concentrations. There were 6 in total. The first one was the regular perfume with 30% strength, which Iris took from the pretty biracial model and spritzed it on herself in front of everyone. The second one was Eau de Perfume with 15% strength. The third one was Eau de Toilette with 10% strength. The fourth one was Eau de Cologne with 4% strength. The fifth one was Eau Fraiche with 2.5% strength. And finally, perfume oil with 20% strength. Clover took this and showed everyone how to apply it to her pulse points. The large monitor beside the stage showed a video advertisement featuring Iris Long playing the piano on top of a glassy lake on the eve of a full moon. She wore a long white dress, flowing around the contours of her hourglass figure. Her smooth skin shone under the moonlight, which seemed to glow even more as the melody reached crescendo. Then she stopped playing. The sound of water was relaxing, yet her very presence alone suggested that there was a powerful presence underneath the deceptively calm lake. She bent down and touched the lake's surface with her fingers. As she lifted her hand up, she fished out a perfume bottle of Eve. She caressed it and sprayed it on herself. The lake's surface trembled. Then large waves suddenly rushed upward, enveloping Iris Long and the grand piano. After a tense moment, the waves broke apart, revealing Iris Long. This time, she was now wearing a vibrant red dress. The full moon was nowhere to be seen in the night sky, but instead, her phoenix eyes appeared to glow like moonlight. She seemed to stare at the audience's soul before speaking in a low, sultry voice. Become the best version of yourself, Eve by Libert. The advertisement ended. Bravo! Ashandra Nightsun cheered, surprising many. Ashandra wasn't known for being lively in public. In fact, she had a cold and mysterious reputation, which many attributed to her eccentricity as a genius artist. It was very rare for people to see her appearing cheerful in front of so many people. Bravo, my girl. Bahaha. As expected of my disciple. Grandpa Lu's proud voice boomed next. In comparison, CEO Jin's applause appeared tame, but his expression betrayed the pride he felt for his wife. The clear doting in his eyes made some of the wives/girlfriends/lovers among the guests envious. Now they could see that CEO Jin was a man truly in love with his wife. The way he looked at her right now was like someone who looked at his entire world. How enviable. Iris nodded in approval, her lips arched in a pleased smile. This was also the first time that she watched the full, edited ad. It was beautifully done. Bravo indeed. Thank you very much, she said. Next, please help me introduce our first female ambassador besides me, the international award-winning actress, Yin Meishing. The spotlight shone on the woman. She stood up amongst the applause and walked lightly yet confidently up the stage. This time, Jin Liwei stepped back and allowed an usher to help Yin Meishing up the stage. Instead, although his wife normally wouldn't mind, he refused to touch another woman no matter how innocent the interaction was. He didn't want others who were watching to make up stories about him and another woman. He only belonged to one woman alone, and that was his wife. Being linked to another woman was out of the question. Clover led Yin Meishing to stand center stage beside Iris. Yin Meishing might look rather plain at first glance, but she didn't lose out in aura standing beside the drop-dead gorgeous and charismatic Iris Long. She exuded calmness and confidence that made people want to like her. Iris continued, I chose Yin Meishing to endorse our regular perfume for females because I believe that her calm, peaceful, and dignified character is the perfect personification of serenity. This perfume, Sernet, is light and calming. It's dreamy, yet still classy and feminine at the same time. If you are a woman who wants relief from the stresses of life, then this perfume is perfect for you. It will help you find an inner balance by incorporating aromatherapy wherever you go, while at the same time, making you smell amazing. In time, not only will you radiate calmness, but the people around you will also feel calmer, Iris said. Of course, its aromatherapy properties are only secondary. The main purpose of Cernit will remain as perfume. Whether you believe in aromatherapy or not, Cernit is perfect for the calm, peaceful, and dignified woman like Yin Meishing. Like before, the pretty biracial model wielded the Cernit perfume set with 6 different types according to concentration. Unlike the boldly beautiful glass bottle design of Iris' signature fragrance, Eve, the bottle design for Cernit is simpler yet still elegant. Yin Meishing took the regular perfume bottle from the pretty biracial model and sprayed it on herself. Both Iris and Clover also took a different perfume type from the presentation tray and held it for the audience to see. This time, though, they didn't apply it on themselves because they already smelled like Eve. Iris then handed the microphone to Yin Meishing. Thank you very much, Madame Iris Long and Mademoiselle Clover Chua, for entrusting me with this amazing responsibility as your first female ambassador for your regular perfume line, Yin Meishing said in Mandarin Chinese. Iris translated her words into French for the audience. Yin Meishing continued, I feel very much honored to be the face of Cernit fragrance. For me, the most important is taking things one step at a time. I'm also an ambitious person, but I'm not the type to take bold risks all the time. I prefer to be consistent, prioritizing my inner peace at all costs. If you're a woman like me, then I hope that you also enjoy Cernit as much as I do. I've also personally tested the aromatherapy benefits of Cernit. It's true, it really does help me in calming my nerves. The effects are, of course, not instant. It's more of a gradual effect. I like comparing it to when you're drinking a cup of chamomile tea. In fact, I've been told that one of the most important ingredients in formulating this perfume is derived from the chamomile plant. I love that this perfume is not overpowering. It's very subtle, perfect for someone like me who has a more steady personality. It's perfect for everyday wear. I also love its name, Cernit. I think it's something that we all wish we could have, a serene state of mind, especially in today's world where everyone seems to be hustling and bustling just to survive. Once again, thank you to Madame Iris Long and Mademoiselle Clover Chua for giving me this opportunity. I also want to thank everyone for coming all the way here in Paris today. Please enjoy Cernit, and I hope that you'll also attain a more serene state of mind just like me. Iris finished interpreting Yin Meishing's speech in French. The guests gave a warm round of applause. Then the large monitor beside the stage played a new video advertisement. This time, it featured Yin Meishing working in a film set. Once the director yelled cut, she snapped out of her character. She waved goodbye to her co-stars, the director, and the other staff, while her assistants surrounded her. One person put a coat over her shoulders. Another gave her a water bottle with a straw to drink. The scene changed. Yin Meishing was now posing for a magazine cover. Next, she was hurrying to attend the red carpet for a movie premiere. At the end of her workday, she went home. Once she closed her front door, all the noise stopped. Quiet settled in. She removed her makeup, showered, and put on pajamas. She felt exhausted, barely able to keep her eyes open. Then she saw a gift box on her dressing table with Libert's logo on it. She opened it and took out a bottle of Cernit perfume. She sprayed it on and fell asleep on her soft bed with a peaceful smile on her face. The sun rose. She woke up with a smile. Another busy day, but this time, the pace was visibly slowed down. She was able to enjoy small moments of quiet in between rushing to the next job. As she climbed on the steps of a private jet, she looked at the camera and said, "Find your inner peace. Cernit by Libert." Another warm round of applause. Well done on the ad, Iris whispered to Yin Meishing while everyone clapped their hands. Yin Meishing couldn't stop smiling. This was also the first time that she watched the full, edited advertisement. It looked so classy, definitely a league higher than any endorsements that she had ever done before. "Thank you, Iris," she whispered, her voice a bit shaky. Iris held her hand and squeezed it. "You're the perfect ambassador for Cernit. Thank you for accepting this endorsement for Libert. There's no way that I'll miss out on this kind of exciting offer." The two women laughed. Iris spoke through the microphone again. "And now, Please help me welcome our first male ambassador, the one and the only Jin Liwei. The applause this time was overwhelming. The guests stood up one by one, not waiting for other people's lead. They all did it on their own accord. A superstar was indeed different. Jin Liwei kissed his girlfriend in the mouth in front of everyone. Since this was in France, nobody batted an eye at his actions. However, there were plenty of female guests who cast envious eyes on Chen Fei as Jin Liwei left her and walked to the stage. Jin Liwei paused by the steps to offer a fist bump to his elder brother. Jin Liwei glanced down at his younger brother's fist before reluctantly returning the fist bump. They were in front of other people. It was not good to embarrass his own brother in public. Jin Liwei beamed, acting as if he achieved something big from this tiny action with his brother. Jin Liwei, on the other hand, fought the urge to roll his eyes. Instead, he focused on his beautiful wife standing gloriously on the stage. Ah yes, his wife was the best. Always. Jin Liwei arrived on the stage and stood beside Iris Long, with Yin Meishing on Iris' other side. Tang Yi requested during yesterday's rehearsal that he and Yin Meishing never stand beside each other. He didn't take offense because he knew about his playboy reputation. In fact, he agreed with manager Tang's request. Now that he was in a relationship with Chen Fei, he didn't want to become romantically linked to another woman anymore. Besides being constantly threatened that he would be castrated by his girlfriend, Jin Liwei himself took the initiative to avoid unnecessary interactions with other women. The Jin Liwei today was completely different from the old Jin Liwei, and it was clear that he had changed because of his girlfriend, Chen Fei. Other people might not believe in his loyalty, but he would all show them. He was a superstar. There was nothing that he, Prince Lin, couldn't do once he put his mind to it. If he could become a superstar, then he could also be a loyal lover. Even Chen Fei didn't completely believe in him. He would show her, the nerve of the woman. Despite his thoughts, Jin Liwei showed everyone a professional smile, showcasing to everyone why he was a superstar. His every movement was designed to attract attention. Below the stage, by the steps, Jin Liwei watched his younger brother preening like a peacock in front of everyone on the stage. The image reminded him of his eldest twin son, little Machi, who loved showing off. He couldn't help but sigh. Jin Liwei hoped that little Machi wouldn't grow up into a playboy like his uncle Lin. If he did, then Jin Liwei wouldn't care how old the boy would be at that time. He would smack little Machis, but for playing with girls' feelings. Just imagining the possibility was enough to give Jin Liwei a headache. Being a parent sure wasn't easy, even for a powerful billionaire CEO like him. Once again, he focused, his eyes on his beautiful wife on the stage, deliberately ignoring his younger brother. His wife had always been a sight for sore eyes. He relaxed after staring at his wife. The others who were observing him deepened their conclusions that CEO Liam Jin was truly hopelessly in love with his wife. Just look at him ogling Madame Jean in front of everyone. If he and Madame Jean had been strangers instead, then he might even be arrested for the way he looked at her. Some men even felt embarrassed for him. The women, however, felt envious of Iris Long. At the moment, both Iris Long and Chen Fei became the objects of envy for most of the female guests at the launch party. They wished that their men would also look at them like how the Jean brothers looked at their lovers. Back on the stage, Iris waited until the applause died down before talking about Jin Liwei and the perfume for males that he was endorsing. I chose Jin Liwei to become the face of our first perfume for males not because he's my brother-in-law. Her words caused a chuckle among the audience. But because he's Jin Liwei, an icon in the music, acting, and modeling industries, whose influence is undeniable across the globe. A superstar like him is not afraid to explore new things, not shy to exercise his creativity, and is always ready to take on new challenges. That's why I think that he's the perfect face for our brand new perfume for males, Valance. This fragrance, Valance, is bold and strong yet clean and cool at the same time. It's the type that will grab your attention right away but will continue to attract you, making you want to know more about the person. In addition, Valance isn't just mere perfume. It also functions as a fresh body deodorant that neutralizes any bad odors through our patented molecular-level technology. Our clinical studies reveal amazing results. Although Valance won't stop you from sweating, it will leave you smelling fresh for up to 24 hours with just a one-time application. But even without the deodorant function, Valance is perfect for a man like Jin Liwei who's always confidently brave in anything he does. This is a fragrance that definitely makes a good first impression. Everyone clapped their hands. Many felt interested in the deodorant function. The Cross Academy alumni were especially intrigued. They couldn't wait for the speeches to end so that they could ask Iris or Clover about the interesting features of each of the three perfumes. Jin Liwei took the microphone from Iris. He smiled, sending a couple of guests swooning from his overwhelming charisma. Fortunately, most of the guests here had etiquette training. It wasn't easy for them to lose decorum in public. He spoke in English. Iris didn't bother translating his words into French. Most of the people here could understand English, anyway. Thank you to my sister-in-law, Chairman Iris Long, and to COO Clover Chua. He thanked a bunch of important people and talked about Valance, tempting everyone to buy it. Honestly, Iris was impressed by how much he could *T and make it sound so appealing. Although Valance was truly impressive, the way Jin Liwei talked about it just made it sound like the fountain of youth. And based on the audience's reactions, they believed him. Iris swore that she would surpass Jin Liwei one day. Not because she wanted to spout *T to other people, but because she wanted to reach the highest level as a celebrity. This had been one of her dreams for so long. It was also the original Long Xiulan's dream, for many people from all over the world to love and admire her. Iris swore that she would achieve both of their dreams one day. After Jin Liwei's appealing *T, the pretty biracial model once again wielded 6 different types of the Valance perfume. He took the blue-black glass bottle and sprayed it on himself. Then his video advertisement also started playing on the large monitor beside the stage. The setting was a Chinese martial arts cultivation fantasy. Jin Liwei played a poor, dirty peasant who was forced to beg just to survive. Then one day, he heard that if someone presented a specific rare herb to the nearest cultivation sect, then that person would be automatically admitted. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to change his life for the better. He gathered his courage, brought his meager belongings, and entered the forest filled with dangerous beasts. Inside the dark forest, he encountered many dangers and barely survived by the skin of his teeth. The CGI was incredible, seamlessly melding fantasy and Jin Liwei's cool fighting choreography. Then he encountered a group of vicious people ganging up on a weak little girl. From the robes that the people wore, they were members of the cultivation sect that he wanted to attend. He didn't even hesitate to fight them, trying his best to rescue the bullied child. Unfortunately, he was too weak. As a normal mortal, he couldn't win against powerful cultivators. They soon overwhelmed him, beating him up and leaving him barely alive. Before he lost consciousness, he saw a large white tiger-like creature appearing and fighting the group of violent bullies. He woke up inside a cave with bandages all over his body. The little girl was back, completely normal, with no injuries. "Thank you for saving me," she said and offered him a beautiful, glowing plant with delicate small white flowers. "This is my token of gratitude. It will make you stronger so that you can have the opportunity to gain power." Before he could say anything, the little girl transformed into a beautiful white-haired maiden. But remember, it is up to you whether you can become powerful or not. And it is also up to you how to use the power. The beautiful woman then transformed into the large white tiger-like creature he saw earlier before he fainted. He stared in horror as the divine beast stared at him with sharp, otherworldly eyes. "I will come see you again when you become powerful. And when you do, I want to see how you use the power. Whether I kill you or not, we will see then." With those words, the divine beast disappeared. Once he recovered from his injuries, he learned that the plant the divine beast gave him was the rare herb that the cultivation sect was searching for. He didn't hesitate to consume it. The next scenes were a time-lapse of his hard work and sacrifices. From a mere mortal, he successfully became a cultivator. And from a low-level cultivator, he became the most powerful and most revered master of his own sect. Then finally, after many millennia cultivating into immortality, he finally met the divine beast again. This time again, the divine beast was trapped by several other sects to take another of one of its rare, immortal herbs. This immortal herb only sprouted every few thousand years, watered by the divine beast's own heart blood. Jin Liwei's character immediately released a powerful attack wave, and cut down the chains trapping the divine beast. "We meet again, old friend," he greeted. The divine beast looked at him for a long time. "Are you certain that you are willing to go against your own kind to protect me?" "It's not a question about my kind against your kind. This is a question about right and wrong. You gave me the opportunity to become the person that I've always dreamed of being. I am not an ingrate. I will always pay back what I owe." The divine beast transformed into a beautiful white-haired maiden again. Together, they fought against the other sects who wanted to entrap the divine beast and use her treasure for their own gains. The two were powerful, but there were too many enemies. They reached a critically dangerous stage of the battle. At the last moment, the beautiful white-haired maiden spat out her core. She infused it with Jin Chonglin's blood. A white orb flashed out of the fusion before revealing a blue-black bottle of Veil Lance. "I'll leave it to you," she said before her body shattered into thousands of shards. Jin Chonglin screamed from grief, but he quickly sprayed Veil Lance all over himself, gaining a tremendous boost to his powers and ultimately defeating the enemies. After the battle, he discovered the immortal herb lying on the bloody ground. He picked it up. The next scenes were another time-lapse of him carefully cultivating the rare immortal herb, spraying it with Veil Lance. The immortal herb grew tall and strong, flowered, and even bore fruit. Then the fruit grew bigger and bigger, and when it ripened, out came a white-haired child. A tear flowed down Jin Chonglin's eye, but his smile was filled with joy. "Father," the white-haired child called him before throwing herself into his arms. The final scene showed Jin Chonglin teaching his white-haired child how to protect himself. Then his voice said, "Dare to. Be brave, Veil Lance by Libert." The advertisement ended. Standing ovation. "Bravo, Prince Lin Lin." "Superb." His fans among the guests couldn't stop from cheering. Iris stared at the now blank monitor. She was speechless at what she just watched. That was so cringy, Iris couldn't stop herself from saying. Clover avoided her eyes, while Yin Meishing maintained a soft smile all throughout. Jin Chonglin heard her. While maintaining a bright smile and waving at the audience, he replied to Iris, "What do you mean that it's cringy? It's a total masterpiece." She took a few deep breaths to calm herself. Thankfully, she was able to recover quickly and regain her smiling expression. "Who changed the original script for the Veil Lance ad?" "Prince Lin Lin." Clover immediately shifted the blame. He snorted but still smiled for the audience. "So what if I changed the original script? I turned it into a masterpiece." "Who watches a 20-minute ad?" Iris gritted her teeth. Yin Meishing cleared her throat. She blinked at the three of them. Iris, Jin Chonglin, and Clover all smiled even more brightly. "I'll get back at you later," Iris said while beaming. He smirked. She saw it. "No, I'll ask Chen Fei to sort you out later instead." He looked like he was electrocuted. "You, Yin Meishing, ahem." Iris and Jin Chonglin continued smiling. After introducing the celebrity ambassadors and the 3 perfumes, the party entered a casual state. Guests were free to roam around, partake in the food and drinks, and interact with each other. Simply put, the much-awaited networking time had now started. A small ensemble of musicians started playing classical music. Libert's staff started distributing the fancy giveaway bags containing all 3 fragrances, Eve, Cernet, and Veil Lance, including all 6 types according to concentrations. And because Libert is technically a subsidiary company of Orchidia, there were also additional Orchidia giveaway bags filled with the brand's most popular products and samples of soon-to-be-released ones. The female guests were thrilled to receive the Orchidia beauty giveaways. Due to Orchidia's membership in Cross Academy's exclusive business network, its products were quite popular among the wealthy. Iris also had catch-up research which ones among the guests were parents. Then she instructed the launch party organizers to prepare additional Orchidia Mommy and Orchidia Baby giveaway bags for these guests. Unlike Orchidia Beauty, which already gained some fame abroad, Orchidia Mommy and Orchidia Baby were still mostly concentrated in China. Iris wanted to use this opportunity to introduce Orchidia's other brands ahead of the scheduled launch dates of the new foreign Orchidia bases in Germany, Singapore, and the Philippines. Those who weren't parents also received special vouchers for Orchidia Mommy and Orchidia Baby. If they weren't interested in personally buying from these brands because they weren't parents yet, then they could just gift the special vouchers to other people. The special vouchers were worth 100,000 euros each. Orchidea's price range wasn't too expensive that normal. Average people couldn't afford most of its products. However, they were definitely more expensive than the best-selling brands currently dominating the market because many Orchidea products featured new patented technology. Orchidea was actually one of the most innovative companies in the industry today. Even so, most of its products were still within the reach of normal, average people. Iris made sure of this despite Chun Fei's insistence at the beginning that they should pursue the high-end route. She didn't want Orchidea, the company she favored the most among her businesses, to cater exclusively to the wealthy elite. She also wanted the normal, average people to enjoy Orchidea products. As a compromise, Long Jinjing suggested that they could pursue the mid to high-end route instead. Most of the products would be within the affordable range, but special products would be priced within the high-end range. This strategy became a hit. The special voucher worth 100,000 euros might be pennies to these wealthy elite guests, but it could already buy a lot of Orchidea Mommy and Orchidea Baby products. Besides, there were other customized items included in the giveaway bags besides products from Iris companies. Back to the present, Iris watched as the female guests gushed with each other about receiving the Orchidea Beauty giveaway products. These products had been deemed miraculous by many of their loyal customers. She couldn't wait until the scheduled launch dates for Orchidea's new foreign bases in the next few weeks. She would personally attend every single one of Orchidea's international launches, flying to different countries, while also doing her best to spend time with her family. It would truly be an extremely busy period for her, but she welcomed the challenge. Orchidea Beauty is still the best-selling brand, Iris commented as she continued watching the guests' reactions to the giveaways. Jin Liwei replied, "Everyone wants to look good no matter their gender, but not everyone wants to be a parent." She sighed. "You're right. Orchidea Mommy and Orchidea Baby are also relatively newer brands under Orchidea. It makes sense that it's not as popular. If you want, I'll contact the major shopping channels abroad and have them feature Orchidea products," Jin Liwei suggested. Orchidea Beauty is already doing well, but it might receive additional sales boosts once featured in popular shopping channels. Orchidea Mommy and Orchidea Baby products are also the type that needs to be demonstrated to encourage potential customers to buy them. Iris didn't hesitate. "Yes, please help me do that, darling. I was already planning on making contact with shopping channels abroad, but I'm not sure which ones are the best fit for Orchidea. I planned to conduct some research first, but now that you offered, it will save me a lot of trouble. Anything for you, love." Jin Liwei held her hand and kissed it. Her cheeks turned pink beneath her makeup. "Thank you." Once again, the other people around them were forced to eat dog food. In the end, Clover was the one who interrupted the husband and wife's lovey-dovey moment. She wanted Iris to meet someone. Jin Liwei wanted to follow his wife, but Grandpa Lu called him. "Go on, darling," Iris told him. "Don't keep Grandpa Lu waiting too long. You can find me later." He could only reluctantly agree. He gave her lips a quick peck before going over the sprightly old man. Iris followed Clover, who led her inside one of Libert's private showrooms. Inside, two women were waiting. One was a white European woman who Iris recognized as the daughter of a British marquis. The marquis was the one who was originally invited to the launch party, but unfortunately, he couldn't come. Instead, he sent his daughter as his proxy to attend Libert's launch party today. The other woman had an exotic Middle Eastern appearance. She must be the other lady's +1 guest. Clover made the introductions. It turned out that the other exotic-looking woman was an Arabic princess from Dubai. She was the Marquis' daughter's last-minute +1 guest. This must be why Iris wasn't informed that an Emirati Sheikah attended today's launch party. The Arabic princess grabbed Iris' hands, surprising Iris a bit. "My name is Amira. There's no need to be nervous around me. I mostly grew up in Britain, so just treat me like a normal person." Iris smiled. Although she was surprised at first, she had never felt nervous around royalty. In her past life, the Vetrovs had dealings with various notable royal families from different countries. These royal families weren't all that respectable behind closed doors like how they presented themselves to the public. The ones who had long histories were the worst. They got to their current positions by a lot of bloodshed. It was no wonder that many of them were connected to criminal empires in one way or another. Of course, not all royal families had this kind of bloody history. But as Evelina Vetrova, She had witnessed several instances where members of royalty visited her parents to ask for favors or simply to maintain their secret friendship with criminals. The Vetrovs would help them do dirty jobs to maintain their royal power, while they would provide the Vetrovs with secret platforms in their countries to spread their criminal influence. It was a complicated, mutually beneficial relationship, albeit extremely fragile and dangerous. She didn't doubt that some of these royal families might have betrayed the Vetrovs and contributed to the criminal empire's eventual downfall. A few might have been loyal friends until the end, but she doubted they would sacrifice their royal status for criminals like the Vetrovs. Iris felt complicated, but she mentally shook her head and focused on the present. She didn't know Sheikah Amira personally, so she didn't want to make any final judgment based on her past life experiences with royalty. She could always order a background investigation on this Arabic princess later. Iris played the role of a host who welcomed the ladies with warm hospitality. "I love your signature fragrance, Eve," Sheikah Amira told her as she chatted with Iris on the velvet couch like friends. "To be honest with you, I only came here with my friend on a whim, not really expecting anything. But to my surprise, I ended up loving Eve. I also like the other perfumes, but Eve is my favorite." Sheikah Amira fished out the beautiful perfume bottle of Eve from her giveaway bag. "The bottle is beautiful. The scent is also beautiful. Perfumes are very important in my culture. You won't find us leaving the house without wearing perfume. Perfumes are a way of life for us. That's why I can't stop myself from wanting to meet you. Although I'm a member of royalty, I mostly grew up in Britain and did my schooling there. I admire Libert's core values of focusing on inclusivity instead of exclusivity." "Thank you very much, Sheikah Amira," Iris replied. "Please call me Amira." "All right, Amira." The Sheikah smiled. Iris observed her and couldn't judge whether the other woman was sincere or not. It didn't matter. She didn't care whether a person was royal or not, wealthy or not. As long as the person enjoyed her products, then Iris would feel satisfied. "I'm sorry for taking you away from the party," Amira said. "Once I decide on something, I just can't wait to do it right away. I want to meet you because I hope that we can cooperate." Iris raised an eyebrow. "Cooperate? In what way?" "I want to open a Libert branch in Dubai. If possible, I hope that Libert can also help me create new fragrances that appeal more to people from my culture." Iris didn't reply right away. Now, she was more than surprised. She didn't expect this kind of request from this Arabic princess. Amira smiled at her knowingly. "I understand your hesitation, but I assure you that I'm very open and a progressive modern woman. That's why I prefer staying in Britain, but as a member of the ruling royal family, I still need to establish my presence in my homeland. One way I do that is through business. I'm quite fortunate that my father dotes on me a lot. If you accept my request for cooperation, I'll make it so that my father will also support Libert." Iris didn't accept the offer at this time, but instead said, "Thank you very much for your interest in cooperating with Libert, Amira. But you know that this is a major matter. I hope that you could give us some time to consider it." "Of course." Sheikah Amira smiled again. The women chatted about other topics, mainly about Libert's 3 available fragrances. After the 2 female guests returned to the party. Outside, Iris and Clover sat inside the private showroom staring at each other. There was a knock on the door. Clover returned to her senses and quickly opened it. It was Jin Liwei. He saw his wife deeply absorbed in her thoughts. "Go back to the party first," he told Clover. "Okay, sir boss." Clover left the husband and wife alone in the room. Jin Liwei sat beside his wife on the velvet couch. "What happened, love?" "Oh, you're here." Iris only noticed him now. He asked her again. She told him about the Arabic princess offer. Jin Liwei also fell silent. Iris waited for him to say something. Then he said, "We definitely have to investigate her first." "Yes." She nodded. "If we look at it from the perspective of pure profit, this cooperation is extremely beneficial," he said. "The Arabic market is pure gold. But the real question is, and I think that this is the one that you're struggling with the most, do you want Libert to be associated with that royal family? If this cooperation is done right, then Libert and Sheikah Amira will become progressive trailblazers," she said, contemplating her thoughts out loud for her husband to hear. "But if it goes wrong, then it will forever taint Libert's reputation. We just rebranded Sang Blue into Libert. I can't let anyone question Libert's claims on respecting traditions and working toward progress. And so we have to handle this matter carefully." Iris sighed. But in the next second, her eyes shone with a competitive light. Jin Liwei saw it and chuckled. Despite your worries, in the end, you're still interested, right? She leaned on his chest and smiled. His arms automatically wrapped around her. I think that this is a great new challenge, she said. Iris and Jin Liwei also returned to the party after some time. The overall atmosphere had grown more relaxed with bottles of champagne and cocktail glasses flowing freely. A few groups requested to use some of the private showrooms. It was understood that some important deals were being sealed at the very moment. Shika Amira, who was chatting with her British friend and a few of the other female guests, met Iris' eyes and smiled at her. Iris nodded at her in acknowledgement. Once again, Jin Liwei accompanied his wife as she went around to chat with the guests. When they reached the Cross Academy group, Grandpa Lu's old friends surrounded her. They asked questions about the molecular-level technology features of Libert perfumes and also the patented innovations of Orchidia beauty products. Amampio Koletsky published some of his innovations with Orchidia in the Cross Academy scientific journals. So if you're interested, you can check out those publications, she told them. But the ones developed by Orchidia's chief product officer are classified information, so I'm sorry to say that I can't talk about them with you. Most of the patents acquired by Orchidia were due to Ulrich Bauer and Amampio Koletsky's contributions, so the patents were shared between the two men and Orchidia. The Cross Academy group instantly shifted their attention to Amampio Koletsky's publications. Koletsky is known as the crazy inventor among the young bloods in the academy, one commented. I didn't know that he's helping out with one of your companies. We're friends, Iris said. Another nodded. It's always good to befriend your schoolmates, especially since it's very rare for the academy to recruit new students in the same generation. Exactly, Grandpa Lu's voice boomed. The academy hasn't recruited any new students since Shilon my girl. That DuPont bastard is the most choosy among the headmasters in the whole history of the academy. What are his exact criteria for recruitment? I want to know. Now, Jin Hong. Grandpa Lu's astronomer friend tried calming him down. As the headmaster, Irwin is just upholding our academy's high standards. There's nothing wrong with his method. The other gentlemen just laughed. They were already used to their friend, Lu Jianhong, throwing tantrums. Most of the time, the old man was just having a blast making a scene. He had been like this from day one. In fact, Lu Jianhong had already mellowed out a lot in his old age. When they were still youngsters, Lu Jianhong had gotten into so many troubles. And it was always Liam Jin's grandfather who bailed him out from so many troublesome situations that might have destroyed his bright future. His wild personality steadied a lot after his best friend and sworn brother, Liam Jin's grandfather, died. Even so, it was fortunate that he still retained hints of his previous wild personality, keeping him feeling young despite his advanced age. Lu Jianhong had always been popular among the Cross Academy community, and now, he was using the remaining years of his life to pave the way for his beloved disciple, Iris Long. As members of the Cross Academy community, they had heard about the newest student, Iris Long. Her public achievements so far weren't anything impressive compared to theirs, and even to her schoolmates of the same generation. Even Ashandra Nightsun was more impressive because she managed to enter Cross Academy in the field of fine arts, which was extremely difficult. After all, art appreciation is subjective. Despite this, Ashandra had proven time and time again why she deserved her spot at Cross Academy. She was now the best-selling living artist in the world. Her popularity in the art world even ignited interest among new artists to try enrolling in the academy. Unfortunately, they couldn't reach her level of genius. On the other hand, Iris Long was officially enrolled in Cross Academy as a student in foreign languages with a minor concentration in business. Her music program was only considered an elective, but as a celebrity, she was more focused on working as a musician rather than as a translator. So although they respected Iris Long as a fellow member of the Cross Academy community, they didn't admire her that much. She was enrolled as a foreign languages student, but there were also plenty of polyglots among them. As for her being Lu Jianhong's business disciple, she was still considered a toddler in their eyes. Many of them were business legends like their friend, Lu Jianhong. In the field of music, yes, they must admit that she was a genius. Being accepted by Maestro Ludovico de Luca and the legendary hitmaker Enrique Valdez as their disciples was an impressive feat by itself. Yet why did she not choose music as her primary concentration at the academy? They couldn't understand, but they didn't bother asking her. Lu Jinhong was so protective of her. What if their friend threw a tantrum and refused to speak to them for the sake of his beloved disciple? It wasn't worth it, so they could only keep their opinions to themselves. While they were busy chatting, someone edged closer and addressed Iris. Excuse me, Madam Jin. Iris glanced at him. Jin Liwei recognized him as the nerdy tech billionaire who recorded Little Machi's impromptu performance video yesterday. He wasn't a cross-academy alumnus, but his mentor-slash-company investor was one. This was why he could join yesterday's gathering with Grandpa Lu and attend today's launch party. Do you have business with my wife? Jin Liwei asked. The nerdy billionaire blushed, causing Jin Liwei's expression to turn ugly. He continued to blush while taking several peeks at Iris. Jin Liwei's expression grew darker and darker by the second. Grandpa Lu and the others started to notice the situation, but they stayed quiet for now, waiting for the nerdy tech billionaire to explain himself. Is it true that why you're? He continued to stammer. Iris glanced at her husband who was drowning in an ocean of vinegar. Is it true that you're Phantom's disciple? The nerdy tech billionaire finally asked. Iris froze, but she regained her senses almost in an instant. She quickly looked around to see if other people heard what the man said just now. Fortunately, people outside their group were also all engrossed in their own conversations. The classical music playing in the background should have also masked most of the chatters so that others wouldn't hear what people were talking about after a certain distance. However, everyone in their cross-academy group most certainly heard what the nerdy tech billionaire said. Jin Liwei stepped in front of his wife in a clear protective manner. His aura was cold and intimidating. If looks could kill, the nerdy tech billionaire would have already been 6 feet under. Bahaha, what nonsense are you talking about? I want to know. Grandpa Lu's voice boomed in a joking tone, but his eyes flashed with danger as he glared at the young, stammering, blushing man. Jinhong, can you please shut up for a minute? One of his friends said before turning to the nerdy tech billionaire. What did you say? Iris Long is Phantom's disciple. Did I hear you correctly? Another friend said. I think I heard the same thing. Yet another man joined in. By Phantom, do you mean the legendary genius hacker who mysteriously disappeared years ago? I heard a rumor that he was supposedly a cross-academy student, but nobody knew about his real identity. The academy's computer department guarded Phantom's identity like a precious treasure, but they never admitted or refuted the rumors. I heard about those rumors, too. Phantom is supposedly the one who single-handedly upgraded the academy's cybersecurity, effectively lifting the computer department's status forever. Since then, the academy has allocated some of the highest amounts of yearly budget to the computer department because of their connection to Phantom. We're just not sure if Phantom was really a cross-academy student or someone from the computer department just happened to befriend him. Phantom suddenly disappeared some years ago. Most people assume that he's dead. He's an enigma. Even we who are from cross-academy don't know much about him. But one thing is for sure, he's a legend. Iris paled while listening to this group of men chatting about her past life's feats as Phantom. She glanced at the nerdy tech billionaire who also appeared to have realized that he made a big mistake. How did this person know, she thought. Before she could control herself, cold, murderous intent flashed. In her eyes, the nerdy tech billionaire shuddered under her cold gaze. Baby, Jin Liwei whispered to her ear and squeezed her waist. She regained her senses thanks to her husband. They were in public. It wasn't good to let others know that there was something wrong happening in their group. So she smiled, yet her eyes remained cold. The nerdy tech billionaire shuddered even more. Sir, would you be kind as to follow me inside? She offered with a sweet smile, yet dangerous eyes. Let me show you more about our perfumery. The nerdy tech billionaire didn't respond. Come on, boy. Why are you staring at the air like a numbskull? I want to know. Grandpa Lu patted his back, encouraging him to return to his senses. Come on, boy. Why are you staring at the air like a numbskull? I want to know. Grandpa Lu patted his back, encouraging him to return to his senses. The nerdy tech billionaire indeed returned to his senses, but it was almost by puking his lungs out. Why yes. Of course. He adjusted his eyeglasses with shaky fingers and attempted to act with nonchalance. Now he definitely knew that he had been too careless to utter such shocking words in front of so many people. Just by looking at the frightening looks of Madame Iris Long, Co. Liam Jean, and Sir Liu Jianhong directed toward him. He had a hunch that he would suffer a terrible fate if he didn't handle his carelessness carefully. He followed the husband and wife inside Liberd into a private showroom. He felt like he was walking into his own death. However, he refused to be a coward. He straightened his back and raised his chin. If he was going down today, he would go down with dignity. He had built a billion-dollar tech company with his own hard work. He might not be a genius at the level of being admitted to Cross Academy, but he was still a genius among normal, average people. This skinny boy does have some spine in him, Grandpa Liu commented behind them, stroking his well-groomed mustache. It was then that Iris, Jin Liwei, and the nerdy tech billionaire realized that the others were following them. Jin Liwei sighed. Grandfather, why are you looking at this old man like that, boy? Tell me, I want to know. I'm not an outsider. If you want to blame someone, then blame these old coots for sticking their noses into other people's business. Grandpa Liu's old friends all tried refuting his words, yet they couldn't hide the curiosity shining in their eyes. It was clear that they would do everything to follow Iris and the others inside. Iris thought about it for a few seconds before making a quick decision. She told her husband, let them follow if they want. Jin Liwei paused, but still nodded. Once inside the private showroom, Iris gestured at the nerdy tech billionaire to take a seat. He sat on the velvet couch, his butt almost on the edge of the seat, with his back straight and knees pressed tightly close. Although he tried putting on a brave front, the others weren't fooled. They could see the guy's nervousness as clear as day. Jin Liwei followed his wife, as she busied herself pouring chilled champagne into several glasses. Grandpa Liu was directing his friends to sit down here and there, treating them like unruly kindergartners. Jin Liwei distributed the champagne glasses to everyone. Then he took a seat beside his wife opposite the nervous nerdy tech billionaire. Iris took a small sip of champagne and swirled it in the glass she was holding. Then she took a look around the room, making sure to look directly into the eyes of each and every person, most especially the nerdy tech billionaire whose suit was already drenched with his own sweat. Follow author on Instagram. Iris thought about it for a few seconds before making a quick decision. She told her husband, let them follow if they want. Iris handed her glass of champagne to her husband. Jin Liwei drank the rest before putting the now empty glass on the table in front of them. Then he settled beside his wife and added to putting pressure on the nerdy tech billionaire with his cold and intimidating aura. Grandpa Liu and his old friends also sipped their own champagne, pretending to chat among themselves. But the way they craned their necks and strained their ears made it super obvious that their attention was on somewhere else. Iris didn't pay them any mind. She had a way to deal with them later. For now, she needed some answers. May I ask how you came to the conclusion that I might be Phantom's disciple? She asked. Her voice was soft and languid, but there was an unmistakable pressure in her words. The nerdy tech billionaire swallowed. Although he was unbelievably nervous, there was also excitement in his eyes. I heard it from somewhere, he said. Iris tilted her head to the side. Tell me everything. The nerdy tech billionaire took a couple of deep breaths and began telling his story. He started at the very beginning. As you all may know, I made my fortune in the tech industry. I was pretty talented with computers. Everyone was telling me that I'm a genius, but I know that I'm nobody compared to my idol, Phantom. This time, there was an almost feverish obsession in the man's eyes. But Iris didn't feel anything malicious from him. She could sense that it was similar to a child getting excited talking about a favorite cartoon character. The nerdy tech billionaire continued. Phantom is the best hacker in the world. I don't care about what other fools say, arguing that this or that hacker is the best. I say that they don't know what the hell they're talking about. For me, there's nobody in the world who can compare to the legendary Phantom. Despite being the top wanted hacker in the world, he has made a lot of contributions to the world of computers, the internet, and cybersecurity. A lot of the programs that he wrote and made available to everyone for free are still being used by many programmers today. Many of us learned how to become better programmers by studying and dissecting the open-source programs that she wrote. So many companies and even governments all over the world benefited from using his programs to strengthen their cybersecurity. In fact, I built my company by innovating the concept of several of her programs. Maybe that's one of the reasons why I caught the eye of my mentor, investor, and business partner, who's a Cross Academy alumnus. He was a graduate of the computer department and also a big Phantom fan. At this point of the story, he slowed down a bit. His fervent eyes from earlier turned embarrassed. Sorry about that. I just get too excited whenever I'm talking about my idol. Phantom has been my inspiration and role model for the longest time. I definitely wouldn't have achieved my success today without him. Iris fought a smile by pressing her lips together. In truth, she felt happy that a successful billionaire took her past life as Phantom as a role model. She told him, "No, it's fine. I just want to know why you think that I might be Phantom's disciple." "I actually heard about it by accident," he said, a little sheepish. She tilted her head to the other side, waiting for him to elaborate. Jin Liwei, Grandpa Lu, and the others were also curious. They stayed silent and focused on listening to the conversation between Iris and the nerdy tech billionaire. "My mentor, he's friends with the current head of Cross Academy's computer department. They sometimes call each other and chat. One time, we had an issue in my company. All of us had to rush and fix several major bugs for several days with barely any sleep. My mentor isn't directly involved in the company, but he does help out now and then, especially during emergencies. We needed the extra hand. He's a genius, a bit lazy, but in times of emergencies, he's the person who we can rely on the most." So he quickly identified the bugs and suggested several ways to fix them. "My team and I worked hard to follow his advice while he took a break. I also took a little break afterward, but I ended up overhearing him speaking with his friend, the current head of Cross Academy's computer department. Maybe it's because my mentor was also mentally exhausted like the rest of us that he didn't bother double-checking whether he was alone in the place or not. So in short, I heard mostly everything that they were talking about." Iris asked, "So what did they talk about?" The nerdy tech billionaire's eyes once again shone with excitement. "My mentor said that if he had been Phantom, fixing the bugs would have been a breeze. Phantom wouldn't have to fix it personally. He bet that Phantom would have had a program, possibly an AI, that could fix the bugs for him instead." Jin Liwei inhaled sharply. Iris squeezed his thigh, silently warning him not to react too much. He poured himself a new glass of champagne and downed all of it in one go. She gave him a side-eye. The nerdy tech billionaire was too stimulated to notice the covert exchange between the husband and wife in front of him. Similarly, Grandpa Lu and his old friends were too engrossed in the nerdy tech billionaire's story to notice anything else. They wanted him to continue. The department head agreed. In fact, he revealed that Phantom should have been working on an amazing, very powerful AI that would change the world forever if released. But he hadn't personally witnessed Phantom working on it. He just heard about it from Phantom himself. One of Grandpa Lu's friends interrupted and asked, "How can the computer department head be sure that Phantom had been indeed working on an amazing AI? What if Phantom has been just bragging about it?" The nerdy tech billionaire gasped. Even the others all looked at the man in disbelief. What? Did I say something wrong?" he asked, feeling absolutely confused and a little flustered at everyone's expressions as if he had just asked the most stupid question ever. The nerdy tech billionaire no longer cared about the other man's lofty status as a Cross Academy alumnus. He felt offended on behalf of his idol. How dare the man question the legendary Phantom? With the great Phantom's skills and abilities, creating a powerful AI by himself that he could command to do almost whatever he wanted isn't in the realm of impossibility. Just the level of sophistication in his open-source programs is enough to let people with sense know that he is capable of so much more. Iris cleared her throat, interrupting the sudden conflict between the nerdy tech billionaire and Grandpa Lu's friend and preventing it from heating up too much. The nerdy tech billionaire had become too defensive now. She needed to steer the conversation back to the original topic. "So what happened next?" she asked. "What else did your mentor and the Academy's computer department head talk about at that time?" The nerdy tech billionaire shot an indignant glare at the older man, no longer intimidated. He would even throw away his pride to defend his idol. He couldn't bear anyone belittling Phantom. If it hadn't been for Phantom's influence, then he wouldn't even have chosen to dive into the world of computer science in the first place. And now, he had become one of the wealthiest individuals in the world thanks to his idol Phantom's great impact on his life. But no matter how much he wanted to continue preaching about his idol's feats to the older man, he restrained himself because he sensed that Madame Iris Long was growing impatient. "They mostly talked about Phantom's impressive feats in the world of hacking," he said. He intended to enumerate his idol's long list of accomplishments. but he swallowed the words in his throat upon seeing Iris' warning look. It was unfortunate, but he could only skip a lot of details and mentally press fast forward to the night when he eavesdropped on his mentor chatting with his friend. Then, the department head suddenly turned sad and sighed a lot. When my mentor asked him what was wrong, the department head said it's such a big shame that Phantom died. There was a collective gasp among Grandpa Lu's friends. Phantom really died? One of them asked in shocked disbelief. The nerdy tech billionaire sniffed and nodded. His eyes had turned red. Iris was afraid that the man would cry, so she urged him again to continue with his story. She needed to know how he was able to connect Phantom back to her as Phantom's disciple. He used the lapel of his suit's dress shirt to wipe the corners of his teary eyes. He didn't care anymore about his image in front of this group of cross-academy powerhouses. Every time he thought about his idol's death, he would always feel like crying. The heavens must indeed be jealous of geniuses. Well, most of the people in the room were geniuses, but to him, they couldn't compare to a fraction of the great Phantom's genius. To him, Phantom was the best. I don't know how Phantom died. My mentor also had no idea. He kept asking the department head, but the department head refused to divulge any details. Iris felt a little choked up watching the man getting emotional over her past life's death. She looked away to control her emotions. Jin Liwei grabbed her hand and squeezed it, silently comforting her. This time, the nerdy tech billionaire keenly caught her also getting emotional at the mention of the great Phantom's death. I knew it. He jumped from his seat and pointed his finger at her. The almost feverish excitement returned to his face. It must be true that you're Draken, Phantom's disciple. Why else would you also be affected by your master's death like me? There was another collective gasp among Grandpa Lu's friends. Their heads snapped in her direction. Their eyes opened wide, and their jaws fell down. Iris took a few deep breaths. She asked him, "Did you hear that from your mentor in the department head's conversation?" "Yes." He nodded, his head bobbing like a chicken. His eyes continued to shine as he looked at her, causing Jin Liwei to scowl. "Are you really Draken?" he asked. Instead of answering his question, she asked instead, "Did the department head say that I'm Draken?" He nodded again, harder and faster this time. "Yes." He told my mentor that although it's a big shame that the world lost a legendary figure like Phantom, his legacy fortunately didn't die with him. He has a disciple, and Cross Academy managed to recruit Phantom's one and only disciple, the hacker, Draken. He said that Draken is unexpectedly a very beautiful young lady who's also a celebrity in China. I did my research, and you're the only one who fits the description, Iris Long. Iris didn't respond right away. "Are you really Draken? Please tell me that you're Draken. And is it true that you're Phantom's one and only disciple?" She looked at him with a complicated expression. He looked like he was going to cry if. She denied it. Sighing, she could only bite the bullet now. This was how she managed to catch Cross Academy's attention and become recruited there again in the present life anyway. "Yes, I am Draken. And yes, Phantom, she's my master. She taught me everything I know about computers." Tears flowed down the nerdy tech billionaire's eyes. She was taken aback, but didn't know what to do. "Why, you're really Draken, that rising hotshot hacker?" one of Grandpa Lu's friends asked. She nodded, sighing again. "No wonder," another commented. "And here we were wondering how you could be admitted to Cross Academy with your mediocre level in foreign languages and business administration." "Hey," Grandpa Lu smacked his old friend in the back. "What in the bloody hogwash are you talking about, my beloved disciple? I want to know. Mediocre level? Huh, you're the mediocre one." 1523 Legend of the Great Phantom, Part 3. Jin Hong, calm down. Grandpa Lu's astronomer friend tried to calm him down, but to no avail. The old man was incensed. His other friend wasn't afraid of him and said, "Everyone here can speak multiple languages, so Iris Long being a polyglot isn't really something special among us. Granted, she might speak more languages than us, but the number of languages she knows and her level of proficiency in them doesn't matter if she doesn't apply them to her main career. And her running multiple businesses isn't a standout among us here, either who have been standing at the very top of the business industry for decades. We don't look down on celebrities, but we can't help but wonder if she deserves her spot as a Cross Academy student." Beside Iris, she could sense Jin Liwei's mood plummeting fast. She grabbed his hand and squeezed it, silently communicating with him to calm down. However, it was Grandpa Lu who couldn't bear the slight toward his beloved disciple. He stood up, red-faced, and pointed at his friend. "You, Grandpa Lu, please calm down," Iris said in a soft, soothing voice. "Humph." The old man glared at his friends, but still listened to Iris and sat down again. He crossed his arms over his chest and continued harumphing. Iris sighed at the sight of her husband and the old man. Jin Liwei was like a volcano about to erupt. Grandpa looked like a kid who was sulking after throwing a tantrum. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the two of them. Nevertheless, her heart felt warm because they were only acting this way for her sake. She gave her husband another comforting squeeze in the hand and a soothing smile at the infuriated old man before facing the others. The nerdy tech billionaire looked at her with fanatic eyes. Tears continued flowing down his now red face. His expression was so intense that Iris felt complicated looking at him. Good thing that her instincts told her that he held no malicious intent toward him. He was simply ecstatic to be meeting someone directly connected to his idol, Phantom. Even though she and Phantom were the same person, he didn't know that. If he did, maybe he would have already croaked from overexcitement and ascended to the heavens. Iris faced Grandpa Lu's friends. Her expression was calm, yet serious. Her aura changed. Gone was the warm, welcoming host of today's launch party. Instead, it felt like they were now facing a formidable queen who had the power to decide their fates. "Understandably, you think that way, that I don't deserve my spot at Cross Academy given my achievements so far," she said. "I may appear impressive among the normal, average people, but among top geniuses like you, I fall short." Most of them nodded, agreeing with her. Jin Liwei's expression turned uglier. Grandpa Lu was about to lose his temper, but Iris sent the old man another comforting smile while giving her husband another squeeze in the hand, firmer this time. Her eyes were cold as she looked at each gentleman in the room. "Now that you know I'm Draken and that Phantom was my master, this should prove that it's not a fluke that Cross Academy recruited me." The nerdy tech billionaire nodded. "Of course, if the great Phantom taught you even just a fifth of his talents, then you should already be more than qualified." Nobody refuted him despite him not being a Cross Academy student himself. Although these alumni had their own pride as certified geniuses, all of them admitted that Phantom was indeed a true legend. Then someone said, "Wait, Iris. You referred to Phantom as a she. Is Phantom female?" The nerdy tech billionaire froze alongside the others. They all turned their heads at her, waiting for her reply. Iris was amused at their expressions, but still replied, "Yes, Phantom was female." The nerdy tech billionaire gasped. "For real?" She chuckled before nodding. "No way. Seriously?" Grandpa Lu couldn't hold it anymore. "What's wrong with Phantom being a girl? Why are you old fools acting like you haven't seen the world? Tell me, I want to know. Phantom was the top hacker in the world and you all assumed that she's a boy. You might be geniuses, but you're all still pinheads. Shilon, my girl's master, was as amazing as her." Now, Jin Hong. "That's not what we meant at all," his astronomer friend said. Iris felt complicated watching Grandpa Lu defending her without any regard for his own image. Even she wasn't entirely sure how much the old man knew about her real identity. Most of the time, Grandpa Lu acted like he didn't know anything. But there were times like this when his eyes would reveal infinite knowledge and wisdom, as if he knew every little secret she and her big brother concealed from everyone else. Even her big brother, the former Nikolai Vetrov, was no match against Grandpa Lu, who was like a bulldozer when educating the younger generation. The nerdy tech billionaire couldn't help but ask, "See, can you tell us more about Phantom?" "No." Jin Liwei requested the man's request before Iris could say anything. "Why?" The other man didn't want to give up. He looked at Iris with a hopeful expression. She sighed. "I'm sorry, but I can't do that. Phantom's identity, it's special. It wouldn't do anyone in this room any good to learn about who she was in real life." The man still wanted to ask more questions, but Jin Liwei's threatening glare frightened him. He could only swallow the words in his throat and pout like a little kid. Some of Grandpa Lu's friends also wanted to insist on knowing more, but the old man's glare stopped them. Iris released another sigh before granting them some revelation to satisfy their curiosity. "It's true that Phantom is dead. The circumstances of her death are too complex and too dangerous even for a powerhouse like our Cross Academy. My master, she just wants to rest in peace." I hope that you can all grant that for her. 1524 Legend of the Great Phantom, Part 4. Iris' voice choked a little after saying these words. Now, it was Jin Liwei's turn to give his wife a comforting squeeze. He pulled her closer and kissed her forehead, as if protecting her from the whole world. Although she was alive and well now, and even built her own beautiful family with her loving husband, the fact that she had died in her past life could never be erased. Evelina Vetrova, aka Phantom, indeed wanted to rest in peace after death. Or more specifically, she had wanted to be from the suffocating prison shackling her as a member of the Vetrov family. The others thought that she became emotional because of her master-disciple relationship with the deceased Phantom. Grandpa Liu once again started scolding his old friends. The nerdy tech billionaire also felt guilty. I'm sorry, Madame Draken. I just can't control myself when it comes to Phantom. She has been my idol for the longest time. Just thinking about her great feats and contributions to the world of computers, the internet, and cybersecurity is enough to make me overexcited to no end. I hope that you forgive me for wanting to know more about her. I'll respect her wishes and won't try to dig deeper about her anymore. Iris had already controlled her emotions. She gave the man a kind smile. Thank you. Death, especially the death of a prestigious person who contributed to the progress of humanity in the technological age like Phantom, would always fill people with great commiseration. Grandpa Liu finished his tirade. None of his friends uttered so much as a peep. He harumphed in satisfaction, but the same commiseration could be seen in his old, wrinkled eyes. Warmth filled Iris' heart. Even though she hadn't met these people in her past life, they all admired her as Phantom. She felt that perhaps she wasn't all that alone in her past life after all. Even so, she didn't like the negative energy currently filling the atmosphere. It was too depressing. Today was supposed to be a happy day for her as the owner of Libert. But first, she still needed to make something clear to this group of gentlemen before she let them return to the lively party outside. Once again, her aura changed. It was more intense than earlier. She channeled her inner Vetrov and stared down on this group of gentlemen, except for Jin Liwei and Grandpa Liu, like a predator stalking its prey. One wrong move, and she would attack before devouring them. The nerdy tech billionaire shuddered. The older gentlemen performed much better, but they still felt discomfort under her cold, predatory gaze. Now that you've learned that I'm Draken and Phantom was my master, I hope that none of you would divulge any of the information revealed today to other people outside of this room. Or else. The lights in the private room flashed a few times before descending into darkness. Only a single light remained lit, dimly illuminating the room, but also casting long shadows everywhere. Before the gentlemen could react, their phones started buzzing and pinging one by one. They checked their phone and gasped. Each of them received a threatening email with attached files containing alarmingly accurate secret information about them. Although they always tried to uphold their reputations as cross-academy alumni, it was inevitable that they had their own secrets that they didn't want other people to discover. These secrets would taint their reputations, possibly even ruin them forever once known to the world. They looked at the cold Iris in horror. Grandpa Liu's friends gripped their phones, as they used their genius IQ to find some ways to escape from this dangerous predicament that they found themselves into. In contrast to their reactions, the nerdy tech billionaire's eyes became filled with even more fervor. Meow. The email has a signature meow at the end. This is White Tigress, am I right? So it's true that White Tigress and Black Panther are your disciples. He didn't care at all about the threat of his deepest and darkest secrets being revealed to the whole world. All he cared about was fanboying his idol's disciples and grand disciples. Huh. Jin Liwei shook his head after releasing an exhausted sigh. He finally realized that the nerdy tech billionaire posed no danger to his wife. There was no need to drown in an ocean of vinegar anymore. The other man was just another one of his wife's numerous fans, albeit a fan of her past life as the legendary hacker, Phantom. At the mention of her AI cat children, Iris was filled with great pride and joy. Ketchup and Panther were undoubtedly her greatest creations by herself. Of course, her twin sons could also be considered her greatest creations, but she couldn't have created them by herself without her husband's contributions. Little Machi and Little Matcha were the products of the love between her and Jin Liwei. On the other hand, Ketchup and Bacon were purely created by herself alone. As a computer programmer and hacker, the two AI cats were her ultimate creations. I knew it. So it's true. The nerdy tech billionaire saw her smile and directly concluded that his conjecture was correct. Then he made another request. Is it possible for me to meet them? Please. No. Jin Liwei once again rejected his request before Iris could respond. Why? The nerdy tech billionaire was about to go crazy. No means no. Jin Liwei didn't relent. Ketchup and Bacon were also his kids. There was no way that he would allow their real identities to be exposed to outsiders. The other man cast another hopeful look at Iris. I'm sorry, she said. White Tigress and Black Panther are still, minors. My husband and I are responsible for their safety and well-being. Minors. The nerdy tech billionaire was shocked. Grandpa Lu's friends were also dumbfounded. How old are they? They're kids, Jin Liwei said in an intimidating, cold voice. My wife and I won't reveal anything else about them. If you still insist on digging deeper, maybe the email you received just now isn't enough. That shut them up. Grandpa Lu took it upon himself to scold his old friends again, warning them about asking any more questions regarding Draken's disciples. I just think that if White Tigress and Black Panther are truly still young children, then that means that they're also true geniuses, one of his friends said. They would benefit a lot if they enroll in Cross Academy. Another gentleman asked Iris and Jin Liwei, are the two under your custody? And Jin Liwei said, well, Ketchup and Bacon were his and his wife's own AI cat children. So technically, the two AI cats were under their custody. Nobody would be able to find any paper trails about the so-called custody, though. Someone asked, your adopted kids? Neither Iris nor Jin Liwei replied to that question. Grandpa Lu interrupted. Why are you still asking so many questions like insecure boyfriends? Tell me, I want to know. Liwei, my boy, already told you not to keep on digging deeper, but you all still insist. Don't blame this old man for not warning you if your secrets are revealed to the world. Like the husband and wife, Grandpa Lu also felt very protective of Ketchup and Bacon. He also considered the AI cats as his great-grandbabies. Ketchup was very sweet and caring to an old man like him. Bacon, on the other hand, reminded him so much of the new Hao Hao, a two-faced, crooked rascal. He was still extremely adorable, though. The old man understood that by creating such advanced AI entities like Ketchup and Bacon, Iris had already put herself in great danger. Keeping Ketchup and Bacon's existence a secret was of the utmost importance. Even those from Cross Academy couldn't be trusted with this kind of incredibly dangerous secret. Greed could change people's hearts. It wasn't worth the risk. There was no way that Grandpa Lu would allow his friends to endanger his disciple and his AI cat great-grandbabies. In the end, the threat of their deepest and darkest secrets being revealed to the whole world became enough deterrent to the gentlemen in the room to keep their mouths zipped about the revelations they learned today. For now, at least. Grandpa Lu's friends now looked at Iris Long in a different light. Now they knew that her beauty was deceptive. She was a wolf in sheep's clothing. They realized that her connections weren't inferior to theirs. In fact, she was the most dangerous out of everyone here. Just her connection to the legendary hacker Phantom was enough to prove that she wasn't simple at all. Even though they didn't know the extent of what Phantom had taught her, nobody among the people present had not heard of Draken yet. Draken was the rising star hacker of today alongside her supposed disciples, White Tigress and Black Panther. Now that she had confirmed that the two were indeed her disciples, it just proved that her own capabilities should not put her master Phantom's legacy to shame. With how today's world was becoming more and more reliant on computers, mobile devices, and the internet, hackers were a frightening existence. They could compromise people's data and destroy lives, not to mention disrupt government services and economies. Grandpa Lu's group of friends couldn't help but curse their bad luck for encountering such a deceptively dangerous, beautiful young woman. Indeed, the saying was correct. Curiosity killed the cat. Damn their curiosity. Now they had to deal with being blackmailed with their deepest and darkest secrets. In contrast to these gentlemen's worries, the nerdy tech billionaire looked like he had finally ascended to heaven. His eyes were filled with worship for Iris Long. The way he looked at her caused Jin Liwei to barely control his temper. If not for Iris holding him back, he might have already lashed out at the nerdy tech billionaire and taught him how to look at someone else's wife properly. After Iris coerced promises not to divulge today's revelations to other people, she finally let them go. The nerdy tech billionaire looked reluctant to part with her. The launch party isn't over yet, she told him in a helpless tone. Ahem. Jin Liwei positioned himself between his wife and the other man. The nerdy tech billionaire could only leave the private showroom with great reluctance. If others saw them right now without knowing the specific situation, they might think that the trio was involved in a love triangle. The way the nerdy tech billionaire looked at Iris was like a jilted lover who saw the woman he loved with another man. Jin Liwei understood this, so his expression became increasingly ugly. As for Iris, she didn't think too much about it. She already treated the nerdy tech billionaire as a fan. Now that the others left, Grandpa Lu could finally speak his mind more freely. That was close, Shilon, my girl. This kind of overly stimulating incident is too much for your poor grandpa's old heart. Although Grandpa Lu said these words, the twinkle in his eyes betrayed the thrill he felt. He definitely enjoyed what just happened. Iris consoled him while he continued pretending to be a fragile old man. Both Iris and Jin Liwei knew that Grandpa Lu must be feeling great. Although Iris was curious, she didn't dare to question the old man about the extent of his knowledge of her secret identity. His big brother had already hinted to her long ago that the old man wasn't as simple as they thought. Grandpa Lu might know more than he let on. After a few moments, Grandpa Lu finally left the couple alone in the private showroom. Once he was gone, the flat-screen TV hanging by the wall meant to entertain waiting customers at the shop flickered and showed a fluffy white cat with glowing green eyes. Hello, Mommy and Daddy. Did the cute and mighty Ketchup do a good job? Meow. Yes, Ketchup, Iris said with a smile. You did an excellent job. Thank you. You saved Mom. Hee hee. Keep an eye on those uncles and grandpas, Ketchup, Jin Liwei said next. Don't hesitate to extort them if they so much as breathe a word of what happened inside this room. A black cat with golden eyes appeared next to Ketchup. Extort? Does father need Bacon's assistance? Jin Liwei sighed at the sudden appearance of his AI cat's son. Iris also had no idea when Bacon had acquired the function of being summoned by the keyword extort and other words with similar meanings. She certainly wasn't the one who programmed the function herself. The only possibility was that Bacon had been learning bad things at Shadow Winds again. She had already expected this when she allowed Bacon to join his uncle Zaheo, but she still couldn't help but worry. Unlike Ketchup, which she painstakingly created herself over 2 lifetimes, Bacon was an AI that she created from the remnants of a corrupted computer virus program. His nature was inherently destructive. Bacon, you're not busy? Iris asked. The pure black cat swished his fluffy tail behind him. Please do not worry, Mother. No matter how busy Bacon is, Bacon will always have time to spend with our family because Bacon is a classy panther. What panther? Bacon is clearly a little kitty just like the cute and mighty Ketchup. Right, Mommy and Daddy? Meow. Without changing his bored expression, Bacon raised a paw and moved to kick his sister before their parents could react. This time, however, Ketchup wasn't easy to bully. Ketchup nimbly dodged and pounced at her brother. The 2 AI cats started wrestling. Iris and Jin Liwei didn't find anything wrong with it. They thought that the siblings were just being affectionate with each other by play fighting, just like normal cats. They had forgotten that Ketchup and Bacon weren't actual cats, but AI entities instead. Ketchup, don't forget to keep an eye on those uncles and grandpas, okay? Jin Liwei reminded his AI cat daughter. Okie dokie, Daddy, Ketchup replied while performing some impressive cat kung fu against her brother. The cute and mighty Ketchup will keep an eye of a white tigress on those uncles and grandpas who doubted Mommy. Umph. Ketchup will spread their stinky secrets to the whole wide world if they betray Mommy's trust. Mario. Bacon dodged and pinned his sister to the virtual ground. Father, can Bacon be the one to extort those blind old men? Ketchup couldn't escape. It was clear that she lost this round. She cried pitifully. All right, Bacon, Jin Liwei said with a sigh. Release your big sister. Bacon obeyed with great reluctance. Father, what about Bacon's request? Fine, Jin Liwei said, but only extort if those people violated their promise to your mom. Don't do anything before then. Bacon's expression remained bored, but his tail told another story. It rotated so quickly that only a blur could be seen. Extorting money from people excited him. Cooperate with your big sister Ketchup, Jin Liwei added. Once she informs us that someone violated their promise to your mom, then you can do your thing. Yes, Father. Bacon understands. Okie dokie, Daddy. Meow. Yes, Father. Bacon understands. Okie dokie, Daddy. Meow. After speaking to their two AI cat children, Iris and Jin Liwei left the private showroom and returned to the party outside. Iris glanced at Grandpa Lu, who was now back with his group of friends. They nodded at her with polite smiles, acting as if they hadn't just been blackmailed by Iris with their deepest and darkest secrets. Indeed, the older the ginger, the spicier they got. They could act as if nothing was wrong. This suited Iris perfectly. She didn't want anything ruining Libert's launch party. She and Jin Liwei returned to walking around the place to chat with the guests. Iris noticed a hot and fervent gaze on her. She turned and saw the nerdy tech billionaire staring at her with shining, red eyes. His gaze was similar to how the Black Stars looked at her, so she only smiled at him before chatting with a guest. Jin Liwei, however, didn't appreciate the other man's sticky eyes on his wife. He sent him a cold and threatening glare. The nerdy tech billionaire quickly realized his bad behavior and hurriedly gave Jin Liwei an apologetic head bow before avoiding the couple with his eyes. After confirming that Iris Long was Draken and that she was his idol Phantom's one and only disciple, the nerdy tech billionaire had now transferred his admiration from Phantom to Iris Long. He couldn't stop himself from fanboying. What's wrong? Iris asked her husband. Jin Liwei moved his eyes away from the other man and smiled at his wife. Nothing, love. Are you thirsty? A little. Stay here. I'll get you a drink. Thanks, darling. Jin Liwei left and headed to the refreshments area. Iris finished chatting with another guest when a tall man approached her. Hello, Iris. The man greeted her with a big smile while extending a hand toward her. Hello, Director Wilkins. Iris recognized the American man from the guest list she had memorized from the day before. She shook his hand and smiled at him. Only last-minute +1 guests like Shika Amira flew past her recognition because they weren't included in the original guest list in the first place. Oh, you know me? Director Wilkins asked. You're a famous Hollywood film director, so of course I recognize you, she replied with a smile. The director chuckled. Iris added, and I'm the one who personally put your name on the guest list. My music mentor mentioned that I should invite you. I didn't expect that you would accept my perfumery's invitation, so thank you very much for attending today. Your music mentor is Enrique, right? She nodded. The director's expression became more open. Enrique is one of my longtime friends in Hollywood. A real friend. We've worked together many times. His film scores always elevate my films to the next level. Yes, teacher Enrique has always been amazing. Director Wilkins stared at Iris for a few long moments. She remained calm and smiled at him, not at all bothered by his direct, scrutinizing eyes on her. This, however, was the scene that Jin Liwei saw when he returned with drinks in his hands. Who was that huge, dark man glaring at his wife? He immediately ran back and stood in front of his wife, protecting her behind him. Iris was startled. She held back her husband. Fortunately, Director Wilkins didn't take offense at Jin Liwei's wary defensiveness. In fact, he even looked amused and smiled at him good-naturedly. He offered his hand. Darling, this is Director Wilkins, teacher Enrique's friend, Iris introduced. Jin Liwei quickly realized that he had misunderstood. He accepted the other man's hand and shook it. Director Wilkins. I'm Liam Jean. The director grinned. I know. You are Liam Jean, a filthy rich billionaire CEO. Ahem. Jin Liwei didn't take offense at the director's description of him either. He knew that he was in the wrong for making swift assumptions about the man based on his outer appearance. My apologies, he said. No worries. You're only protecting your wife from a big, scary, black man like me. That's not what I intend. Director Wilkins waved a dismissive hand, cutting him off. I'm already used to it. Like I said, don't worry about it. I'm proud of my roots and what I look like. I don't let stereotypes define me. I work my *** off because I have to do it. Nobody else is going to do it for me, that's for sure. I reached my position in Hollywood by shedding blood, sweat, and tears, and not by being offended by every little thing. I'm a fighter, not a victim. Yes, you're right, Jin Liwei said. But I still must apologize if I offended you. The director grinned. He didn't look like he was pretending. He truly didn't mind it anymore. It's fine. Iris looked at the director with admiration. She had heard from Enrique Valdez about the director's difficult struggles throughout the early days of his career in Hollywood. Wilkins didn't start out rich or famous. He wasn't a genius like Enrique Valdez. He didn't have connections that would have given him a leg up in the industry. He only had his pure passion for filmmaking. He powered through despite numerous setbacks until he finally made a breakthrough with a critically acclaimed film that swept through the award season. This was a film in which he collaborated with Enrique Valdez for the first time. It could be said that Enrique Valdez was the one who gave Wilkins the leg up in the industry. But people must know that it wasn't easy to invite the legendary hitmaker to create a film score, especially if the director wasn't already famous or established in Hollywood. Enrique's decision to collaborate with a non-famous film director was enough proof that he saw potential in Wilkins. And indeed, the legendary hitmaker's instincts were correct. Wilkins' career skyrocketed after his triumphant collaboration with Enrique Valdez. They would continue to collaborate throughout the years to create even more amazing masterpieces, stamping their legendary collaborations in the history of the Hollywood film industry. Enrique told Iris that she should invite director Wilkins to Libert's launch party because the director was vacationing in France. She welcomed the suggestion and immediately asked Clover to add the American director's name to the guest list. "Let's go find a seat," Director Wilkins suggested. "I want to have a chat with you too." "Yes, of course." Iris and Jin Liwei led the director to a more private section of the garden party. They could see most of the party from here, but others wouldn't easily see them. It was a great spot for private chats that didn't need total isolation. Jin Liwei waved to a waiter who served them more glasses of champagne. Iris asked for a mocktail instead because her alcohol tolerance wasn't great to begin with. "Cheers to Libert's successful launch." The director gave Iris a toast. "Cheers," Jin Liwei replied. Iris smiled. "Thank you. Cheers." They chatted about the party for some time before the director changed the topic. "Enrique told me so much about you," Director Wilkins said. "You know Enrique? He's a very taciturn person. It's very rare for him to talk more than a couple sentences in one go. That's why I came to your launch party today, because I'm so curious about you. Iris Long, Enrique has a very high opinion of a young lady like you. I feel that I need to meet you in person. It's my honor to meet a Hollywood legend like you." Iris replied in a polite tone. "What legend?" Director Wilkins laughed. "Legend is a big word that we must be cautious in throwing around. Sure, I've achieved a lot given my low starting point, but I'm still far from being a legend. I still need to accomplish more, and I intend to accomplish more. One day I'll surely become a true legend." Iris liked this director's ambitious attitude very much. Based on what Enrique told her, Wilkins had it rough. Even so, the director still managed to maintain a positive attitude and never allowed himself to retain a victim mentality. Despite repeated failures, he continued to persevere. And even when he had become successful, he still maintained a good balance between confidence and humility. This man was an excellent role model. Director Wilkins. "Call me Jabber." Iris smiled. "Director Jabber." Wilkins turned to Jin Liwei and said, "You too." Jin Liwei nodded. "Jabber." Wilkins laughed. "From now on, you are my friends. Cheers." He once again led a toast to celebrate the beginning of his friendship with the husband and wife. After downing his champagne, Wilkins' expression became a bit more serious. "I asked for a private chat with you because I want to ask you for something." "What is it, Jabber?" Iris asked. "To tell you the truth, I'm in a slump right now. I don't know Enrique's real intention for arranging for us to meet, but I know that he's not the type of person to do something random out of the blue. He must have predicted that we could mutually benefit from each other. He didn't tell me anything except to watch Strong Yet Broken. I didn't attend that year's Summit International Film Festival, so I'm not familiar with that film. After watching it, I must say that almost everything about the movie is engaging, but what really impressed me the most was the film score. It added so much color to the emotions of the scenes, giving life to the entire movie." Director Wilkins continued. "Then I checked the credits and saw that the entire film score was composed by you, Iris Long. This sent me into a binging spiral where I watched everything that I could find about you. My favorite is your guest performance with Maestro Ludovico de Luca's Symphony Orchestra in Germany." Iris' eyes widened. "You even watched that performance. It feels like it happened so long ago. I heard that Maestro de Luca is also your music mentor along with Enrique." She nodded. He sighed in admiration. "You must be a true genius like Enrique." My wife is indeed a genius," Jin Liwei replied before Iris could say anything. His gaze on her was soft and filled with love. Wilkins chuckled at the sight. So it's true that CEO Liam Jean is head over heels in love with his wife. That's good. A man who's loyal to his wife is a real man. Cheating men are cowards who lack self-control. I say it's not difficult to stay faithful. If you no longer love each other, just divorce. At least have the decency to separate from your current partner before finding another one. There's no need to hurt and humiliate your partner by cheating on her. Exactly. Jin Liwei's expression became more open after hearing the director's words. But I'll never separate from my wife. She's the only one for me. Iris watched the two men bond over their values about life and love. She was glad that the awkward misunderstanding from earlier had been ironed out without any remaining issues. She didn't want her husband to have a conflict with Jabber Wilkins, especially since she admired the director for his grit and optimism in life. Wilkins turned to her again. Iris, you are a very talented and skillful composer. If it's all right with you, I hope we can collaborate on my next project. His sudden request caught Iris by surprise. Even so, she didn't hesitate. Of course, yes. Iris wouldn't pass up this chance to collaborate with a famous Hollywood director. No matter what kind of project it was, she would make it work. Her swift acceptance pleased the director very much. Jabber laughed and ordered another round of champagne for him, and Jin Liwei and another mocktail for Iris. Good. I like straightforward people like you, Iris. She shrugged, but the smile stayed on her lips. I don't like wasting time, that's all. Cheers to that. Cheers. Liam, you too. Cheers. And cheers. After another round of drinking, Wilkins revealed more about his slump. I have now entered a stage in my life when the inspiration isn't just there anymore. My last 5 films performed below expectations. The latest one almost flopped. The critics are roasting me, declaring that I'm now past my prime and that I'm recycling old techniques that are severely behind the times. Iris put down her mocktail glass and focused on listening to the director's story. Jin Liwei ordered a glass of flavored sparkling water and replaced both his and the director's champagne glasses. This wasn't the time to get drunk. He and his wife still needed to maintain their wits for the later part of the launch party. Wilkins didn't mind that Jin Liwei replaced his alcohol with water. He continued, "Some of my contemporaries are calling me stubborn for holding on to my original ideas, saying that times have changed and that I should keep up with the times to stay relevant. But my philosophy is different from theirs. I want to create timeless masterpieces that will be remembered even after I'm dead rather than trendy blockbusters that may be profitable at the moment but will eventually lose their influence in film history." Iris nodded, agreeing with his philosophy. Her admiration for him grew even more. "To be honest with you, these constant setbacks have taken a toll on me. Now I know what it feels like when people say that it's easier to climb the top than to stay on top for the rest of your career. People call me a renowned Hollywood director, but if I continue to release films that perform below expectations, then at this rate, I'll surely fade away from the spotlight until nobody knows me anymore. I'm hungry, I'm desperate. I want to create my next masterpiece. No, my best masterpiece yet. But now that I've fallen this low in my career after reaching the top, nobody trusts me anymore. I had many friends in Hollywood when I was one of the top directors in the industry. But now that I'm close to being a nobody, they're either avoiding me or acting as if they don't know me in the first place. Only Enrique and a handful of others remain as my true, loyal friends in Hollywood. They're very rare real friends. I'm very thankful for them, but I know that they can't always rescue me when I'm in trouble. At the end of the day, I need to be the one to take control of my life, career, and future." Wilkins paused to down his glass of sparkling water. Jin Liwei immediately refilled it. Iris remained quiet, continuing to listen to the director's story. The director asked her, "Do you want to hear about my next project?" "Yes," she replied. Jin Liwei also changed her drink from a mocktail to a glass of flavored sparkling water. She smiled at him as thanks. Then Wilkins said, "My next project is an epic multi-film series. I want it to become the next big movie franchise. I optioned the original novel series that it will be based on, but so far, nobody is willing to take the risk of funding it due to the large investment requirements. I'm not the type to settle for anything cheap and subpar just to save money. I'm willing to spend a lot to produce the highest quality film that I can create. If this was before, production companies would be flocking by now. But look at them. They're now avoiding me for fear that they're going to flop." Iris grew more serious. What's the progress of your current preparations? At her question, Wilkins released a helpless sigh. Not much progress. I only have myself and the book series that I optioned. I already renewed the option agreement twice, and it's going to expire in 3 months. I've been running around pitching the film adaptation to various production studios, but they don't want to take the risk with me. I'm willing to invest everything I have for this film series, but my liquid assets aren't enough. I'll have to liquidate my other assets or take out a loan at this rate. Iris and Jin Liwei looked at each other after hearing about the director's predicament. I already agreed to be the music composer of your film, Iris said. So at least, you already have me on board. How about this? Send me the details of the project, and if I like it, I might help you with the funding. No promises, though. Wilkins' eyes lit up. Sure, I'll send you the project files right away. No rush. Enjoy the party for now. I'll be here in Paris for a few more days. We can meet again another day before I leave. Okay, got it. Wilkins looked livelier and more hopeful. They all returned to the party. Clover called for the guests to return to their tables. Today, we're going to give you a special treat. Please help me welcome on the stage our beautiful owner, the super talented Madame Iris Long. Jin Liwei stood up and led the applause for his wife. Grandpa Lu also cheered loudly for Iris and threatened his old friends to do the same. The nerdy tech billionaire also clapped his hands as if he were in a clapping competition. His acquaintances were startled by his actions. His expression looked manic. This was the first time that they had seen him act this way. Did he finally lose his mind after years of doing nothing but facing the computer screen? They all backed away a few steps from him. Director Jabber Wilkins was also enthusiastic and cheering for Iris. As for the other guests, they gave a much more polite applause. They had heard that Madame Jean was a singer, but not many of them had watched her perform live before. This would be the first time. They were all curious if she really did have talent or if she was only a product of nepotism. Iris didn't care what other people thought about her. At this moment, all she cared about was her performance. The stage was calling her. She could feel the blood thrumming inside her veins, her heart skipping inside her chest, and her breath trying to catch up to her excitement. Jin Liwei once again escorted her up the steps of the stage. You'll do great, love, he whispered to her ear. She smiled, taking a few seconds to look at his handsome face. Then she kissed the corner of his mouth before stepping onto the stage. She didn't see the stupid grin on his face after the kiss. The band of musicians nodded at her. There were classical instruments in addition to an electric guitar, bass guitar, and drums. She gave them a smile before taking her position in front of the grand piano. Once again, thank you all for coming today. She spoke to the mic addressing the audience. This song is one of my biggest hits from my album Rebirth back in my country. If you live here in Europe, maybe you've heard the instrumental version of my album, which is called Rebirth Melodies. If not, it's okay. I hope that you enjoy the English version of my original song, Rebirth. This is the first time I'm performing this version in public. The spotlight dimmed. The backlight showed Iris' beautiful silhouette on the stage. Then an exquisite piano melody began playing. The spotlight gradually illuminated the woman who started singing with the music, caged and chained in a tiny world, wondering what it's like outside. A little bird imprisoned by love, dying little by little inside. I want to be free. Free as a bird. But where are my wings? I cannot fly. Iris' fingers danced on the piano keys. Her ethereal voice shocked many of the guests who weren't familiar with her. What was this heavenly voice? She continued singing, her voice caressing the audience's ears like velvet. The melody also started rising, preparing for the chorus. I sing a song inside my cage, while shadows destroy my tiny world. Break my bones 1,000 times. Go ahead, I will not cry. These red roses smell so sweet. At last, I'm free. Will I ever fly? Then the other instruments joined in. The harmony absorbed everyone's complete attention. Even the ones who had still been busy chatting now stopped and focused on Iris' performance on the stage. Iris demonstrated her powerful voice and wide vocal range. Her voice didn't falter at all while she played the piano. Each of the other musicians was also skillful and harmonized with her perfectly. From the ashes, I rise like a phoenix. A little bird no more. I spread my wings so big and wide. Now I am free. Now I can fly. Oh, I can fly up in the sky. While tears flowed down my joyful eyes. Up I fly, up I soar, until I brush against the clouds. I'll stay up here and touch the stars. I'll reach as high that I can. This performance gave the audience goosebumps. There were so many emotions packed in the music that some of the audience members began tearing up. It felt like Iris' voice had the power to directly touch their souls. After singing the chorus a couple of times, the melody started slowing down. The other instruments also gradually stepped back, allowing Iris' enchanting voice and lone piano to take the spotlight once again. Her voice softened, making the audience feel as if a goddess was whispering in their ears. This rebirth of a tiny bird into a rising phoenix. Power courses through my veins. To break the chains. To spread my wings. So this is freedom. I am free. Oh yes, I am free. This time, nobody had to lead the applause. Everyone in the audience gave a standing ovation of their own accord. Superb. Bravo. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Iris stood up and executed her signature curtsy bow, drawing another round of applause, louder this time. She turned around and faced her band of musicians. Then she also gave them a curtsy bow as thanks for their amazing cooperation with her. The musicians all beamed and bowed to her as well, clapping for her, for themselves, and for everyone. Thank you. Iris mouthed to everyone. Jin Liwei watched his sister-in-law basking in the audience's adoration after a successful performance. Even he couldn't help but feel awed. He was still savoring the beautiful performance in his mind when he felt a hard elbow hitting him on the side. Huh? What? He asked, a little dazed. Chun Fei rolled his eyes at him and gestured for him to clap his hands. There were other people around them. It wouldn't do Iris and Jin Liwei any good if someone reported that he didn't clap after his sister-in-law's performance. The media would definitely spin it into a sensational narrative about a superstar brother-in-law feeling jealous and threatened by his talented sister-in-law. Oh, Jin Liwei realized it, too. So he followed suit and started joining the applause. His mind, however, was still replaying Iris' beautiful performance. He had watched her perform Rebirth live on stage many times before, especially while the two were competing with each other for the top spot in the music charts. Usually, English versions of a song couldn't capture the emotions of the original song. This English version of Rebirth, however, was an exception. This version that Iris performed also somewhat differed from the original version. The musical arrangements were a bit different, including Iris' vocal arrangement. It highlighted her increased vocal range while also making it casual enough for a party performance. Perhaps it was because Iris had matured a lot after giving birth, but the way she sang now felt more soul-stirring than before. Her high notes were as impressive as ever, but it was her low notes that Jin Liwei felt particularly imposing. She didn't have this vocal quality before she got pregnant. Jin Liwei felt a little envious. Just a tad bit. His vocal range had basically reached its full potential by now. It was already difficult for him to make modifications to his vocal range. He also had to be cautious because any careless modifications might damage his vocal cords, which would be detrimental to his career as a singer. The only thing he could basically do right now was to change concepts and styles. Iris' vocal range increased after giving birth. Maybe he could also. Babe, he called. What is it? Chun Fei asked while continuing to clap with everyone else. Let's have a baby. She glared at him. You're still going on about this? Sister Xiaolon's voice improved after having a baby. Maybe if I, ouch. He gave her a look of disbelief and hurt for stepping on his poor foot. Go back to school, Jin Liwei. She scolded him. Maybe if you're the one giving birth and not me, then your voice might also improve like Xiaolon's. Don't be stupid and learn more about science. He pouted but didn't retort. Back on the stage, Iris had no idea that her brother-in-law was so envious of her improved voice that he was even insisting on having a baby again. She finally got the audience in control again. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Next, I would like to invite my brother-in-law. Another round of excited cheers. Iris chuckled. Please help me invite to the stage my brother-in-law, the one and only Jin Liwei. Most of the audience partook in the cocktails and champagne, so they were more relaxed now. After Madame Iris Long's superb performance, they looked forward to superstar Jin Liwei's performance as well. Jin Liwei was still distracted by his painful foot. Then his girlfriend elbowed him again. What now? He asked, sulking a little. They're calling you on stage. Chun Fei said. Go. Oh, right. He immediately changed expressions, flashing everyone his killer smile and waving as he walked toward the stage. Chun Fei fought the urge to roll her eyes again. If she kept rolling her eyes, they might not go back to normal. Although she scolded Jin Chonglin for asking her to have a baby with him again, the truth was she felt happy in her heart. With a smile that she tried restraining, she also joined the other audience members in cheering for her boyfriend. Jin Chonglin chatted with Iris on the stage. Both were professionals and knew how to entertain with seemingly unscripted chatter. He took over the conversation and asked the audience directly, "Has any of you watched the TV drama, Our Love, Our Destiny?" There was another round of cheers and a few raised hands. "Oh, plenty, it seems." He nodded in approval. Although he didn't star in the drama himself, it still became extremely popular internationally, partly because of the theme song he sang with Iris Long. Both the TV drama and theme song became the most popular in Asian countries, so Jin Chonglin was a little surprised that some watched it among the guests today. He was very pleased. This song that we are going to sing is the theme song of the TV drama, Our Love, Our Destiny. My beautiful sister-in-law and owner of Liberty, Iris Long, wrote this song. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy our song, Shining Eyes. Someone gave Jin Chonglin an acoustic guitar while Iris sat in front of the piano again. The band of musicians behind them also took their positions. The spotlight dimmed once again before gradually illuminating the two performers. One handsome, the other beautiful. Jin Chonglin strummed his guitar. The classical musicians followed suit and harmonized with him. Then Iris began playing the piano, enveloping the melody, making it full of passion. Jin Chonglin started singing. He sang the song in the original language. There was no need to translate the song into English because it had already become popular in the original language even among the international audience. His voice flowed like sweet caramel while he looked at his girlfriend in the audience. Walking down the town of life, I caught a glimpse of you, your beautiful self, making even the flowers smile back. Iris sang next. Her soft voice was like an angel's feathers caressing the audience's hearts. She looked at her husband waiting for her below the stage. Smitten, I followed you around, not expecting anything in return, but you always knew. So your shining eyes saw me. Jin Chonglin took over the song. Time stopped in that moment. The sun paled in your presence. Iris followed naturally. Birdsong filled the air. As you chose me, the instruments harmonized together, creating a heart-tugging melody with a slow, emotional tempo. Jin Chonglin's guitar provided sensuality, while Iris' piano evoked romantic memories. Then they began singing together, their voices harmonizing in a way that made the listeners sigh with deep emotions. Jin Chonglin added a growl to his singing while Iris' voice soared. Smitten, I had followed you around, not expecting anything in return, but you always knew. So your shining eyes saw me. Iris' fingers danced over the piano keys, not missing a beat even as she closed her eyes while singing. When she opened her eyes, her sight never left her husband. She sang the next verse by herself, expressing her deep love to the man waiting for her below the stage. Her voice was high, light, and effortless. As I'm singing, I look into your eyes and know you see me like I do you. Even as we grow old, I never forget the man that saw me that day. Next, Jin Chonglin stopped playing the guitar. The other instruments also paused. Only his deep, saccharine voice could be heard. Smitten, I had followed you around, not expecting anything in return. Iris sang the next lines. But you always knew. So you gave me all I could ever want. Then she played the piano again. Jin Chonglin followed suit with his acoustic guitar along with the other instruments. Iris and Jin Chonglin sang together. I got you. The ending was soft and lingering, just like a love that continued to endure throughout a lifetime. There was a couple of seconds of pure silence. Then the loud applause resounded in the venue. Iris stood up from her seat in front of the piano. Jin Chonglin held out a hand. She took it. Together, they bowed down to the audience. Jin Chonglin with a deep bow and Iris with her signature curtsy bow. They also bowed to the band again, sharing the applause and cheers with the musicians. Among the audience, many couldn't help but marvel at Madame Iris Long's skills and talents. She wasn't overshadowed by Jin Chonglin, a superstar, at all. She held her own and even outperformed him, especially when it came to vocal prowess. There were some parts during the performance where Jin Chonglin's voice became shaky, which was expected for live performances. But there was Iris Long who stood out for her solid, studio-quality performance. Her singing was stable all throughout. Her lung capacity was impressive, and so was her piano skills. She barely looked at her hands while playing the piano, focusing instead on conveying the emotions of the song to the audience. The comparison was enough proof that Iris Long indeed had the talent. She could keep up with a superstar and even outshine him in some parts of the performance. The band of musicians keenly noticed this point, and so did the guests who had an ear for music. But for most of the audience, this wasn't that big of an issue. The most important thing was enjoying the performance. Iris spoke to the mic. Please give Jin Chonglin another round of big applause. The audience followed her. Jin Chonglin preened and waved, making plenty of ladies at heart swoon from his killer smile. Now I'll leave the stage for my brother-in-law, Iris said. Please enjoy. With that, she walked down the stage with the help of her husband. Jin Liwei kissed her forehead, whispering sweet praises in her ear. The husband and wife returned to their table amidst the guests' admiration. Jin Chonglin took over the stage. This time, he prepared a set of solo pieces for the audience. He even brought a couple of backup dancers to the delight of everyone. With no Iris Long outperforming him when it came to vocal skills, Jin Chonglin was able to showcase his electrifying stage presence without any limitations, reminding everyone why he was a superstar. Iris enjoyed his performance, singing along with Jin Chonglin, and even dancing in her seat. Many of the audience members were also the same. Jin Liwei, however, was more focused on making sure that his wife was comfortable than on his younger brother's performance on the stage. He would pour her drinks, massage her hands, fan her when she sweated, and so many other little acts of service that caused other wives/girlfriends/lovers watching to feel extremely envious. After Jin Chonglin's energetic performance, everyone took a short break. They also sweated a lot, even though they weren't the ones performing on the stage. Then the party entered another casual mode where the guests walked around to interact with each other. It was another opportunity to network. A Chandra Nightsun approached Iris and Jin Liwei. I had so much fun today, but I must leave now because I have a meeting for my art exhibition. Of course, Ashandra. Iris hugged her friend. Thank you so much for coming. I'll definitely come to support your art exhibition in a few days. The friends bid each other goodbye. Then the French magnate and his wife approached Iris and Jin Liwei next. Jin Liwei's eyes turned cold. Iris remained polite, but there was indifference in her tone. The French magnate felt helpless at the couple's attitude toward him. The concealed bump on his forehead ached, but for the sake of his company's survival and continued membership in Cross Academy's exclusive business network, he swallowed his pride and pretended not to notice the couple's indifference. He smiled and spoke to Iris. Madam Jean, I truly apologize for my transgressions. I hope that the gifts that I sent you yesterday are to your liking. If not, please let me know what you like and I'll do everything in my power to get it for you. No need. Jin Liwei said before Iris could say anything. My wife doesn't need anything from you. I already told you yesterday that we're even now because our son had injured you. We accepted the gifts of apology you sent so that you won't feel the need to keep on giving us things to prove your sincerity. The French magnate controlled his anxiety, trying hard not to let it show on his face. After his gaffe at the gentlemen's gathering yesterday, he noticed the group of men's change of attitude toward him. Although they didn't blatantly isolate him at the party today, he could feel that they were distancing themselves from him. He had unknowingly offended CEO Liam Jean and Sir Lu Jianhong. He would never have imagined that he would be reduced to humbling himself in front of others. After he became a billionaire, he felt like he was on top of the world. He had the wealth and power to do basically whatever he wanted. It was only after his business partner, who was a Cross Academy alumnus, died that he realized the importance of belonging to the Academy's exclusive business network. If his company lost its membership there, its value would most definitely plummet. It wouldn't go bankrupt, but it would lose a lot of valuable connections and resources. He didn't want that to happen. He was ready to do anything to retain his company's membership. But after his gaffe yesterday, and noticing the change in attitude of the group of gentlemen toward him, he knew that he must do something. First, he needed to appease Mr. and Mrs. Jean. Then maybe they could intervene on his behalf. Earlier, he noticed that the couple left with Sir Lu Jianhong and his friends plus the nerdy tech billionaire. They stayed inside for quite a while. When they came out, he observed that everyone seemed much more polite to Madame Jean. The nerdy tech billionaire had the most notable change in attitude toward Madame Jean. After they returned to the party, The younger man looked like he was ready to worship Madame Jean. The French magnate didn't know what happened inside, but his instincts told him that Madame Jin's influence might be bigger than he initially expected. He had a feeling that if he failed to completely appease her today, his future would be bleak. His wife sensed his discomfort. She moved to speak several times, but he stopped her with a look. He didn't want his wife to make things worse. Madame Jean, CEO Jean, if there is anything I can do for you, just tell me, he said with an ingratiating smile. Iris glanced at her cold-faced husband and sighed. The Frenchman's nervousness was making her feel awkward. She wasn't sure if the Frenchman was really sincere or not, but his anxiety was all too real. She didn't sympathize with the man at all. Hearing that he tried to influence her husband to cheat behind her back, she didn't have any good feelings toward him. Even so, she still listened to her husband. Jin Liwei wanted her to accept the Frenchman's gifts of apology, so she did. Her husband also had a plan which she was ready to execute now. Monsieur, I will forget about you instigating my husband to cheat behind my back if you could help watch over my Libert when I'm not in France, she said. The Frenchman's eyes lit up. Of course, Madame Jean. It would be my pleasure. I might not amount to much outside of Europe, but within my country, I still have some influence, he said in a humble tone. Please don't worry about Libert. I'm just a call away if your perfumery needs any assistance. She gave him a polite smile. That's all I ask. He looked relieved. Thank you very much, Madame Jean. Then he also nodded at Jin Liwei. And you, too, CEO Jean. Jin Liwei didn't reply, but the Frenchman didn't mind. He knew that as long as he pleased Madame Jean, CEO Jean would follow. After a few sentences of polite chatter, the French magnate excused himself and his wife. Why did you have to act like a bootlicker? His young model wife asked, the dissatisfaction clear in her expression. So embarrassing. If I didn't act that way, the wealth you're enjoying right now might disappear, he said. Her eyes widened. What do you mean by that? They're the ones who are asking for a favor to look after Libert. It might look like that in your eyes, but they're the ones who are doing me favor. Just do as I say and be respectful to Mr. and Mrs. Jean if you see them. Do not, for the life of me, offend them. Especially Madame Jean. I'm telling you, if you drag me down with your foolishness, I'll divorce you. She pouted. Her eyes followed Iris Long and Liam Jean, feeling envious of their relationship. After watching them interact throughout the entire party, it was obvious that the two were very much in love. She had thought that Iris Long would be the same as her, but no. Iris Long had a husband who loved her. What about her? She looked at her French billionaire husband. He didn't look as handsome as Liam Jean. Neither was he as wealthy as Liam Jean. Let's go, her husband said, dragging her away. She pouted again, feeling sorry for herself. I'll buy you a handbag later, he suddenly said. Her eyes lit up. I love you, hubby. What was the use of love? Money was the best. It appears that he's desperate, Iris commented while observing the French magnate and his wife from the corner of her eyes. And Jin Liwei nodded. He mentioned that his company's membership in Cross Academy's exclusive business network is due for a review next year. If he helps. Libert, I don't mind vouching for him, she said. Up to you. I don't want our family to get closer to him, though. I still have a grudge against him for trying to influence you to cheat behind my back. Although little Matcha hitting him is bad, I'm still proud of our son. He chuckled. And our son is very protective of our family. But don't worry, love. We'll teach him carefully so he won't randomly attack others whenever he loses his temper. There are plenty of ways to punish people without directly attacking them. You're bad, darling. She smiled. He kissed her forehead. Our relationship with that Frenchman would remain business only, she said. He helps Libert gain a stable foothold in France and possibly in Europe, and I help his company stay in the Academy's exclusive business network. And that's the plan. I wouldn't have advised you to accept his gifts of apology if he wasn't useful for Libert. She stood on her tippy toes and kissed the corner of his lip. I know. Thank you, darling. Anything for you, love. Ahem. Clover interrupted their lovey-dovey moment. Sorry, boss and sir boss, but I need the boss to give the closing speech in a few moments, huh? Everyone looked in the direction of the stage. Jean Chonglin stood there, holding a microphone. What's he doing? Iris asked. I don't know, Clover replied. Excuse me, boss and sir boss. I'll check. Clover ran and asked the staff what was going on. The staff members all shrugged. They had no idea what Jin Chonglin was planning either. Is your brother drunk? Iris asked. Jin Liwei frowned. What was his younger brother doing? This was his wife's important launch party for her perfumery. If his brother ruined it, Jin Liwei wouldn't let Jin Chonglin off. Hello, everyone. Jin Chonglin greeted, taking everyone's attention. First of all, I want to say thank you for coming to my sister-in-law's launch party for Libert. Iris raised an eyebrow. This didn't seem too bad. Even though this speech wasn't part of the original program, having a superstar like Jin Chonglin thank everyone could only benefit Libert. Jin Chonglin continued speaking. Second of all, don't forget to recommend Libert perfumes to your family, friends, acquaintances, pets, random strangers. His words caused the guests to laugh. Nobody among the guests thought that this was an impromptu speech. They all thought that this was part of the original program, especially seeing Madame Iris Long acting normally. Especially my perfume, Veillance. It's the best. Am I right? He drew another round of laughter. Iris met Ian Meishing's eyes from across the venue. They both chuckled, shaking their heads. Of course, Eve and Cernit are awesome, too. Jin Chonglin continued chatting with the audience. I think your brother is really drunk, Iris said. Jin Liwei snorted, not caring about his younger brother anymore. As long as Jin Chonglin didn't ruin his wife's launch party, then Jin Liwei wouldn't punish him. Jin Chonglin continued saying, and finally, please give me a moment of your attention and cheer for me. Just as he said these words, he stepped off the stage and started walking toward the audience. His backup dancers from earlier also appeared again. One carried a massive bouquet of roses, and the other carried a camera filming everything. Everyone fell silent as they watched what he was going to do with great enthusiasm and excitement. Is this what I think it is? Iris grabbed her husband's arm and shook it. Jin Liwei pulled his excited wife closer to him. They watched his younger brother's actions along with everyone else. Jin Chonglin stopped in front of his girlfriend, Qin Fei, who had been chatting with some of the other guests. At first, panic flashed in her eyes from all the attention, but she quickly caught herself. She straightened her back and looked at his boyfriend, waiting for what he would do next. The other guests whom she was chatting with slowly stepped away. Jin Chonglin's backup dancer handed him the huge bouquet and took the microphone to hold it for him. Then Jin Chonglin gave the bouquet of roses to Qin Fei. She took it but barely looked at it. All her attention was on the man standing in front of her. Her heart thundered inside her chest. She couldn't hear anything else besides his mesmerizing voice. Babe, I know that you still harbor a lot of reservations about our relationship, he said to the mic while looking at Qin Fei deep in the eyes. I don't know when I started to fall for you. Maybe it's when we fight like cats and dogs whenever we see each other. Or maybe it's when you swear and curse at me whenever I get too absorbed in my self-importance. You're the only one who has ever looked me dead in the eyes and told me to my face that I'm a narcissistic diva man and should go to hell. He spoke in his native language, causing the other guests who didn't understand to ask those who could speak Mandarin to translate for them. As a result, people crowded around Iris and Jin Liwei, Grandpa Lu and his old friends, Clover, and a handful of others who were proficient in the language. Jin Chonglin and Qin Fei didn't care about what was happening around them. In fact, they couldn't hear or see anything besides their own heartbeats and the expression of their lover. We traded barbed insults like bratty kids, he continued saying. But mysteriously, we work great together. I even began to look forward to you scolding me. Is he a masochist? Iris whispered to her husband. Jin Liwei kissed her forehead, but didn't reply. For some reason, he could relate to his younger brother. Jin Liwei admitted that he sometimes found a strange pleasure when his wife scolded him, especially when she got mad from jealousy. Most of the time, it was he who felt jealous and possessive. His jealous and possessive nature would always be there, but at least now, he could control how he reacted to prevent his wife from feeling suffocated. As for Iris, she rarely felt jealous and possessive, maybe because she felt more secure in their relationship than him. But when she did feel jealous and possessive, she was a force to be reckoned with. There was still a fear deep inside him that she would leave him one day if he took their relationship for granted. This was why he would always do everything in his power to be the man that she needed. He would always give in to her as long as her demands didn't hurt herself. Of course, he wouldn't deliberately make her feel jealous or possessive, but he would feel secretly happy whenever she did. It meant that she cared about him and wanted him to stay with her. What he feared the most was her indifference. It would hurt him terribly if she started ignoring him and stopped caring about him. He would rather that she hated him rather than ignore him. But these were just thoughts for those extreme situations. Right now was a beautiful life of marriage and contentment for both of them. He would do whatever was needed to safeguard his marriage and protect the beautiful family that they had built together. So he could somehow relate to his younger brother when Jin Chonglin said that he began to look forward to Chen Fei scolding him. Jin Liwei watched as his wife paid rapt attention to Jin Chonglin's confession just like everybody else. Some of the guests even fished out their phones to record. He sighed. Iris noticed it and asked, "Why are you sighing?" "Chonglin is not thoughtful enough," he said. She tilted her head to the side. Seeing the question in her eyes, he said, "If he's going to do what we all think he's going to do, then this is not the right place at all. I doubt that he made careful plans. I bet he just thought about it, maybe this morning, and wants to do it immediately. He's my brother, so I know that he can be very impulsive. For one, he's going to put too much pressure on Chen Fei in front of all these people. And most importantly, how dare he do this at your Libert launch party? Is he trying to overshadow your launch with his thoughtless, impulsive actions? When he's done, watch how I'll deal with him." Iris chuckled. "So you're upset for my sake?" It had nothing to do with Chen Fei. Her husband just wanted to vent for her sake. She hugged his waist while continuing to watch Jin Chonglin chatter on and on about the beginning of his relationship with Chen Fei. He snorted. "You've waited so long to launch Libert. I know that you didn't even plan to hire Chonglin as the male ambassador in the first place, but he insisted on tagging along. Now he's going to take all the attention from your launch with his proposal. He could have chosen another time and place and made careful preparations by himself, but he's too lazy. He wants to ride on Libert's coattails. I think that it's fine," she said, patting his chest, trying to calm him down. "Libert can use this as publicity." He pursed his lips, but didn't refute her. "Up to you." She nodded. They continued to watch. After 10 minutes, Iris frowned. When is he going to stop talking? Is he not going to propose yet? Maybe we made a mistake, and he just wants to talk like this. Jin Liwei also frowned. His disapproval of his younger brother's actions was clear on his face. The other guests were also quickly losing interest. They didn't bother waiting for the translations anymore and returned to chatting about other topics by themselves. Jin Chonglin didn't notice this at all. He still continued enthusiastically talking on and on until the exasperated Chen Fei kicked his shin. "How long are you going to make me stand here? Are you going to propose to me or not?" Oh. Jin Chonglin fished out a velvet box from his pocket and opened it, presenting a huge diamond ring to her. "Chen Fei, I love you. Will you marry me?" Chen Fei pouted. "You're not going to kneel?" Oh, right." He knelt down on one knee. In his haste, he knocked down his knee on the floor too hard, causing him to wince in pain. But he gritted his teeth, not wanting anything to ruin his proposal. "Now ask me again," she said. "Chen Fei, will you marry me?" The guests who had already lost interest quickly returned their attention back to the couple. Some started cheering for Jin Chonglin, while the others were urging Chen Fei to say yes. Chen Fei didn't answer. She just looked at him. 1 minute, 2 minutes. "What's your answer?" Jin Chonglin demanded. Why was she taking so long to answer? He hadn't been this nervous for a long time. Was she going to say no? Why wouldn't she marry him? He was the superstar Jin Chonglin. "You know," Chen Fei began to speak. He stood in attention, not wanting to miss a word she said. "This is the first time that you told me you love me," she said. Huh. He was in a daze. Was this really the first time that he said that he loved her? She continued. "You've never told me before that you love me, and you expect me to accept your marriage proposal? Do you think we live in ancient times? That I should marry you simply because you've claimed me in public?" Jin Chonglin started trembling. He had a bad premonition. "Marry you? Huh. In your dreams." "My answer is no." Chen Fei turned around and walked away. Jin Chonglin felt like his world was crumbling away. He continued kneeling there with a stunned expression while watching his girlfriend walk away. Everything around him turned quiet. This was the first time in his life that he felt like time had been frozen. It felt like he had separated from his own body, and that he was watching somebody else get rejected by his girlfriend. It was a surreal experience. A F***king frightening experience. He didn't notice the people around him wearing a myriad of expressions. Some gasped. Some looked horrified. Some looked entertained, wanting to watch more of the drama. Some looked at him and schadenfreude. Some pitied him. When it felt like time unfroze itself and his motor skills returned, Jin Chonglin stood up in a rush, almost tripping on his own feet, and chased after Chen Fei. He didn't care about his own image as a superstar anymore. There was no way that he would allow the woman to run away from him just like that. He, Jin Chonglin, had never been the type to give up. Babe? Hey, wait. Chen Fei kept on walking away. She wasn't running, just speed walking. He was about to reach her when she stopped and faced him again. He immediately put on the brakes and almost stumbled again. Now that she was facing him, he found that he didn't know what to say. His mind went blank. What the heck was happening to him? This was so weird. It was as if a dumb spirit had possessed him and prevented him from forming coherent thoughts. Then he stood there looking like a stupid idiot as Chen Fei grinned at him. Just joking, she said with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Okay, Jin Chonglin. I say yes, so you can feel happy now because I'll marry you. His eyes and mouth opened wide as if he couldn't believe that she had just pranked him. He must have stayed like that for too long because Chen Fei became impatient again. What are you waiting for? She demanded, wiggling her fingers in front of him. You're not going to give me my ring? Oh, right. Jin Chonglin regained his senses and took the ring from the box. He was so clumsy that the ring slipped from his hand. It rolled away to who knew where, causing him and everyone else to panic. The ring. He immediately went down to all fours to hunt for it. One of his backup dancers and some of the guests joined him in looking for it, while his other backup dancer was filming everything with glee. Chen Fei covered her face with the huge bouquet. Could she take back her yes? Her future husband was too embarrassing. She could hear the guests laughing at them. Well, whatever. This was the man that she chose for herself. She had to live by her decisions. Sighing, she carefully cradled her bouquet of roses and joined her man in hunting for her ring. Across the venue from all the hubbub, Jin Liwei held his wife, who was clutching her stomach laughing until tears formed at the corners of her eyes. Liwei, why is your brother so funny today? Iris felt like she couldn't breathe from too much laughing. This is the best proposal I have ever witnessed. Ha ha ha. Jin Liwei immediately scowled, feeling jealous. What about when I proposed to you? That wasn't the best. Iris immediately tried controlling her laughter. It was difficult, but for the sake of coaxing her husband, she still had to do it. She smiled, stood on her tippy toes, and kissed the corner of his mouth. Of course, your proposal to me is the best, she said. What I meant was that this is the best proposal by other people that I've ever witnessed. Jin Liwei felt better. He caught her mouth and kissed. Her too. Not too deep, but enough for her taste to linger in his tongue. After the kiss, a flush-faced Iris rested her head on her husband's chest. They embraced as they watched Jin Chonglin and Chen Fei along with the other guests look for the diamond ring. I guess we'll have another wedding in our family soon, Iris commented. And, as long as Chonglin doesn't mess it up, Jin Liwei added in his thoughts. He cared for his younger brother, but he knew about Jin Chonglin's messy relationships with various women in the past. He just hoped that his younger brother wouldn't play with Chen Fei's feelings. His wife and their girl squad wouldn't let his younger brother off the hook if Jin Chonglin ever hurt Chen Fei. Just his wife alone was enough to destroy Jin Chonglin. Long Jinjing was also someone who shouldn't be overlooked. She was Chen Fei's best friend and the most protective of her. She might seem timid at first, but if her husband, Liu Zihao, that vengeful B****starred, was added into the mix, then it would be an instant game over for Jin Chonglin. The other members of the girl squad would surely band together to wage war on Jin Chonglin if he ever did anything bad to Chen Fei. If that ever happened, Jin Liwei wasn't sure if he could help his own younger brother then. Iris had no idea that her husband's thoughts had already strayed to the worst-case scenario for her brother-in-law. Even if she knew, she would definitely agree with Jin Liwei. She and her friends would always protect each other from undeserving men. Back to the chaotic scene near the stage, a guest finally found the missing ring. He graciously handed it to the frantic Jin Chonglin, who almost called him father in gratitude. Everyone was laughing. They had never seen a clumsier proposal than this. Jin Chonglin ran to Chen Fei, waving the ring in his hand. Don't wave it like that. Chen Fei scolded him. What if you accidentally throw it again? If you lose the ring again, I'll take back my yes, and you can just marry your own sorry self. Jin Chonglin immediately protected the ring, pressing it on his chest and covering it with his other hand. If he wasn't using both his feet to walk, He might have also used them to cover the ring. When he reached his girlfriend, he said, "You said yes. You said you'll marry me. I heard it. Everyone heard it, too. You can't take it back. Quick, give me your hand." Chen Fei fought the urge to roll her eyes. This childish man. She still wanted to scold him, but stopped herself. Looking at the excited and expectant eyes of her man, her heart softened. She gave him her hand. He carefully slipped the ring on her finger. It fit perfectly. Chen Fei immediately felt a weight on her finger. The diamond was so big that it was almost the size of a quail egg. It had a teardrop shape and looked gorgeous. However, its ostentatious size was too impractical. She laughed, shaking her head. However, her heart felt like it was going to burst with happiness. "Do you like it?" Jin Chonglin asked. He looked confident as always, but Chen Fei now knew him better to notice the slight, barely noticeable nervous tremors on his lips. Her heart softened. "Yes, I like it." He grinned and looked smug. "I knew it. I have the best taste." Chen Fei fought the urge to smack him with her huge bouquet. No, the bouquet of roses was so beautiful. It didn't deserve to be destroyed because of this fool of a man. In the end, she could only sigh before throwing her arms around her man's neck, bouquet and all. "I think I love you, too, you little sh*t. Jin Chonglin felt like he was on top of the world. His woman loved him. See, his own vainness automatically filtered out Chen Fei's curse words. He deluded himself into thinking that her curse words were her love words to him. He grabbed his girlfriend, no, his fiancée's face and kissed her hard in front of everybody else. The entertained guests cheered for them. Caught in his own joy and excitement, Jin Chonglin lifted his fiancée and twirled her around. Chen Fei also abandoned her prickliness and allowed him to do what he wanted, laughing and smiling until her mouth ached. Then Jin Chonglin said, "Let's get married tomorrow." This time, Chen Fei didn't hold back. She smacked him in the head with her heavy bouquet. ####. Later that night at their Parisian residence, Iris snickered as she listened to her brother-in-law being scolded by his manager on the phone. "What the hell?" Lin Dong roared. "Chonglin, are you insane? How dare you use your sister-in-law's launch party to propose? And in front of so many guests, too. The media is going crazy. The domestic media can't wait to devour you and Chen Fei when you return to the country. Even the French media and many international media outlets are reporting about your proposal." Jin Chonglin felt indignant that his manager was yelling at him. "I'm in love with my woman. What about it? I want to marry her. You dare to stop me?" Lin Dong sighed several times. Iris could feel the manager's helplessness through the other end of the phone line. Lin Dong asked, "Why didn't you at least tell me that you're going to propose? I'm your manager. Can't you give me at least a warning so that I know how to deal in advance with the storm that you left me?" "Because I only decided the day before that I want to propose," Jin Chonglin said, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "I knew it," Lin Dong said with a heavy sigh. "I should have gone with you there." "Nah, I'm fine. You're busy with LXC Studio." Jin Liwei, who was also listening, gave Iris an "I told you so" look. Indeed, proposing was a completely impulsive decision on Jin Chonglin's part. Iris looked around. Chen Fei should be in her room, busy checking some last-minute reports from her assistant in Orchidia back home. It was a good thing that she didn't hear what her fiancé said, or she would definitely smack him with something even more dangerous than a bouquet. Lin Dong didn't continue to ask for an explanation from Jin Chonglin anymore. There was no use in trying to reason with the man, anyway. However, he still couldn't help but criticize Jin Chonglin. "You act so proud in making Chen Fei say yes, but that's the lamest proposal that I've ever seen in my whole life. I think that Chen Fei only felt sorry for you. That's why she said yes." PFT. Iris couldn't take it anymore. She laughed until she couldn't breathe. Jin Liwei held her, stroking her belly to make her feel better. He didn't laugh, but the corners of his lips twitched a few times. His brother, Jin Chonglin, looked at them with a sullen expression. At this moment, Dom appeared and asked, "What's happening?" Iris told him between her laughter. Dom also started cackling like an evil witch. Jin Chonglin stood up and pointed at them. You're all just jealous because I'm going to get married soon." Ahem. Jin Liwei raised an eyebrow at him and placed his hand with his wedding ring together with his wife's hand that had her wedding and engagement rings. It was as if his expression was telling his brother, You're seriously bragging about that in front of me who's married and has my own children? Jin Chonglin also realized the stupidity of his outburst, so he could only glare at the cackling Dom. Unfortunately, his glare was useless. Dom tossed his non-existent long hair and continued cackling like the queen of all villains. Jin Chonglin only pouted. His manager's scolding didn't affect him as much as Iris and Dom laughing at his expense. On a brighter note, he was glad that Dom wasn't present at the launch party earlier. If he were, perhaps Jin Chonglin might have had a worse experience. At least, the other guests didn't try to deliberately embarrass him when he fumbled with his proposal. Dom, however, was a different beast altogether. Before, Dom was a big fan of Jin Chonglin. But maybe because Dom had seen so many of Jin Chonglin's lame moments while in the family that he didn't care anymore about Jin Chonglin's superstar status. In addition, Dom's best friend and boss was Iris Long. Just being with her almost every day was enough for Dom to learn all the bad things, like not caring about embarrassing a superstar like Jin Chonglin. Jin Chonglin didn't dare to scold either Iris or Dom. If he scolded Iris, then Jin Liwei would chew him out. If he scolded Dom, then Iris would chew him out. And because Iris became involved, then Jin Liwei would still end up chewing him out, too. No matter how Jin Chonglin thought about it, he would be in a lose-lose situation. These people were bullying him. He stood up and ran away to find his fiancée for comfort. He had already forgotten that his manager was still on a phone call with him. Poor Lin Dong had been saying hello, hello, but nobody was answering him. Jin Liwei waited until his wife and her best friend/assistant calmed down and stopped laughing at his brother. Happy, he asked. I'm happy for Chun Fei and brother Chonglin. Iris said. Me too. Dom chimed in. I watched the video of Prince Lin Lin's proposal so many times. I can't stop laughing. He's usually so cool and choreographed on stage, but he looked like a baby giraffe just learning to walk during the proposal. How could he lose the ring? Ha ha ha. Iris chuckled. It's funny, yes, but it's also sweet. Dom nodded. Yes, it's super duper to the highest level sweet. My younger sis can't stop gushing to me about the surprise proposal, although she's a bit miffed that Prince Lin Lin proposed at Libert's launch party. Iris waved a dismissive hand. It's fine. Libert's official grand opening to the public is tomorrow. We can use Brother Chonglin's proposal to hype Libert to the media. He and Chun Fei already gave us permission to do so, as their apology for disrupting the launch party. Don't worry, boss. Clover will handle it. If she doesn't, I'll pull all my sister's hair out and make it into a wig. Iris and Dom chatted for a while before dispersed for the night. Dom returned to his bedroom, while the couple went to the courtyard to have some private time alone. They had already checked their twins earlier and put them to sleep after dinner. The moon hid behind dark clouds. Even the stars were far and few in between tonight. Even so, Iris felt like the night sky was bright. Jin Liwei embraced her. Congratulations on Libert's launch, love. She hugged his waist. Thank you, darling. They whispered sweet nothings to each other before a household staff member interrupted them. Someone dropped off a package for Iris. Madam, the security already cleared it and deemed it safe, the staff member told her. Jin Liwei took it. The staff member excused himself, leaving the couple alone again. Who's it from? Iris asked. Director Jabber Wilkins, he said. Oh, she pulled him to sit. It should be his project files. Open it, darling. Jin Liwei tore the packaging. There was nothing fancy in it, just a plain cardboard box. He printed everything on paper, Iris said. How old school. The husband and wife skimmed through the files that the American director sent over. It seemed that Wilkins wasn't lying when he told them that there was basically no progress yet. However, Iris and Jin Liwei could sense the director's enthusiasm for the project from his written report despite the lack of interest from other investors. They found that at the bottom of the box was a 5-book epic fantasy series set. Iris abandoned Wilkins' files to check out the novels. Jin Liwei shook his head with a smile and continued reading the files instead. 1 hour later, Iris had already read a significant portion of the first book. She would have wanted to finish it on the same night, but Jin Liwei wouldn't allow her. It's late, love. We still have to get up early. Tomorrow for Libert's public grand opening. She sighed, feeling a little reluctant to put down the novel. This book is really good. Now I understand why Jabber insists on adapting the series into a film franchise. Jin Liwei trusted his wife's judgment. If she said that the book was interesting, then it must be so even without him personally reading it. If you really like it, we'll invest in the project. Her eyes lit up with excitement. Yes. He smiled. I'll talk to Chonglin about it tomorrow. If he's interested, then LXC Studio will help produce it. If not, then we'll invest in it by ourselves and just find a production house to partner with. Okay. She nodded. LXC Studio's prestige will increase if we invest in a Hollywood project. But even if your brother is stupid enough to decline this opportunity, we can still front the project as executive producers ourselves. And let's go to bed now, love. The couple held hands and returned inside the house together. ####. The next day, Jin Liwei woke up his sleeping wife. Iris slowly opened her eyes and saw her twin sons smiling at her on the bed. Mama, little Machi crawled and threw himself at her. Mama, little Macha followed his brother, but instead of throwing himself like little Machi, he laid his head gently on their mother's thigh instead. Good morning, my sweethearts. Iris greeted her sons with a slightly hoarse voice. Then she kissed their faces, making them giggle. Jin Liwei watched his wife and sons showering each other with love. Then he also joined them by sitting on the bed next to his wife and kissing her on the lips. After eating breakfast together and getting ready, Grandpa Lu arrived with Yin Meishing and Tang Yi. The old man had volunteered to stay with the twins today, so that Iris, Jin Liwei, and the others could attend the public grand opening of Libert without any worries. Today's grand opening of Libert to the public wasn't as formal as the exclusive launch party yesterday. Due to Jin Chonglin's surprise proposal to Orchidea's COO Chun Fei at Libert's launch party yesterday, many reporters and paparazzi camped outside the perfumery. Many of them were Chinese, but there were also a lot of French and international news outlets. Jin Chonglin's status as a superstar was very evident today. Fortunately, Iris had foreseen this, so she had already instructed Clover to contact the local police in advance to help control the crowd along with Libert's temporary security. Customers and fans lined up neatly, while those with media badges were all grouped together behind a designated barricaded area. Everything and everyone was well organized. This was the scene that Iris Group witnessed after arriving at the perfumery. Once she and her husband alighted from the vehicle, screams arose from the crowd. Cameras clicked non-stop from the designated barricaded area containing all the media representatives. Boss Iris. Kaiawea. Iris Long is so beautiful in person. Iris' eyes widened in surprise. She looked over at the neat line of people waiting to enter the perfumery and saw quite a lot of them wearing tuxedo suits. She gave them a bright smile and a wave, causing them to squeal. I expected that most of the people coming today would come for Brother Chonglan, Iris murmured to her husband. But there are many black stars who actually came for me, too. Jin Liwei's mouth curved up. Of course, love. The black stars are all loyal to you. What Iris didn't know was that Jin Liwei had arranged for a group of black stars in advance to fly to Paris for Libert's grand opening to the public. He asked Ketchup, aka Kitty Baby, to help him choose some deserving black stars among the fan club, especially those who couldn't afford to buy plane tickets themselves, and flew them all using one of his private jets. The father and AI cat daughter kept the secret from their wife/mother. Jin Liwei had also bribed Bacon to keep it a secret from Iris. As a result, Bacon didn't snitch on his father and AI cat's sister to his beloved mother. He happily saved the money his father used as a bribe and already started thinking about what to gift his mother next. Iris pulled Jin Liwei to where her fans waited. The Black Stars were known as one of the most organized fan clubs. They stayed in their places and waited for their boss Iris to come to them instead of attempting to run toward her. This was largely in part because Iris was also known to always take a few minutes to interact with her fans when the situation allowed her. Even at times when she couldn't interact with them due to time constraints, she would still acknowledge them with a smile and a wave, unlike some celebrities who would just walk straight without even nodding at their fans. Hello. Thanks for coming, Iris greeted them. She took the time to sign autographs and take pictures with them, assigning CEO Jin as the photographer. These Black Stars felt like they were in seventh heaven. Their boss Iris was chatting with them as if they were the closest of friends. CEO Jin also gave them a stern look full of warning. They gave him a covert nod. Before they were flown to Paris, they had been asked to sign NDA forms by CEO Jin's people stating that they weren't allowed to divulge the fact that CEO Jin was the one who flew them to Paris to attend Libert's grand opening to the public. They should keep it a secret to their boss Iris as a surprise. After they returned back to their home country, then they were free to share their experiences to others without any issues, if they wanted. But during their stay in Paris, they had to keep their mouths shut. Jin Liwei nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, his wife's fans were the best. True black stars were extremely loyal. Iris recognized a few people among her group of fans. You already came yesterday at the launch party, and you're still coming today? Not tired? The fans shook their heads. Not tired, Boss Iris. Thanks for giving us the invitations. Yesterday's launch party was so much fun, but we still want to come today to support you. It was intimidating with all the important people all around us, but the food was delicious, and the performances were superb. The English version of Rebirth was awesome. We also received a lot of Libert and Orchidia freebies. And we got to witness Prince Lin's proposal. I can't believe that he'd fumble it so badly. Ha ha ha. I felt so embarrassed for him. I didn't know that he could be so funny. I felt so bad for him that I even joined him in crawling on the floor to look for the ring. Ha ha ha. Iris joined her fans in laughing at the memory of her brother-in-law's clumsy proposal yesterday. The other black stars heard what they were talking about. They felt envious of their fellow black stars who had been able to attend yesterday's exclusive launch party. They immediately started asking them about their experience from yesterday. Clover and Dom came to remind Iris of the time. She reluctantly excused herself. I'll see you later inside the perfumery, she told the black stars. See you later, Boss Iris. Please go ahead. Don't mind us. We're looking forward to buying the fragrances. She smiled at them. Everything will be 50% off today. Wow. Yay. 50% off. I love it. This is awesome. I wasn't able to buy from the online pre-orders because everything already sold out so quickly. But look at me now buying from the actual Libert Perfumery in Paris. This will be a memory I'll forever cherish in my life. Woo-woo. Clover led Iris and Jin Liwei to the designated barricaded area for the media for interviews while Dom stayed with the Black Stars, chatting with them and hyping everyone up for the grand opening shortly. Iris long knew that most of the media who came today were only interested in Jin Chonglin and his surprise marriage proposal. She didn't mind. Like what she said yesterday, she could definitely use Jin Chonglin's hype to market Libert to the media. Both Jin Chonglin and Chun Fei had already given her permission to do so. Chun Fei was the one who gave consent for both her and Jin Chonglin. Libert was technically a subsidiary under Orchidia, so of course, Chun Fei would be more than willing to maximize its public exposure. Libert's success would only benefit Orchidia as a whole. After all, Jin Liwei stayed back this time around, too, just like what he did yesterday at the launch party. He didn't steal his wife's spotlight and stayed as a silent support behind her. Iris stepped forward to face the reporters. Although the media came largely for Jin Chonglin, they still conducted short interviews with Iris Long. All of them had been cleared by Libert's security beforehand before being given official media badges for today. They all came from reputable media outlets. Therefore, they had insider information that Iris Long was someone who shouldn't be offended. Not only was she the wife of billionaire CEO Liam Jin, but she was also well connected to many important people. Her connections didn't only stem from her marriage to CEO Liam Jin alone, but through her own connections as well. They had no idea how she was able to build this kind of impressive personal connections, but the world of the top elite was something only they could imagine. The bosses of these media representatives told them that several important and powerful figures had contacted their companies to write favorable articles about Libert. There was a high-profile French magnate, a tech billionaire, a Dubai princess, a daughter of a British noble, even Hollywood film director Jabber Wilkins, and several influential figures in the business and academic worlds. All of them contacted the media companies to help pave the way for Libert. Iris answered standard questions about her perfumery, Libert. Nobody made it difficult for her, surprising her a little. She didn't think about it too much because today was another busy day. Thank you, everyone, she told the reporters, waving at them after Clover reminded her that it was time for her to enter the perfumery. Right after she entered the building, another vehicle pulled over. Yin Meishing came out with Tang Yi. Thanks to video footage from yesterday's launch party, most of the people recognized her. The reporters and paparazzi also did their homework beforehand and identified her as Libert's female ambassador for the regular perfume, Cernet. The Black Stars also helped cheer for Yin Meishing. After all, she was their boss. Iris signed artist at LXC Studio. They now considered Yin Meishing as one of their boss Iris people, meaning someone they should also protect. Yin Meishing waved at everyone. She wasn't the type of person to act all high and mighty despite being an international award-winning Best Actress. Even so, she still felt flattered at the warm welcome. Nobody neglected her. She could hear people cheering for her. Cameras clicked in her direction. Regardless of whether these were all out of politeness or not, she still felt grateful for the opportunity. She followed Clover directly for the media interviews. Libert assigned a professional interpreter for her just for this event. The Chinese media representatives were the most enthusiastic during her interviews. Yin Meishing remained calm and collected all throughout. She really embodied Libert's perfume, Cernet. After the interviews, she followed Dom to say hi to the crowd of people. She didn't have a lot of fans abroad, but the Black Stars came to help support her as well. Her manager, Tang Yi, whispered to her, "Don't worry, Meishing. LXC Studio will help you become more famous, not just in our country, but abroad as well." She only smiled. Of course, she also had ambitions of international stardom, but she was more of a pragmatic type of person. If opportunity knocked on her door, she would seize it immediately. But on normal days, she preferred stability over taking risks. As long as she worked hard, she would be rewarded. That was her philosophy in life. But ever since she met Iris Long, it felt like blessings started pouring over her direction. Yin Meishing wasn't kidding when she said that Iris Long was her lucky star. "Let's go inside, Manager Tang," she said. "I want to chat with Iris." "Okay, let's go." The two women entered the perfumery. A couple of minutes later, another vehicle arrived. As soon as the car door opened, deafening screams filled the streets. "Prince Lin, Jin Lin, I love you." Kaya. Jin Lin gave everyone his iconic killer smile. But he immediately turned around and reached inside the car again. Then his girlfriend, no, she was his fiancée now, stepped out of the car. Chen Fei wore a simple yet elegant cocktail dress. Her makeup looked sharp, accentuating her serious yet confident aura. However, most people's eyes were directed at the huge diamond ring sparkling on her finger. "Whoa, what a huge diamond. I'm blinded. COO Chun, please don't let Prince Lin touch your ring anymore. What if he loses it again?" Ha 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 ha. Jin Lin heard what his army of fans said. Were they laughing at him? He pouted. Then he saw the group of people wearing tuxedo suits. Ah, so the Black Stars also came today. No wonder that his own fans were now making fun of him. It was because the Black Stars had corrupted them. His sister-in-law's fans had always been a bad influence. Just look at their infamous troll group, the Slippers Army. They were certified trolls feared among netizens. "Fix your expression," Chen Fei whispered to him. He regained his senses and once again flashed his killer smile. His arm wrapped around his fiancée's waist as they walked together. The screams got louder and louder. The cameras clicked nonstop. This time, the reporters and paparazzi shouted questions at the couple, unable to wait any longer. For now, Jin Lin and Chen Fei ignored the reporters and paparazzi shouting for them. They walked toward the fans to interact with them first. They mirrored what Iris and Jin Liwei had done earlier. Like Iris, Jin Lin took the time to sign autographs, take photos, and chat with his army of fans. However, unlike Iris who made her husband take pictures, Jin Lin took the photos himself with his fans' phones instead. He didn't dare to ask his fiancée to act as a photographer. What if she threatened to castrate him in front of his fans? How embarrassing would that be for him? He failed to realize that he had already destroyed his image in front of his army of fans when the video of his proposal was spread all over the news and online. Everyone witnessed his lame and clumsy side that nobody had discovered yet before. They felt so embarrassed for him, but at the same time, it made him seem more human, especially to his army of fans. Worldwide, his clumsy proposal actually endeared him even more to the masses. It proved that despite his playboy reputation, he could still become like a shy teenager fumbling in front of his first love. His army of fans had a tacit agreement among themselves not to mention that this was their Prince Lin's second engagement. His first fiancée was a criminal who was charged with the attempted murder of Iris Long, now his sister-in-law. Compared to Fan Luo, that evil woman, Chen Fei was many leagues better. Chen Fei was a successful business executive who ran Orchidea's daily operations. Although she wasn't classically beautiful, many of Jin Chonglin's fans could understand how he fell in love with her. She had a strong, no-nonsense aura that could control their Prince Lin's playfulness. Of course, there was still a portion of Jin Chonglin's fan base who was against his relationship with Chen Fei, not because they didn't like her, but because they preferred for him to be single his entire life. This was so that they could continue to fantasize about him for the rest of their lives as their lover/boyfriend/husband. They were his sayseeing fans who repeatedly attempted to invade his privacy numerous times throughout the years. Fortunately, his security had improved a lot in the last couple of years thanks to his older brother, Jin Liwei, and his AI cat niece and nephew. Today, there were no sayseeing fans. Iris had Clover make sure that no extreme and dangerous people would be able to go anywhere near Libert these days to protect her, Yin Meishing, and Jin Chonglin. Back to Jin Chonglin and Chen Fei, they continued to interact with the fans. Many came to see them both, so they took longer than when Iris and Jin Liwei interacted with the Black Stars earlier. Congratulations on your engagement, Prince Lin. We wish you and COO Chen the best. We hope that you get married soon. Please get a reliable ring bearer on your wedding day. We don't want the same thing to happen at your wedding when people have to crawl all over the place to look for the rings. Ha 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 ha. Jin Chonglin grimaced. Chen Fei, however, couldn't hold it anymore. She laughed alongside his fans. He cast a sullen look at her. She gave him a playful elbow, silently reminding him to mind his expressions. There were so many eyes watching them, especially the media who would spin over-the-top false narratives for traffic. He winked at her in response to her silent reminder. His action caused a round of loud squeals among his fans. Clover didn't rush the couple to move along. Iris had already instructed her to allow Jin Chonglin and Chen Fei longer media exposure before the grand opening. At least, when the reporters and paparazzi took photos of them, they would be standing right in front of Libert. This was the best free publicity they could get for the perfumery. Finally, the couple moved on to face the reporters and paparazzi. Unlike the careful consideration toward Iris Long due to her husband's power and her hidden connections with other influential people, and the polite interviews with Yin Meishing, the reporters and paparazzi didn't hold back when it came to Jin Chonglin. Although he was the younger brother of CEO Jin Chonglin rarely used his family's influence to pave the way for him in showbiz. However, it couldn't be said that being the second young master of the Jin family didn't make his journey to superstardom easier than normal either. Being a Jin certainly helped, but he didn't solely rely on his identity. The reporters and paparazzi looked like sharks who smelled blood in the ocean. Jin Chonglin, when is the wedding? How much is the engagement ring? Jin Chonglin, did you propose only because your girlfriend is pregnant? Chen Fei, how does it feel to be engaged to a known playboy? Miss Chen, you rejected Jin Chonglin's proposal at first, but later changed your mind and said yes. Is it true that you were only forced to accept his proposal because you didn't want to embarrass him in front of so many people yesterday? COO Chen, this is Jin Chonglin's second engagement. How secure are you that he will really marry you in the end? As a celebrity who had climbed his way up to superstardom throughout the years, Jin Chonglin was already used to scathing remarks and questions from the media. If he were only by himself, he wouldn't mind dealing with such aggressive reporters. It was part of the game as a famous public figure. This time, however, he couldn't listen to the reporters directing such aggressive questions at his lady. His expression changed. He was about to fight the reporters and paparazzi when Chen Fei held him back. Babe, he said in a worried tone. Chen Fei gave him an "I got this" smile. Then she stepped forward as if Shi was the one who was protecting him. First of all, we just got engaged, so we don't know the wedding date yet. Chen Fei began speaking in confident English. She wasn't intimidated by the aggressive reporters and paparazzi at all. Second, if you are good reporters, then you should be able to research how much my engagement ring costs without asking us point blank and trying to present us as tacky nouveau riche who only care about the expensiveness of things. Also, let me tell you that I don't care about the price of my ring at all. The fact that my boyfriend, who's now my fiancé, gave it to me is enough to make me happy. It's the thought behind the ring that counts, not the price. Even if he gave me a hand-woven straw ring, I would still accept it as long as he worked hard to weave it himself. And for your information, I'm not so poor as to not afford to buy myself some nice jewelry. I don't need a man to do that for me. Well, except for my father, and now my lover. Third, I'm not pregnant. And even if I were pregnant, it's none of your damn business to judge me. Chonglin is the one who's a celebrity, not me. Attacking a law-abiding, tax-paying, hard-working citizen for being a decent human being is a new low that only trash reporters and paparazzi like you do to find some sense in your useless existence. I respect reporters and those who work for the media who have integrity. Now tell me, all of you who are asking me and my partner these disgusting questions, do you still have integrity in your work? Hearing her increasingly scathing words offended quite a few of the media representatives. Most of them, however, felt excited because what she was doing now would surely be hot news. The cameras and the microphones were all pointed in her direction, not wanting to miss any of her words. Before those who felt offended by her words could retort, she continued her cool, calm, yet very savage answers to their earlier questions. Fourth, wait, what was the fourth question again? Oh, right. How do I feel to be engaged to a known playboy? I was feeling happy, but now that you mentioned it, I feel uncomfortable, thanks to all of you. But it doesn't matter. I'll deal with Chonglin myself and his disgraceful past. There's no need for any of you to interfere with our relationship. How would you feel if I, a total stranger, came up in front of you and your lover/wife and began sowing discord out of nowhere? I bet that you'll want to slap me. That's how I feel right now. But because I'm a law-abiding person, unlike some of you who like to walk along the gray areas of the law to terrorize celebrities and their families, I won't act on my impulse. Instead, my fiancé and I will consult a lawyer if any of you representatives from the media have violated any laws today when asking me and Chonglin all these upsetting questions. Fifth of all, I was only pranking Chonglin when I rejected his proposal at first. I don't care if you think otherwise. How sad it is to live without a sense of humor. I don't want to be like you. By this time, Jin Chonglin was already grinning. He looked like he was watching the greatest show in the world. His eyes were filled with pride and admiration for his fiancée as she battled the reporters and paparazzi with her confidence, wit, and venomous tongue. This was his woman. How amazing was she? As expected of him, Jin Chonglin, for choosing such a strong and independent woman who could wipe his critics' faces on the floor without breaking a sweat. If Chen Fei could hear his thoughts, she would definitely roll her eyes. Fortunately for him, she couldn't hear his thoughts. She was too busy battling the reporters and paparazzi with her savage words. And finally, yes, this is Chonglin's second engagement, but so what? Our situation is not unique. If a relationship doesn't work out, then break up. Look for someone else who's better. Or are you the type of people who think that having an ex makes you a tainted person? Because if you are, then shame on you. You don't belong in our modern world, but in the ancient era instead. Please stay away from me because I don't even want to touch people like you with a 10-foot pole. Your outdated thinking is not only discriminatory, but also very narrow-minded. You lack the qualities to progress with the rest of humanity. Also, my man dodged a bullet with his ex-fiancée. That woman was a dangerous, evil criminal who attempted to murder Iris Long, my close friend. Even without Chonglin in the picture, I would want to beat that woman up for committing a deadly crime against my friend. Granted, Iris and I weren't friends yet when that happened back then, but we are friends now, so I feel indignant for her. And if you still try goading me with unsavory questions about that evil criminal even after I said all this, then it must mean that you're all sympathetic toward a convicted attempted murderer. I would have all the more reason to want to avoid you all and not want to touch you with a 100-foot pole. I also want to remind you all that my man, Jin Chonglin, had only been engaged to that evil criminal. He had never been married to her. Jin Chonglin is Chun Fei's man now. Mine. I'm the one he's going to marry. Whether our relationship lasts or not is none of your damn business. If he cheats on me, then that will only prove that he's a shameful human being who deserves to burn in the deepest pits of hell. I won't care about him then. But right now, he loves me and treats me just the way I like it. If he continues to stay with me without betraying me, then I'll also treat him the same way. That's all I have to say. With that, she grabbed Jin Chonglin's hand and walked away. The reporters and paparazzi yelled after them, but Chen Fei didn't look back. She continued dragging Jin Chonglin toward Libert. Along the way, Jin Chonglin's army of fans cheered for the couple. Even the Black Stars joined in showing their support. Good job, COO Chun. Show them who's the boss. Wow. COO Chun is as cool as our boss Iris. Why do I feel like our Prince Lin Lin is the damsel in distress being protected by Miss Chun, who's the knight in shining armor? Look at Prince Lin Lin's silly grin. Ha 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 ha. Jin Chonglin flashed his killer smile and waved at his fans on instinct. He didn't hear his fans making of him again with the Black Stars. Chen Fei heard everything. Although she didn't acknowledge the fans, she wasn't a celebrity herself, so why would she try to satisfy any fan's request? The corners of her mouth still curved up. When the couple finally entered Libert, they were greeted by applause. Iris gave them an approving smile. Jin Liwei didn't even look at them. He was more concerned about ensuring that his wife stayed comfortable. Dom and Clover gave them big thumbs up. Jin Chonglin ran to them and began bragging about his fiancé's domineering battle of wits against the media representatives outside. Chen Fei released a heavy breath she didn't know she was holding. Iris approached her and patted her shoulder. Chen Fei smiled. There were no words between the friends, but the silent support was more than enough. Iris gave Chen Fei a couple of minutes to recollect herself. Afterward, she gave Clover the signal. Clover nodded. Finally, Libert opened its doors to the public. The first wave of customers entered. Most of them were Black Stars and Jin Chonglin's fans, but some locals lined up early, curious about what the rebranded perfumery had to offer. Iris, Jin Liwei, and the others all interacted with the customers, acting as salespeople along with the staff. It smells so good here. It's so relaxing. I feel like I'm in the spa. Everything looks so classy and elegant. 50% off, you guys. Everything is 50% today. If only they hadn't imposed a limit of 2 per type of perfume, I would have bought a lot for my entire family and friends. Even with the limit of 2, it's still a lot. Remember that there are 6 types per fragrance according to concentration. I'll buy everything. I'll only buy Eve for now. It smells so good. I smelled Eve on Boss Iris when she passed by us. She smells so good. When I tried it on myself, I also smelled good, but it's different from Boss Iris. Isn't it cool? I'm usually stressed out, so I'll get Cernet. I don't know if its aromatherapy features will really work, but even if it doesn't, this is my type of fragrance. So subtle, yet still makes me feel high class. I don't care that I'm a woman. I'll buy Valance to support. Prince Lin Lin. I'll buy another one for my dad. I'll buy all 3 fragrances. Iris and Ian Meishing didn't force the customers to buy their corresponding fragrances. Jin Chonglin, on the other hand, tried his hardest to influence those who bought only Eve and Cernet to also buy his Valance. After the first wave came a second wave of customers, then a third, and so on and so forth. Iris and the others took turns taking short breaks in one of the private showrooms. Since this was the grand opening to the public, these private showrooms weren't open yet. They would only be open starting tomorrow for VIP customers who made reservations. Although Libert was only offering 3 official ready-made fragrances now, it was still a perfumery. They also provided a custom order service where they concoct original fragrances for VIP customers. This service would be conducted in the private showrooms by expert perfumers. After resting in a private showroom and calling Grandpa Lu to ask about the twins, Iris and Jin Liwei returned to the main store area where endless but organized waves of customers shopped for perfumes. The whole morning came and went. By lunchtime, the waves of customers still didn't slow down. In fact, there was still a long lineup outside. Clover had arranged for a few staff members to hand out lunch sandwiches with bottled water for the waiting customers and the police officers helping to maintain order outside. Even the remaining media representatives got their share despite their aggressive treatment of Jin Chonglin and Chen Fei earlier. Libert's actions made the reporters and paparazzi feel better. Iris, Jin Liwei, and the others also took this time to bid goodbye to everyone. Ian Meishing and Tang Yi left first, followed by Jin Chonglin and Chen Fei. As soon as the newly engaged couple came out of the perfumery, the reporters and paparazzi once again directed their energy on the two of them. This time, Jin Chonglin followed his fiancée's example and didn't acknowledge them. However, he did flash his iconic killer smile and waved at the fans still waiting in the line to enter Libert. Prince Lin Lin, we love you. Please take care of our Prince Lin Lin, COO Chun. You're so cool, Chen Fei. Then someone started chanting, Lin Fei. Lin Fei, Lin Fei, Lin Fei, Lin Fei, Lin Fei. Qin Fei wasn't paying attention to the chant at first, but Jin Chonglin forced her to stop walking. He nodded along, a pleased grin on his face. Our couple names sound so good, he told her. She pursed her lips, thinking that it was too corny, but in the end, she didn't say anything caustic this time. Let her man be pleased. Truth be told, she also liked it deep inside. She shook her head, fighting a smile from appearing on her lips, before dragging her silly man away and stuffing him inside the waiting vehicle. Everything had been documented by the reporters and paparazzi on video. Feeling offended on behalf of their Prince Lin Lin and COO Chun, the fans glared at the media representatives and kept chanting Lin Fei in front of the cameras. They needed the world to know that they, the fans, supported their Prince Lin Lin. Who were the others to criticize him and his fiancée? After Jin Chonglin and Qin Fei left, Iris and Jin Liwei didn't leave immediately. Instead, Iris took some time to appreciate the congratulatory flower arrangements and gift baskets that friends and acquaintances sent Libert. One of the most conspicuous was a huge flower arrangement with a shining black star in the middle. Her fans sent it. The fan club's president, Zhou Mayer, aka Captain Blackstar, signed it on behalf of everyone. Other notable members of the Black Stars sent their own congratulatory presents, including Madame Feng Wan, aka Mrs. Love Phantom, and her three posh friends, Si Xinyue, aka JJ No. 1 fan and the chief of police's wife, Bai Li, aka JJ No. 2 fan, and Kung Mian, JJ No. 2 fan. Ho Liang, aka Monkey Face, and Wu Chun, aka I Eat Slippers, also sent a huge flower arrangement on behalf of their gaming company, Planet Monkey. Iris stopped by an adorable flower arrangement, which featured white and black stuffed toy cats. The card said that it was sent by Kitty Baby and Panther Baby of the Black Stars. She showed her husband the card. Jin Liwei smiled. What he didn't tell his wife was that he knew all about their AI cat children's gift for the grand opening of their mother's Libert perfumery. In fact, he helped Ketchup and Bacon choose a design that their mother would surely appreciate. And he was right. Iris almost couldn't take her eyes off the adorable stuffed toy cats. Let's have Clover save them after today and send them to you later, he suggested. Her eyes lit up. Okay. They moved on to the other congratulatory presents. There were many sent by Iris and Jin Liwei's family and closest friends. Lu Zihao, Long Jingjing, and their twins. Even Long Jingjing's mother, Sun Jingfei, sent something. Lin Yihan, Jiang Yingyu, and little June Dom, who came with them to Paris, still prepared a fabulous flower basket with sparkly ribbons. He also prepared a separate one to represent his family, the Chuas, as instructed by his parents. Mimi also asked Dom to prepare one for her as well. Long Tingfei and Yang Jiehui sent their own congratulatory present. Long Jian sent one as well, causing Iris to feel surprised for a moment. But only for a moment. Her relationship with Long Jian had already improved a lot after they agreed to become allies at Long Industries. When she thought about it more deeply, it wasn't that surprising that he would send Libert a congratulatory gift. The most surprising, however, was Long Hui. The man sent the simplest and smallest basket. If Jin Liwei hadn't accidentally kicked it on the floor, Iris wouldn't have noticed it. She picked it up and read the card. It read, "Congratulations on Libert's grand opening, from Long Hui." Iris raised an eyebrow and handed the card to Jin Liwei. He read it with a cold face. Then he tucked the card back into the small basket and placed it back along the other flower arrangements. "Don't overthink it, love." She nodded. Indeed, there was no use in overthinking about Long Hui's motives. Her conscience was clear. His wasn't. Sending presents like this couldn't prove whether the man was sincere or not. He needed to show it through his actions. Next, Iris chuckled after discovering that the over-the-top flower curtain snaking throughout one of the walls was sent by Grandpa Lu. She thought that it was a last-minute decoration addition by the organizer. Fortunately, the flower curtain was beautiful and matched Libert's aesthetics. Waylon also sent something together with her husband, Viscount Marco Sebastian del Aguila y Gonzalez. "Isn't the Viscount still in a coma?" Iris whispered. This congratulatory present should be Wei Lan's idea," Jin Liwei said. Iris frowned. "Are you sure? I don't think she's that type of person to remember unless we repeatedly remind her." Then her eyes caught something. The next gift basket came from Ruin Alejandro. He must have reminded Wei Lan. Jin Liwei made an affirmative sound in his throat. His tone was dismissive of the Spaniard. Although Run Alejandro had shown some goodwill toward him and his wife before he and Wei Lan left for Barbados to take care of the injured Viscount, Jin Liwei still couldn't find it in himself to treat the Spaniard like a friend. Even so, it was difficult to slap a smiling face. Iris frowned and tilted her head to the side upon reading who sent the next flower arrangement. Curious, Jin Liwei leaned over and took a look. He scowled. It was from Emilio Miguel, the gorgeous man who Run Alejandro introduced as his older brother, a fellow orphan that the Viscount sponsored. Unfortunately, the Viscount only formally adopted Run Alejandro. Jin Liwei still remembered his intense jealousy after seeing the stunned reaction of his wife when they first met Emilio Miguel at an auction. Iris had admitted back then that she found the man extremely handsome. However, that wasn't what upset him. It was the way that Emilio Miguel had ogled Iris that made Jin Liwei want to punch the man's face. It was utterly disrespectful to look at someone else's woman with clear lust in his eyes. Jin Liwei would never forget it. Just remembering it was enough to put him in a bad mood. Without even thinking, he grabbed the flower arrangement and the card, called one of their bodyguards, and ordered for the flowers to be disposed of. Iris didn't say anything. She, too, hated the way the man looked at her back then. It felt like Emilio Miguel had been peeling her clothes off with his eyes. The husband and wife had a tacit agreement not to comment about it anymore. They moved on to the other congratulatory gifts. Fortunately for them, Clover, who noticed something amiss with the couple, reacted quickly and told a little white lie to the nearby curious customers. CEO Jean is allergic to that kind of small flowers. That's why he had it taken away. Oh, the customers believed her and no longer thought about the incident. They continued browsing around the shop. Iris Cross Academy friends also sent a variety of lovely flower arrangements. Ashandra Nightsun was unable to attend today's grand opening to the public because she had to prepare for her art exhibition in a couple of days. But she did send a beautiful flower basket, so artfully arranged that Iris took it and displayed it in a more prominent position in the middle of the store. AJ Zaniers, Teresa Blipsberg, and Florence O'Seven all sent flower baskets as well. In addition, Amampio Kolekski sent an enormous flower wreath on behalf of their other schoolmates, including Michael X. Lorson, Logan Wisdian, and Truman Seekerton. Cross Academy's headmaster, Professor Erwin DuPont. Cross Academy's admissions counselor, Julia Moretti. Iris Foreign Languages instructors, Professor Kalisha Schwartz and Professor Hisakawa Akio. Her music mentors, Maestro Ludovico De Luca, and of course, the legendary hitmaker Enrique Valdez. Grandpa Lou's old friends and fellow Cross Academy alumnus also sent simple flower arrangements. The French magnate, the nerdy tech billionaire, Sheikha Amira and her friend, the daughter of a British marquis. Director, Jabber Wilkins. People from Iris Orchidia family, including Ulrich Bauer, Orchidia's chief product officer, Alona Bauer, Orchidia Germany's head. There were still many congratulatory gifts. Iris pulled Jin Liwei, intending to check and appreciate each and every one of them. LXC Studio sent a beautiful and elegant flower arrangement to congratulate not only Libert, but also all three celebrity ambassadors, Iris Long, Jean Chong-lin, and Ian Meishing. Iris knew that her manager, Tang Yi, was the one who arranged this congratulatory gift. She smiled when she saw one sent by the rock band, Pandemonium. Its members, Blaze, Eros, Night, and Thunder, were all thriving as one of the first artists signed under LXC Studio. She considered all of them like her little brothers, although they were mostly older than her. Almost all the artists signed under LXC Studio sent separate flower baskets, including the newly signed Ren Jiu and his teammates from the national shooting team. Bright Summit Entertainment Company, the former management company that handled her career and Jean Chong-lin's, also sent a lovely flower arrangement. Thanks to Jin Liwei's backing, her and Jean Chong-lin's relationship with their former management company never soured. Bright Summit and LXC Studio continued to maintain a friendly cooperative relationship. All of Iris businesses, Orchidia, Planet Monkey, Gold Heights, and their mother company, Eve Holdings, also sent something to congratulate Libert. These businesses were now all one family, after all. Even Phantom Dragon Funds sent one, but the flower basket had been deliberately separated from the others by Clover to prevent anyone from associating it with Iris. For now, Iris wanted to keep Phantom Dragon Fund's ownership a secret for a little longer. Her eyebrows raised when she saw a flower basket sent by Long Industries. Long Tingfei had already sent a personal one with his wife, Yang Jiahui. "I don't think that this is Long Tingfei's idea," she murmured. "He's not that thoughtful. I bet even the other flower basket was sent according to Aunt Jiahui's instructions." Jin Liwei examined the accompanying card. It was a standard congratulatory message. "Maybe it's Long Jin's idea," he said. "You've mentioned to me several times before that he has helped you a lot in establishing your influence in Long Industries." Maybe. They didn't talk much about Long Jian. Jin Liwei understood Iris' complicated relationship with Long Jian. They had been hostile to each other before, then became allies, and now they were essentially friends. Neither of them would admit it, though. "Oh, there's one from Elder Long Jufong," Iris said next. Speaking of allies, Iris had a more utilitarian relationship with Elder Long Jufong than with Long Jian. They were just using each other for mutual benefits in the Long's battle of succession. Elder Long Jufong was a firm member of her camp, supporting her to become the next head of Long Industries and the Long clan. Although Iris was only interested in Long Industries for the sake of her godson, Little June, she wouldn't reject the Elder's support. In fact, Elder Long Jufong was proving to be instrumental in helping Dragon Phantom Fund's acquisition of scattered Long Industries shares. In exchange, Iris gave the Elder many benefits, including preferential treatment in her and her husband's businesses. As long as Elder Long Jufong didn't become too greedy, the couple would continue giving him many benefits for his tremendous help in supporting Iris Long in the Long's battle of succession. "Look, it's from Mom and Grandma," Iris said, pulling her husband to a pair of simple yet elegant flower arrangements. They were from Jin Liwei's mother, Huang Yuyan, and grandmother, Li Zhao. "Mom mentioned to me that she wanted to come with us here to Paris, but she suddenly caught a cold," Iris said with a sigh. "I wish Grandma Li could also come, but her health is too worrying, especially for long-haul flights." Jin Liwei's eyes softened. He loved that his wife was close to his birth family. In turn, his mother and grandmother also loved her very much. "Let's invite my mother to Orchidia Germany's launch instead," he said. "Okay, I hope that she could come. As for Grandma Li, it's better to just let her stay in her mountain villa to rest. We'll buy more souvenirs for her." And the couple moved on to the next gifts. There were a lot sent by Iris' acquaintances. In showbiz, director He of Music Fest Tonight, DJ Song, a popular radio host and JJ's friend. Feng Jiao, host of A Closer Look with Feng Jiao talk show. She was also Madame Feng Wan's cousin, but the public was unaware of this connection. Guan Jintao, legendary blind Paralympian gold medalist swimmer, whose mother's life story became the basis of the award-winning indie film, Strong Yet Broken. Attorney Hong Xiaoqiang, Iris' private lawyer. Attorney Kang Huizhong, Jin Liwei's corporate lawyer. Even the Honorable Deng Gui sent a flower basket to congratulate Libert. He was one of Grandpa Lu's old friends who held a seat at the International Court of Justice before semi-retiring as a private lawyer. He had helped a lot in defending Jiang Yingyu and Little June against Long Hui and his ex-wife, Mao Chiyue. His involvement in the case alone had been a major advantage in turning the case in their favor. Iris checked out the next flower arrangement and couldn't help but chuckle. She showed it to her husband. The card was handwritten by Jasper Leung to represent White Tigress International Virtual Assistants. Ketchup pestered Jasper Leung for several days to send a handwritten card directly from Singapore, Jin Liwei said, an amused smile on his face. "That does sound like Ketchup." She placed the card back on the flower arrangement carefully. Jasper Leung had been instrumental in organizing Black Star Singapore and spreading Iris Long's influence there. He also helped a lot in setting up Orchidia Singapore using the manpower from White Tigress International Virtual Assistants. Although he was no longer involved in Orchidia Singapore, he was the one who chose the relevant figures to run the business. Iris remembered Jasper Leung's origins. He had been an employee at Jin Corporation's Singapore branch, but quit due to the Young family's corrupt practices. The Youngs tried to suppress Jasper Leung and make the poor guy's life miserable by blacklisting him from Singapore's corporate industry. Fortunately, Ketchup found him and scammed. Hired him to represent her as the head of her very own company, White Tigress International Virtual Assistants. Now, His life had become better compared to when he worked at the corrupt Jin Corporation's Singapore branch. Iris would never forget Jasper Leung because she admired the man's integrity. His idol was her husband, Jin Liwei, so he couldn't stomach watching the Youngs and their minions use Jin Corporation for their corrupt practices. To reward Jasper Leung's loyalty to their family, Iris and Jin Liwei appointed him as their unofficial representative in Singapore. He was doing an excellent job so far. The husband and wife could also rest assured with him because Ketchup was always there watching the man. Iris and Jin Liwei continued checking the rest of the congratulatory gifts. Jeong Jun, aka JJ, Iris music producer and friend. Xiao Yu, Iris longtime financial manager. Second brother Wang Ingjia and fourth brother Umo. There were so many more gifts sent by other people. Iris recognized some, but not all of them. This made her realize that she now knew so many people, something that was a luxury to her in her past life as a sheltered daughter of the Vetrovs. There were even congratulatory gifts sent by her staff at her Gold Heights condo, even though she hadn't lived there for a long time since she started cohabiting with Jin Liwei. Their household and security staff at Dragon Palace Home No. 10 also sent flower baskets to Libert. Iris couldn't help but say, "I'm so happy." Jin Liwei pulled her closer to him in a half-hug. "Most of these people sent these congratulatory gifts to Libert because of you." She smiled. After saying a final goodbye to everyone, the husband and wife finally left together with Dom and their team of bodyguards. Libert's launch was a huge success. The local French media, the Chinese media back home, and the international media all wrote mostly favorable articles about Libert. When it came to Jin Chonglin's unexpected proposal to Chun Fei, however, many didn't mince their words. Footage of Chun Fei's scathing answers to the reporters' questions at Libert's public grand opening was constantly played by news programs all over the world. There were even discussions about her among so-called experts in the news programs. Some supported her in protecting her relationship with Jin Chonglin from the media's unfair aggression. Many, however, criticized her. There were a lot of headlines that basically wanted to crucify her. Superstar Jin Chonglin's fiancée, a woman of no class. Chun Fei, superstar Jin Chonglin's fiancée, unfit as Orchidea's COO. Jin Chonglin's future wife doesn't know how to deal with future husband's superstardom. Why superstar Jin Chonglin's relationship with Chinese COO won't last. Chun Fei too ugly for Jin Chonglin. The next day at their Parisian home, Dom reported the offensive headlines to Iris. She frowned, fury filling her up. She was about to go find Chun Fei when Chun Fei arrived to join them. "Oh, so you saw them?" Chun Fei asked nonchalantly as she sat down and poured herself a cup of black tea. "I'm sorry," Iris said. "I shouldn't have used Brother Chonglin's proposal to you to publicize Libert." Chun Fei shrugged. "It's not your fault. It's Chonglin who proposed out of nowhere without informing you or Clover. He's the one who used Libert's launch party to make a high-profile proposal to me in front of so many VIP guests. Whether we like it or not, he already associated Libert with his proposal to me." Iris sighed and pointed at the ugly headlines shown on her tablet. "You want me to help you suppress these?" "No, it's fine." Dom couldn't take it anymore. "What do you mean it's fine?" "No, it's not fine, Sis Fei. This is cyberbullying. Let them say whatever they want," Chun Fei said while waving a dismissive hand. "I already gave the media a piece of my mind. People will always have their own opinions anyway whether I explain myself or not. This is who I am. Jin Chonglin accepts and loves me. So who are these people to criticize me and our relationship?" Iris smiled, nodding in approval. "Yes, Sis Fei." Dom raised a hand and asked Chun Fei for a high five. Chun Fei rolled her eyes but still raised her hand for a high five. Then she told Iris, "Don't worry about the headlines. I'm not a celebrity like you or Chonglin. I don't care about what they say about me. They don't know the real me anyway. If push comes to shove, I'll just sue all of them for cyberbullying, character assassination, or whatever crimes my lawyer can pin on them." "All right, I understand." Iris nodded. Although she said this, Iris still planned to help out Chun Fei. She was her friend after all. At the same time, she planned to remind Jin Chonglin to be more mindful next time. Unbeknown to her, Jin Liwei already went ahead and scolded his younger brother. At the same time that the three friends were chatting, Jin Liwei found Jin Chonglin and dragged his brother to the resident's study. Then he showed him the headlines crucifying Chun Fei. "Look at what you did." Jin Chonglin read all the headlines, his expression getting uglier by the second. How dare these people? Jin Liwei crossed his arms over his chest. Jin Chonglin quailed under his older brother's glare. This is what you get for being impulsive, Jin Liwei said. There are so many more appropriate and private places where you can propose to Qin Fei, but instead you chose Libert's launch party. You didn't even make the effort to sit down and plan ahead, to make your proposal special. Even the ring that you chose is off the rack, not custom-made. I bet you chose it based on its price tag. Jin Chonglin shrank even more in his seat. It felt like his elder brother's words were like arrows shooting directly at his guilty heart. I didn't choose it because of the price tag, Jin Chonglin tried explaining. Based on the size, then, Jin Liwei said in a cold tone. Jin Chonglin shut up, because his older brother hit the nail on the head. He chose the biggest diamond ring that the jewelry boutique had available to buy immediately. I won't fault you anymore about your less-than-ideal proposal, but you need to learn how to protect your woman better, Chonglin, Jin Liwei said. I've already wiped your A** so many times in the past whenever you F** kept up a relationship with a woman. But this is the last time. I have my own family to think about now. I can't always clean up after you. Jin Chonglin remained silent, sulking a little. Do you understand? Jin Liwei asked, his tone brooking no argument. I get it, big bro. Jin Liwei stared at his younger brother for a while before nodding. I'll take care of the headlines. But like I told you, Chonglin, this is the last time. You're a Jin. Use your status, your name, your wealth. Use everything that you have at your disposal to protect your woman, if you really love her. Remember, it's easy to lose a good woman, but difficult to get her back. Especially strong, independent women like my wife and her friends, including your Qin Fei. Don't make any regrets. With that, he left his younger brother alone in the study. Jin Chonglin sat there by himself for a few minutes, thinking about his older brother's criticisms. It was true that his proposal was due to impulsiveness. Even his urge to have a baby with Qin Fei could also be said to be impulsive. When he secretly bought the huge diamond ring for Qin Fei, he was excited. He had looked forward to her reaction. He had wanted to propose as soon as possible. There was a ready-made event, Libert's launch party, so he decided to propose right there and then. Now that he thought about it, he had been indeed extremely impulsive. His lack of careful consideration had allowed Qin Fei to suffer. He stood up and ran out of the study to look for his fiancée. He ran for a while without any success, so he stopped and asked one of the staff members, "Do you know where my fiancée is?" The staff pointed a direction to him. He immediately started running again. Finally, he reached the place where the three girl squad friends were chatting just as they were about to leave. "Babe, huh, Chonglin?" Qin Fei was surprised at first, but immediately frowned upon seeing his sweaty appearance. "Why? Are you running?" Iris and Dom looked at each other. The two moved aside but didn't leave. Dom's eyes were shining as he looked back and forth between Jin Chonglin and Qin Fei. Seeing this, Iris snickered before deciding to stay as well. Jin Chonglin didn't stop running. What the hell? Qin Fei was alarmed. He was about to crash into her. But before she could dodge, he caught her and hugged her tightly. "I'm sorry, babe." Qin Fei was about to complain about his sweaty body but swallowed the words in her throat after hearing his apology. She instantly understood why he was apologizing. Sighing, she patted his back. "I'm fine," she said. "I'm sorry," he insisted. "All right, I forgive you." He continued hugging her for a couple more minutes before letting her go. Qin Fei pulled him to sit down before noticing that there were still 2 light bulbs in the room, their eyes shining brightly on the 2 of them. She rolled her eyes and waved them away. "Shoo." "Ah," Dom pouted. Iris laughed before shrugging. "Let's go, Dom." Dom pouted and muttered complaints under his breath. Iris dragged him away while chuckling. Now that the light bulbs had left, Qin Fei grabbed some tissues from a box nearby and helped wipe Jin Chonglin's sweaty face. Jin Chonglin took her hand and looked at the large diamond ring on her finger. "Do you like this ring?" "Of course." Qin Fei replied with no hesitation. "Are you sure? If you don't like it, we'll order a customized one. Just for you." She paused and observed his expression. "Did you not hear what I said to the reporters and paparazzi yesterday?" He looked at her like a stupid idiot. To be honest, he couldn't remember all the things that she said to the media representatives yesterday. All he could remember was the awe and pride he felt while watching her annihilate the reporters and paparazzi with her savage words. She sighed, shaking her head. I told them that I don't care about the price of the ring. What I care about is the thought behind it. You wanted to marry me, so you immediately bought a ring to propose. Don't you think that I'm impulsive? Of course you're impulsive. Duh. Her quick answer made him sulk again. She laughed. But I also love that about you. It makes life more exciting, don't you think? Really? He asked in an uncertain, yet hopeful tone. Yeah. Do you think I'll bother to lie to you? If I don't like something, I'll tell it to your face. That's true, he said, nodding. Then he grinned and became smug again. As expected of the woman I chose to marry, I'm still the best. She kicked his heel. Don't get ahead of yourself. You know me. If you ever cheat on me or hurt me, Jin Liwei, prepare yourself for a lifetime of revenge. If I didn't love you yet, I might just ignore you for the rest of my life. But now that you've made me fall in love with you, I won't stop until I send you to the deepest pit of hell myself. But that's only if you make the mistake of cheating and hurting me. Jin Liwei immediately grabbed her hand and shook his head. I won't do that to you, babe. I love you. My heart, my body, everything is yours. She smirked. Yes, you're mine. So, he leaned forward and whispered to her ear. Can we make a baby now? Warning, 18+ scenes ahead. Reader discretion is advised. Jin Liwei caught Chen Fei's mouth and gave her a deep kiss. Their tongues danced together until both of them couldn't breathe anymore. Chen Fei was the first to turn her head away, ending the kiss. Jin Liwei chased after her mouth, but she blocked his face with her hand. Babe, he panted. She also panted, but her mind was still clear. Not here. Let's go to the bedroom. It's fine. No. She glared at him. This isn't our house. I'm not going to have sex in a common space in another person's house. And did you bring condoms with you right now? It took a few moments for Jin Liwei to register what she was saying. Huh? No, I don't have condoms with me. It's in our room. Then all the more reason that we shouldn't have sex here. You don't even have condoms with you. But aren't we going to make a baby? She rolled her eyes. Do you think I'm going to let you impregnate me before marriage? Don't be too full of yourself, Jin Liwei. We might be engaged right now, but without a marriage certificate, I'm not going to give birth to a baby for you. That's why I told you that we should marry right. Away. She grabbed a throw pillow and hit him several times with it. Hey, babe. Stop it. He blocked the pillow with his hands, but she kept on hitting him. It didn't hurt. In fact, he started laughing. He loved it when she acted furious like this. In his eyes, she looked so beautiful whenever she scolded him. Her eyes would turn fiery, as if he was going to be swallowed in their depths. You're laughing? Chen Fei asked, furious. She hit him harder, but in the end, it suddenly turned into a wrestling match. She found herself pinned on the couch with Jin Liwei on top of her. His arousal pressed on her stomach, greatly affecting her as well. He leaned down and started raining down kisses on her face, nose, chin, and neck. Then he moved his lips upward to capture her mouth, once again giving her a mind-blowing kiss. She could fault him for anything except for his lovemaking skills. The man was an expert in touching her the way she liked it in bed. The pleasure he gave her was unlike anything that she had ever felt before. There was never a moment whenever they made love that she would feel insecure about her own body. He looked at her as if she had the best figure a woman could ever have. She also noticed that he loved it when she took the lead. When his hand slipped inside her shirt and grabbed one of her breasts, she moaned. Even so, she still grabbed his naughty hand, stopping him from going further. I said not here, she said, panting for breath. Let's go. To our room. He groaned, closing his eyes and trying to catch his breath. She allowed him to lay on top of her, not moving to avoid arousing him even further. A few minutes later, she could feel him softening against her stomach. But not all the way. He was still semi-hard. Jin Liwei sat up and pulled her up with him. Then he carried her like a princess and hurried to their bedroom. Let me down, she said. I can walk by myself. He didn't answer. He was too focused on getting to their room as soon as possible. His breathing, however, was starting to become labored. She snickered. He glanced at her. Something funny? I'm just thinking that if you tire yourself too much from carrying me all the way to our room, you might not be able to perform later in bed. His eyes narrowed with danger. Oh yeah? You think I won't be able to perform? She raised an eyebrow, clearly trying to provoke him. Look at you. You're almost gasping from exhaustion. MPH. He shut her up with an aggressive, deep kiss. It was super effective. She didn't bother talking to him anymore. She just wrapped her arms around his neck and allowed him to carry her. Whether he could perform in bed later or not would be up to him. The corners of her mouth lifted up, but she hid it by pressing her face against the crook of his neck. She smelled the bold fragrance of Valance. It felt like a ball of fire was burning hotter and hotter by the second low in her stomach. Chun Fei wondered if the perfumers who developed Valance unintentionally added an aphrodisiac effect to the fragrance. The more she smelled Valance on her man, the more she wanted to pounce on him and devour him. Faster, Chonglin, she demanded. He chuckled and gave her but a couple of pats. Then he walked faster despite starting to struggle with his breathing. Finally, they arrived in their bedroom. He used his feet to kick the door close before gently laying his lady on the bed. He followed her, pressing her on the bed below him, and kissed her as if he were a thirsty man seeing water for the first time. Chun Fei responded to the kiss with all her might. His Valance scent was making her go crazy. No, he was the one making her go crazy. She stroked his back with one hand while her other hand grabbed his hair, trying to press his head closer to her, fusing their mouths together until they felt there was almost no space between the two of them. Jean Chonglin's hands started roaming all over her body, making her feel so hot that she didn't bother waiting for him to undress her. She pushed him away and took off her shirt and bra before pulling his head back, silently demanding him to pleasure her. He obeyed. His mouth closed in on one of her nipples and sucked hard. Ah! She threw her head back and arched her back, wanting more. Warning: 18+ scenes ahead. Reader discretion is advised. Jean Chonglin broke their kiss, earning a whine from his lady. Wait, babe. I'll be back. He climbed off the bed, hurried to the bedside table, opened a drawer, and took an open box of condoms. There were still a few left. Then he began quickly undressing as he walked back to the bed. At the same time, Chun Fei also removed her trousers and panties. When Jean Chonglin returned, his breath caught in his throat and his eyes dilated at the sight in front of him. Chun Fei was lying on the bed with her legs spread wide open. Her hand moved between her legs, using her fingers to pleasure herself. Her other hand squeezed her breasts while she looked at her aroused man in front of her. Jean Chonglin's erection hardened even more at her actions. He wrapped his hard length in his hand and moved it up and down, pleasuring himself in time with her movements. Babe, you're so hot. He couldn't help but sigh in pleasure. She inserted a finger inside her wet heat and moved it in and out. She moaned and licked her lips before inserting another finger inside of her. F***ck babe. Jean Chonglin couldn't take it anymore. He pounced on her. She welcomed him with open arms and legs. Yes, she whispered in his ear. F***ck me. There was no need to prolong their agony. They had already teased each other long enough. He tore off the packaging of one condom and sheathed it on his erection. Then he positioned himself, straightened his hips, and pierced inside her. She cried out and hugged him. He groaned and closed his eyes, savoring the feeling of being